Bai Feng has traversed into another realm, accompanied by his sister, who possesses innate celestial bones. He initially believed that by clinging to his sister's coattails, he could navigate this perilous world of cultivation with ease. However, upon awakening, he discovered that his mother was preparing to extract his sister's celestial bones to implant them into him. In that moment, he comprehended that he had unwittingly assumed the role of a villain in this narrative. Just then, a system materialized, offering him substantial rewards for targeting the fated children of fortune and seizing their fortune value. Yet, simultaneously, should he accumulate an excessive amount of fortune value, it would arouse the fated children's vigilance, even animosity. Observing the 3 fated children within the city, Bai Feng resolutely decided to take a different path. As for this villainous role, let those who wish to embrace it do so. In a single city, there exist 3 fated children, and he could scarcely fathom the number of such individuals worldwide. Consequently, when the sect was recruiting, he deliberately avoided this hub of fated children and steered clear of industries frequented by them, choosing instead to pursue his own interests through art and music. Many years later, the Heavenly Machine Tower had the fortune to interview a fated child associated with Bai Feng, inquiring about their views on him. Fated child: no one understands Bai Feng better than I do. He is not the selfish individual obsessed with celestial bones as rumored. Rather, he has consistently shielded his sister from the shadows. Fated child B: many refer to me as a child of fortune, a person of destiny, but in my eyes, Brother Bai is the true child of destiny. He is warm-hearted and upright, treading the path of immortality with an ordinary physique. At that moment, Bai Feng, watching the interview, slowly formed a question mark above his head. They were slandering him, and as for this group of fated children, they ought to keep their distance from him. Chapter 1. Acquiring the villain system. Yet I have chosen my own path. No, please don't. Why? Aren't we family? In an old, nearly deserted house, the cries of a young girl echoed, and through the shattered window, one could see a girl of around 10 years bound tightly to a bed, while a middle-aged man meticulously polished a blade nearby. Hurry up! Our time is limited, a woman clad in opulent clothing whispered, not even glancing at the girl on the bed. There's no need to be overly anxious. After all, she is but an outsider, an elderly man chuckled, adding, if it weren't for the celestial bones, who would risk their life to raise her? Hearing their conversation, the girl felt a chill run through her. She had thought she had found a family that would accept her, only to realize they were no different from others, merely coveting her celestial bones. Is Fonger not here yet? The woman inquired of the man stationed outside the door. He will arrive soon. Fifth uncle has gone to fetch him. Meanwhile, a young boy trailed behind a middle-aged man, glancing around at the desolate scenery, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Fifth uncle, where are we headed? Do not be anxious. Fifth uncle replied with a smile. We are preparing a surprise for you. With this, your journey in cultivation will be smooth sailing. The boy fell silent, his gaze lowered, as he had already deduced what fifth uncle's surprise entailed. So, I have indeed ended up with the villain script? He was Bai Feng, a time traveler who, after being struck by a truck late one night, found himself reborn in this world where cultivation was possible. Unfortunately, his talent was rather mediocre. However, fortune smiled upon him when, as a child, his father brought home a girl endowed with celestial bones, naming her Bai Umo. And now, it seemed that his sister Bai Umo had likely been captured by fifth uncle and his associates. Yet, he was uncertain about the number of individuals involved in this scheme, whether it was his father's idea or a conspiracy by others behind his father's back. Recently, he had sensed a shift in the household atmosphere. For instance, his mother's attitude towards Bai Umo had markedly improved. Based on the numerous web novels he had read, he suspected that something was amiss, prompting him to pen a letter and leave it in his father's study. If someone was deceiving his father, that would be one thing. But if it was indeed his father's intention, then he might find himself forcibly bound to the villain's chariot. Ding! Host actions detected. Villain system has been bound. What do you mean by my actions? I was completely unaware of this beforehand. Bai Feng could not help but scoff. Nevertheless, he opened the system to take a glance. The interface was remarkably simplistic, displaying only a mere 10 fortune points, with nothing else present. However, above the fortune value, there was a question mark symbol. Focusing his attention upon it, a page of explanation appeared. In essence, he was to target the children of fortune, undermining their confidence and disrupting their mindset to earn fortune points, along with generous rewards. Yet, accumulating fortune points would not cleanse his reputation to become a child of fortune. On the contrary, the higher his fortune points, the more susceptible he would be to being targeted by the children of fortune. Additionally, to better facilitate his targeting, he had gained a skill to detect these children, currently limited to the confines of a single city. Thus, he activated it casually, firmly believing his sister was a child of fortune, but still wishing to see the system's validation. Unsurprisingly, among the 3 light points, one was located merely a few dozen meters ahead. Wait, 3 light points? Bai Feng suddenly froze, instinctively glancing toward the other 2 light points. If his memory served him right, one of the directions led to the neighboring Lin family. The Lin family indeed had a prodigy with remarkable cultivation talent, though it could also belong to a disciple with mediocre abilities. As for the other direction, he had no inkling. Yet, this was utterly absurd. How could there be 3 children of fortune within a single city? Were they here for a team-building exercise? Glancing at the villain system and then at the 3 light points, the fleeting thought that had arisen in his mind was swiftly extinguished, leading him to resolutely decide. What a load of nonsense regarding villain roles. I have chosen my own path. Upon reflection, he was the young master of the Bai family. Although his talent was unremarkable, his family was well off. He would never have to worry about food and drink for a lifetime. What purpose would there be in targeting the children of fortune? If every city had 2 or 3 of them, then with increased fortune points, he would likely face hostility as soon as he stepped outside. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated and addressed Fifth Uncle. Is it by UMO? You are indeed exceptionally perceptive, Fifth Uncle replied with a smile. Indeed, the surprise is her celestial bones. I understand you share a close bond with her, yet she is merely an outsider, whereas you are different. You are the child of destiny, destined to lead the Bai family to greatness. I do not require celestial bones, Bai Feng declared, shaking his head. I can cultivate just as well without them. You are indeed a stubborn lad, Uncle Wu remarked as he extended his hand towards him, guiding him towards the dilapidated house ahead. What do you rely on for your cultivation? Your rather ordinary talent? Do not take offense at my frankness. Without the celestial bone, your talent will only allow you to be trampled upon by others. In due time, you shall understand. Bai Feng did not flinch, knowing full well that with his current chi refining cultivation, evasion was futile. He raised his head and, gazing at Uncle Wu, softly replied, "Shouldn't you at least consider my opinion?" Uncle Wu chuckled. Such significant matters are naturally best decided by us elders. Do not feel wronged. Everything we do is for the sake of the Bai family. In time, you will comprehend our good intentions. With that, the two had already stepped outside the house. A sense of urgency began to swell within Bai Feng as he feigned agreement and nodded. Very well, I understand. May I have a moment? After all, she is my sister. Haha, of course, but do not take too long. Our time is limited. Uncle Wu laughed and promptly released him. Limited time? Does it imply they are concealing matters from others? Bai Feng swiftly grasped the implication and intentionally engaged Uncle Wu in conversation to buy time. After the bones are extracted, will she still be alive? I do not know, but regardless, she cannot survive this. Uncle Wu shook his head, his kind visage belied by the cruel words he spoke. Rest assured, we will handle it discreetly. Is that so? Bai Feng murmured, lowering his head. All right, let's proceed inside. Wait a moment. I do not wish to see my sister harboring disdain towards me. Bai Feng's sentence remained unfinished as he turned to gaze in the direction of the Bai family. Bai Yang, you are quite audacious. Do you lot still regard me, your family head, with any respect? The moment the words left his mouth, Bai Feng felt a sudden blur before he realized he had been embraced by a stern-looking man. This man was none other than Bai Feng's father, Bai Tianyu. Phew, it seems my assumptions were correct. Bai Feng felt a wave of relief. It appeared Bai Yumo would be safe now. Family head, we are doing this for the sake of the Bai family. Are you truly willing to take action against us for the sake of an outsider? Uncle Wu displayed no fear, even raising his voice to Bai Tianyu. Family head, it seems you all have completely disregarded my authority. Bai Tianyu set Bai Feng down. It appears my absence has allowed you to forget my reputation. In the next instant, he struck out. Despite Uncle Wu's hasty defense, he was unable to withstand even a single blow and promptly fell unconscious. Fenger, wait here. I shall return shortly. With that, Bai Tianyu dashed towards the crumbling house, followed by a cacophony of shouting and fighting. Bai Feng instinctively recoiled. Though his father rarely displayed anger, each instance was fearsome. Minutes later, Bai Tianyu emerged, cradling the unconscious Bai Yumo, though his face bore signs of weariness. Let us go. Is Yumo all right? He reached out towards the unconscious Bai Yumo, but in the next moment, she abruptly awakened, her eyes filled with fear and wariness as she looked at him. Bai Feng halted his outstretched hand, lowering it slowly as he sighed inwardly. Henceforth, a sorrowful barrier would stand between them. She was no longer the little girl trailing behind him, calling out brother. Even though he remained unaware, he was, after all, a beneficiary of the situation. Moreover, having delayed time by conversing with Uncle Wu, she may have overheard their discussion, and henceforth, suspicion and doubt would become a thorn in their relationship, occasionally stirring discomfort. It mattered not. He had now bound himself to the villain system. Distancing himself from the fated child was for the best. Years had passed since the bone extraction, and Bai Feng sat in a chair, holding a specially crafted pencil, diligently sketching on paper. The repercussions of the bone extraction were far greater than he had anticipated. The third and fourth elders involved in the affair were stripped of their positions and relegated to retirement, with the Grand Elder in the back mountains, and his mother was no exception. His relationship with his sister, Bai Yumo, had also grown distant. Over the years, she had joined the Tianjin sect for cultivation, and they scarcely met more than a few times a year. However, she bore no resentment towards him for the bone extraction, which was a silver lining. He himself had not suffered any repercussions from the bone extraction. If there were any, they were swiftly suppressed by his father. During these years, his primary activities had revolved around traveling to various cities, increasingly grateful that he had refrained from taking action against the fated child. While the fated children were not distributed to every city, their numbers were certainly substantial. Particularly, during a visit to a certain sect, he discovered 4 fated children. What on earth was happening in this world? Was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao a pig? How had it birthed so many fated children? After several excursions, he could no longer ignore this matter. Although his luck value was not high enough to provoke the animosity of the fated children, he possessed the villain system, and one could never know when a fated child might seek trouble. It would be best to avoid sex for now. Literary works, such as novels and poetry, should also be avoided to prevent a chance encounter with a fated child. Visiting brothels for music. Cough. An occasional visit is permissible. As long as he refrains from tipping the headliners, he need not worry about attracting the attention of any fated children. Thus, after considering various factors, he discovered a realm untouched by the fated children. Drawing explicit art. He returned to his original vocation and had become a renowned painter in Qinghong City, adopting the pen name Chunqiu, known as Master Chunqiu. Surely, no fated child would delve into such explicit art. Chapter 2. The Child of Fortune, rescued by spring and autumn outside a quaint little shop, a figure clad in a black cloak, with a matching mask obscuring their face save for a pair of piercing eyes, stood eagerly awaiting the store's opening. Should he remove his mask, onlookers would recognize him as Lin Yan, the once fallen genius of the Lin family who had now reclaimed his former glory. At that moment, he felt a surge of excitement, unconcerned that his attire might attract undue attention, for many around him donned similar garb. This style had become a signature for the ardent fans of Master Spring and Autumn. The long-anticipated new book by Master Spring and Autumn was finally set for release, an occasion Lin Yan had awaited for far too long, to the extent that he refrained from even the most basic of comforts. Indeed, he would keep his hands outside the covers each night as he slept, lest he sully the moment. How fortunate we are to have Master Spring and Autumn in Qinghong City. Each time he revisited the illustrations by Master Spring and Autumn, he gleaned fresh sensations. Though nothing was explicitly revealed, the allure was undeniably intoxicating, in stark contrast to the overtly provocative works of others. As they awaited the store's opening, a gathering of figures clad in black began to discuss animatedly, with Lin Yan nodding in agreement. He found himself reminiscing about the day he first encountered the illustrations of Master Spring and Autumn. After suffering a setback in his cultivation, his fiancée had seized the opportunity to call off their engagement, igniting a fire of rage within him. In a fit of anger, he had declared a 3-year challenge, fully aware that in his current state, defeat was inevitable. That day, lost in despair and disinterest in cultivation, he stumbled into a bookstore where he observed several individuals, cloaked and secretive, purchasing a book. Noticing his disheveled state, one of them purchased an extra copy and handed it to him, saying, "Brother, though I know not your struggles, remember that no obstacle is insurmountable. If you feel weary, perhaps this will provide some solace. Life occasionally demands indulgence." With that, the cloaked figures departed. Lin Yan gazed down at the book thrust into his arms, its cover devoid of any title, save for the 2 characters spelling spring and autumn. Upon opening it, his eyes widened in disbelief. The content was scandalous. He hastily closed the book, his face aflame, ready to cast it aside. Yet, inexplicably, he withdrew his arm and cradled the book against his chest as he returned home. He initially intended to hide the book in a secluded spot, never to gaze upon it again, but the imagery lingered in his mind, compelling him to revisit it. Ah, the forms. Ah, the shadows. They appeared so lifelike, yet held a distinct beauty unlike any he had encountered. In that moment, Lin Yan struggled to articulate his feelings, ultimately settling on a singular word: art. In a world where essence trumps form, Bai Feng's sketches served as a jarring awakening. Akin to fireworks amidst a backdrop of dawn, the illustrations provided a profound experience that left him breathless. Although Lin Yan had perused similar works in his youth, discovering several in his father's collection, none possessed the exquisite craftsmanship of this particular book. In comparison, his father's relics seemed utterly insignificant. After immersing himself in the book, the turmoil within him settled, and before dawn the following day, he dashed to the bookstore. From that moment onward, he embraced a newfound passion, filled with anticipation for the morrow. Faced with the ridicule of others and stagnant cultivation, he found himself less consumed by anger and self-pity. How could he allow trivial setbacks to deter him from indulging in Master Spring and Autumn's illustrations? He cherished a particular quote from an interview with Master Spring and Autumn: "What does not kill you will ultimately make you stronger." Though the context was a lament over the censorship of his previous works, Lin Yan felt it resonated profoundly with his own struggles, almost as if tailored to him. It was through the guidance of Master Spring and Autumn that he emerged from the depths of despair. As the door swung open, a roar erupted from the crowd. Charge! The cry jolted Lin Yan from his reverie. He quickly lifted his head, darting through the throng like an agile loach, effortlessly positioning himself at the forefront. The signed edition of Master Spring and Autumn's new book is mine, he declared. Damn it, I was a moment too late. Fuming. He vowed to master a superior technique by the next day, determined to outpace anyone who dared challenge him. Friend, please wait. I am willing to pay double. I'll offer triple. But Lin Yan paid them no heed, hastily settling his bill before slipping through the chaotic crowd. On his way home, the elder within his ring hesitated, clearly perplexed by Lin Yan's choice to abandon cultivation at the sect in favor of rushing to a bookstore. Disciple, we must not indulge excessively. Though you are young, caution is warranted. Fear not, master. I am well aware, Lin Yan assured, scanning the surroundings to ensure no one was watching before he removed his mask and cloak. I merely have a profound admiration for Master Spring and Autumn's artistry. Every stroke encapsulates the indomitable spirit he embodies. The elder opened his mouth, bewildered. What indomitable spirit can you discern from a risque illustration? Is your prolonged absorption of spiritual energy during slumber causing your mind to falter? He sighed. Well, it's simply a fondness for provocative art. Not an eccentricity worth fretting over. Let him have his way. Fortune value. Bai Feng set down his brush, a faint furrow creasing his brow. Not again. Over the past year, he had been periodically bombarded with system notifications. While each increment was minor, the frequency added up. His fortune value had now surpassed 100. Resting at 114, he meticulously reviewed the events of recent years, confirming that he had not encountered any child of fortune. The only notable change was his sister's enrollment in the Tianjian sect. Could it be that she was the source of his fortune? But enough speculation for now. Today marks the release of my new book, a perfect occasion to unwind and enjoy some music. Bai Feng changed into a more flamboyant outfit, shedding his plain blue robe for the opulent garments favored by the wealthy youth, brandishing a fan and donning a nonchalant smile. At first glance, he resembled an ordinary young scion. To attend a concert, this attire was essential for blending in seamlessly among the other affluent youths. He cautiously slipped out the back door of the Bai residence, striding away with an air of indifference, embodying the quintessential young dandy, save for the absence of a retinue. Should he acquire a follower? A lone dandy seemed somewhat conspicuous. Bai Feng pondered this dilemma, but found no immediate candidates willing to indulge him in this charade. Perhaps another time. Bai Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Today, his luck seemed particularly poor. He had unexpectedly crossed paths with a child of fortune on the street. Hopefully, they would not take notice of him. Had he known, he would have preferred to remain indoors. Chapter 3. An encounter with the child of fortune. Lin Yan strolled leisurely down the street in a green robe, recognizable to those familiar with the Tianjian sect as the garb of an inner disciple. Since the awakening of the elder within his ring, his innate talent for cultivation had been restored, and with the elder's guidance, his progress had accelerated significantly. Consequently, he successfully joined the Tianjian sect as an inner disciple. As the saying goes, one only learns to cherish that which is lost. Now, he devoted nearly every waking moment to rigorous training, using his downtime to delve into alchemy. Whenever confronted with provocative remarks from fellow disciples, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Although he longed to return to his cultivation, the elder advised him to balance diligence with relaxation, suggesting a day of rest. Thus, he decided to revisit Qinghong City, intending to sell the elixirs he had crafted during this time. However, en route to Qingfeng Pavilion, he suddenly paused. A figure emerged within his line of sight. Unremarkable in essence, bearing mediocre skills, yet adorning clothing that exuded opulence. The demeanor of this dandy caused him to furrow his brow, reminiscent of the spoiled disciples he had encountered at the Heavenly Sword sect. Just as he resolved to bypass this individual and take an alternate route to the Qingfeng Pavilion, he suddenly noticed something peculiar about the fan in the stranger's hand. Wasn't that a limited edition fan, released alongside the first collector's edition of Master Chuanxio's work? A closer inspection revealed the characters Chuanxio inscribed at the tip of the fan, complemented by a charm hanging from it that was emblematic of the revered drunken master. A character beloved in Master Chuanxio's oeuvre, though the fan remained closed. He could discern that its design was not the typical landscape painting, but rather the drunken master's moonlit reverie. The moon hung high, veiled in mist, with a long robe partially revealing a delicate, fair back and a half-turned visage flushed from inebriation, casting a dreamy gaze towards the viewer, igniting a yearning within the heart. This image was among the most aesthetically pleasing of Master Chuanxio's creations. How enviable. Were he to possess such a fan, he would surely seek a safe haven to cherish it. Merely glancing at it each day would suffice. In that moment, he realized something profound. If this individual owned such a rare fan, it could only signify that he, too, was an ardent admirer of Master Chuanxio. Lin Yan's perception of the stranger softened considerably. Even the dandy's brash swagger seemed to acquire a hint of righteousness in his eyes. However, simultaneously, Bai Feng felt an unsettling discomfort, even breaking into a light sweat. What could this child of fortune want from me? My luck is barely over 100 points. It shouldn't be enough to provoke animosity, should it? No, I ought to take another path to avoid him. But before he could turn away, he noticed the child of fortune advancing directly towards him. Oh no, this is bad. Bai Feng quickly reached for the talisman hidden within his sleeve. This was a reward talisman granted by the system upon reaching 100 points of fortune. He had crafted numerous talismans, even consulting the family's talisman master in preparation for this very day. Would a speed talisman suffice? Paired with my swift shoes, I should be able to escape, right? Or perhaps I should add a burrowing talisman. Just as he was about to activate the talisman and flee, the child of fortune stopped merely a meter away and spoke softly. Do you also read Chunxiu? Bai Feng replied, not only do I read Chunxiu, but I am also Chunxiu himself. However, noting that the stranger did not appear hostile or aggressive, he felt a slight sense of relief. Although he was unsure how the other had learned of his connection to Chunxiu, as long as the encounter was not a prelude to conflict, all would be well. Indeed, I am a devoted fan of Master Chunxiu. I have been a follower since the release of his first book, and I have collected every volume. He nodded discreetly while observing the other. The stranger's expression seemed somewhat exhilarated, devoid of any anger. Could it be that a child of fortune had genuinely infiltrated his circle of fans? The next words from the stranger confirmed this suspicion. I feel the same. Although, I must admit, I only became a fan of Master Chunxiu in the past year. Yet I have managed to acquire all his works. Bai Feng forced a smile, albeit with a tinge of frustration. What is it with these children of fortune? Even after I divert myself to drawing risque illustrations, they still pursue me relentlessly. You are the children of fortune, for heaven's sake. Why indulge in such sketches? Go and cultivate yourselves instead. Unperturbed by Bai Feng's strained smile, Lin Yin continued, unfortunately, I discovered Master Chunxiu too late. Many of the associated merchandise has either skyrocketed in price or become utterly unattainable. Upon hearing this, Bai Feng understood why the stranger had approached him. Casting a glance at his own fan, he lamented that had he known a child of fortune lurked among his fans, he would have never brought it along. What should I do now? Bai Feng took a moment to steady his emotions, reminding himself to remain composed, treating the situation as he would with an ordinary person. The more he fixated on the identity of the child of fortune, the more errors he might make. I understand. I often encounter similar situations, he acknowledged. However, there is no need for concern. Master Chunxiu is aware of this matter and is contemplating the reissue of previous merchandise. Really? Lin Yin exclaimed, excitement sparkling in his eyes. But then a hint of confusion crossed his face. Wait, how do you know this? By inquiring with the bookstore owner, Bai Feng fabricated, his eyes wide with feigned sincerity. His loose lips sometimes revealed tidbits of information during casual conversations. Ah, I see. Thank you for the enlightenment. Lin Yin clasped his fists in gratitude. Not at all. We are all friends of Master Chunxiu, Bai Feng waved dismissively, before engaging in a few more pleasantries to send Lin Yin on his way. Once the stranger departed, he exhaled in relief. Yet, a dilemma lingered in his mind. Should I continue drawing those risque illustrations? Never mind, perhaps I will go listen to some music instead. At that moment, Lin Yin lingered, contemplating Bai Feng's retreating figure. Throughout their conversation, he had recognized Bai Feng as the eldest son of the Bai family. Contrary to the rumors, he seemed quite amiable, and a fan of Master Chunxiu at that. Is this the same Bai Feng rumored to have coveted his sister's celestial bones? Elder Dan, having observed their exchange, emerged from his concealment. Master, what are your thoughts on this person? Does he align with the rumors? Not at all, in fact. It seems he has deliberately crafted an image for others to perceive. A dandy does not behave in such a manner. Thinking that merely donning different attire and striding a few steps qualifies him as one, Elder Dan mused, recalling his own past. Master, what happened to you in your youth? Nothing of importance. Elder Dan hastily redirected the conversation, noting that Bai Feng did not exhibit the self-destructive tendencies described in the rumors. Though his talents were average, his cultivation appeared remarkably solid. Lin Yin nodded. Master, do you think he might seek to acquire my sister's celestial bones? Unknown. The duration of our interaction was too brief to ascertain. After all, the allure of celestial bones is immense. Yet it is evident that he is not one to bully the weak. His demeanor towards you is neither overly enthusiastic due to your status as an inner disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, nor did he exhibit any disdain stemming from his family background. Indeed, I believe that Bai Feng does not seek to claim my sister's celestial bones. Perhaps, as another rumor suggests, he may have even rescued her, Lin Yin asserted confidently. Elder Dan, intrigued by Lin Yan's self-assuredness, inquired, what leads you to such a conclusion? Intuition. Lin Yin replied simply. Elder Dan chose not to engage further, retreating into his ring. Lin Yin chuckled softly, aware that his claim was somewhat exaggerated. Yet he felt his intuition was quite accurate. Subsequently, he composed himself, recalling certain rumors circulating within the Heavenly Sword sect, prompting him to clandestinely follow Bai Feng. He realized he was not the only one departing the sect. He had merely arrived in Qinghong City earlier to acquire books, and it was time to meet up with the others. Meanwhile, as Bai Feng ambled along, he inadvertently glanced in Lin Yan's direction. Although he could not pinpoint Lin Yan's hiding spot, the system had distinctly marked his location. What is this child of fortune following me for? Chapter 4. Am I the villain, or are you? After pondering for a few seconds, Bai Feng decided to dismiss the thought, prioritizing the music instead. He doubted that the other would accompany him into Qiufeng Tower to listen to melodies. Ah, is that not young Master Bai? Today, upon hearing the magpies sing, I knew a distinguished guest would arrive. A voice called out from afar, unmistakably that of one of the managers of Qiufeng Tower, Aunt Wang. Spare me the theatrics. Bai Feng interjected, raising his hand. I prefer to enjoy my music in peace without interruptions. Now, who is performing today? Wang Ma, ever the accommodating figure, swiftly dispersed the gathering of young ladies and approached Bai Feng with a beaming smile, responding cheerfully, it is Miss Qiuer. I assure you, young Master Bai, that you shall be thoroughly pleased. It seemed that fortune smiled upon Bai Feng today, for he was fortunate enough to hear the melodious voice of Miss Qiuer sing. A spark of interest flickered across Bai Feng's face. This young woman, known as Qiuer, had joined Qiufeng Tower within the past year and rapidly ascended to prominence with her unique vocal style, becoming the object of admiration and generous rewards from many a wealthy scion. However, her demeanor was quite aloof, and she rarely graced the stage to perform. Even Wang Ma could not command her presence. This would be Bai Feng's first experience of her artistry. At last, it seemed, his luck had turned. Accompanied by Wang Ma, he ascended to the elegant chamber on the second floor. The room was not particularly spacious, yet it featured a large chair, ample enough to accommodate 3 or 4 individuals, clearly designed for purposes beyond merely listening to music. Nevertheless, to Bai Feng, it served as a seat for enjoying the melodies. He casually plucked a grape from the table and popped it into his mouth before retrieving paper and pen to prepare for inspiration. He hoped that this renowned Miss Qiuer would provide him with a spark of creativity. Meanwhile, outside, Lin Yan observed Bai Feng as he entered Qiufeng Tower, and even he discerned a flaw in the facade. Master, you were indeed correct. Bai Feng is merely putting on an act. But why would he choose to masquerade as a dandy? Who knows? But I suspect it may be related to those rumors. Dan Lao stroked his beard. His curiosity about Bai Feng piqued. It appears he seeks to substantiate the gossip surrounding him. Lin Yan pondered, recalling Bai Feng's rather ordinary talent, which likely gave rise to rumors of his intentions to usurp his sister's celestial bone to alter fate. Even if such claims were unfounded, they could not be easily dismissed, potentially affecting his sister over time. Was his current display of debauchery an attempt to convey that he had relinquished his aspirations for cultivation, thereby allowing his sister to focus on her training without the burden of rumors? If that were true, then Bai Feng's magnanimity surpassed his own. Indeed, that is a distinct possibility, Dan Lao remarked, casting a glance at Lin Yan, teasingly suggesting, would you not care to join in and witness this for yourself? It seems Miss Qiuer has quite the reputation. Lin Yan shook his head, displaying no inclination to partake. No, those individuals are not worth my time. Not even a hair from Teacher Chunchio's brush. It was troubling. It appeared his disciple's mental state was quite precarious. Achoo! Bai Feng sneezed, glancing at the son of destiny who lingered motionless at the door, perplexed by the other's thoughts. Had he known the content of their conversation, he would have shouted in protest. There is no grand scheme here. I am merely here to listen to music and gather inspiration. After all, one cannot simply conjure exquisite illustrations without the muse of creativity. He preferred to work in solitude, shunning the gaze of others. And he had little interest in the ordinary women of this realm. The leading lady was far too costly. It was far better to remain in his room, contentedly creating his art in peace. She is coming out. Miss Qiuer is making her entrance. Look at me. Quick, quick, quick. I must not be outdone by those other fellows. Miss Qiuer, I am your devoted admirer. The crowd erupted into a frenzy, causing Bai Feng to pause mid-sip of his tea. Though he had visited many times, he had never witnessed such a spectacle. Curiosity piqued. He sauntered to the window and peered out at the young woman at the guqin, her face obscured by a translucent veil, clad in a striking black gown. Though it was long, it was unlike any ordinary attire. The dark fabric enveloped much of her bosom, revealing a swath of alabaster skin above, with delicate straps cradling her neck and exposing her exquisite collarbone and smooth, fair back. The lower half of the gown was fully enveloped, yet the fabric bore a hint of transparency, subtly hinting at her slender legs beneath, tantalizingly elusive. Though devoid of embellishment, the gown exuded an air of nobility, capturing the gaze of all who beheld it. In that moment, as she emerged, the previously boisterous hall fell utterly silent. Yet, unlike the entranced onlookers, Bai Feng's expression bore a hint of perplexity. Isn't that the attire from my illustrations? If you are going to copy, at least make some alterations, don't merely replicate it. Fortunately, he typically depicted only the clothing from this world, seldom drawing inspiration from the garments of Blue Star, save for rare moments of creativity, such as the very outfit adorning Miss Qiuer. His reluctance to illustrate Blue Star's apparel stemmed from its potential to be too provocative for the inhabitants of this realm. He had intended for a gradual approach, and now he was relieved he had not illustrated everything. Otherwise, he would have been exploited by these individuals. He harbored a deep disdain for 2 types of people, those who sought to take advantage of him, and those who prevented him from doing so. If one must take advantage, at least offer some compensation. Buy a few more books, perhaps. It was not only Bai Feng who noticed this. Others, upon regaining their senses, also recognized the similarity. That appears to be an outfit featured in Teacher Chuanxio's illustrations, doesn't it? Truly, Teacher Chuanxio possesses exquisite taste. Indeed, I recall it from issue 11. Page 4. Teacher Chuanxio, you are my idol. No, the real point is the outfit. Could it be that Miss Chioer has studied Chuanxio's works? Ridiculous. Miss Chioer is far too pure to indulge in such materials. In an instant, the crowd was taken aback. They turned to glance at the sign of Chofing Tower to ensure they had not wandered into the wrong establishment, then observed the fervent fans, instinctively distancing themselves from the individual making such claims. Goodness, what a lunatic. How did such a fool find their way into Chofing Tower? Keep your distance. Just being near them feels like a drop in IQ. The commotion below did not deter Miss Chioer. One hand rested upon the strings of her guqin, and with a gentle pluck, the clamor and chatter ceased instantly. As the music enveloped the room, Bai Feng returned to his seat. The performance was indeed exquisite, and the melodies possessed an enchanting quality that beckoned listeners to lose themselves in its embrace. Yet, the irony was not lost on him. He was being exploited by the very art he had created. Ah, how frustrating, he muttered. This is dull. I shall take my leave. Quietly, he pushed open the door. Even the maidservants were entranced by the music, oblivious to the figures sneaking away. Only Miss Chioer, while playing, kept her gaze fixed on him as he departed. Perhaps I shall return home to bask in the sun, Bai Feng mused, shaking his head. However, after taking a few steps, he noticed several individuals approaching, dressed similarly to the Son of Destiny he had encountered earlier. They appeared to be inner disciples of the Tianjin sect. Are those the lackeys of the Son of Destiny? He wondered, just as he contemplated this. One of them focused on him, sneering, huh? A mere waste of space, frequenting such establishments in broad daylight. How shameful for Bai Shimi. Bai Feng replied incredulously. What business is it of yours if I visit a pleasure house to enjoy music? How absurd. Here I am, a villain with a villainous system, being mocked. He thought. Whose villainous system is it? Yours or mine? Chapter 5. What are you barking for? What? Too frightened to speak? The male disciple continued to press, his tone aggressive. To seek power by sacrificing your own sister's celestial bone, and after your schemes unravel, you end up in this pathetic state. You're nothing but a disgrace to Bai Shimi. If I were you, I would have found a place to end it all. Bai Feng quickly discerned that the individual was merely seeking trouble, likely a sycophant of his sister. Damn it, I cannot provoke the Son of Destiny, but a mere sycophant dares to prance before me? While he might have hesitated against other sycophants, this one was linked to his sister, and he felt compelled to deal with him. Where does this fool come from? Truly unlucky. Without further ado, Bai Feng drew his sword, declaring, get the hell out of my way, or I shall make you. All right. The male disciple was taken aback by Bai Feng's audacity to speak to him so boldly, and he couldn't help but laugh in anger. Clearly, this fool was unaware of the chasm that separated them. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of junior sister Bai. Brother Chun, isn't this inappropriate? One of the disciples accompanying him hesitantly interjected. After all, the other party was Bai's sister's brother, and it seemed ill-mannered for outsiders to meddle in their internal disputes. However, Brother Chun was unfazed, operating under his own rationale. It's fine. He intends to seize Bai's sister's celestial bone. Do you think she would still acknowledge him? Perhaps she refrains from taking action due to familial obligations, so I shall step in. The mere thought that Bai's sister might glance at him more favorably because of this incident ignited a thrill within him. Fool. Engaging in a brawl, while chatting as though I am an NPC restricted from combat during a plot dialogue? Before long, Bai Feng stood before Brother Chun, lifting a foot to send him flying. Chun swiftly executed a mid-air turn, landing gracefully, his face contorted with rage at this dishonorable opponent. Yet, a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. How could this mere foundational cultivator launch him, a perfected foundational cultivator, into the air with such ease? Seemingly perceiving his bewilderment, Bai Feng raised his left foot and instantly closed the distance between them. Spirit tool kid. Though his talent was modest, his family was affluent. Did you not comprehend the value of the Bai family in the northern region? Were it not for the fact that foundational cultivators could not wield celestial artifacts, he would have at least possessed a half-celestial tool for self-defense. Brother Chen hastily brandished his sword in defense, despite his opponent merely being a foundational novice. He found himself struggling for breath under the relentless pressure. The speed and power of Bai Feng's long sword were formidable, almost numbing his hands. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, several talismans on Bai Ran's person radiated golden light, continuously augmenting his speed and strength, making it a simple task to contend with a perfected foundational cultivator. As he retreated, Brother Chen momentarily set aside his pride, gathering his breath to unleash the might of a perfected foundational cultivator, causing Bai Feng to stagger backward several paces. Very well. You are quite impressive. Brother Chen's expression darkened. He had underestimated his opponent. Bai Feng was not the incompetent fool of rumors. His foundation was remarkably stable. far from being a cultivation level artificially inflated by pills. Realizing this, Brother Chen squinted. You have concealed your abilities well. If it weren't for me, you would have deceived everyone. Those tales of you being a waste, relying on pills to ascend, were your own fabrications, weren't they? It seems you remain undeterred in your pursuit of my sister's celestial bone. Bai Feng, what madness is this? Why would I waste time spreading rumors about myself being a waste? Furthermore, I did indeed rely on pills for my foundational level. However, I diligently absorbed the medicinal effects to solidify my foundation. Many geniuses in various sects do the same, do they not? Clearly, a single lesson will not suffice, rest assured. In deference to my sister, I shall spare your life. Drawing his longsword, Brother Chen unleashed a sharp blade aura emanating from his form. Come now. You are not the only one with spirit tools in this world. Bai Feng rubbed his temples, pondering how the Heavenly Sword sect seemed to attract such absurd individuals. This is Qinghong City. What are you barking about? I ask. Will you just stand there and watch? Will no one intervene? He turned to the nearby Heavenly Sword sect disciples. If you won't step in, then come at me together. I am pressed for time. Did they truly believe that the esteemed young master of the Bai family was armed solely with low-grade spirit tools? Just as the bewildered disciples, raised within the sect and possessing innocent eyes, were at a loss, a voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Do not intervene. You all quickly find a few people to summon Sister Bai. Instantly, delight spread across their faces. It's Junior Brother Lin. Of course, Junior Brother Lin's family was nearby. Feeling as though they had found their guiding star, they promptly agreed and stepped back, dispatching 2 members to hasten to the Bai family. Brother Chun was incensed by the cowardice of his companions. His fury intensified as he turned to the disinterested Bai Feng, gritting his teeth. Dealing with a waste like you is a task I can manage alone. He stepped forward, his longsword slicing through the air toward Bai Feng. But before Bai Feng could employ stronger measures, a figure suddenly lunged forth, intercepting the attack with a sword. Brother Chun, is it truly honorable to bully the weak? Shall I accompany you in your sport? Lin Yan landed gracefully, his sturdy longsword aimed at Brother Chun. What brings you here? Bai Feng feigned surprise. Although he had long suspected Lin Yan was lurking nearby, I have been observing from the shadows. I apologize for not intervening sooner. Lin Yan offered a brief apology before giving Bai Feng a thumbs up. Brother Bai, I knew I was right about you. Rest assured, I understand your situation. Bai Feng, what do you comprehend? What was happening with the Heavenly Sword sect? Even the fated child like you had begun to act in such a manner? Lin, Brother Chun, enraged that his strike had been thwarted by a fellow disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, felt his temper rise. Are you certain you wish to obstruct me? I merely disapprove of someone being unreasonable and using their strength to intimidate the weak, Lin Yan replied, unperturbed despite being a mid-foundational cultivator facing a perfected one. After all, he had faced perfected foundational cultivators within the sect before. Do you think your victories over those mere wastes grant you the audacity to challenge me? Brother Chen was clearly aware of Lin Yan's past achievements. He raised his sword, pointing it threateningly. I will ask you one last time. Are you certain you wish to impede my path? Enough with the needless chatter. If you wish to fight, then let us do so. If not, step aside. Lin Yan frowned, incredulous at this man's apparent loss of reason. Do you need assistance? Bai Feng casually toyed with his longsword beside them. No need. I can handle him myself. Lin Yan chuckled confidently. Then take this. Bai Feng tossed him a talisman he had drawn. Feel free to use it. I have plenty more where that came from. Seeing that the talisman was not particularly rare, Lin Yan accepted it without hesitation. I shall not be polite, then. Very good. Brother Chun, witnessing their nonchalant demeanor, felt his anger dissipate into a mocking smile. It seems time for you to grasp the disparity between us. With that, he charged at Lin Yan. Chapter 6. Could he actually be a genius? Sister Bai? Sister Bai? 2 disciples clad in Heavenly Sword sect attire stood outside the Bai family's residence, persistently calling out to those within. The doorman, puzzled, wondered why these disciples were shouting outside. If they felt hesitant about entering the Bai family, they could have simply asked him to relay their message. Just as the doorman was about to step forward to usher the clear-eyed disciples inside, Bai Yuma had already heard their cries and emerged from the house in haste. What is the matter? She inquired, observing the anxious expressions on her 2 junior sisters' faces with curiosity. Were you not out shopping? Has someone troubled you? No. It's Brother Chun. He is fighting with your brother. They quickly recounted the events, explaining how they had encountered Junior Brother Lin, who had sent them to find her. Bai Yuma's brow furrowed slightly. Where are they? Take me there quickly. Her mind conjured an image of Bai Feng, her emotions becoming complex. Years had passed, yet she could still vividly recall the incident of her celestial bone being sought after, the memory haunting her dreams even now. Occasionally, she would awaken from nightmares. It was this very incident that caused her to dream of Bai Feng during her slumber. Had her father not intervened at that moment, her celestial bone would surely have been transferred to him now. Although the investigation revealed that Bai Feng was unaware, and reason told her that this matter had nothing to do with him, she still felt a profound sense of fear and trepidation the moment she laid eyes on him. Memories of that harrowing day when her bones were excavated flooded her mind, prompting her to consciously distance herself from him. Deep down, She contemplated that perhaps this was for the best for both of them. Soon, the trio arrived at the entrance of Chiofeng Tower, where she once again beheld Bai Feng. Yet, he no longer resembled the person she remembered. Instead, he seemed akin to the privileged scions of the sect. After all, since entering the Tianjin sect, she had seldom returned home, and even on the rare occasions she did, she made a concerted effort to avoid him. She was oblivious to the reasons behind Bai Feng's transformation over the years. Exhaling slowly, she averted her gaze from Bai Feng. She had thought that with the passage of time, she had moved on, but upon seeing him again, a flicker of fear surged within her. Moreover, witnessing her once close brother, who had often looked after her, now transformed into this state, brought a heaviness to her chest, leaving her somewhat uncomfortable. Yet, she swiftly suppressed her emotions, striving to maintain her composure. Turning her attention to the two combatants, a look of confusion crossed her face. Wasn't it supposed to be Bai Feng fighting Brother Chen? Why was it now Brother Chun battling Brother Lin? Moreover, Brother Chen was on the verge of being defeated by Brother Lin. I truly underestimated you. Brother Chen spat out blood, having faltered twice, and was now in a woeful state, feeling as though his sanity was being consumed by flames. But no matter how powerful you are merely at the mid-foundation stage. Employing such a formidable technique must have drained your spiritual energy. He raised his long sword once more. It was time to put an end to this, and falling beneath my blade should be a source of pride. Instantly, an immense sword aura surged forth, stronger than every strike preceding it. This is bad. Brother Chun has unleashed the sword talisman. Quick, stop him. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yan exhaled slowly. I too believe it is time to conclude this. However, he sheathed his heavy long sword and ignited flames upon his hardened fists. Arrogant. Brother Chen appeared to have completely lost his reason, his bloodshot eyes wide with rage, as a colossal sword aura surged toward Lin Yan. Flame fist. Lin Yan merely swung his fist forward, and several disciples could no longer bear to watch, covering their eyes, fearing they would witness Lin Yan being torn apart by the sword aura. But in the next moment, everyone was left dumbfounded as the flames enveloping his fist pierced through the sharp sword aura, melting it away as if it were ice meeting fire. This is impossible. Brother Chun was taken aback, disregarding the backlash, forcefully commanding the scattered sword aura to surge toward Lin Yan from all directions. Brother Lin, Brother Chun, you have gone too far. As fellow disciples of the Tianjin sect, why must you resort to such lethal measures? A few disciples, disregarding their own safety, rushed forward to assist Lin Yan, but they were too far away, and the sword aura was too swift to catch up with. Lin Yan gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat even a step. With his current cultivation level insufficient, the flames only covered the size of his fist. Fortunately, he had anticipated this flaw and had activated a defensive talisman in advance, intending to endure with its protection. Sword aura? I possess that as well. A discordant voice suddenly rang out as Bai Feng threw forth a talisman, swiftly followed by a thrust of his long sword. A torrent of sword aura erupted from the talisman, each strand larger and more potent than Brother Chen's. Brother Lin, do not worry. Unleash your flame fist. I shall cover your back. Lin Yan burst into laughter. Excellent. I entrust my safety to you. With that, he redirected his full focus toward Brother Chen's face. Ignoring the incoming sword auras, one sword aura flew toward him, only to be intercepted by another, causing both to vanish in an instant. Lin Yan moved as though traversing a tightrope over an abyss, his name flickering on the death ledger. Numerous sword auras clashed around him, neutralizing each other. One narrowly grazed his cheek, merely taking a strand of hair before being halted by another sword aura. Brother Lin, you are magnificent. No. The more absurd one should be Sister Bai's brother, right? How can he manipulate so many sword auras with such ease? Could he, in fact, be a genius? Bai Feng maintained a calm demeanor. With his initial foundation-level cultivation, he certainly could not control such a multitude of sword auras at once. However, he possessed knowledge and a plethora of loving elders. Having acquired extensive knowledge of talismans from the system, he combined it with some knowledge from Blue Star, sealing a fragment of a sword elder's consciousness within the talisman. Much like a 21st century auxiliary artificial intelligence, this fragment's purpose was to aid him in wielding sword aura. Thus, even with insufficient cultivation, he could perform intricate maneuvers with it. Soon, with Bai Feng's assistance, Lin Yan approached Brother Chun. No, what are you planning to do? I am your senior, the direct disciple of Elder Chun. If you dare lay a hand on me, my master will not spare you. Confronting the disgraced Brother Chun, Lin Yan's expression remained unfazed as his flaming fist surged directly toward Brother Chen's face. Bang! Brother Chun was sent flying, crashing to the ground and losing consciousness. A vivid red imprint on his face, accompanied by the scent of burnt flesh. Bai Feng observed the resolutely standing Lin Yan, then glanced at Brother Chun. Sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, feeling that the character dynamics were somewhat amiss. A child of fortune had struck down another child sycophant, and the root cause of their conflict was none other than himself, the villain. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully inciting the child of fortune to strike down another child sycophant. Reward: 20 fortune points. Talent: 1. Bai Feng. System: Come out now. What do you mean inciting? This is slander. This was clearly voluntary on their part. Chapter 7 Brother Bai, you are truly dazzling. Brother Lin, thank you. Bai Feng stifled the urge to berate the system, stepping forward to clasp Lin Yan's hands. Yet Lin Yan said nothing, merely turning his eyes to regard him. It was then that Bai Feng realized the other was not standing in the middle of the road to show off, but rather due to exhaustion. Lacking the strength to move, merely remaining upright was his final act of defiance. He turned to the nearby Tianjian sect disciples idling about and called out, quickly, someone assist Brother Lin. The disciples, as if awakening from a dream, hurriedly surrounded Lin Yan. Bai Feng retrieved a vial of elixirs from his storage bag, extending it to a female disciple beside Lin Yan. Here, feed Brother Lin the medicine. No, it's unnecessary. I can do it myself. Lin Yan, feeling slightly revived, reached out to take the elixirs, pouring several into his mouth. Instantly, a vast and pure surge of spiritual energy coursed through his withered body. He had no time to circulate his technique and hastily examined one of the elixirs, a top-grade spirit recovery pill. As a pill master, he was acutely aware of the difficulty in crafting top-grade spirit recovery pills. Even with Elder Dan's guidance, he had yet to produce one himself. However, being from the Lin family, a top-grade spirit recovery pill alone was not enough to astonish him. Upon regaining his status as a genius, he occasionally obtained one. What truly astonished him was that Bai Feng had produced an entire vial without a hint of concern. While he could acquire such pills due to his talent, what of Bai Feng? In the heat of battle, he had not pondered deeply, but now he realized that the sword auras protecting him were no mere trifles. It seemed the rumors of Bai Feng being abandoned by the Bai family due to the bone excavation incident, thus falling into the life of a wastrel, were utterly unfounded. Bai Feng had not only been valued, but had also managed to thrive despite his seemingly mediocre talent. He was further convinced that his speculation was indeed correct. It was Brother Bai who had saved his sister. Faced with such temptation, the ultimate beneficiary chose to forfeit his celestial bones for the sake of familial bonds. A truly touching act from Brother Bai. This was a friend worth having. Simultaneously, he pondered whether he could send Brother Bai to the Heavenly Sword sect for cultivation. Although Brother Bai's talent was mediocre, he was not lacking in perseverance. With the guidance of the Heavenly Sword sect, he might achieve greatness. What are you staring at? Hurry up and recover your energy. Bai Feng sensed the peculiar gaze directed at him and quickly stepped aside. Had he known Lin Yan's thoughts, he would have seized the opportunity to give him a good kick, thinking, how could you repay kindness with enmity? Lin Yan, however, dismissed such thoughts and swiftly calmed his mind, channeling his energy to absorb the immense medicinal power of the pills. As Lin Yan was regaining his strength, Bai Yuma approached. She had initially intended to intervene, but was a moment too late. You're back? Bai Feng greeted her, aware of her reluctance to be near him. He refrained from pressing too close. Bai Yuma nodded, glancing at the unconscious Chen Shixiang lying on the ground, feeling a headache coming on. She had not anticipated that a routine task would lead to such an incident. After hesitating for a moment, she slightly turned to Bai Feng and inquired, how did you end up in a fight? Oh, I had just left Xiaofeng Tower when I saw him cursing at me and trying to teach me a lesson. Do I seem like someone who would tolerate that? So I fought back. Bai Feng shrugged and recounted the events succinctly, adding that Lin Yan likely couldn't stand Chen's behavior and had come to assist him. Bai Yuma observed Bai Feng, her lips moving as if she wished to say something. What is it? It's nothing. I'm just glad you're all right. You should avoid such places in the future. She pursed her lips, although their relationship had grown distant. She did not wish to see him descend further into ruin. Yes, I'm considering that as well. Bai Feng stroked his chin, not solely due to being provoked, but also because Xiaofeng Tower had taken advantage of him. It was one thing to be taken advantage of, but he had spent money as well. Thus, he contemplated. If he was to be exploited, why not open his own establishment? Of course, not something like Chun Tower, but rather a quaint little cafe akin to a maid cafe. Naturally, he was merely entertaining the thought. After all, if such an establishment attracted a child of fortune, it could spell trouble for him. It was better to remain idle and carefree. Bai Yuma turned to the others. Do any of you have anything to add? Everyone shook their heads. No? It is clear that Chen Shixiang was at fault. All right, I will report this matter to the sect. Bai Yuma nodded. Will you continue shopping? Or would you prefer to visit my home for a while? I heard that there is a large auction in Qinghong City. I want to check it out. Sister Bai, you should head back first. We need to find a place for Chen Shixiang to rest. They were certainly not going to take Chen Shixiang to the Bai family. Should he awaken and have another episode, it would spell disaster for them. Moreover, they had not stopped Chen Shixiang initially, so it felt inappropriate to visit the Bai family now. Seeing that the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect wished to continue shopping, Bai Yuma did not insist. She advised them to be cautious and, if anything arose, to seek her at the Bai family, then watch them depart. At this moment, Lin Yan had also regained much of his strength and planned to return to the Lin family to rest. Wait a moment, Lin brother. Bai Feng called out to Lin Yan. Despite Lin being a child of fortune, he had helped him, and since Lin bore no hostility, Bai Feng naturally wanted to solidify their relationship. After all, a good rapport would mean one less potential enemy. He recalled that positive emotions did not diminish one's fortune. Thus he deemed this friendship worth cultivating. Is there something else, Brother Bai? I appreciate your timely assistance. Had it not been for you, I might have been locked up for days. Lin Yin quickly grasped the implication. Had he not intervened, it would have been a conflict between the Bai family and the Heavenly Sword sect, but since he did, the nature of the incident had shifted to a personal matter for a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. He waved his hand dismissively. Oh, no need for thanks. I merely couldn't tolerate his behavior. Besides, Brother Bai, you helped me quite a bit as well. Had it not been for you, I might have ended up lying on the street. Regardless of the circumstances, assistance was assistance. Bai Feng extended the fan he held. As a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect and a genius of the Lin family, you likely have no shortage of rare treasures. Please accept this fan. I hope you do not find it unworthy. Bai Yuma, observing from the side, felt puzzled. She could tell that the fan was merely an ordinary one, not a spiritual artifact, and it had been used. Wouldn't this be somewhat disrespectful? She was about to voice her concerns when she noticed Lin Yan's eyes alight with enthusiasm. Brother Bai, are you truly giving this to me? This is far too precious. Bai Yuma precious? She felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding. This only underscores the magnitude of your assistance to me. This fan is the only way I can express my heartfelt gratitude. Brother Bai, you truly are. Lin Yin found it difficult to refuse, and thus accepted it, marveling inwardly at how someone could be so dazzling. He lifted his head, speaking earnestly, Brother Bai. Should you encounter any trouble in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will. Farewell, Brother Bai. Goodbye. Bai Yuma. She mused if perhaps she had been secluded for too long, feeling increasingly disconnected from the world. After Bai Feng and the others departed, the music within Qiufeng Tower came to an end, and the audience snapped back to reality. Before they could savor the lingering notes, Qiu Air had already risen to leave. Casting one last glance at the now empty doorway. Chapter 8. Which child of fortune is afflicting me? I need to see father. Would you like to join me? Back at the Bai family, Bai Yuma looked at Bai Feng, her tone somewhat awkward. After all, it had been ages since they had walked home side by side and spoken face to face like this. No, I'm a bit tired after the fight. I'll head to my room to rest. Bai Feng waved his hand, sensing Bai Yuma's lingering distance and deciding not to press the issue. As long as Bai Yuma still acknowledged him as her brother, a little distance was acceptable. Not being seen as a villain by his sister was already a success. Watching Bai Feng's retreating figure, Bai Yuma sighed softly. Over the years, apart from her nightmares, she often dreamt of her childhood. Yet, while she cherished those memories, she understood that they could never return to the past. Shaking off her convoluted thoughts, she swiftly made her way to her father's study. You're back? Bai Tianyu stood before his desk, a brush in hand, writing on paper. Upon seeing Bai Yuma knock and enter, he set down the brush, a hint of a smile softening his stern visage. Yes, my brother had a minor altercation with a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, but the matter has been resolved for now. Bai Yuma's tone was noticeably awkward when she mentioned Bai Feng, yet she recounted the events in detail. Well handled. It seems I need not intervene. Bai Tianyu nodded slightly, reflecting that the Lin family now owed them a favor, and he wondered how that rascal had become acquainted with the Lin family's genius. Bai Yuma instinctively thought of the fan, feeling it must be related, though she was unaware of its significance. By the way, father, please take some time to advise my brother. His foundation is quite solid. Encourage him to cultivate diligently and steer clear of such places. Bai Tianyu did not respond immediately. Instead, he gazed curiously at Bai Yuma for several moments, as if questioning her newfound concern for him. Bai Yuma easily discerned the unspoken thoughts on her father's face, and her expression turned slightly awkward. After all, he is my brother, and that incident has nothing to do with him. Upon seeing him, I naturally felt compelled to offer a few words of encouragement. Bai Tianyu sighed, fully aware of the emotional toll that incident had on her, and understood that when she faced Bai Feng, she was perpetually hindered by an insurmountable obstacle. After all, his beloved wife had excavated the immortal bones to benefit Feng. Well, don't dwell on it too much. I will keep an eye on that troublesome boy's training. By the way, father, I wish to investigate the events of that year. Bai Yuma lifted her head, her demeanor resolute. This was indeed one of the reasons for her return. The incident regarding the excavation of the bones had profoundly affected her, nearly becoming her inner demon, for otherwise, she would not have been plagued by nightmares. Now that she had achieved consummate foundation establishment, she was but a step away from forming her core. It was time to shatter the fears that resided within her. It seems you have finally decided to confront that matter, Bai Tianyu remarked, unfazed. The reason he had retained the failures of the Third Elder's internal conflicts was largely for Bai Yuma's sake. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have long since eliminated that group of short-sighted individuals, incessantly embroiled in their petty squabbles, especially upon witnessing the estrangement between Bai Feng and Bai Yuma. His frustration grew. If his anger became unbearable, he would venture to the back mountain under the pretense of sparring, delivering a thorough thrashing to the Third Elder and his ilk. He rose and approached the bookshelf, retrieving a hefty tome. I have compiled the details of that incident. Feel free to inquire if there is anything you wish to know. Thank you, father. Bai Yuma accepted the book but did not leave. Instead, she began to leaf through its pages in the study. As she furrowed her brow in contemplation, a letter suddenly slipped from the book. She quickly reached out to catch it, and the juvenile handwriting on the letter appeared somewhat incongruous amidst the gravity of the event, seemingly aged with the paper having yellowed over the years. "Father, who penned this letter?" Bai Yuma inquired, holding the letter towards Bai Tianyu, who was practicing calligraphy nearby. "Oh, that was written by Feng. A few years ago, I nearly lost it, but I recently found it again. It was he who first detected someone harboring ill intentions toward you, allowing me to intervene in time," Bai Tianyu replied, gazing nostalgically at the childlike script. "What a wonderful boy. He truly regards Bai Yuma as a sister. All the blame lies with the third elder and his wife." He felt a surge of indignation. "I can't stand it. Tonight, I shall seek out the third elder for a spar. It was written by my brother?" Bai Yuma was momentarily taken aback. She lowered her head to read the contents of the letter carefully. Though addressed to her father, the letter was replete with concern for her. Particularly striking was the subtle implication regarding her mother's unfavorable attitude towards her, which had changed only in recent days, leading her to suspect ulterior motives. This left her both amused and bewildered. Ultimately, the truth confirmed her suspicions. Their mother indeed had ulterior motives. Upon finishing the last line of the letter, she sniffled, acutely aware that Bai Feng genuinely regarded her as a sister. But what had she done over the years? She felt a weight pressing against her chest, rendering her breathless. Despite Bai Feng's kindness, why had she doubted him? Even after he had cleared his name, a part of her heart still perceived him as having ulterior motives. Confusion and misunderstanding swirled within her. This was akin to a poor man who, having found gold, viewed everyone around him as a thief or brigand, especially when that very gold had nearly been seized by friends and family. This only intensified her distrust, extending even towards those closest to her. At this moment, Bai Tianyu remained oblivious to Bai Yuma's tumultuous and intricate emotions, observing her lost in thought over the letter. He sought to ease the strained relationship between her and Bai Feng. "Do not hold too much resentment towards him. He has shown genuine concern for you these past years. The pastries sent to you monthly before your foundation establishment were all arranged by him." Bai Yuma nodded, recalling that after the bone excavation incident, Bai Feng had approached her as usual, wishing to take her out to play, but she had declined each time. Sensing her growing distance, Bai Feng had subsequently visited her less frequently. Yet, this was not mere childlike sulking. He had not pursued her nor retaliated, but had chosen to respect her wishes and maintain his distance, even moving out of the neighboring residence. In that moment, the thick barriers constructed by her insecurity seemed to crack open slightly. "Father, I think I will wait a bit longer before I read." She lifted her head, as if having made a decision. Bai Tianyu waved his hand dismissively. "It is fine. This book will remain here. You may peruse it at your leisure." Meanwhile, Bai Feng held a novel in his hands, yet he appeared unable to read further, his eyelids fluttering, as if he might succumb to slumber at any moment. Just then, a notification from the system suddenly appeared. "Ding. Detected that the child of fortune feels remorse towards the host. Fortune value 30. Cultivation has broken through to the mid-foundation establishment. Bai Feng, which child of fortune is causing me trouble?" Chapter 9. Detected that the host has made the child of fortune cry. Upon seeing the system notification, Bai Feng instantly jolted awake. Casting aside thoughts of which child of fortune was being foolish, he quickly settled into a cross-legged position. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into his body, and his aura began to rise until it reached the mid-foundation establishment before finally stabilizing. "Damn the child of fortune. If I find out who it is, I swear." Bai Feng gritted his teeth, fists clenched, his tone fierce. "I will keep my distance." At that moment, a knock echoed from outside, interrupting his musings. He rose and approached the door. Who is it? Hadn't he moved to a more secluded part of the family estate? Moreover, at his request, the servants seldom disturbed him. Could it be that his father sought him? He pushed open the door, only to freeze in place. Standing at his door was none other than his sister, Bai Yuma, but her expression was no longer as distant and cold as before. It bore a hint of conflict. "I knocked. Didn't Yuma go to find our father? Why was she suddenly seeking him out? Hadn't she never approached him after returning home before?" Bai Feng quickly masked his surprise, subtly stepping back to maintain distance from his sister. "Cough. Yuma, weren't you looking for our father? Did he send for me?" Bai Yuma noticed his retreating motion, and her eyes flickered with guilt and sorrow. However, she could not blame anyone else. All of this was of her own making. Had she not deliberately maintained her distance, Bai Feng would not have done the same. Noticing Bai Yuma's lowered gaze, which usually bore a nonchalant air, now showed signs of tension and fear, she stammered, "I would like to invite you to go out for a stroll." After speaking, perhaps out of shyness or fear of being unceremoniously rejected, she hurriedly added, "It's just that I rarely return home. So I wanted to buy some items needed for my cultivation. If you don't have time, then..." She bit her lip, unable to voice the thought of going alone, and instead concluded, "Could you help me mark out the shops in the city? I haven't been back in a long time." Bai Feng did not answer immediately. His expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost. Where had the sister, who had been so wary and purposefully distant, gone? Had his sister taken leave of her senses, or was she possessed? Bai Yumo lowered her head, anxiously awaiting Bai Feng's response. The few seconds felt interminable, akin to a year. Her fingers ceaselessly fidgeted with the hem of her garment, and as time dragged on, her body began to tremble slightly, as if she might flee at any moment. Fortunately, Bai Feng did not remain silent for long. He gathered his scattered thoughts and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What is it that the Tianjin sect lacks, prompting you to come here to procure it?" Were it anyone else, he might not have been so intrigued. But his sister was an owner of celestial bones, enjoying the privileges of a direct disciple upon entering the sect. It was hard for him to believe she lacked resources for cultivation. Although Bai Feng did not answer her immediately, Bai Umo felt a wave of relief wash over her, her demeanor easing somewhat. There are indeed many things. Although direct disciples can earn substantial points, they are not squandered frivolously. For ordinary materials, we typically purchase them from the city while undertaking missions. Bai Feng nodded, his gaze fixed on Bai Umo, whose eyes darted away, her expression fraught with tension. He couldn't help but reminisce about her first arrival at the Bai household. Back then, she had been similarly anxious, her eyes flitting about when she first saw him. Despite being merely 3 or 4 years old, her intellect seemed remarkably mature. She was cautious around everyone, her demeanor rife with insecurity. When ignored, she would retreat to observe from a distance, utterly unlike a child of her age. "Did our father say something strange to you?" Bai Feng pondered, recalling their father, who was quite adept in combat, but utterly inept in familial matters. It seemed he had been trying to mend the relationship between the siblings. Moreover, the system had just popped up a notification. It was highly probable that the son of fortune regretting his actions was none other than his sister. How infuriating. "When have I ever wronged you that you would treat me in such a manner?" No, it's my fault for being suspicious." Bai Umo hastily waved her hands, lifting her gaze to meet Bai Feng's eyes, her expression filled with remorse. "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted you." Bai Feng blinked, suddenly recalling something. "You read that letter? Our father actually kept it? Given his character, I can't believe he didn't lose it." "Yes," Bai Umo nodded. "But our father only recently found it." "That aligns perfectly with my expectations of him," Bai Feng mused. "Never mind, it's not of great importance. Don't let it trouble you." He waved his hand dismissively, genuinely unconcerned. Ever since the emergence of the antagonist system, his attitude towards his sister had shifted from clinging to her to simply wishing for a peaceful coexistence. Especially recently, he had noticed that the system seemed to be growing impatient due to his nonchalance, doling out fortune points for the slightest disturbances. If he were to express even a minor grievance, his sister would likely shed tears, prompting the system to inundate him with fortune points. He certainly did not wish to be besieged by a throng of favored ones upon stepping outside. However, the more he reassured Bai Umo, the more distressed she became. Had he chided her even slightly, she might have felt better, but Bai Feng's apparent indifference only deepened her sense of shame. Her doubts and suspicions had led her to alienate him, and Bai Feng, in his effort to spare her feelings, began to avoid her, all the while caring for her despite her misunderstandings. "I truly deserve to be punished," she thought, mentally scolding herself as she woke in the middle of the night. "I am so sorry." With that, Bai Umo sniffled, taking a deep breath, turning her head aside as if enduring something. "I'm sorry. I do not deserve to be your sister." "Wait, calm down for a moment." Bai Feng was taken aback. "Sister, why are you acting so out of character?" "I'm not upset. Why are you feeling so wronged?" He instinctively glanced at the system, and as expected, it began to pop up notifications. Ding. Detected the host has deeply distressed the son of fortune, earning 50 fortune points. As this is the host's first active manipulation of the son of fortune's emotions, a special reward of celestial method of refining the divine is granted. We hope the host will continue to excel. Are you kidding me? What does it mean to have deeply distressed someone? What does it mean to actively manipulate emotions? Don't spout nonsense. Bai Feng suppressed his desire to retort, realizing he had a more pressing matter to address. He could not allow Bai Umo to continue down this path. If she truly cried, the system would undoubtedly reward him with even more fortune points. Thus, Bai Feng reached out to pat Bai Umo's back. All right, calm down. Don't overthink it. I haven't accused you of anything, and I haven't been wronged. I've been doing just fine these past few years." Bai Umo looked at him, then glanced around the secluded area before lowering her head. A tear she could no longer hold back slipped from the corner of her eye. "I'm sorry." Bai Feng was taken aback. "What is wrong with you? The more I comfort you, the more upset you become?" While comforting her, he was completely unaware that only within Qinghong City was he free from accusations. At Tianjin sect, rumors of his disgraceful behavior were rampant. Moreover, he had yet to change out of his flamboyant attire upon returning home. His words felt like needles pricking Bai Umo's heart, piercing swiftly and accurately, causing her pain. Ding. Detected the host has pressed forward, thoroughly shattering the son of fortune's mentality, earning 30 fortune points and 3 to all attributes. Enough. Chapter 10. Bai Feng, you wretched soul. Bai Feng felt a headache coming on, suddenly recalling the original reason Bai Umo had sought him out. He quickly changed the subject. All right. Weren't you planning to go shopping? Let us hurry before the doors close. While he sensed that the shopping trip might lead to further complications, he realized that not going would likely result in immediate trouble. For now, he needed to navigate through this predicament. Bai Yumo nodded through her tears. But her emotions were not so easily quelled. Instinctively, she leaned closer to Bai Feng, but halted midway, seemingly apprehensive. Bai Feng noticed her subtle movement and, to prevent the system from rewarding him with more fortune points, felt compelled to sacrifice his own comfort. He shifted from a pat to an embrace, drawing her closer. His hand gently resting on her head, stroking her hair. It had been ages since he had caressed Bai Yumo's head. The sensation was still delightful. He felt her body tense momentarily, yet she did not resist, permitting him to continue. Eventually, she buried her face in his shoulder, softly sobbing. Bai Feng remained still. Though the scene was tender, he yearned to conclude this ordeal swiftly. It was only when Bai Yumo's sobs subsided that he lowered his hand from her head. Feeling better? Shall we still go shopping? She asked. Yes. This time, Bai Yumo's tone was much more resolute. She wiped the tears from her eyes. Her cheeks flushed, and declared, I'll go freshen up first. All right, I'll wait for you at the door. Watching Bai Yumo hastily depart, Bai Feng opened the system, his mouth twitching. He calculated that the fortune points he had amassed in a single day had reached 100, effectively doubling his total. At this rate, how could he avoid being cornered and beaten by the favored ones? It felt as if Bai Yumo was a storm waiting to erupt, and any misstep could trigger a notification from the system. Next, he would have to accompany her shopping, hoping that no further complications would arise. Although he could refuse, he feared that such a refusal might lead to even more terrifying consequences, perhaps something monumental from the system. Farewell to my once worry-free sister. Apologies for taking a bit longer to freshen up. Standing outside the door, Bai Feng turned towards the voice, his movements pausing for a moment. His expression turned peculiar. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent. Before him, Bai Yumo was not adorned in the azure robes of a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, but rather in a violet dress, the hem fluttering gently in the breeze. Adding a touch of vivacity, the hue of her attire lent her an air of elegance. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and the bashfulness that graced her countenance did not mar the overall impression. Instead, it evoked a sense of tenderness, prompting one to embrace her protectively. However, Bai Feng harbored no such thoughts, for he was the very artist behind this garment. Goodness, could it be that Bai Yumo is a fan of his work? That would be utterly perplexing. His heart was beset with the awkwardness of potentially being discovered by family for his risque illustrations. But wait. A sudden revelation struck him. If Bai Yumo were aware of his identity, or if she truly admired him, she would never have donned this outfit in public. This implied that she was entirely oblivious to the origins of her attire. With this thought in mind, he cleared his throat and inquired, Ahem. When did you acquire this outfit? It's quite contrasting. It was recommended by friends. They've crafted many garments that are quite popular among the female disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, Bai Yumo replied softly, her gaze lowered. Sensing that Bai Feng was not particularly fond of her choice. It's not bad. I just didn't expect you to wear such a style. It's a bit of an adjustment, Bai Feng replied, his emotions convoluted as he nodded. Thankfully, the dress was not overtly provocative, designed instead with a more wholesome, playful aesthetic. Otherwise, he would truly struggle to meet his sister's gaze. Yes, I'm also getting accustomed to it, she murmured. By the way, what prompted this change in wardrobe? I thought you would continue wearing the disciples' robes. Bai Feng had no intention of delving further into this topic, fearing he might inadvertently reveal too much, so he shifted the conversation. Bai Yumo's fingers fidgeted awkwardly, and after a brief silence, she spoke softly. I just wanted to change my image. She had resolved to mend her relationship with Bai Feng. Yet she understood that the wounds inflicted over the years were not easily healed. Therefore, she sought to initiate this transformation with her appearance, creating a clear distinction from her former self, a small, youthful whimsy. This change is rather substantial, Bai Feng remarked, unable to suppress his teasing. Had he not been privy to her intentions beforehand, he would scarcely recognize Bai Yumo strolling down the street in this outfit. Upon hearing his jest, Bai Yumo felt a flicker of happiness within her. Memories of their childhood outings flooded her mind, and she reached out toward Bai Feng's arm. Yet, midway, she hesitated, glancing up at him as if seeking his permission. There's no need to be so cautious. I want bite. If you want to hold my hand, just do it, Bai Feng said, extending his hand. As her soft, delicate hand clasped his, he became acutely aware of their age. It seemed somewhat peculiar for siblings of their maturity to hold hands while shopping. He lifted his gaze to Bai Yumo, noticing her cheeks were tinged with a rosy hue, her eyes darting nervously around. She seemed to share his sentiments, but, perhaps out of shyness, she did not relinquish her grip. Recognizing this, a mischievous smile crept onto Bai Feng's lips. Since you've inadvertently increased my luck by 80 points, I shall let you squirm a little longer. He feigned ignorance, holding her hand tightly as he led her forward. Come, let us go shopping. Bai Yumo responded, her voice barely above a whisper, her face growing even redder. Her steps unsteady. She occasionally opened her mouth to speak, but hesitated, fearing that her words might disrupt the fragile reconciliation between them. She allowed Bai Feng to lead her until they neared the commercial street, at which point she realized they had traversed quite a distance. No, this cannot continue. She must voice her thoughts. They could not walk in hand any longer. Yet, before she could articulate her concerns, Bai Feng released her hand first. How does it feel? Have you regained that childhood nostalgia? He asked, a playful smile gracing his features, though it bore a hint of mischief. Bai Yumuo soon realized his intentions were deliberate, and she puffed her cheeks in mild annoyance. How foolish she had been to worry so much and engage in such mental deliberation. Ultimately, she exhaled her frustration, her gaze still carrying a hint of irritation. Is it amusing to tease your sister? My apologies, allow me to treat you to some candied hawthorn, Bai Feng responded promptly, though he would not hesitate to repeat the jest if given the chance. Unbeknownst to them, from a distant tavern, senior brother Chun had awakened from his stupor. Standing by the window, he immediately spotted the enchanting figure of Bai Yumuo in her violet dress and the presence of the useless Bai Feng beside her. His already swollen face contorted in rage. Bai Feng, you shall pay for this. In his eyes, the relationship between Bai Feng and Bai Yumuo remained fraught with tension. Bai Yumuo's expression was clearly one of displeasure. It must be Bai Feng who, leveraging his family connections, coerced Bai Yumuo into donning this new attire for a shopping expedition. This worthless wretch dared to treat Bai Yumuo in such a manner. He would ensure Bai Feng paid dearly for his transgressions. And as for Lin Yan, who had aided this imbecile, he too would not escape retribution. The affront to his pride would not be forgotten. Chapter 11. Tired, let it perish, brother. Let us go check out that store over there, Bai Yumuo suggested, walking alongside Bai Feng, her gaze drawn to a shop selling spiritual tools and medicinal herbs. I have some money now, and I can finally make up for the gifts I promised you in childhood. You still remember? I had almost forgotten, Bai Feng chuckled. Let us go take a look. Your birthday is next month, and I suspect you won't have time to return then. I'll give you your gift in advance. As Bai Yumuo was brought back by their father from his travels, many had doubted her origins. Though she had not been bullied, few had played with her, and their mother seldom provided her with money. Thus, Bai Feng often bought her small treats and toys. However, her pride had been somewhat strong. She was reluctant to accept gifts, always insisting, once I have money, I will give you something even better. No need. I'm not lacking anything now, Bai Yumuo replied, shaking her head. You've always given me gifts. I haven't given you anything. Didn't you already gift me those 2 little clay figures? You spent an entire night crafting them. So how can you claim you've never given me a present? But they were just made of clay. And they didn't even look good, Bai Yumuo said, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. She recalled the time when Bai Feng's birthday was approaching, and she had no money for a gift. On a whim, she had molded 2 small figures out of clay resembling herself and Bai Feng. Looking back, she felt a bit of awkwardness about the incident. She had stayed up late crafting the figures, getting clay all over herself, and had even been scolded by Bai Feng. Yet, seeing his joy upon receiving the figures the next day brought her genuine happiness. With this memory, she suddenly felt a renewed interest in the clay figures and asked Bai Feng, by the way, what happened to those 2 figures? I'd like to take them back and reinforce them since they were made from regular clay. They're broken, Bai Feng replied, shaking his head. Don't you remember? When I was moving rooms, I wasn't paying attention and bumped into you. The figures fell and shattered. You were so upset that you ran off. Broken? Bai Yumuo halted in her tracks, stunned. She vaguely recalled the incident. It had occurred not long after the bone excavation event, leaving her in a gloomy state of mind. She had been lost in thought on her way back to her room, and indeed, she had collided with Bai Feng. She recalled feeling somewhat at a loss, reluctant to be alone with Bai Feng, and thus hurriedly fled. Why had she not taken a moment to observe more closely? She remembered that Bai Feng seemed quite fond of those 2 ugly little clay figurines, which he always kept on his desk. Yet the birthday gift she had crafted with her own hands had been shattered. At that moment, she bent down, clutching her chest. Feeling as though she were being crushed by the depths of the ocean, it felt as if a heavy stone lay upon her heart, rendering her breathless despite her attempts to gasp for air. What's wrong? Are you alright? Don't scare me. Bai Feng, noticing Bai Yumuo clutching her chest in apparent agony, immediately realized he might have misspoken. Damn it. I'm not about to be caught by the system again. Bai Yumuo grasped the arm Bai Feng had extended, slowly raising her head, a forced smile gracing her lips. I'm sorry. I didn't pay attention at the time. It's all my fault. Please, don't say anything more. I truly don't blame you. Bai Feng felt on the verge of tears. If this continued, the system would undoubtedly force him to absorb more fortune points. Congratulations, host has dealt a critical hit, inducing extreme regret in the Child of Destiny. Host's fortune value is now 100. As this is the first time the host's fortune value has reached triple digits in one go, the reward is upgraded to a fully realized formation. Sigh. I'm exhausted. Let it all be destroyed. Brother, am I really that annoying? Bai Yumuo lowered her head, and Bai Feng could clearly sense her emotional turmoil. You've always treated me so well, sharing everything with me in our childhood. Yet I still doubted you over matters lacking evidence, and even severed our contact these past few years. I don't blame you. If I were in your position, I might have acted even more drastically. Now, let us stop this conversation and find a place to rest, shall we? Bai Feng had already noticed the curious glances of passers-by, their gazes resembling that of judgment cast upon a scoundrel. If only he were a scoundrel, but alas. She was his sister, the very embodiment of the child of destiny who incessantly stuffed him with fortune points. You only know how to comfort me. I'm aware of that. Over the years, I've felt like a heartless wolf. Perhaps this celestial bone should not have been bestowed upon me. Enough. Let us go over there to rest for a while. Bai Feng exhaled deeply, suppressing his anger as he firmly grasped Bai Yumo and guided her away from the crowded street. He failed to notice that, at the moment they departed, a distant gaze seemed to burn with indignation. Navigating the familiar streets, Bai Feng maneuvered left and right until he arrived at a dimly lit, sparsely populated bridge, where he finally halted. Glancing back, he found Bai Yumo still bearing a melancholic expression, her eyes devoid of light, igniting a flame of frustration within him. Had he not interrupted in time, she would have surely been subjected to the system's bizarre insistence on forcing fortune points upon him once more. Even clay figurines possess a semblance of indignation, let alone himself, especially since his sister had unwittingly bestowed upon him a staggering 180 fortune points. He felt an overwhelming urge to spank her soundly. All right, stop overthinking things. Bai Feng plopped down on the steps. Do you think I'm doing this for you? I'm doing it for myself. I don't know how it is for others, but to me, I couldn't care less about celestial bones. Don't overestimate your importance. The only reason I'm willing to converse with you is that you are my sister. You start crying just from a few words of admonishment. What is it? Do you want me to grovel and continue comforting you? You were capable of correcting your mistakes when you were younger. What can you do now besides weep? You are even worse than you were as a child. How did I end up with you as a sister? If you can't bear to see me, just go to the Heavenly Sword sect. Don't flit about before me. It's infuriating to witness. Bai Feng grew increasingly agitated. Even if the system were to bestow more fortune points upon him, he couldn't care less. Today, he was determined to express his frustrations. If Bai Yumo continued to cry and linger, he would first drag her over and give her a few good slaps. However, the scenario he envisioned failed to materialize. Instead of bursting into tears, Bai Yumo fixed her gaze on him intently. Then, unexpectedly, she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and smiled. Brother, you really haven't changed at all. You're just the same as before. Bai Feng, huh? After all I've said, this is the response I receive? All right. Okay, so my comforting has proven useless, but reprimanding you brings you joy, does it? Brother, you're right. When a mistake is made, it must be corrected. Self-reproach will not resolve anything. Bai Yumo too settled down on the steps, tilting her gaze toward the stars above. I want to return to the Heavenly Sword sect. I intend to fulfill the promise I made in my childhood. Bai Feng, huh? What on earth do you understand? Chapter 12. Your wife has given birth? Bai Feng pondered for a few moments. It seemed there were many promises made in their childhood. For instance, Bai Yumo had once vowed to treat him to an endless supply of candied hawthorns when they grew up. And she had also mentioned treating him to a grand feast at the finest restaurant. Why did all her promises revolve around food? Yet, among those promises, the one she mentioned most frequently must have been the following. He recalled that after dinner, the two of them had sat in the courtyard gazing at the stars, leading to a discussion about cultivation. Bai Yumo had stood up from her chair, the chilly breeze reddening her cheeks. Brother, although your talent is ordinary, you still have me. I will protect you for a lifetime. Bai Feng, observing her hands on her hips, clad in thick clothing that made her appear round and adorable, couldn't he help but chuckle. Hey, Bai Yumo puffed up her cheeks, seemingly vexed. I'm serious. Let us make a pact. Bai Feng, suppressing laughter, extended his pinky. All right, let us make a pact. Under the moonlight, their tiny hands entwined. It's settled then. I swear I will protect you for a lifetime. He could still recall Bai Yumo's resolute voice. Reflecting on this, he turned to glance at the girl beside him, who still possessed the same endearing quality of her childhood. Noticing his gaze, Bai Yumo, much like in their younger days, raised her right hand, extending her pinky. Let us make a pact. I know it sounds a bit shameless to say this now, but I vow before the heavens that I will protect you. Bai Feng slowly raised his hand, reaching for her pinky. Yet, in the midst of Bai Yumo's puzzled gaze, he bypassed her hand, tapping her on the head instead. What can you protect? You aren't even at the golden core stage. We can discuss this when you reach the transformation stage. Bai Yumo withdrew her hand and rubbed her head, mumbling softly. In the Bai family, I can still become a transformation stage cultivator, and then become a hollow transformation stage cultivator with no combat experience? Upon seeing her pout, Bai Feng realized she was still a bit disgruntled. So he pinched her cheek playfully, withdrawing his hand nonchalantly as he continued. Don't be disheartened. You've lived in the Heavenly Sword sect for so long. You should understand better than I do that the sect is far more conducive for cultivation. Perhaps the Bai family can provide resources, but what about combat experience? This is precisely why many prominent families prefer to send their disciples to sects. Within a family, there aren't many peers of similar talent to compete against, let alone the fact that many sects control valuable secret realms. With Bai Feng's guidance, Bai Yumo began to grasp this reasoning. Yet she could not reconcile herself to returning to the sect for training. Instead, she sulked and retorted. So now I can't do anything at all? What more do you want as a perfected foundation establishment cultivator? Bai Feng regarded her with the incredulity reserved for a fool. In any case, Hurry back to the Heavenly Sword sect to cultivate. When you reach the transformation stage, then we can talk about protecting me. All right, I understand. Bai nodded. But a vague thought began to surface in her mind. Upon her return to the Heavenly Sword sect, she would need to wait some time before she could return again. However, she was reluctant to be separated from Bai Feng for too long. She wished to make amends for the years of distance that had grown between them. Although she could not leave, if Bai Feng were to enter the Heavenly Sword sect, well, that matter required careful consideration. Upon returning home, she would gather information regarding her brother's activities over the past few years. She recalled her father mentioning that Bai Feng had devised some intriguing talismans. If his talent for crafting talismans was commendable, he might be able to join the Heavenly Sword sect. She remembered that Bai Feng had previously attempted the sect's trials. Albeit he was swiftly eliminated, yet it was evident that he harbored a strong desire to join. Furthermore, he had just been urging her to remain at the sect. If he were not interested in the Heavenly Sword sect, why would he say such things? This was something she would keep from her brother for now, intending to surprise him later. Bai gazed at Bai Feng, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. Bai Feng, somewhat baffled, inquired, "What are you smiling about?" "Hee. I was just thinking of something delightful. Is your wife having a baby?" Bai replied, "Huh? All right. Since you've made up your mind, let us depart." Bai Feng stood up, stretching lazily. He was finally rid of his troublesome sister. If she lingered at home, he feared the system would inundate him with fortune points repeatedly. Bai nodded, hastily rising to follow him. "Yes, let us continue our shopping. Aren't we going home? We haven't yet purchased your gifts." "No need. Brother, do you prefer jewelry like necklaces and rings, or weapons? If you don't specify, I shall buy you everything." Bai Feng cast a sidelong glance at this spendthrift sister beside him. "Who taught you to give gifts so extravagantly?" "Oh, it turns out you learned it from me." "Then never mind. Please gift me a set of basic formation materials. I have recently taken an interest in formations." Bai smiled, realizing that her elder brother's method still bore fruit. When she first arrived at the Bai family, her sensitive and fragile pride had made her reluctant to accept the goodwill of others, and Bai Feng had compelled her to do so with this very tactic. "Umo, do you wish for candied hawthorn or osmanthus cake? If you don't choose, I will buy both and stuff them in your arms. Surely you don't want such delectable treats to go to waste?" She recalled tearfully selecting osmanthus cake, eating while crying, while Bai Feng laughed heartily beside her. Regrettably, she was unsure how to atone for the mistakes of the past few years, but she did not seek forgiveness. She merely hoped he would grant her a chance to make amends. She looked at Bai Feng, who had changed significantly compared to their childhood, yet in many ways remained the same, their silhouettes gradually merging. In that moment, her inner demons shattered and dissipated. Had it not been for her suppressed spiritual energy, she might have broken through to the golden core stage right then. However, more pressing matters awaited her attention. "Brother, what do you think of this sword formation? It seems quite suitable for you." "No, I want basic formation materials. Senior brother Yi, I witnessed it all with my own eyes. I saw Bai Feng, this good for nothing, dragging his unwilling junior sister around the marketplace, and it appeared she had been poisoned. I saw her clutch her chest in agony for defying Bai Feng's orders. In a secluded inn, senior brother Chun, with half his face swollen, was on a call with someone. Such talismans allowing instant communication were exorbitantly priced. But in his current rage, he paid no heed to the cost. What audacity! The Bai family truly has no virtuous members. The talisman relayed an irate voice. To attempt to dig bones and resort to poisoning. Clearly, the Bai family is courting death. Seeing this, senior brother Chun continued, "And that Lin Yin fellow. I intended to teach Bai Feng a lesson, but he ended up aiding that good for nothing. He is no good either. Indeed, you speak truth. That fellow often contradicts me, showing blatant disrespect as if I am of no consequence." A smile spread across senior brother Chen's face. "Then, senior brother Yi, should we first deal with Lin Yin?" "No. The most pressing concern is Bai Feng." The tone of the talisman suddenly shifted to neutrality. "I cannot act against him while he is at the Bai family. But if he enters the Heavenly Sword sect, the Bai family will not be able to protect him." Senior brother Chen appeared puzzled. "But senior brother Yi, Bai Feng's talent is utterly lacking. He cannot possibly enter the Heavenly Sword sect." "Ha ha ha, but isn't that where you come in? Challenging a foundation establishment expert at the initial stage and managing to retreat unscathed is quite enough." Listening to the laughter emanating from the talisman, senior brother Chen's face twitched involuntarily, his fists clenching reflexively. "What nonsense scheme is this? Why should I sacrifice my reputation to allow Bai Feng to enter the Heavenly Sword sect? If word of this gets out, where will I hide my face?" However, that good-for-nothing Bai Feng only uses spiritual tools. He was abruptly interrupted by the talisman. "Are you exaggerating? Do I need to teach you about such things?" Senior brother Chen felt his teeth nearly grind to dust. "What? You disagree?" No, how could that be? Senior brother Yi, your scheme is truly ingenious. I shall inform the sect at once." Despite being seething with anger inside, senior brother Chun could only suppress his fury, responding obsequiously. Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of regret. Had he known it would unfold this way, he would have never contacted that shameless Yi Tang. Chapter 13. "Hey, let me get you a bowl of beef noodles." "Brother, See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. Bai Feng expressionlessly waved at Bai Yuemo. After she departed, he pushed open the door. A splash of water leaping onto the bed and bouncing a few times. Shopping is truly exhausting. He had intended to buy basic formation materials to test the system's advanced formation, but Bai Yuemo, seemingly dissatisfied with his singular request, dragged him through several more shops until she finally relented, allowing him to purchase a simple white flame sword formation that merely required the infusion of spiritual energy. Oh, forget it. After all, my sister will be leaving tomorrow. Today was merely an anomaly, confined to this day alone. Bai Yuemo's regret upon reading his letter had spurred a compensatory sentiment, which would gradually diminish once she returned to the Heavenly Sword sect and resumed her training, until it was wholly eroded by time. Yet, this incident was not entirely without merit. While Bai Yuemo had provided him with a substantial amount of fortune points, their relationship had also softened somewhat. This support might not be firmly established, but it was better than nothing. Should he encounter unavoidable dangers in the future, such as crossing paths with an unlucky child of fortune, Bai Yuemo might lend him a hand, considering the letter. Oh right. The system also granted me a set of divine forging techniques. Let us see what distinguishes immortal arts. Bai Feng made an effort to turn over and open the system. He diligently read through the divine forging techniques, gradually entering a state of profound comprehension. It felt as if he were floating in the air, or perhaps swimming beneath the ocean. Soon, a tempest surged, sweeping his consciousness far away. The wind intensified, akin to being compressed by the ocean's depths, and he felt his awareness stretching like dough, being continuously elongated and flattened. This is unbearable. Bai Feng sensed that if this continued, he might be torn apart. Instinctively, he began to gather his consciousness, bracing against the pressure of the wind and water. Time passed without him realizing it, and suddenly, a bright sun rose from the horizon, causing the torturous winds and waters to dissipate in an instant. He felt an unprecedented lightness, the sunlight bathing him warmly, as if cradled in a comforting embrace. Gradually, Bai Feng regained his awareness, only to find himself slightly dizzy. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the distressed face of Bai Yuemo, on the verge of tears, as she shook his shoulders fervently. What is happening? Instinctively, he grasped her arm, halting her frantic shaking. Feeling as though his brain might be rattled loose, Bai Feng found himself in a dizzy haze. By the way, why was Bai Yuemo in his room? Brother, you're finally awake. Bai Yuemo exclaimed excitedly, throwing her arms around Bai Feng's neck as though she might bury him in her embrace. I saw you hadn't gotten up this morning, so I thought I'd decall you. But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't wake you. Bai Feng felt the force of her slender arms, which, despite their delicate appearance, were like iron bands constricting his neck, making him feel as though he might slip back into slumber. Please let go of me. Only then did Bai Yuemo realize she had not moderated her strength and quickly released her grip. I'm so sorry. I recently achieved the golden core and still struggle to control my power. Bai Feng held his neck with one hand, gasping for breath. Oh, so you've reached the golden core? Really? He swiftly raised his head to look at Bai Yuemo, keenly assessing her aura, which indeed felt markedly more potent than the previous day, even exuding a subtle pressure. How could you achieve the golden core so quickly? Aren't you several years younger than me? Truly, she was a child of fortune, blessed with celestial bones. It was impossible for him not to feel envious. Sometimes he pondered whether he should simply follow the system's guidance. With its rewards, he too could swiftly attain the golden core and become a genius. Yet the thought of the countless children of fortune in this world made him feel that, compared to being a fleeting genius for a mere moment, it was far more comfortable and pleasurable to lounge about and take life easy. Brother, what happened to you just now? Bai Yuemo looked at him with concern. You're not ill, are you? Should we call a doctor? I'm fine. I was merely delving into array techniques and decided to study a method to enhance my spiritual consciousness. Bai Feng waved his hand dismissively. He had simply exhausted himself studying late into the night, which led to an overwhelming fatigue. After all, he knew that spiritual techniques were mentally taxing. As he spoke, he took a moment to sense his spiritual consciousness, realizing that after being jolted awake by Bai Yuemo, he hadn't yet assessed his spiritual powers nor the effects of the divine refinement technique. To his astonishment, his consciousness had indeed doubled in strength. It felt akin to a nearsighted person finally donning the proper lenses, rendering the entire world sharply clear. Moreover, as the divine refinement technique progressed, it offered numerous benefits beyond merely amplifying his consciousness, such as expanding his detection range, concealing his aura, and even casting illusions without the need for an array. Such formidable spiritual awareness, combined with the system's tracking capabilities for children of fortune, would enable him to effortlessly evade them when venturing outside. At last, the system had provided something truly valuable. Meanwhile, engrossed in his contemplation, he failed to notice the expression on Bai Yuemo's face. Though her countenance bore a hint of worry, it was predominantly filled with joy. The rumors circulating outside were indeed false. Her brother had not fallen from grace, but remained as diligent and hardworking as ever. Previously, she had harbored concerns that Bai Feng, accustomed to idleness, might refuse to join the Tianjin sect, but now those fears had dissipated. Early that morning, she had even inquired with her father, and upon learning of Bai Feng's talent in talisman crafting, she could confidently assure him a place in the Tianjin sect for cultivation. By the way, have you had breakfast yet? If not, let us go together. Bai Feng felt a surge of happiness, and his gaze softened as he looked at Bai Yumo. No. She shook her head. Although she had long since begun fasting and, as a golden core, had no need for sustenance, she felt that sharing a meal with her brother would be a delightful experience. Then let us go? Uncle Bai, is there anything to eat? Bai Feng called out as he entered the kitchen, addressing the chef who was preparing ingredients. Young master has arrived. I just bought some fresh beef. Would you like a bowl of beef noodles to try? Having frequently visited the kitchen for snacks, Bai Feng and the chef had often exchanged culinary tips, leading to a more relaxed rapport over time. Yes, please add extra scallions. Bai Feng turned to Bai Yumo, who stood outside the door. If you want anything, just say so. Uncle Bai's cooking is excellent. Bai Yumo shook her head. Just the same as you. All right, then 2 bowls of beef noodles. Coming right up. The chef turned back to his work. Although he was unsure why the relationship between the young master and his sister had improved, it was evidently a positive development, and thus not something he needed to ponder. Soon enough, 2 bowls of beef noodles were prepared. Bai Feng settled at a table in the courtyard, and in addition to the noodles, the chef had thoughtfully prepared several side dishes and desserts. Let us eat. Although once you establish your foundation, you hardly need to eat. Life still loses much of its joy without food. Bai Feng picked up a slice of beef from the noodles, savoring it, while he mumbled, feel free to serve yourself. You're old enough now, so I want to help you with your dishes. Bai Yumo nodded gently. She recalled when she had first arrived at the Bai family, how Bai Feng had always pulled her along to meals, even fearing she might hesitate to use her chopsticks, personally placing food into her bowl. Remembering this, she sneaked a glance at Bai Feng, who was focused on his meal. She picked up a piece of stir-fried beef, hesitated for a few moments, then took a deep breath to suppress her nervousness, and swiftly placed the beef into Bai Feng's bowl. Her movements so quick they left an afterimage. Bai Feng paused, staring at the beef in his bowl, before glancing at Bai Yumo, who was now concentrating on her noodles, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. Where did this beef come from? He suspected it was Bai Yumo who had placed it there, yet he had no proof. Just as he lowered his head to continue eating, a swift movement flashed before him, and another slice of beef appeared in his bowl. He lifted his head once more to find Bai Yumo delicately taking small bites of her noodles, her eyes meeting his with an innocent gaze. Now that you've achieved the golden core, is this what you spend your time doing? Eat properly. I can serve myself if I want more vegetables. After being reprimanded by Bai Feng, Bai Yumo finally ceased her playful antics and settled into her meal quietly. However, halfway through, their father suddenly burst in. Finally found you. I knew you'd be here eating. Bai Tianyu hurried over, a look of urgency on his face. Stop eating for now. Come with me at once. Uncle Yun is here. Bai Feng felt a bit bewildered. So what if he is here? I'm not joining you all for drinking. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Bai Tianyu's face. Ahem. He wishes to inquire when you and his daughter will officially become engaged. Bai Feng. Chapter 14. Engagement? Bai Feng racked his brain, recalling that Uncle Yun's daughter was named Yun Yu Yao, yet he was certain he had never met her in his life. Firstly, ever since acquiring the villain system, apart from a single outing to survey the children of fortune, he had consciously avoided traveling far. Secondly, Uncle Yun's wife had suffered an injury during pregnancy, resulting in their daughter's frail health, thus necessitating her confinement at home. So where did this engagement notion stem from? As he pondered, Bai Feng's gaze shifted to his father. This was likely the result of his unreliable dad. So dad, what is this engagement matter about? Bai Tianyu's expression grew increasingly awkward as he sighed and regretfully rubbed his head. It was a drunken mistake. When you were just born, your Uncle Yun's wife was pregnant, and we jokingly proposed a betrothal. Why didn't you ever mention this to me? I had too much to drink and forgot by the next day. Bai Tianyu vigorously scratched his head, seemingly regretting how he could forget such an important matter. Bai Feng. Damn, how did I end up with such an unreliable father? Father, this matter is of your making, so it is only fitting that you resolve it. Bai Feng resumed his meal, contemplating the notion of becoming engaged to someone he had never met, in a world teeming with favored children of destiny. He couldn't help but worry that when he finally encountered his fiancée, some brash young man would emerge to object. Bai Tianyu clenched his jaw and extended 3 fingers, triple allowance. Bai Feng shook his head. No deal. I am not lacking in funds, and I currently have no outlet for my money. What do you wish for then? Bai Tianyu sighed internally, realizing he would have to part with a significant sum. Over the years, he felt he had failed to manage the relationships within the family, leading to its disintegration. Furthermore, Bai Feng was quite obedient, which made him feel indebted to his son. Otherwise, he would have already taken matters into his own hands and dragged him to meet the girl. Although Bai Feng was reluctant to entangle himself with his fiancée, the situation was now an undeniable reality, and he was concerned about his father's handling of it. Thus, he nodded. Father, I wish to learn about formations. Have you fully grasped the talismans before aspiring to study formations? Bai Tianyu furrowed his brow slightly. Had Bai Feng requested some precious spirit artifact, he would have readily agreed. However, matters that could evidently impact Bai Feng's future required careful consideration. I believe I possess a certain aptitude for formations. Bai Feng was determined not to give up. He needed to find a way to redeem his identity as a master of formations. Seeing Bai Feng's insistence, Bai Tianyu ceased to press further. Very well. I will make arrangements regarding the formations, but if you lack talent, you must abandon this notion promptly. Thank you, father. Bai Feng's face brightened. Henceforth, he would no longer need to concoct excuses for arranging formations in their home. Now, quickly accompany me to meet Uncle Yun, and remember to be polite. All right. Bai Feng set down his bowl and glanced at Bai Yuma, who had been staring at the ground in silence, not eating. Yuma, would you like to join us? Bai Yuma suddenly lifted her head, her expression one of confusion. After a few seconds, she nodded eagerly. Yes. Good, let us hurry. Under Bai Tianyu's urging, the two hastened toward the reception room. In the reception room, Bai Feng immediately spotted the middle-aged man with a benevolent demeanor seated in a chair. As soon as Bai Feng entered, the man eagerly rose, a broad smile adorning his face as he approached. Little Feng, do you remember your Uncle Yin? Oh, Yuma has come as well. It has been years, and you have grown so much. Last month, you even drank with my father. How could you possibly forget? Bai Feng's lips twitched. Haha, look at my memory. Uncle Yun was unperturbed, stroking his stubbled chin. I presume your father has informed you of my visit today. Initially, we intended to select an auspicious date for the engagement, but your father insisted on consulting your opinion first. That old rascal hasn't he forgotten about this matter, has he? Haha, he intended to make a jest, but noticing Bai Feng's somewhat unnatural expression and Bai Tianyu's awkward demeanor, he squinted his eyes and turned to Bai Tianyu. You truly haven't he forgotten, have you? Ahem, you know how it is. I tend to forget things when I drink too much. If you had mentioned it over the years, I wouldn't have forgotten for so long. Bai Tianyu responded with a sense of justifiable pride. It's not like I didn't mention it, but my daughter's health has been poor. Uncle Yin ultimately waved his hand. Well, I knew you were unreliable. He then sobered his expression. In truth, I had not wished to broach this topic. Considering my daughter's health issues have prevented her from cultivating, I cannot impose upon Brother Bai, but recently, my daughter has encountered some fortunate events that have remedied her ailments. She is now at the late stage of qi refining, which is why I've come to revisit the engagement. That is indeed wonderful news. Bai Tianyu was aware that Yun Yueyao had long been a source of concern for his friend, and he felt happy for him now that the burden had been lifted. However, Bai Feng's demeanor grew solemn. The notion of being unable to cultivate due to physical harm, only to embark on the path of cultivation again after a stroke of fortune, how familiar this template felt. He was nearly certain, if not completely convinced, that his fiancée was a favored child of destiny. Even if she were not, she would undoubtedly be closely associated with one. This engagement must not come to fruition. Yet, he could not directly annul the engagement. That would merely grant the favored child an advantage in the process. With this thought, he formulated a plan. Uncle Yun, may I say a few words regarding the engagement? Uncle Yun, smiling, gestured for him to continue. Speak freely, little Feng. You know my reputation is rather unfavorable, and I fear it may adversely affect Yun Yueyao, so I believe it is prudent to deliberate further on this engagement matter. Uncle Yun promptly waved his hand. Others may not know, but I, Uncle Yun, am well aware of your character. You need not worry about that. Bai Feng anticipated Uncle Yun's response. His question was merely a prelude to his subsequent points, seeking a suitable moment to interject. He continued. Furthermore, considering that Yun Yueyao has only just begun her cultivation, rushing into an engagement seems rather hasty. Moreover, marriage is a significant affair that ought to consider both parties' perspectives. You make a valid point, little Feng. Uncle Yun nodded. Yet he was not prepared to concede so easily. I am merely inquiring about the engagement. If necessary, the marriage can always be postponed. Bai Feng gazed up at Uncle Yun, his expression wavering. He inhaled deeply, summoning his courage to say, additionally, due to some past experiences, I believe that marriage should be based on mutual affection. I cannot agree to marry someone I have never met, with no emotional foundation, and whose willingness I am uncertain of. Uncle Yun's brow furrowed immediately. He could discern Bai Feng's reluctance, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He understood exactly to what Bai Feng was alluding. It was not surprising that Bai Feng held such views. He had heard Bai Tianyu lament that since the bone excavation incident, Bai Feng had moved to a secluded courtyard and seemed to be lost in his own world. Sighing, he relaxed his brow and nodded gently. I was indeed hasty regarding this matter. How about this? I will arrange for Yueyao to meet you, and we can discuss the engagement afterward. Bai Feng exhaled in relief, resolving to navigate the engagement issue for now. As for the meeting, he would see if he could devise an excuse to evade it. Chapter 15. Has the investigation into Chuanxio's identity been completed? Bai Feng exited the reception room. After he spoke, Uncle Yin no longer harbored thoughts of discussing the engagement. He and Bai Tianyu were now preparing to go out for a drink. Brother, do you not wish to be engaged to Yin Yueyao? Bai Yuma followed closely beside him, having remained silent in the room until now, unable to restrain her curiosity any longer. Not at all. Bai Feng shook his head resolutely. After all, I have never met her. She is a complete stranger. If I were to marry, I would prefer someone with whom I share a foundation of understanding, having known them for several years at least, and ideally, with a basis of affection and compatible personalities. In summary, I need to ascertain whether she is a favored child of destiny and what connections she may have to one. Otherwise, given the current system's tendencies, I suspect that even sleeping at night post-marriage could trigger system rewards, inundating me with fortune values. Bai Yuma stared at Bai Feng in bewilderment for several seconds before shaking her head, seemingly attempting to mask her embarrassment. She hurriedly continued to inquire, "But brother, do you have someone you like?" No. Bai Feng shook his head. "After all, I have been cooped up at home, rarely going out, and I have few acquaintances." In this moment, Bai Yuma reached up to scratch her cheek, her gaze instinctively wandering around her surroundings. "Well, you needn't worry about your brother's significant life events. After all, I am the eldest son of the Bai family, and marrying is a rather simple affair for me." Bai Feng waved his hand dismissively. "You're leaving today, right? Remember to focus on your cultivation at the Tianjian sect. Refrain from frequent visits home unless absolutely necessary." A hint of melancholy washed over Bai Yuma at his words. But she quickly rallied her spirits as she recalled the information she had requested from her father regarding Bai Feng earlier that morning. She eagerly anticipated the day they would reunite at the Tianjian sect, a day when her brother would surely be overjoyed. At that moment, Bai Feng suddenly sneezed, glancing around with a hint of suspicion, feeling as though someone harbored ill intentions towards him. After Bai Yuma departed, Bai Feng sat in the courtyard, gazing at the vast sky above, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Finally, I need not live in constant fear. With renewed enthusiasm, he took out paper and pen and began to sketch. Since witnessing Bai Yuma donned in the purple dress he had illustrated, he realized that he had seemingly garnered a rather unique following at the Tianjin sect. Coincidentally, he had grown weary of his usual erotic illustrations, which had led to a sense of aesthetic fatigue among his readers. It was time to explore new themes to refresh their palette. He mused that both serious and risque illustrations were essential for a balanced repertoire. He could even create two versions of the same character, one in formal attire with a dignified pose, and another in more provocative clothing with a less conventional stance. Such contrasts would undoubtedly excite his fans. Yes, this is brilliant. Let the creativity flow. During the days Bai Feng immersed himself in his artistic pursuits, a discussion unfolded among the elders of the Tianjian sect. The catalyst for this discourse was the presence of 3 recommendation letters on the sect leader's desk. One was from Bai Yuma, who, upon returning to the sect, promptly informed her master about Bai Feng and, with her master's encouragement, penned a recommendation letter to the sect leader. The second letter was from Lin Yan, who was even more enthusiastic than Bai Yuma regarding this matter. He not only approached his master, but also enlisted the help of the alchemist elder with whom he shared a good rapport. The final letter came from senior brother Chun, who merely wrote a note extolling Bai Feng's extraordinary qualities while briefly reflecting on his past impulsiveness. All 3 were inner disciples of the Tianjin sect, with Bai Yuma being the direct disciple of the peak master of Qingzhou Peak. Given the collective support from Bai Yuma, Lin Yan, and others, the elders of the Tianjin sect could no longer disregard the situation. Ultimately, with some instigation from certain individuals, even ordinary disciples became aware of the matter, leading to a division within the sect. One faction argued that since it was proposed by senior sister Bai and senior brother Lin, it indicated that Bai Feng was not as unworthy as rumors suggested, as long as he met the criteria. What harm could there be in allowing him to join the Tianjin sect? Conversely, another faction believed that senior sister Bai was clearly under pressure from the Bai family to recommend Bai Feng, while they suspected that the Lin family had ulterior motives due to their close proximity to the Bai family. They were adamant about not fostering such questionable practices. Lastly, a small faction even agreed to Bai Feng joining the sect so that they could have the opportunity to confront him. Yet, Bai Feng remained blissfully unaware of the stir his name had caused, feeling only the chill of the encroaching winter. Has the investigation into Chuanqiu's identity yielded any results? At Xiufeng Tower, the young maiden Xiu'er, adorned with a translucent veil, lounged in a chair, her leg crossed, revealing her fair, smooth thigh. She addressed the bent-over steward. "Wang Ma." Before Wang Ma could speak, Xiu'er interrupted. "How many times must I remind you? My name is Xiu'er." Yes, my apologies. I have erred," Wang Ma, suddenly recalling something dreadful, trembled at the thought, her legs giving way as she sank to the ground. "Rise," Xiu'er commanded, her expression remaining impassive. "If you fail to report, you shall be consigned to the wall of mortals." "Why yes," Wang Ma stammered, scrambling to her feet. She hurriedly relayed the intelligence she had gathered over the past few days. "Miss Xiu'er, it appears that Chuanqiu is under the protection of some formidable force. Our investigation has encountered numerous obstacles, and no information has leaked. Only the Bai family in Qinghong City possesses the clout to achieve such a feat." "Another matter concerning the Bai family?" Xiu'er frowned slightly. The last time, a member of the Bai family had managed to evade her influence. Although she refrained from using her full powers to avoid revealing her identity, relying instead on a subtle musical influence. The swiftness of that individual had left her both irritated and on edge. She suspected that he might have uncovered something, which prompted her to discreetly influence a disciple of the Tianjin sect, but regrettably, he turned out to be a mere good-for-nothing who couldn't even handle a pampered youth in the early stages of foundation building. In recent days, she had been apprehensive about being discovered by the authorities of Qinghong City. While she was not afraid, her task remained unfinished, and she certainly did not wish to depart in such an undignified manner. Very well, I understand. You need not continue your investigation into this matter. Qiu'er waved her hand dismissively. Clean the area before you leave. Yes, yes, Wang Ma replied as she gathered her things and departed. Once she was gone, Qiu'er reclined in her chair, propping her chin on her hand, unfazed by the outcome of the Chuanxiu investigation. Long before her arrival in Qinghong City, she had dispatched someone to conduct an inquiry, but aside from the name Chuanxiu, no other information had surfaced, not even the gender was clear. Such a level of secrecy could only be maintained by the local power brokers of Qinghong City, and Chuanxiu must hold a significant position among them. Yet, she had no intention of abandoning her quest. From the very first moment she laid eyes on Chuanxiu's artwork, she had resolved to secure him. It was a gross underutilization for such talent to remain hidden as an erotic illustrator in Qinghong City. Only by joining the Holy Heart sect could his true value be realized. It seemed she would need to pay a visit to the Bai family. Chapter 16. Too good news, yes. I've succeeded, Bai Feng exclaimed, clutching a peculiar recording stone in his hand. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that this recording stone was unlike any ordinary one. It boasted a multitude of intricate array points, far more complex than typical recording stones. While regular recording stones merely recorded and played back footage, the one in Bai Feng's possession had been enhanced with an editing function. Though it only allowed for the simplest of cutting and splicing, the addition of such a feature had consumed considerable time and effort. The original creator of the recording stone had not envisioned any additional functionalities, which meant Bai Feng had nearly reconstructed the foundational array nodes while modifying it. However, all his labor bore fruit. The reward for the upcoming limited edition collection would be this very creation. Bai Feng toyed with the smooth recording stone, planning to craft a brief animation to astonish the inhabitants of this otherworldly realm. Just as he prepared to immerse himself in a day of creativity, a knock resounded at the door. Young master, the master requests your presence. All right, I understand. Bai Feng sighed, shaking his head. Every time he resolved to work diligently, he was invariably interrupted. He placed the recording stone on the table and opened the door, making his way to his father's study. Not long after his departure, a maid donning a simple dress approached, broom in hand, and gently pushed the door open to enter the room. Dad, what do you need from me? Bai Feng inquired as he entered the study, only to find Bai Tianyu reclining in a chair, 2 letters in hand, and a smile gracing his lips. I have 2 pieces of good news to share with you. Bai Tianyu remained reclined, tossing the letters onto the desk. One is from Bai Yumo, and the other is from your Uncle Yin. Which would you like to hear first? Casting a glance at the letters on the desk, Bai Feng felt that neither was particularly favorable. What do the letters say? Bai Tianyu wasted no time in revealing. Your Uncle Yin intends to bring Yun Yueyao over for a visit. He even hopes to stay for a few days. Indeed, it appears that the news is not particularly favorable. I must devise an excuse to evade the situation. As Bai Feng pondered, he inquired further, what did Umo say? Umo mentioned your circumstances to her master, and it seems that the young scion from the Lin family also suggested you join the Tianjin sect, Bai Tianyu replied. The smile on Bai Tianyu's face was now unmistakable, stretching from ear to ear. The Tianjin sect was indeed seeking new disciples and would be visiting shortly. Bai Feng exclaimed. What splendid news. One is that a potential child of destiny will reside in my home, and the other is that I might be granted entry into the abode of this child of fortune. Do I have any other options? However, if I join the Tianjin sect, how will I explain this to Uncle Yin? Compared to stepping into the lair of a child of destiny, I believe it would be more prudent to meet with this potential child of fortune. I should find a way to defer the Tianjin sect's invitation for now. As the esteemed Mr. Lu Sun aptly stated, Bai Tianyu waved his hand dismissively. Oh, you're still young. There's no rush. If it comes to it, we can always let Yun Yueyao join the Tianjin sect as well. Yet, the Yun family is not located in the northern region. It would be quite peculiar for Yun Yueyao to come to the Tianjin sect for cultivation. Well, that is true, Bai Tianyu nodded, still unconcerned. No worries. You both will have ample time to meet. I may not be in the same sect as your Uncle Yun, but we still became good friends in the end. Father, comparing your relationship with Uncle Yun to mine feels rather odd, Bai Feng retorted. You rascal, do not jest with me. Bai Tianyu shot back, his eyes widening. I am doing this for your sake. If it were anyone else, the marriage would have already been arranged. Indeed, Bai Feng replied nonchalantly, but you know my talents, father. It's likely I'll perform as poorly as before, so it's best not to have overly high expectations. Then you should strive harder. Spend less time cooped up in your room drawing those things, and aim to enter the Tianjin sect for proper cultivation. Otherwise, you might not even secure a position among the elders. I'll do my best, Bai Feng said, feeling slightly embarrassed. Although he had never openly discussed his artistic endeavors at home, his reputation preceded him, and it was difficult to hide from the patriarch of the Bai family. Seeing that his father was about to continue his lecture, he hastily sought an excuse to slip away. Sighing, Bai Feng pondered whether there were any other paths available to him. As he walked home, he had initially intended to lean on his younger sister for support, only to find himself ensnared by his mother's schemes and subsequently forced into an antagonistic system. Just as he was finally settling down, his father had ensnared him once more. Were it not for the departure of the third child of destiny from Qinghong City, who occasionally returned to the system map, he might have suspected that fate itself was conspiring against him. Was he truly to venture out and hide for a few days? Yet, encountering a new child of destiny would surely yield greater losses than gains. As he contemplated how to extricate himself from this predicament, he pushed open the door to the courtyard and suddenly felt a slight tension wash over him. At the moment he stepped into the courtyard, he sensed subtle fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding him. A formation. Someone had laid a formation within his room. Had he not cultivated the divine forging technique for several days, he might have been oblivious to it. Feigning ignorance, he continued to stroll leisurely through the courtyard while his mind raced. This formation appeared to be a confinement array, primarily designed to muffle sound and spiritual fluctuations. It seemed that the perpetrator was not intent on taking his life, though they could well be the type who stealthily assassinated their victims and vanished, allowing the bereaved to discover the tragedy only the following day. Fortunately, this formation was not particularly complex, merely requiring some time to dismantle. With this in mind, he chose not to enter the house, but instead seated himself at a stone table in the courtyard and retrieved a book from his storage ring to read. Oh, Master Bai truly has exquisite taste, or have you already discerned my presence? A sultry voice wafted into his ears, like a feather teasing his heart, inciting a flutter within him and causing his breath to quicken. Bai Feng remained silent, turning to face the entrance. The door swung open, revealing a slender jade-like hand. She was clad in a flowing black gown, her face partially concealed by a translucent veil. Every movement captivated the eye, igniting an urge to pin her against the wall, one hand caressing her alluring thigh while the other sought to unveil the mystery of her visage. Bai Feng quickly activated the divine forging technique, restoring clarity to his previously dazed eyes. However, he did not betray his awareness of the danger. Instead, he smiled, seemingly oblivious. Ah, it is you, Miss Chiu. Might I presume your visit is a result of my abrupt departure the other day, and you have come to compensate me? Chapter 17. Do be cautious in the future. I would not want to catch you, of course, but I wonder which method of compensation appeals to you, Master Bai. Chiu Air approached Bai Feng, gracefully taking a seat beside him, crossing her left leg over her right. The smooth black fabric cascaded like quicksand, revealing her fair, silky thigh. Her voice bore an enchanting quality, drawing one into a trance, compelling them to submit at her feet. Yet, Bai Feng remained steadfast, continuing to circulate the divine forging technique, unaffected by her allure. Such a vexing little enchantress. Very well, let me see what lies beneath your veil, Miss Chiu. Oh, you are quite impatient, Master. If you promise me a favor, I shall unveil not only my veil but anything else you desire. Her voice was light and airy, yet it bore the weight of temptation, akin to a finely crafted hook ensnaring the heart. Were he a less resolute young master, he might have surrendered everything at her feet. Indeed, I have encountered a temptress. Bai Feng sensed the dissonance in her voice, suspecting she had mastered some seductive technique. Her continuous banter was likely an attempt to deepen her influence, perhaps even to control him. Alas, it seems I, too, am merely biding my time. Thus, Bai Feng followed her lead. Oh, and what favor might Miss Chiu require of me? With a delicate gesture, Chiu Air reached between two spheres and produced a stack of papers. Bai Feng immediately recognized them as the risque drawings he had created during this period. By heavens, not only do you fleece me, but you also pilfer my drafts. You should exercise caution, lest I catch you. Who would have thought that the illustrious Master Chiu is, in fact, the scion of the Bai family? Chiu Air waved the papers before Bai Feng, a fragrant aroma wafting from them, stirring his blood. I have long admired you. Master Chiu, would you care to accompany me to witness more splendid sights? Miss Chiu, you have indeed presented an offer difficult to refuse. Bai Feng's head bobbed in rhythm with the papers, appearing thoroughly entranced. Yet, in an instant, he sprang to his feet, clarity restored to his gaze, talismans shimmering in his hand, and he almost instantaneously positioned himself at the entrance. However, I must decline. As his words fell, the formation isolating the courtyard from the outside world shattered abruptly. In that moment, Bai Feng swiftly hurled the talismans he held, a torrent of sword energy materializing around him. He inhaled deeply. Bai Feng's seamless execution of this maneuver left Chiu Air momentarily stunned. She had never anticipated that he would remain impervious to her seductive arts, nor that he could dismantle the formation. How could this be? Caught in her moment of surprise, she lost the prime opportunity to strike. Now acutely aware that several presences had locked onto her, glancing at Bai Feng, shielded by layers of sword energy, she displayed a sultry smile rather than anger. It seems the esteemed young master of the Bai family is far from the inept fool they claim him to be. Young Master Bai Feng, I shall always reserve a place by my side for you. If you wish to see me, do come to the Sacred Heart sect. I will await your arrival patiently. Before she could finish her words, a blade of sword energy appeared beside her and swiftly aimed for her neck. Yet, in the next moment, Chioer vanished upon being struck by the sword energy, leaving only a deep gash upon the ground. She actually managed to escape. Bai Tianyu landed beside Bai Feng, an ominous expression etched upon his face. Afu, investigate this matter. I must know how this enchantress infiltrated the Bai family. Yes, my lord. The steward accompanying him nodded swiftly and then disappeared without a trace. Fenger, are you unharmed? He turned to Bai Feng, who was shielded by the sword energy, and his murderous aura dissipated immediately. I'm fine. Fortunately, my skills surpass hers, and I possess some knowledge of formations, Bai Feng replied, dispersing the sword energy and patting his chest, still feeling a lingering fear. He had never anticipated that someone would intrude upon the Bai family, which led him to grow complacent and neglect setting up defensive formations in his room. Otherwise, he would have surely arranged multiple arrays to ensure that the enchantress could not return. Simultaneously, he began to reflect on whether he had been overly confident in the Bai family's reputation and security. Father, we must bolster our security measures. Isn't it just that your dwelling is too secluded? Upon confirming that Bai Feng was unscathed, Bai Tianyu resumed his usual demeanor. From today onward, you shall move to reside next door to me. Oh, although Bai Feng felt somewhat reluctant, he did not oppose the idea. After all, he knew which was more important, indulging in art or preserving his life. Moments later, Afu returned to Bai Tianyu's side. My lord, the investigation is complete. This enchantress is the 100-faced saintess of the Sacred Heart sect. She arrived in Qinghong City over a year ago and has even taken control of Qiufeng Tower. So it is the 100-faced saintess. Bai Tianyu found the situation rather troublesome. While her combat prowess was not particularly formidable, her cultivation techniques were exceedingly strange, allowing her to alter her appearance and even read the memories of those she replaced. He turned to Bai Feng. What did you do to attract her attention? She became fixated on the artwork I created. She mentioned wanting to take me to see even more beautiful sights. Bai Feng felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. What was this enchantress thinking? Why not pursue handsome men in the real world? Why come to gawk at my artwork? It would be one thing to admire my art. But why does she want to abduct me? Are the handsome young masters of the real world not enough for you enchantresses? Bai Tianyu was momentarily unsure whether to be angry or amused. I told you not to create that type of art. See, now you've caught the eye of an enchantress. Who would have thought that an enchantress would prefer to admire my paintings rather than pursue real men? Bai Feng muttered under his breath. Bai Tianyu wore a faint smile. Who says she isn't pursuing a real man? Isn't she here to pursue you? Despite the danger posed to his son, he felt an inexplicable sense of pride. After all, not everyone could capture the attention of an enchantress. What did that say about his son? He was no good for nothing. Bai Feng lamented inwardly. What kind of father have I gotten myself into? Although nothing had happened this time, there was no guarantee that, given the nature of the enchantress, she would not relent easily in the future. The Bai family could not remain on high alert indefinitely. After all, one cannot guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Should a moment of carelessness occur, he feared he would not be able to escape as easily as today. But where would be safer? Did he truly have to join the Heavenly Sword sect? As a colossal entity in the northern region and the leader of the righteous path, the Heavenly Sword sect possessed rich experience in combating demonic forces. If one were to provoke a demon, the safest refuge would undoubtedly be the Heavenly Sword sect. Bai Feng's expression grew conflicted. It felt akin to choosing a less foul pit in a latrine overflowing with excrement. Chapter 18 now? Everyone appears to me as an enchantress. The recent spate of troublesome events has been overwhelming. Has the system begun to exert its influence? Bai Feng pondered over the myriad occurrences of late, unable to suppress a few grumbles. Ding, this system will not interfere with the host's affairs. Please refrain from attributing personal actions to the system. Bai Feng stifled his urge to retort, with his life at stake. He had no choice but to reconsider his entry into the Heavenly Sword sect. Primarily, he did not wish to join the sect merely to evade the Child of Destiny. Avoiding the Child of Destiny was merely a means to an end, and his ultimate goal had always been to live a long life. Now that his circumstances began to conflict with his objective, he recognized the necessity of altering his situation. Furthermore, the prospect of an unfamiliar Child of Destiny residing in the Bai family for a few days filled him with dread. Thus, joining the Heavenly Sword sect became a more palatable option. After all, there were 2 children of destiny within the sect whom he knew well, and with their support, he could continue to slack off at the Heavenly Sword sect. With this thought, Bai Feng sought out the ever-busy Bai Tianyu, articulating his intent. Father, I wish to go to the Heavenly Sword sect. Let this matter remain confidential, and please arrange for a decoy to stay in my stead while I depart covertly. Bai Tianyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Is it really necessary? It's merely the 100-faced saintess of the Sacred Heart sect pursuing you. Is there a need to sneak off to the Heavenly Sword sect? Or do you believe the Bai family can no longer protect you? Moreover, hadn't you expressed a disinterest in going before? Bai Tianyu never imagined that the threat posed by an enchantress would provoke such a drastic response in his son, compelling him to seek refuge in the Heavenly Sword sect. Were it not for the enchantress's ulterior motives regarding his son, he would almost feel inclined to thank her in person. Bai Tianyu waved his hand dismissively. No need. In a few days, I will escort you myself. However, Bai Feng shook his head firmly. No, I've developed PTSD from the enchantress. Now, everyone appears to me as an enchantress. And do I appear as an enchantress to you? Ultimately, Bai Tianyu sighed. After all, he had only one son. Perhaps it was for the best that he go to the Heavenly Sword sect, allowing him to thoroughly investigate this matter. Very well. I will prepare a carriage for you shortly, and the Grand Elder shall accompany you. No, a carriage is too conspicuous. I will walk with the Grand Elder. As my son, can you not be so cowardly? Outside Qinghong City, within a dense forest, a dark figure suddenly descended from the sky. A ghastly blood mark marred her otherwise smooth and beautiful back, rendering her appearance quite terrifying. This individual was none other than the hundred-faced saintess, Xiaoer. Clearly, although she had escaped the Bai family, it was not without consequences. In her hand, a golden talisman crumbled to black ash, and a grave expression overtook her sultry gaze. Truly worthy of being the war god of the Bai family, their strikes are indeed ruthless. She retrieved a pill and swallowed it, her delicate lips parting. Gently caressing the gory wound on her back, it began to heal rapidly, expelling the residual sword energy from the injury. The hundred-faced saintess donned a long robe adorned with golden edges, and the moment she draped it over herself, her entire demeanor transformed, resembling a shrewd female merchant. I still require a few subordinates. She turned her gaze toward the distance, where a merchant caravan was passing along the main road. Ah, perfect. She was not one to easily relent. She intended to re-enter Qinghong City. Though the city was likely under martial law at this moment, she was the hundred-faced saintess, and she thrived on such thrilling escapades. The Bai family would never suspect that she would dare return. Not only this time, but she relished revisiting crime scenes. As those present would remain oblivious to her identity, even discussing her in her presence, a sensation she found utterly irresistible. Xiaofeng, must we truly rush so? An elderly man ambled leisurely, yet no matter how swiftly the young man ahead ran, he always managed to keep pace effortlessly. Dear granduncle, you cannot fathom the terror in that demonist's gaze. It was utterly chilling, as if she were determined to claim me as her prey, Bai Feng remarked, shaking his head as he quickened his pace. I sense she will not relinquish her pursuit so easily. Perhaps she is currently lurking outside the Bai family residence, observing. You are overthinking this, the elder chuckled. At this pace, we'll never reach the Heavenly Sword sect. Come, allow me to guide you. Bai Feng halted, glancing around before whispering, Granduncle, do you make much noise when you run? If so, we should travel a distance first before flying beyond the confines of Qinghong City. The elder's eyes widened in surprise. What, do you doubt your granduncle? In my prime, I was renowned as the phantom swordsman. When I moved, there was nary a sound. And by the time they realized my presence, my sword was already at their throats. Granduncle, you are formidable. Bai Feng clapped his hands in admiration. Could you teach me? Just to experience what it feels like to be a ghost. Enough of this chatter. The elder grasped Bai Feng by the collar, and together they swiftly vanished into the distance. If you wish to learn, strive to become a golden core practitioner first. At the entrance of the Heavenly Sword sect stood a youth appearing no older than 14 or 15, who greeted the elder with a smile. Senior must be here to accompany a junior for the Heavenly Sword sect's assessment. Please, follow me. Bai Feng examined the grand entrance, which resembled a colossal broken sword embedded in the mountainside. At first glance, it certainly exuded an air of prestige, although he had previously participated in the assessment. As the Bai family's eldest son, he had never needed to attend in person. An elder had been invited to conduct the evaluation at the Bai residence. Thus, this marked his first visit to the Heavenly Sword sect. Bai Feng retracted his gaze and hurried to keep pace with the youth. As they progressed, the number of passers-by gradually increased, all undoubtedly there for the same assessment. The Heavenly Sword sect's evaluations were unique. While innate talent played a significant role, those with exceptional skills or strong determination could still gain entry, unlike other sects that eliminated candidates based solely on talent. Please register here, the youth instructed, halting and turning to Bai Feng. Beside him sat a young man in his 20s, his expression vacant or perhaps numbed as he regarded Bai Feng. Name? Place your hand on this stone and infuse it with a hint of spiritual energy. If you lack spiritual energy, you may disregard it. Bai Feng, he replied, placing his hand upon the stone, which soon emitted a faint glow, indicating his mediocre talent. However, both the youth and the registering young man ceased their actions. The youth's smile vanished, and the young man's expression transformed, both focusing intently on Bai Feng. You are the Bai Feng of the Bai family? Indeed, what of it? Bai Feng nodded, discreetly observing their reactions. The youth appeared flustered, his complexion paling, while the young man now displayed a keen interest. Isn't your reputation in the Heavenly Sword sect rather respectable? Bai Feng mused. The youth leading them had seemed quite ordinary, yet the registering disciple was acting strangely. Since you are Brother Bai, there is no need for registration. Your circumstances are rather unique. An elder will personally assess you shortly, the young man said with a smile. By the way, why have you come to the assessment instead of remaining in Qinghong City? Noticing the young man's friendly demeanor, Bai Feng refrained from probing further, pondering that perhaps he was an acquaintance of Lin Yan. He shook his head and sighed. It's a long story. Some matters at home required my immediate departure. The young man, perceiving Bai Feng's reluctance to elaborate, tactfully refrained from asking further. Make sure to explore while you wait. The assessments here are far more engaging than the one-on-one evaluations by the elders. Certainly, Bai Feng replied, exchanging a few more pleasantries before bidding farewell. Strangely, the youth who had guided them had vanished. Given the youth's earlier expression, it seemed he had believed the rumors and wished to distance himself. No matter. Bai Feng was scheduled for a one-on-one assessment with an elder, rendering any attempts at sabotage by the others futile. Ignoring the departing guide, Bai Feng followed the assessment mentor's directions to a temporary residence for rest. Numerous individuals had already gathered there, most having arrived early to await their evaluations due to the long journey. Another has arrived. A group was engaged in casual conversation when one of them waved at Bai Feng. You're quite early, brother. What is your name? Bai Feng, he replied. And at once, their chatter ceased. They exchanged wary glances, and one cautiously asked, Are you the Bai Feng from the northern regions Bai family? Yes. Bai Feng confirmed with a nod, causing the nearby individuals to blanch. Apologies, I suddenly need to use the restroom. Please excuse me for a moment. I just remembered that my door might be unlocked. Sorry to leave. I also realized I have soup simmering on the stove. Yet, some remained confused and grabbed hold of a departing individual, inquiring, Why is everyone leaving? Don't pull me. He S. Bai Feng. The Bai family S. Bai Feng. So what? This is the Heavenly Sword sect. The Bai family cannot extend their influence here. His sister is Bai Yumo, that genius of the Heavenly Sword sect with celestial bones. And he, well, I have urgent matters to attend to. Goodness. Thank you for the heads up. I just remembered my wife is having a baby today. I must take my leave. In an instant, a substantial space cleared around Bai Feng, as if the crowd had scattered like leaves before the wind. Now this is more like it. Bai Feng nodded, feeling no anger at their abrupt departure. After chatting with the Heavenly Sword sect disciples, he had nearly believed his reputation there was improving. The elder accompanying Bai Feng merely stroked his beard, refraining from interfering in the actions of the younger generation unless faced with insurmountable danger. Yet, Bai Feng seemed to embody the positive mindset his father had described. Perhaps even a bit overly so. Well, that isn't necessarily a bad thing. Master, did you summon me for something? Bai Yumo inquired, peeking through the door. Inside the room sat a tall woman clad in a light green robe, which, despite its loose fit, could not conceal her impressive figure. She was none other than Bai Yumo's master, Chu Ningyan, the peak leader of Qingzhou Peak. A formidable figure who had reached the late stage of the transformation realm before even reaching 100 years of age. At that moment, she held a letter, and upon seeing Bai Yumo enter, she smiled and set the letter aside. I have delightful news. Bai Feng has arrived and is currently awaiting his assessment outside. My brother is here? Bai Yumo exclaimed with surprise, quickly followed by a look of puzzlement. How did he arrive so early? Given Bai Feng's character, he wouldn't be in such a rush to join the Heavenly Sword sect, would he? Moreover, it's only been 2 days since my letter was sent, which means he must have set out immediately upon receiving it. Could it be? Noticing the myriad expressions flitting across her disciple's face, Chu Ningyan couldn't help but smile. Having observed the changes in Bai Yumo since her return, not only had she advanced to the Golden Core stage, but her demeanor had also brightened considerably. This signifies that her disciple has unraveled the knots within her heart, thereby eliminating the greatest obstacle that once impeded her path. This transformation is likely connected to Bai Yumo's elder brother, Bai Feng. Regarding the incident of Bai Yumo being subjected to bone extraction, she possesses a deeper understanding than the average disciple or elder, thus she harbors no animosity towards Bai Yumo's brother. Rather, she finds herself intrigued. What manner of individual could forsake an immortal bone? If Bai Feng were an extraordinary genius, her curiosity might not have been piqued. For it is often the case that prodigies are imbued with a sense of pride. Yet, Bai Feng is distinctly of ordinary talent. Can it truly be that someone would relinquish the opportunity to ascend to immortality for an elusive familial bond? Observing Bai Yumo's anxious expression, almost as if she were about to press for answers, Chu Ningyan finally responded. It is because someone from the demonic path has set their sights on Bai Feng. The demonic path? Who is it? Bai Yumo's demeanor instantly turned cold. Was the attack within Qinghong City? These scoundrels from the demonic path are indeed audacious. No, it occurred within the Bai family. Chu Ningyan spoke slowly, adding that the assailant was none other than the Holy Maiden of the 100 Faces sect, a demonic genius known for her enigmatic methods. Upon hearing this name, Bai Yumo's face paled significantly. How could she not recognize this lawless enchantress? How had her brother incurred her wrath? Wait, given the character of this enchantress, it must be she who initiated the conflict with him. Is my brother unharmed? Bai Yumo's voice trembled. She could scarcely fathom what atrocities the enchantress might have inflicted upon Bai Feng, compelling him to flee to the Heavenly Sword sect for refuge. Chu Ningyan did not withhold information. You can rest easy on this front. Bai Feng possesses exceptional talent in formations, having directly broken through the array to escape. Your father acted promptly, but alas, she still managed to slip away. One can only say, she is indeed worthy of being the Holy Maiden of the 100 Faces. capable of eluding the grasp of the god of war Bai. Upon hearing that Bai Feng was safe, Bai Yuma exhaled a sigh of relief, her emotions gradually stabilizing. Master, I wish to go out and see. She cast a furtive glance at Chu Ningyan, suddenly curious about the new disciple's assessment. If you wish to see Bai Feng, simply say so. There's no need for such roundabout expressions. Chu Ningyan lightly tapped Bai Yuma on the head. However, I too am somewhat intrigued. Coincidentally, Elder Jean is heading to conduct the assessment, so why not accompany me? Thank you, Master. Chapter 20. That kind of thing, no? She actually fled. The holy maiden of 100 faces lingered within the crowd, but her expression this time was not as jubilant as before. Was it a sign of the opponent's timidity or their resoluteness? If they were merely intimidated and then resolved to enter the Heavenly Sword sect, it would be inconsequential. However, the speed and decisiveness of their departure was remarkable, almost as if they fled the moment she turned her back. Did they not feel a sense of humiliation? Sigh, how dull. Having lost her greatest amusement, the holy maiden stepped out of the throng, gradually vanishing from the street. She could surmise where Bai Feng had gone, likely to the various righteous sects of the Heavenly Sword sect. Though she dared to infiltrate the Bai family to seize individuals, she would not dare to frolic within the Heavenly Sword sect. It is easy to enter that place, but escaping is a different matter altogether. Nevertheless, she could keep a closer watch on the happenings of the Heavenly Sword sect. She did not believe Bai Feng would remain hidden there indefinitely. Is there a method for Bai Feng to stay within the Heavenly Sword sect without venturing outside? Bai Feng, although yet to enter the Heavenly Sword sect, had already begun contemplating how to lounge about in apathy. Based on his understanding of the Heavenly Sword sect, both inner and outer disciples are required to undertake monthly missions. Even those specializing in alchemy, artifact forging, or formations must comply, albeit with lesser difficulty, unless one is exceptionally unique, to the point where the sect cannot bear to let them venture out, or becomes an elder. The former would attract too much attention, especially given his identity as a villain, making him a target for the favored children of destiny, which contradicts his intent. The latter is simply unattainable. No. His reputation within the Heavenly Sword sect is already tarnished. He was always meant to be targeted, so a little extra attention might not be so unacceptable. Bai Feng suddenly had an epiphany. He was already quite renowned within the Heavenly Sword sect, with a poor reputation to boot, so a little more notoriety should not matter. It is akin to being caught in the rain without an umbrella. Initially, one would seek shelter while their clothes were still dry, but once drenched, they would no longer care. And even a heavier downpour would not impede their stride home. With his mastery of formations, securing a position exempt from external missions should be a simple feat. Once that is accomplished, he could shut his door and remain indoors. Even if someone aimed to target him, their efforts would be in vain. Just as Bai Feng sat on a stone, pondering how to recline in idleness within the Heavenly Sword sect, an elder approached him, directing his gaze towards him and the elder beside him. Senior, the elder bowed slightly to the old man. The elder merely nodded, his attention shifting to the figure behind the elder. Compared to an ordinary elder, it was evident that the peak master of the Heavenly Sword sect warranted greater regard. Moreover, she was accompanied by Bai Yuma. Bai Lao's physique remains remarkably robust. Chu Ningyan greeted the elder with a smile, showing the necessary respect to the Bai family's grand elder, who was also a formidable being in the integration stage. It is no longer as it once was. I am merely exerting a bit of residual energy. The elder waved his hand, instructing them to proceed with the assessment as they see fit, without concern for him. Haha, with Bai Feng's exceptional talent, passing the assessment should be a breeze. After exchanging pleasantries, Elder Jean, feeling out of place, refrained from interjecting, as he was merely an ordinary elder. He cast a glance at Bai Feng, whom he was to assess, and realized that the rumors might not be entirely accurate. To be personally escorted by the grand elder of the Bai family certainly did not suggest abandonment. Simultaneously, he observed Bai Yuma stealthily approaching Bai Feng, seemingly engaged in conversation. Evidently, their relationship was not as strained as the rumors suggested. The notion that Bai Yuma was coerced into writing a letter of recommendation was utterly unfounded. Perhaps I should ease up a bit on the assessment. Elder Jean stroked his beard, gradually forming a resolution in his mind. Brother, are you unscathed? Bai Yuma scrutinized Bai Feng's physique, only relaxing completely once she confirmed he bore no injuries. I am fine. It was merely a fright. Thankfully. She remains unaware of my research into formations. Otherwise, escaping would have been quite a challenge. Bai Feng was not surprised that Bai Yuma was aware of this matter. After all, he had to inform the Heavenly Sword sect of his early arrival, and it was likely that his father sent a letter soon after he departed. That enchantress is truly despicable. I wonder why she is targeting you. Although Bai Feng suffered no harm, Bai Yuma could not help but murmur. Bai Feng felt a bit embarrassed. He could hardly confess that it was due to his penchant for drawing lewd illustrations that the enchantress had taken an interest in him. His father might be aware of his artistic endeavors, being the head of the Bai family. But for his sister to discover it, such a revelation would be best kept under wraps for at least a decade after his demise. Brother, what is the matter? Bai Yuma noticed Bai Feng's peculiar expression and swiftly inquired with concern. It's nothing. Bai Feng waved his hand, merely regretting his decision to attend the concert. Bai Yuma suddenly felt she understood the reason the enchantress had fixated on Bai Feng, puffing her cheeks slightly. Well, from now on, brother. Once you enter the Heavenly Sword sect, focus on your cultivation and refrain from wandering into such places. Indeed, indeed. Bai Feng nodded, as if he would still attend concerts. From now on, he wouldn't even step outside his door. Ahem, can we commence the assessment? Elder Jean, seeing that the two had finally concluded their conversation, promptly cleared his throat. Bai Yuma quickly nodded, feeling somewhat bashful as she retreated to stand beside Chu Ningyan. Very well, please begin, senior. Bai Feng was already prepared. Having gone through an assessment once before, he was well aware of the procedure. However, this time was markedly different from the last. Previously, he had participated in the assessment alongside other disciples of the Bai family, with his own talent being rather mediocre and no intention of passing the evaluation. Yet now, he had achieved mastery in formation techniques. Passing this assessment should be a mere formality. I have heard commendable things about your talismans. The content of this assessment will indeed pertain to them. At this moment, Bai Feng extended his hand. Senior, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding formations as well. Oh, if that is the case, let us change the focus to formations. Elder Jean nodded, not at all displeased, but rather promptly altering the assessment criteria. The evaluation will consist of 3 parts: navigating the 100-sword formation, crafting a basic formation, and repairing a damaged array. You need only succeed in 2 of these to gain entry into the Heavenly Sword sect. Bai Feng nodded, internally musing. This elder is quite accommodating. I had expected to demonstrate my formation skills to alter the assessment. Let us proceed. The 100-sword formation is this way. Meanwhile, news of Bai Feng's arrival at the Heavenly Sword sect began to circulate among the disciples. Where's Bai Feng now? I must go confront him. Make his acquaintance. Ah, so eager to join the Heavenly Sword sect? It seems my suspicions were correct. He is relying on the pressure from his family to compel senior sister Bai into writing a recommendation letter. Alas, someone will be disappointed, according to reports from ahead. Bai Feng's relationship with senior sister Bai is not as dire as rumored. They are currently engaged in conversation. Humph, that must certainly be due to the Bai family's coercion, forcing senior sister Bai to feign familiarity to ensure that this useless Bai Feng gains entry into the Heavenly Sword sect. Indeed, and they have merely exchanged a few pleasantries. How can that be construed as a good relationship? Chapter 21. The Bai family is concealing their talents. The 100-sword formation, while its name suggests 100 swords, is not necessarily composed of 100 blades. This formation is rather unique. It can be constituted with as few as 5 swords, or as many as several hundred, or even thousands, contingent upon the formation master's prowess. The primary function of the 100-sword formation is to ensnare foes. Although it possesses considerable lethality, it pales in comparison to true killing formations. The array operates autonomously, relying solely on its self-defense mechanisms against adversaries. Elder Jean stood before the 100-sword formation, elucidating to Bai Feng that to succeed, he must either break through with formidable strength or identify vulnerabilities within the formation. However, the former should not yield any points, correct? Upon hearing Bai Feng's inquiry, Elder Jean momentarily hesitated but quickly nodded. Indeed, since this is a formation assessment, relying on brute force would equate to failure. I understand, senior. Please activate the formation. Very well, but should you find yourself unable to endure, do not hesitate to speak up. I shall halt the exercise promptly. After reiterating several precautions, Elder Jean finally permitted Bai Feng to enter the formation. Why does this elder seem so verbose? Shouldn't such matters be left for the disciples to comprehend on their own? Is providing this many hints not a bit excessive? Bai Feng grumbled inwardly. As the formation activated, he swiftly cast aside distractions, focusing intently on devising a strategy to breach the array. Despite his mastery over formations, the sight of countless swords gleaming ominously above his head still instilled a modicum of trepidation within him. At that moment, one of the swords descended with great swiftness, and instead of countering, he took a step back. Soon, a second sword followed suit, prompting him to evade once more, narrowly escaping the blade's arc outside the formation. Bai Yumo anxiously clutched her skirt, her heart racing as she wondered why Bai Feng continued to dodge. With the 100-sword formation activating incessantly, he would inevitably find himself with no place to hide. In stark contrast to her anxiety, her master, Chu Ningyan, merely sighed softly. Although Bai Feng appeared to be struggling within the formation, his movements were far from random. Each step was calculated, landing precisely on the formation's nodes. However, she could not ascertain Bai Feng's intentions. If he aimed to exit the 100-sword formation, there was no need for such convoluted maneuvers. Meanwhile, disciples within the Heavenly Sword sect, having received word of Bai Feng's impending assessment, crept over stealthily. Some sought to witness his humiliation. Others were weary of the conflicting rumors and desired to see for themselves what kind of person senior sister Bai's brother truly was. And some simply wished to join in the excitement. Chu Ningyan quickly detected these hidden disciples, but refrained from driving them away, allowing them to observe instead. Though she was the peak master of the Heavenly Sword sect, she had heard of the rumors circulating among the ordinary disciples and aimed to use this opportunity to clarify the misunderstandings. I told you Bai Feng was a waste. He struggles so against a mere 100-sword formation. How does he expect to join the Heavenly Sword sect? Pathetic. Why isn't he drawing his sword? Perhaps he fears revealing his lackluster abilities. No, he is not evading. He is, ding. A disciple well-versed in formations suddenly discerned something, but before he could finish, a cacophony of metal clashing erupted from within the formation. Instantly, everyone turned their gaze towards the 100-sword formation, yet Bai Feng remained unarmed. Now ceasing his evasions and allowing the swords to descend upon him, Bai Yumo had already placed her hand on her sword, and had it not been for Chu Ningyan's hand resting on her shoulder, she might have rushed in, just as a sword was about to strike him. One from within the formation abruptly collided with it, deflecting the descending blade. This clash ignited a chain reaction, causing numerous swords to lose control and turn upon their allies. Damn, he's not evading. He's reconstructing the formation. Is this fellow a monster? The formation-savvy disciple could not help but curse, feeling as though his years of study had been in vain. In an instant, the previously boisterous disciples fell silent, their expressions darkening. This spectacle rendered them akin to fools utterly oblivious to the situation. Truly, he is the brother of senior sister Bai. His talent rivals hers. The rumors were erroneous. The Bai family is concealing their true abilities. Meanwhile, Bai Feng was nearing the conclusion of his endeavor. Within the 100-sword formation, 333 swords were now under his command, and controlling the remaining 33 was merely a matter of time. This was his first experience in reverse engineering a formation, and he found himself rather satisfied with the outcome. He should receive a commendable score for this. Moreover, he realized that the divine forging technique was far more intricate than described. It was thanks to this technique that he could so effortlessly locate the formation's nodes. Without it, he would have had to settle for identifying the primary nodes to deactivate the formation. Soon, the last sword was brought under his control, and the 100-sword formation now mirrored his will, authority firmly in his grasp. Senior, I trust this counts as passing? Bai Feng arranged the swords in a neat line and turned to face the dazed Elder Jean. Elder Jean felt as though he were in a dream. Is this something a mere mortal could accomplish? Although there have been instances of individuals reversing control over formations to strike back at foes, those were seasoned masters. Bai Feng is merely at the foundation stage. The 100-sword formation is not some trivial array. How could he achieve this? Elder Jean did not respond. Instead, he turned to Chu Ningyan. Elder Chu, I believe further assessment is unnecessary. Chu Ningyan nodded in agreement. Even without formal knowledge of formations, she could discern how absurd Bai Feng's actions were. Unbeknownst to them, 3 disciples from the formation had already been carried away, while 2 others, their eyes glazed over, muttered incessantly, impossible, absolutely impossible. Everything is a lie, a fabrication. I shall inform the sect leader of this matter. Let him first have a glance at the smiling corner of Bai Yuma's lips, and for now, let him reside at my Qingzhou Peak. We shall see how the sect leader arranges things thereafter. Elder Jean nodded before taking his leave, recognizing that this matter was beyond the purview of an ordinary elder like himself. Chu Ningyan approached Bai Feng, a smile illuminating her face as she said, Congratulations on passing the assessment. From this moment forth, you are a disciple of the Tianjian sect. Weren't there 3 assessments? Bai Feng blinked, glancing at Bai Yuma before hastily waving his hand. No, I must undergo all the tests. Even if you are Bai Yuma's master, the rules cannot be broken. Chu Ningyan found his reaction amusing and playfully flicked his forehead. Don't be so clever. You have already reconstructed the formation. Do the subsequent assessments still hold any significance? Bai Feng had not anticipated this and pondered. So, does that mean the following 2 tests are unnecessary? Come, you shall stay at my Qingzhou Peak for now. The sect leader will arrange things for you later. Chapter 22. Hand over the item controlling sister. Bai Feng followed Chu Ningyan to Qingzhou Peak, and upon arrival, his first action was to activate the system for a thorough scan. Fortune smiled upon him, for apart from Bai Yuma, he did not encounter many other children of destiny. However, he could not dismiss the possibility that they were simply out and about. Simultaneously, Bai Feng discreetly surveyed his surroundings. True to its name, Qingzhou Peak was adorned with verdant bamboo, the most abundant flora on the mountain. Your situation is rather unique, so I must consult the sect leader. For now, you'll reside at Qingzhou Peak, Chu Ningyan explained, glancing at Bai Yuma, who was trying to maintain a serious demeanor. You can stay in the adjacent room to Yuma. It will provide you both a chance to converse. Bai Feng paused, realizing that after learning he would temporarily reside at Qingzhou Peak. This was indeed the outcome he had anticipated. However, it was not entirely disadvantageous. In a perilous and unfamiliar environment, having a close connection with a fellow child of destiny could prove advantageous. Thank you, Elder Chu, he replied. Very well. I shall report to the sect leader and will not disturb you further. Chu Ningyan nodded in satisfaction and offered a few words of advice to Bai Yuma. Yuma, please show Bai Feng around the Tianjian sect so he can familiarize himself with its various regions. Her request to have Bai Yuma guide Bai Feng stemmed not solely from their sibling bond, but also from a desire to dispel the rumors surrounding him. After all, Bai Feng had joined the Tianjin sect, and given his prodigious talent in formations, it was preferable for the baseless gossip to dissipate. Bai Yuma understood her master's intent and promptly agreed. Yes, master. Once Chu Ningyin departed, Bai Feng turned to Bai Yuma and found her gazing back at him. Please show me to my quarters, he said, inwardly sighing. He no longer found Bai Yuma as disagreeable and, particularly in this unfamiliar setting, she provided him with a semblance of safety. Additionally, there was Lin Yin, his devoted fan, who also offered a sense of security as a child of destiny. I should find an opportunity to greet him, he thought. The accommodations at Qingzhou Peak were quite rudimentary, constructed primarily from bamboo and a few wooden planks. The interior was equally sparse, containing only the essentials: a bed, several tables, a few chairs, and meditation cushions. It's quite nice. I can closely connect with nature, Bai Feng remarked. It is indeed somewhat basic, Bai Yuma admitted, scratching her face in embarrassment. My master leans towards a classical aesthetic, eschewing extravagant decorations in favor of cultivating the mind amidst nature. This inclination had influenced not only her master's peak, but also her disciples to varying degrees. Never mind. It's quite fine. A change of environment is refreshing. Bai Feng waved his hand dismissively, considering his brief stay as a sort of retreat. By the way, brother, shall I take you on a tour of the sect? Bai Yuma asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. However, if you feel tired, we can do it tomorrow. I have plenty of time lately. Let us explore now. I am curious about the Tianjin sect, Bai Feng replied, recognizing the necessity of investigating the number of children of destiny within the sect, as this would be his future home. Excellent. We shall begin at the task hall, which is conveniently located near the main peak. Bai Yuma enthused, leading the way while Bai Feng kept his gaze fixed on the system's child of destiny locator. He had expected to encounter numerous children of destiny within the Tianjin sect, yet to his surprise, he saw very few as he walked. Could it be that all the children of destiny have ventured out? Or are they simply engrossed in their training and not idling about? He mused. Or perhaps they prefer smaller sects and shy away from larger ones. Nevertheless, this was good news for him, whether due to their dedication to training or merely their scarcity. It meant he could navigate the Tianjin sect with greater ease. This is the Dan Peak. You can purchase medicinal pills here, Bai Yuma remarked, her spirit undampened by their lengthy walk as a smile graced her face. Brother, where would you like to go next? Nowhere in particular. Let us head back. Bai Feng replied, his expression betraying some discomfort. He felt as though the nearby disciples of the Tianjin sect were ready to devour him whole, which was rather intimidating. What do I see? Sister Bai of Qingzhou Peak is actually smiling, and so joyfully at that. How infuriating. Could the rumors truly be false? They must be coercing Sister Bai. It has to be so. Curse you, Bai Feng. Hand over whatever it is controlling her. Among the disciples still unwilling to accept reality, a small faction played the role of hindsight critics. Sigh. I thought the rumors were rather absurd from the beginning. If the matter of bone extraction was as the rumors suggested, how could Sister Bai still harbor such affection for the Bai family? Indeed, I noticed it long ago, however. Public opinion was overwhelmingly against me at the time, and I dared not voice my thoughts. Who are you calling a hindsight critic? Get lost. I refuse to believe it. This must all be an act. Anyone with half a brain knows that the matter of bone extraction is inextricably linked to Bai Feng, as the party directly involved. Bai Feng could only feign ignorance, for human prejudice is a formidable mountain, not easily moved. Once the sect leader made arrangements, he would remain secluded at home, thereby eliminating any likelihood of being provoked by extreme disciples. Bai Yuma, undeterred by the surrounding whispers, understood that under the deep-seated influence of the rumors, any attempt to clarify would be interpreted as being coerced by Bai Feng. Thus, she resolved to concentrate more on Bai Feng, believing that in time, the rumors would naturally dissipate. Let us return, Bai Yuma suggested, casting a glance at the loudest disciples before linking her arm with Bai Feng's. When he looked her way, she playfully stuck out her tongue and asked, Come on, brother, what do you wish to eat tonight? I recall there being no kitchen in our quarters. We can manage something simple. Bai Feng did not stop Bai Yuma from her affectionate gestures. While he could ignore the surrounding gossip, it didn't mean he was devoid of temper. Since others were displeased by their closeness, he might as well act affectionately. As he had anticipated, most disciples around them wore expressions of shock and disbelief, especially those who had shouted the loudest, their faces showing signs of crumbling under the weight of their conflicting emotions. However, before he could depart from Dan Feng, a disciple unexpectedly emerged to obstruct his path. Bai Feng, your methods are truly remarkable. The disciple narrowed his eyes, fury simmering within them. You may deceive others, but you cannot fool me. He then turned to Bai Yuma, Junior Sister Bai, this is the Heavenly Sword sect. You need not concern yourself with the Bai family. Regardless of what they have done to you, we can assist you. You must place your trust in the Heavenly Sword sect. Bai Yuma responded, albeit with a hint of irritation. Thank you for your concern, senior brother. But I am afraid I do not understand what you are saying. I am merely accompanying my brother to familiarize ourselves with the Heavenly Sword sect. The disciple, thwarted by Bai Yuma's response, turned back to Bai Feng with a menacing glare. Very well, so you still dare to deceive me. Do not force my hand to reveal what transpired that night between you and junior sister Bai. Bai Feng feigned ignorance. What night? What did I do to Bai Yumo? Senior brother, have you been overworked recently? I have only just joined the Heavenly Sword sect and have never encountered you before. You truly are one who will not mourn until faced with a grave consequence. The disciple was nearly laughing in rage. Allow me to give you a hint. That night, junior sister Bai was compelled to don a purple dress and doubled over in agony on the street. How do you intend to explain that? As his words fell, a murmur of astonishment rippled through several disciples. Hiss, the Bai family is indeed despicable. Bai Feng has evaded punishment and still attempts to control junior sister Bai. I always knew Bai Feng was no good. Fear not, junior sister Bai, for this is the Heavenly Sword sect. The Bai family cannot harm you. Their voices were loud enough for nearly everyone present to hear, and those already skeptical of Bai Feng's character swiftly joined in their condemnation. Bai Feng paid little heed to the surrounding chatter. The reminder from his adversary did indeed jog his memory. Wasn't this the moment when the system granted me fortune points? Recalling the incident ignited his anger. It was clearly Bai Yuma who had ensnared him. I am the victim here. Just as he was about to defend himself, Bai Yuma, wearing an expression of displeasure, interjected, Senior brother, at that time I had failed my golden core breakthrough and was unwell. Please do not indulge in wild conjectures. Seeing he was not receiving the response he desired, the disciple grew anxious. Junior sister Bai, why are you defending him? What do you mean defending my brother? Bai Yuma's expression had returned to calm, yet her gaze was icy enough to instill fear. You can conjure up notions that my ailment is due to the Bai family's control. And when I converse and laugh with my brother, you twist that into coercion. Pray tell, what must I do for you to perceive my actions as stemming from my own volition? Junior sister, this isn't. The disciple felt a chill envelop him, laced with an undercurrent of menace, causing him to stumble over his words in disarray. Begone, do not let me see you again. A powerful aura erupted from Bai Yuma, her presence formidable despite her recent ascension to the Golden Core stage. It rivaled that of seasoned veterans. Should I encounter you again spreading rumors? Let us see if my sword is as sharp as it is said to be. Though the disciple was also at the Golden Core stage, he was utterly unable to withstand Bai Yuma's murderous intent. He tried to clench his teeth, but his body trembled uncontrollably, resembling a deflated balloon. After a few seconds of struggle, he fled without uttering a single word. Bai Yuma then turned her icy glare toward the other disciples who had been the loudest in their accusations. Instantly, they fell silent, akin to ducks caught by the throat. Sweat beading on their foreheads, they felt as though they stood in the midst of winter, clad in nothing but a thin garment. Unable to endure the biting chill of Bai Yuma's gaze. Leave. The disciples felt a sudden lightness in their bodies, hastily crawling and scrambling out of the crowd, almost exhausting themselves to vanish from sight. Once all was settled, Bai Yuma exhaled a breath of cold air and turned to Bai Feng, her smile returning. Brother, the issue is resolved. Shall we return? Observing her swift change in demeanor, Bai Feng couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Your mood shifts rather rapidly. I never anticipated my sister possessed such a terrifying side. I feel as though I am seeing her anew. Beep. Congratulations to the host for employing the strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, successfully driving away the underlings of the Child of Fortune. Reward, 30 fortune points. Cultivation speed increased by 3. Upon seeing the system notification, Bai Feng's eyes narrowed. It was not merely the acquisition of fortune points that captured his attention, but the designation of underlings of the Child of Fortune. He had initially believed he was merely dealing with an extreme disciple. It now appeared that a Child of Fortune had taken an interest in him. It was only natural. If he were merely an ordinary extreme disciple, how would he know of Bai Yuma's late-night escapades? Who had informed him of such matters? What a nuisance it is to be targeted by a Child of Fortune so quickly. It seems prudent to refrain from venturing out for the next few days and remain at Qingzhou Peak, awaiting the sect master's instructions. I understand. You may leave now. A somewhat tall man toyed with the teacup in his hand, nodding to the disciple before him, dismissing him. Had Bai Feng been present, he would have recognized this messenger as the same Golden Core disciple who had previously slandered him for coercing Bai Yuma. Once the Golden Core disciple departed, the man turned to another standing beside him. Junior brother, it seems your observations are rather lacking. You cannot even discern whether junior sister Bai is injured or has been poisoned by the Bai family. His voice was frigid, and suddenly he unleashed a powerful aura, sending the nearest disciple hurtling backward, crashing against the wall. If Bai Feng were there, he would have identified this individual as Chen Shixiao, with whom he had previously clashed. The man coughed up blood, clutching his chest with one hand, his face etched with fear and trepidation. Senior brother, I did not. Silence. I have no interest in your explanations. His eyes narrowed, cutting off the disciple's words, yet his gaze softened as he reached into his storage pouch, retrieving a vial of pills and tossing it to him. Here, take this and rest. Yes, thank you, senior brother. The disciple hurriedly accepted the pill and swallowed it, his pallor improving slightly. Senior brother, shall we let this matter rest? Let it rest? How could that be? He chuckled lightly, though his eyes held no mirth. Since Bai Feng dares to approach junior sister Bai, he must face the consequences. While others may be oblivious, as a member of the Yi family, He was privy to certain secrets regarding the Bai family. Bai Yuma had no blood ties to the Bai family, and Bai Feng's actions had undoubtedly ruffled his feathers. In his eyes, only he was worthy to become a Dao partner with junior sister Bai. However, Bai Feng indeed posed a threat. He believed that Bai Feng had taken advantage of Bai Yuma's immature thoughts during her childhood. As for the Bai family's justifications regarding the matter of digging bones, he dismissed them entirely. The allure of celestial bones was something even he could scarcely resist. How much more so for a young master of the Bai family with mediocre talent? As a scion of another prominent family, he understood well how much disdain disciples of average talent faced within large families. Their thirst for power exceeded all else. Chapter 24. The Child of Fortune Radar reacts anew. How I wish to lie in bed and languish for eternity. Bai Feng flopped onto his bed, feeling like a salted fish. Now that he had returned to Qingzhou Peak, after the events of the day, his social energy was nearly depleted. Yet he could not afford to rest and languish. He needed to devise a strategy to guard against the inexplicable Child of Fortune who had fixated on him. Is there a way to both deter the Child of Fortune from taking action and avoid acquiring any fortune points? In light of this, Bai Feng found himself deep in contemplation. Firstly, this Child of Destiny was unlike any he had encountered before. He was the first to actively provoke him. However, such tactics were undeniably rather despicable. Yet, upon reflection, it was only natural, aside from Lin Yan, the paragon of righteousness. There were undoubtedly those among the children of destiny who were selfish and self-serving, even indistinguishable from villains, like a certain individual. Although he had not witnessed it firsthand, he surmised that this new Child of Destiny was most likely one of the egocentric type. Such children of destiny would undoubtedly be far more troublesome to contend with, as they possessed no moral compass or boundaries. Nonetheless, all of this remained mere speculation. He sincerely hoped he was mistaken, and that the new Child of Destiny might resemble Lin Yan in character. For the time being, he decided to establish some means of self-protection. He would begin by setting up several layers of formations, especially after the incident with the Demoness, which had significantly diminished his sense of security within his home. If this new Child of Destiny proved to be as unscrupulous as the Demoness, he might very well infiltrate his abode. Although he was temporarily residing at Qingzhou Peak, he could not afford to abandon his precautions out of fear of waste. He had learned his lesson from the Demoness once already. Thus, Bai Feng retrieved a smoothly polished jade from his table and proceeded to extract various materials. Setting up a lethal formation? No, that would be too conspicuous. Instead, he opted for a layer of confinement and illusion formations, followed by a spirit-gathering formation for disguise. Bai Feng toyed with the materials in his hand, contemplating while he arranged the formations. Over the subsequent days, Bai Feng remained ensconced in his quarters, engrossed in books, occasionally accompanying Bai Yuma to the library to borrow tomes related to formations. It must be said that the foundation of the Heavenly Sword sect was indeed far more profound than that of the Bai family. He had initially thought the Bai family's collection of formations was considerable, but it paled in comparison to that of the Heavenly Sword sect. The primary reason was that the rewards from the system only provided the most rudimentary formations. He needed to seek out additional formations on his own. A yawn escaped him as he pondered when the sect leader and others might conclude their discussions. Bai Feng laid down his book and stretched lazily. He had anticipated only staying at Qingzhou Peak for a couple of days, yet nearly a week had passed without any resolution. Were it not for the privilege of borrowing all formation-related texts from the library, barring the highest tier, he might have felt abandoned by the Heavenly Sword sect. Meanwhile, within a small chamber where the sect leader and the various peak masters of the Heavenly Sword sect convened, a fierce debate was unfolding. A burly bald man rubbed his smooth forehead and declared, "I believe Bai Feng should join the body refinement peak." Shameless. Are you really going to let a body cultivator steal the spotlight from a formation genius? Are you planning to inscribe formations on yourself? Why not? Perhaps Bai Feng could pioneer a new school at our body refinement peak. I recall Bai Feng has some talent with talismans. Perhaps he should join the talisman's peak instead. Why squander a more talented formation aptitude to learn your rudimentary symbols? If even the body refinement peak believes it can accommodate him, then surely our pill peak can too. We might even originate a new school of pill crafting inscribed with formations. An elderly man chuckled as he stroked his beard. Our artifact refining peak has something to say as well. Enough. Stop leading others astray. A middle-aged man with a serious expression furrowed his brow. In my opinion, he should join our divine sword peak. Sword formations are indeed a type of formation. Then Bai Feng should join the main peak, Tianjin Peak. Who can outplay the Heavenly Sword Peak in swordplay? Do not try to sow discord between me and my senior brother. Our Divine Sword Peak and Tianjin Peak complement each other and are indispensable. Joining our Divine Sword Peak would still grant him the benefits of Tianjin Peak. Let us settle this with a match. Whoever wins shall determine where Bai Feng goes. The bald man cracked his neck, weary of the endless discussions that seemed unlikely to yield results even after a year. One individual shook his head, saying, "I believe we should respect the disciple's opinion and ask Bai Feng where he wishes to go." Elder Chu Ningyan of Qingzhou Peak turned to the silent sect leader, her expression one of exasperation. Sect leader, do you have any plans? The sect leader stroked his beard and replied, I have been closely observing Bai Feng's situation. His aptitude for formations is extraordinarily formidable, and he is incredibly diligent, spending his days immersed in books on formations. I fear that none of us here could adequately teach him. At this, the sect leader couldn't help but sigh. As the foremost sect in the northern region, the Heavenly Sword sect boasted considerable prowess in swordplay, body refining, alchemy, artifact refining, and talisman crafting, yet it lacked in formations. This was not to say that the Heavenly Sword sect's formations were inferior. On the contrary, they were by no means weak and had several capable formation disciples. However, they lacked a leading figure at the pinnacle of expertise. Peaks such as Pill Peak and Artifact Refining Peak had been established after the sect's founding, thanks to the emergence of several exceptionally talented disciples. Thus, the appearance of Bai Feng, in his eyes, represented an opportunity, a chance to enhance the system of the Heavenly Sword sect. Yet, it also posed a challenge, as Bai Feng was no ordinary disciple, but rather the eldest son of the Bai family in the northern region. Retaining him would undoubtedly be quite a challenge. Chu Ningyan clearly understood the sect leader's sentiments. After a moment's contemplation, she proposed, in that case, let us keep Bai Feng at the main peak. This way, there should be no objections from others. However, the sect leader shook his head. No, I have said before that none of us can teach him, myself included. He then turned to Chu Ningyan. I recall Bai Feng's sister, Bai Yuma. Is your disciple correct? Yes, Chu Ningyan nodded. Their relationship was quite amicable, contrary to rumors. Very well, the sect leader nodded, quickly formulating an idea in his mind. Let Bai Feng continue to reside at Qingzhou Peak. We shall refrain from assigning him tasks that might interrupt his studies. It would be beneficial for him to delve into formations. When time permits, I shall visit an old friend and see if I can persuade a formation master to join us. Understood. Naturally, Chu Ningyan had no objections, as it essentially meant acquiring a formation genius without any effort. However, she would not remain idle, albeit her lack of knowledge in formations. She would seek assistance from her acquaintances in that field. Unbeknownst to Bai Feng, the revelation of his formation aptitude had stirred considerable upheaval among the higher-ups of the Heavenly Sword sect. While he was engrossed in his studies, he suddenly detected a response from the Child of Destiny radar. Moreover, the source of the signal was located at Qingzhou Peak. Chapter 25, A Child of Destiny? Who is it? Is it the same Child of Destiny that previously targeted me, or is there another one atop Qingzhou Peak besides Bai Yuma? Bai Feng set aside his book and hurried to the window to peer outside, discovering a disheveled individual with a haggard expression. The person bore faint dark circles under his eyes, as if he had not slept in ages, and wore a bitter smile, exuding an air of tragic tales. Is this truly a Child of Destiny? A mainstream Child of Destiny in distress? Bai Feng couldn't help but scoff. However, judging by the direction in which the individual was heading, it seemed he was not coming to seek him out, which was of little consequence to Bai Feng. So long as this Child of Destiny did not perish at his doorstep, he was indifferent. Were this a mere ordinary person, he might have been curious enough to approach for a closer look, but as it was a Child of Destiny, he deemed it prudent to keep his distance, fearing he might be consumed by the unfolding drama. Just as Bai Feng prepared to immerse himself in his reading once more, he noticed the Child of Destiny returning, now making his way towards the very building where Bai Feng resided. Could it truly be that he is seeking me out? Should I pretend I am not home? While he pondered, he caught sight of the Child of Destiny glancing towards the window of his dwelling. Why is he not following the proper protocol? Who approaches a door without knocking first to check if anyone is inside? I should have drawn the curtains. Though Bai Feng was not standing directly at the window, he had not hidden himself away, and it was evident that someone was present inside. The Child of Fortune was quite straightforward. He halted his steps and turned to approach the window directly. Excuse me, may I inquire if Senior Sister Yu Yao is not at King's Hufeng? Yu Yao? I believe I have heard Bai Yuma mention her before. Bai Feng pondered internally, simultaneously scrutinizing the other individual. Could it be that this Child of Fortune is merely a sycophant of Senior Sister Yu Yao? However, seeing that the individual was not addressing him, he felt relieved. He shook his head and replied, I'm sorry. I have only just arrived a few days ago, and am not well acquainted with matters concerning Senior Sister Yu Yao. I see. The Child of Fortune expressed disappointment, but then perked up. I am Luo Chun from Zixiafeng. If Senior Sister Yu Yao returns, could you kindly inform me? I shall be sure to express my gratitude. Perhaps I did not make myself clear earlier. I have just entered the Tianjian sect, and am merely residing temporarily at King's Hufeng. So I'm afraid I cannot be of assistance. Bai Feng interjected, waving his hand. In truth, he only knew his sister Bai Yuma at King's Hufeng, and had no desire to entangle himself with the Child of Fortune. My apologies for my intrusion. The Child of Fortune offered a wry smile. In that case, I shall wait a while longer. Indeed, it was confirmed, with a 9 or even 10 out of 10 probability, that the other was indeed a sycophant. The notion of the Child of Fortune being a sycophant was quite novel, albeit not entirely unfamiliar. Following the typical narrative progression, this Child of Fortune might soon experience a transmigration, rebirth, or perhaps come to a sudden realization. At that moment, Bai Yuma, as usual, opened Bai Feng's door, carrying fresh spirit vegetables and meat. Brother, today she halted mid-sentence upon spotting the two individuals standing by the window, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. What is happening? Why are they conversing through the window? Observing her confusion, Bai Feng casually explained. He is here looking for senior sister Yuyao. Oh, it's senior brother Luo. Bai Yuma approached Bai Feng's side, gazing at the dejected child of fortune outside the window. Senior sister Yuyao has temporarily stepped out. I am unsure when she will return. Thank you for the information, junior sister Bai. Luo Chun clasped his hands in gratitude, hesitating for a few seconds before producing 3 vials of elixirs. Could you please deliver this vial to senior sister Yuyao? I wish to ask her to convey this vial to senior sister Ji. Just let her know that junior brother Luo acknowledges his mistake. Why not deliver it to her personally? Bai Yuma inquired, her brow furrowing. Luo Chen offered a rueful smile. Senior sister is not inclined to see me lately. Bai Yuma nodded, continuing to scrutinize the other 2 vials of elixirs. What are these for? Are they meant for your junior sister? No. I cannot impose such trivial matters on junior sister Bai and senior sister Yuyao. Please accept these 2 vials. The elixirs are unnecessary. Bai Yuma waved her hand. I will inform senior sister, but I cannot guarantee she will acquiesce. Thank you, junior sister. That will suffice. Luo Chen visibly relaxed, handing over the elixirs before expressing his gratitude and taking his leave. Bai Feng observed Luo Chen's forlorn figure departing, unable to refrain from muttering to himself. He truly is a sycophant, merely a sycophant of senior sister Ji. This led him to feel that this child of fortune posed little threat, someone entirely unworthy of caution. Having said that, he turned to Bai Yuma. Does this individual frequently visit King's Hufeng? Yes, he is quite a complex character, Bai Yuma briefly summarized. The narrative was easy to comprehend. He had been framed for stealing his junior brother's elixirs, and both his junior sister and senior sister deemed him at fault. It seemed a similar incident had occurred, prompting him to seek assistance from senior sister Yuyao indirectly. Bai Feng's expression grew peculiar, as he sensed numerous points of contention. It is indeed an odd relationship, is it not? Bai Yuma could not help but shake her head. I recall that senior brother Luo has a good reputation and treats the disciples of Xiaofeng well, yet he has encountered such senior sisters and junior sisters. Perhaps those favored grow complacent, Bai Feng mused. His disposition also seems questionable. Who behaves so obsequiously? He stroked his chin and glanced at Bai Yuma. By the way, do not emulate him in the future. Relentless self-sacrifice in matters of love yields no positive outcome, merely leading to being looked down upon, much like him. Bai Yuma lowered her head. Just moments ago, she had been admonishing others. Now, after Bai Feng's explanation, she suddenly realized that she had previously embodied that very sense of unwarranted confidence. It seemed her brother still harbored resentment, feeling she had not done enough. Beep. Detected that the child of fortune experienced fear and regret under the host's admonition, significantly diminishing his previously burgeoning arrogance, earning 20 points of fortune value and 2 spiritual power. Bai Feng, what is wrong with you, little sister? I am teaching you not to be a sycophant, and yet you seem to be repaying kindness with enmity? What troubles you? You haven't acted this way before, have you? Bai Feng's expression turned skeptical. Although the system often exaggerated minor occurrences to provide him with fortune value, there was indeed a basis for concern. It indicated that Bai Yuma had experienced some emotional fluctuations. No. Bai Yuma quickly shook her head, casting a furtive glance at Bai Feng. I merely recalled certain matters. If someone is insistent on fawning over you, simply disregard them and do not harbor any psychological burdens. Some individuals are simply incorrigible. Bai Feng nodded, nearly forgetting that Bai Yuma was quite popular within the Tianjin sect. There must be many sycophants vying for her attention. Bai Yuma, what does her brother truly mean? Bai Feng intended to elaborate further when, at that moment, a series of knocks resounded from outside the door. Who is it? Bai Feng rose and approached the door, opening it to reveal the peak master Chu Ningyan, who was smiling warmly at him. Will you not invite me in for a visit? Of course, master. Bai Feng quickly stepped aside, his mind racing with thoughts. Could it be that the outcome has finally arrived? What arrangements might the sect master have for him? Would he be sent to the main peak, or elsewhere? Chapter 26. Breaching King's Hufeng, rescuing senior sister Bai, capturing Bai Feng. Yuma is here too. Chu Ningyan beamed, observing the camaraderie between the siblings. Master, Bai Yuma promptly greeted, her expression a blend of curiosity and anticipation. Have you and the others reached a decision? Chu Ningyan nodded with a smile. Indeed, after several days of deliberation, we have finally reached a conclusion. Bai Feng and Bai Yuma exchanged glances, bewildered. Chu Ningyan then turned her attention to Bai Feng, refraining from immediately announcing the results, instead posing a few inquiries. Bai Feng, have you been comfortable residing at King's Hufeng these past few days? Yes, quite well. The environment here is serene, free from disturbances, Bai Feng affirmed. Though the accommodations are rather modest. That is good to hear. Chu Ningyan's smile softened, her demeanor growing more serious. I wish to know if you would be willing to take me as your master. Although I am not well versed in formations, I can assist you in finding an elder proficient in this area. However, should you have other aspirations, you may choose another peak. Bai Feng fell into contemplation. as he had not anticipated this outcome. He had originally thought he would be assigned to the symbol peak or the main peak, especially since he possessed an aptitude for talismans, which had led Bai Yuma to recommend him for entry into the Tianjin sect. He did not believe this decision was made lightly. Rather, it seemed to have been reached after considerable discussion and thought. Could it be that his displayed talent in formations was so formidable that others hesitated to accept him? Chu Ningyan made no effort to rush him, instead settling into a chair and glancing at the array of formation-related books on the table, feeling quite satisfied. After all, who wouldn't he appreciate a disciple with both talent and diligence? Should Bai Feng choose to take her as his master, she would certainly ensure that several formation masters were brought in to instruct her disciple. Meanwhile, Bai Yuma appeared somewhat anxious. Although she wished for Bai Feng to remain at King's Hufeng, she did not want to interfere with his choice, especially considering her own sense of indebtedness. Before long, Bai Feng had made his decision. He lifted his head and bowed deeply to Chu Ningyan, declaring, "Disciple Bai Feng respectfully greets my master. Very well, from now on, you may focus on your cultivation at Qingzhou Peak and do not concern yourself with any tasks," Chu Ningyan said with a smile, extending her hand to retrieve the prepared bamboo sword from her storage pouch. "I imagine you would not be interested in those ordinary spirit weapons. This bamboo sword was my companion before I reached the nascent soul stage, and I have nurtured it for quite some time." "Thank you, master," Bai Feng replied as he accepted the bamboo sword. Though its exterior was a vibrant green, it radiated a gentle luster, smooth and delicate as jade. The bamboo's semi-transparent quality was exquisite, with the nodes connecting the segments slightly raised, resembling intricate jade patterns that made it irresistible to hold. "I am glad you like it." Chu Ningyan slowly rose to her feet. "I shall not disturb you any further. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out. If I am unavailable, approach the sect leader." "Yes, master. Take care," Bai Feng said, watching as Chu Ningyan departed, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. Although there had been some setbacks along the way, particularly the sect leader's prolonged meeting that left him apprehensive, he felt a sense of accomplishment in having achieved his objective. From now on, he could remain at Qingzhou Peak, effectively severing ties with all troubles. As for his decision to stay at Qingzhou Peak, had he been asked upon his initial arrival at the Tianjin sect, he might have chosen a different location. However, upon learning that he had drawn the attention of the Child of Destiny, his options had significantly narrowed. While his sister, Bai Yuma, occasionally gifted him a modicum of fortune, he found it increasingly acceptable to receive such tokens in exchange for ensuring his survival against the Child of Destiny's scrutiny. Moreover, the location offered greater safety. After all, to quote his father, only a Child of Destiny could contend with another Child of Destiny. With this thought, he glanced at Bai Yuma, whose face was barely concealing a smile, and his gaze softened with affection. "Sister, your brother's safety will now depend entirely on you." A month later, Bai Feng secluded himself in his study, brush in hand, engaged in his artistic pursuits. Though he had officially joined the Tianjin sect, he could not forsake his original craft. The formation was his work, painting was his life. Someone's here? Bai Feng sensed the activation of his formation and promptly set down his brush, stowing his artwork in a drawer inscribed with a miniature illusion array. Once everything was in order, he stepped out of his study and opened the door. "Bai Ge, you arrived at the Tianjin sect without informing me? I only learned of it today." A voice of complaint echoed, belonging to Lin Yan, one of Bai Feng's devoted fans. "I heard you were in seclusion, so I refrained from disturbing you. Come, let's talk inside," Bai Feng explained with a smile as he and Lin Yan entered the room. "You appear to have broken through to the late Foundation establishment stage, am I right? By sheer luck, it pales in comparison to your escape from the 100-visaged Saintess." Lin Yan replied with a chuckle, then sighed. "Alas, I have missed so many of Master Chuanxio's works during my month of seclusion. Now, I shall have to acquire them at a premium." Every time Bai Feng heard Lin Yan speak of Chuanxio, an odd feeling stirred within him. Although he had voiced his thoughts on several occasions, he could not help but wonder how this Child of Destiny had become his admirer. Yet, Bai Feng maintained an expression devoid of any hint of discomfort, instead shaking his head with a hint of melancholy. "You need not worry, Lin Ge. Master Chuanxio has not released any new works in the past month." "Why is that?" Lin Yan's face registered surprise. Could it be that Master Chuanxio has gone offline? Not quite. Bai Feng feigned hesitation for a few seconds before lowering his voice. "You see, Master Chuanxio has some connections with our Bai family and occasionally visits. However, not long ago, the 100-visaged Saintess somehow learned of this and intruded upon our home, which is why I had to hastily come to the Tianjin sect." "What?" Lin Yan's fists clenched in anger. He could hardly contain his outrage against the 100-visaged Saintess. "Lin Ge, remain calm. Rest assured that Master Chuanxio is unharmed. Only some manuscripts were confiscated, which has delayed his publications." Bai Feng hurried to clarify, adding in a hushed tone, "Please do not speak of this to others. Master Chuanxio prefers to keep his identity concealed." "That's a relief." Lin Yan exhaled, then turned to Bai Feng with curiosity. "By the way, how were you affected? I heard you nearly fell into the hands of a demoness." "Let us not dwell on that," Bai Feng sighed. "Let me ask you this. If Master Chuanxio were to visit the Lin family, what would you do?" Lin Yan pondered for a moment. I would find a way to meet Master Chuanxiu and express my admiration. Exactly. Bai Feng nodded, as if he had found a kindred spirit. I thought the same. I had brought Master Chuanxiu's latest work, hoping to get his autograph, but who would have anticipated that I would be attacked by a demoness while conversing with him? Lin Yin immersed himself in the scenario, imagining himself interrupted by a demoness while seeking an autograph. He slammed his fist on the table, gritting his teeth. That demoness truly deserves a reckoning. He vowed that, for Bai Ji's sake, he would ensure the 100-visaged saintess paid dearly for her actions. 100-visaged saintess, achoo. Enough of these unpleasant matters. Bai Feng waved his hand dismissively. Have there been any interesting occurrences within the sect recently? Upon hearing this, a mischievous smile crept onto Lin Yan's face. Aside from a few individuals shouting about storming Qingzhou Peak to rescue Sister Bai and capture Bai Feng, nothing particularly noteworthy has transpired. Are those people still causing a ruckus? Bai Feng felt a mix of exasperation and disbelief. Do I truly attract that much animosity? Surely. No one is plotting against me. He had uttered this casually, but to his surprise, Lin Yan's expression turned serious. That's one of the reasons I sought you out. I have discovered that someone is indeed stoking the flames. Unfortunately, my strength is insufficient to identify the perpetrator. Even you cannot uncover their identity, Lingo? It seems we are in for some trouble. Bai Feng was not overly surprised, having already learned that he was under the scrutiny of the Child of Destiny. Regrettably, he had no knowledge of who that child might be. This system is utterly useless. It doesn't even display a name. Beep. Once the fortune value reaches 1,000, the name display function will be activated. Bai Feng, perhaps it is best to leave it be. Seeing Bai Feng fall into silence, Lin Yin assumed he was concerned about the situation and assured him, do not worry, Bai Go. With me around, I will ensure we uncover this person's trail. I truly appreciate it, Lin Go, Bai Feng responded without hesitation. However, if you find any clues, please refrain from acting hastily. He had no desire to receive notifications regarding a Child of Destiny commanding another Child of Destiny's underlings. Rest assured, I will inform you first, Lin Yin nodded. Clearly understanding that Bai Feng intended to take action himself. His task was to gather information on the mastermind behind the scenes. After conversing for a while longer, Lin Yin took his leave. As Bai Feng was about to return to his study, Bai Yuma pushed the door open once more. Sister, while I won't criticize you for not knocking, could you at least make an effort to cultivate and not visit me every day? Bai Feng expressed his bemusement. Though he did indeed crave a sense of security, he hardly needed her frequent presence in his home. It felt as if she considered his abode her own. He suspected that if he invited her to stay with him, she would readily agree. I can cultivate here too, and it's even faster than at my place. Bai Yuma expertly placed the ingredients she had brought into the kitchen. Brother, what would you like to eat today? Recently, the food has been a bit greasy. Let us have something lighter, Bai Feng said, observing Bai Yuma bustling about in the kitchen, feeling a sense of unease. When had their relationship transformed into this? His sister seemed to have taken a turn. She no longer resembled a sister, but rather a caretaker tending to his daily needs. By the way, if you believe my cultivation speed is faster here, I could install a spirit gathering array in your house as well. As Bai Feng spoke, he observed Bai Yumo deftly fastening his apron, skillfully igniting the spiritual stove to prepare a meal, his gaze imbued with subtlety. If you fancy these sorts of things, I could arrange for you to have a set when I install the spirit gathering array, he remarked. But let's discuss that later. Bai Yumo casually shifted the topic. By the way, senior sister Ji from Zixiao Peak has invited us over for dinner. Brother Luo-chun is getting married? Bai Feng inquired, perplexed. No. It's actually the junior brother from Zixiao Peak, who has just broken through to Foundation establishment. Since senior sister Yu Yao has a good rapport with them, she thought it fitting to invite us for a celebratory gathering. Bai Feng fell silent for a few seconds, pondering. Is that really necessary? As the eldest son of the Bai family, I didn't even have a celebration after my own success in Foundation establishment. I merely received an extra chicken leg in the kitchen. So are we going? Bai Yumo turned to ask. Not a chance. I have no interest in that. Bai Feng replied, shaking his head. Although he enjoyed gossiping, he was selective about the tales he indulged in, particularly those involving sycophants, which could lead to severe heartache if consumed in excess. Moreover, a trip to Zixiao Peak held the risk of encountering some fated children's underlings who might target him. Alright then, I'll let senior sister Yu Yao know, Bai Yumo nodded, continuing to expertly plate the dishes she had prepared. Bai Feng assumed this matter would fade into memory until several nights later, when he sat by the window, propping his chin on one hand, listening to the joyous sounds from outside, which he found merely irritating. Hey, junior brother, stop hiding in your room and come out to play. A cheerful voice rang from outside the door. Ignoring it, Bai Feng soon noticed a small head peeking through the window. It was a little girl, barely reaching his chest, who propped herself up on the windowsill, her short legs kicking energetically. Junior brother, I knew you were in here. Bai Feng sighed at the sight of the pint-sized girl. This was none other than senior sister Yu Yao, whose intellect seemed to have stunted along with her growth, often leading her to act in peculiar ways. Noticing Bai Feng's lack of enthusiasm, Yu Yao chuckled awkwardly, an apologetic smile gracing her face. I'm sorry, I saw you cooped up in your room, hardly ever venturing out, so I thought a gathering might lift your spirits. Oh, That explains why the celebration is being held at Qingzhou Peak. It's all because of you. He felt an urge to grab her short legs and toss her down the mountainside. Is it possible that my seclusion is due to my research on a race? Bai Feng sighed again. His impression of senior sister Yu Yao was generally favorable. During his month at Qingzhou Peak, she had often assisted him and Bai Yumo, proving to be a rather decent person, albeit with thoughts that matched her diminutive stature. Yu Yao chuckled bashfully. I'm sorry. Is there anything you desire? I can get it for you. I'm called Junior Brother just because I joined Qingzhou Peak later. Not because I'm younger. Bai Feng sighed once more. He mused that Bai Yumo had been far less of a hassle than senior sister Yu Yao during her childhood. Come on. I've also invited the sisters from Xixiao Peak. If you're interested, I could introduce you to them, Yu Yao whispered, her eyes darting around furtively. No. I have no interest in the sisters from Xixiao Peak, Bai Feng replied without hesitation, waving his hand dismissively. That place is the territory of Luo Chun, the fated child. Besides, Xixiao Peak is so infested with sycophants that associating with them would be akin to courting disaster. Well, if you do come, I'll give you a delightful gift that I guarantee you'll adore. Yu Yao once again glanced around cautiously, this time with even more care. But don't tell anyone. This is something I've procured with great difficulty. With that, she retrieved a book from her storage bag. The cover was strikingly familiar, particularly the elegant characters that read spring and autumn, evoking a sense of urgency to rush home to write. Bai Feng stared at the book thrust into his arms, then glanced at the expectant expression on Yu Yao's face. At that moment, he was at a loss for what expression to wear. You're giving a junior brother who's just a month in the door a book on the Little Emperor? What disciple could withstand such a trial? Yet, the author of that very book could. Senior sister, how did you come to possess such a book? Bai Feng sighed. I heard that as long as you give this to a boy, they'll be quite pleased, Yu Yao replied, her face alight with understanding. Besides, it's only slightly risque. It's not like it's one of those books featuring intimate relations between men and women. But everything that can be exposed is displayed. Apart from those 3 dots. Yu Yao gasped in surprise. Oh, you've read it too? Bai Feng replied with an expressionless face. Didn't Bai Yumo tell you? My home is in Qinghang City. Upon hearing Bai Feng's response, Yu Yao's spirits lifted. She climbed up onto the windowsill, her face alight with excitement as she asked, could you bring me a few more books? Bai Feng was taken aback. Is it appropriate for a junior brother to carry such literature? Chapter 28. So it was you who sought to fleece me. Seemingly aware of her excessive enthusiasm, Yu Yao quickly straightened up, a hint of embarrassment gracing her cheeks. I truly enjoy making clothes, and each of spring and autumn's books inspires me anew. Oh, so the clothes worn by Bai Yumo were crafted by you. So it was you who sought to fleece me at the Tianjin sect. Today, I shall settle both old and new scores. Yu Yao suddenly bit her lip. If you're willing to assist me, I could share a portion of my earnings from selling clothes. Elaborate. As for the fleece, what fleece? I've never heard of it. But before Yu Yao could share her business plan, a voice suddenly interrupted from the side. Brother, sister, what are you doing here instead of joining the gathering? Bai Yumo stood nearby, tilting her head with a curious smile. Bai Feng felt a sense of danger from that smile. As Bai Yumo turned her attention to Yu Yao, he discreetly tucked the book into his storage bag. Ahem. Yu Yao, being thick-skinned, cleared her throat and replied. I merely noticed that the junior brother was holed up in his room, so I came to persuade him to join in on the fun. Then why are you standing so close? Bai Yumo continued with her curious smile. Well, why is that? Yu Yao stuttered, glancing at the sky, then at Bai Feng, only to find him reveling in her discomfort. She felt a surge of annoyance. Of course. It's because the senior sister wanted to coax me out, using the flimsy excuse of custom-making clothes for both you and me. Bai Feng interjected to alleviate Yu Yao's embarrassment, considering that they might become partners in the future. It was best not to put too much pressure on a potential collaborator. Sensing the shift, Yu Yao seized the opportunity to play along. Yes, exactly. I initially wanted to surprise you. With that, she shot a reproachful glance at Bai Feng, as if to say, why did you have to reveal that? Then why are you so close? Bai Yumo pressed, her eyes wide. Yu Yao explained, of course, I was measuring. Otherwise, the clothes wouldn't fit properly. Really? Bai Yumo asked, her expression skeptical, but ultimately she decided not to dwell on the matter. She turned to Yu Yao, who was already sweating profusely, and said, Sister, the people from Xixiao Peak are looking for you. Oh, I'll be right there. Yu Yao sighed in relief, then turned to Bai Feng and Bai Yumo. You should come too. We prepared plenty of delicious food and fun activities. Bai Feng resumed his languid demeanor. Can I opt out? Come on. Just think of it as your senior sister pleading with you. Yu Yao clasped her hands together in a beseeching gesture. Seeing Yu Yao in such a humble posture, Bai Feng ultimately decided not to make it too difficult for her. After all, he wasn't a monster. Thus, with a smile, he quietly addressed Yu Yao outside the window. But about the clothing, give it. Make sure to craft an extra piece for me. Yu Yao gritted her teeth and spoke in an obscure dialect that Bai Yumo could not comprehend. Very well. Bai Feng acquiesced, recognizing the necessity of collaboration between them. They could not exploit the situation too ruthlessly. To prevent Bai Yumo from suspecting anything, he added, the new clothes are for Bai Yumo. I only need one. All right. Let us make haste. Bai Feng followed closely behind Yuyo, eager to attend the gathering. His reasons were twofold. After a month of delving into the intricacies of array formations, he realized that the pursuit was indeed a costly endeavor, necessitating a steady influx of financial support. Additionally, the luck-enhanced sycophant posed no immediate threat prior to his awakening. Had he been another favored child of fortune, Bai Feng would not have been persuaded by mere monetary incentives. As anticipated, upon arrival at the venue, he observed Luo Chun, the luck-driven sycophant, bustling about, incessantly distributing grilled meat to his senior sisters and juniors, only to receive neither gratitude nor acknowledgement, as the very morsels he offered were promptly handed off to a younger disciple standing nearby. If one could overlook the obsequiousness of this luck-driven sycophant, Luo Chun was indeed a source of reassurance. Yuyo, you have finally arrived. At that moment, a woman of commendable stature approached with a warm smile, evidently well acquainted with Yuyo. She must be senior sister Ji from Zixiao Peak. Make yourselves comfortable and enjoy. Do not be too restrained. After addressing Bai Feng and Bai Yumal, Yuyo hastily made her way over to engage in discussions regarding the gathering. Bai Feng, feeling no need for formality, promptly seated himself at an unoccupied spot, with Bai Yumal following suit beside him. The gathering was indeed well attended. Bai Feng surveyed the surroundings, noting several unfamiliar senior brothers and sisters who greeted him with smiles, which he reciprocated courteously. Yumal, does Qingzhou Peak frequently host such events? He inquired out of curiosity. Bai Yumal shook her head. No, this is the first time. Everyone is intrigued and has come to see. That's a relief. Bai Feng sighed, as he preferred not to be dragged into such gatherings on a regular basis. Brother, is there anything you wish to eat? I can fetch it for you. Upon seeing fresh spiritual beast meat being delivered, Bai Yumal offered. Let us go together. Bai Feng, inspired by the pristine quality of the meat, envisioned various culinary possibilities and swiftly made his way towards the source of the spiritual beast meat, Bai Yumal in tow. As they passed by Luo Chun's vicinity, Bai Feng chose to remain silent and circumvent him. Simultaneously, he caught a glimpse of Lin Yu, the younger disciple from Zixiao Peak, who was being inundated with grilled meat by several senior sisters, his plate overflowing. Quite sweet-tongued, yet rather insipid, Bai Feng mused internally. How amusing that a favored child of fortune is so easily manipulated by this little fellow, truly a testament to the ineptitude of the luck-driven sycophant. However, it appeared that the favored child posed no threat, while the one who had managed to manipulate him seemed somewhat unsettled. Upon spotting Bai Yumal, Lin Yu's eyes lit up, and despite being nearly 16 or 17, he feigned a youthful demeanor and called out, Senior Sister Bai, please wait a moment. Bai Yumal halted, turning to regard him with an air of indifference. Her impression of him was far from favorable, and having interrupted her meal with Bai Feng, she felt no inclination to engage unless he were merely a pampered younger disciple of Zixiao Peak. Otherwise, she would likely not even spare him a glance. Evidently taken aback by Bai Yumal's cold demeanor, Lin Yu quickly lowered his head and spoke apologetically. I am sorry. I heard from a senior sister that it was you who assisted in delivering the elixir to senior sister Yuyo, which enabled me to break through to the foundation establishment stage. I merely wished to express my gratitude. I was too excited just now. Oh, I merely assisted in the delivery. You should direct your thanks to senior brother Luo Chun. Bai Yumal replied flatly, intending to resume her meal with Bai Feng. But it was you who helped. Lin Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he quickly masked it, lifting a plate piled high with grilled meat, and sheepishly said, I have nothing to offer in return, but since you are fond of grilled meat, these are untouched, and I cannot eat them. Why not have them? Bai Yumal frowned slightly, finding his tenacity rather unappealing, especially as it interrupted her time with Bai Feng. Without allowing Bai Yumal to respond, Bai Feng stepped forward, seizing a piece of grilled meat and popping it into his mouth. Perfectly cooked, crisp on the outside and tender within, succulent and juicy. He nodded appreciatively. Yumal, let us grill this type of spiritual beast meat as well. I wonder if this junior disciple could enlighten us on the method of preparing such delectable meat? Lin Yu's expression faltered slightly, as he mumbled, It was given to me by a senior sister. I am not sure how it was cooked. How unfortunate. Bai Feng shook his head, then moved to stand beside Bai Yumal. Let us select a few pieces of meat. Nothing beats cooking it ourselves. At the same time, he cast a sidelong glance at Lin Yu, thinking, as if Zixiao Peak selling green tea wasn't tea enough, they wish to sell tea in Qingzhou Peak as well? Do they presume everyone else is as gullible as their luck-driven sycophant? Indeed. Bai Yumal's smile returned as she quickened her pace to follow Bai Feng, leaving Zixiao Peak behind. Lin Yu, lifting his gaze, watched Bai Feng's retreating figure with resentment. How dare a talentless fool disrupt him? Junior brother, do not fixate on that cold meat. Come, try this freshly grilled piece. Instantly, Lin Yu's face transformed into a bashful smile. Of course, senior sister, you must try it too. This grilled meat is truly delightful. Indeed, these few pieces should suffice. Bai Feng selected several appealing pieces of spiritual beast meat when suddenly, a note fluttered down before him, inscribed with writing. He turned to find it was from the luck-driven sycophant, Luo Chun, who wore a faint smile. It's the method for grilling meat. As expected. The luck-driven sycophant maintained a persona of a benevolent fool prior to his awakening. Thank you. Bai Feng accepted the grilling technique without pretense. After he took the note, Luo Chun turned and resumed his task of selecting fine spiritual beast meat for his senior sisters. Bai Feng studied the note briefly, committing its contents to memory before igniting it and watching it burn. It was best not to retain items connected to a favored child of fortune with whom he had little interaction. Brother, what did senior brother Luo Chun want just now? Bai Yuma, clutching the chosen spiritual beast meat, cast a curious glance in the direction Luo Chun had departed. He delivered the grilling method. Bai Feng lifted the spiritual beast meat from his plate. Come, let us return and grill the meat. All right. Bai Yuma glanced back at Zixiao Peak, then tugged at Bai Feng's sleeve. Brother, let us take a different route back, away from Zixiao Peak. Very well. Bai Feng and Bai Yuma's decision to circumvent the area did not escape Lin Yu's notice. His grip on his chopsticks tightened, culminating in a sharp snap as they fractured. Ah, junior brother, are you all right? A nearby senior sister inquired with concern. How could you be so careless? No. I just recently ascended to Foundation Establishment. I am still adjusting. Lin Yu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he replied, I apologize for worrying you, senior sister. I am still inept and cannot control it properly. Do not speak of yourself so negatively. You are a genius of Zixiao Peak. The senior sister picked up her chopsticks and offered him a piece of grilled meat. Come, open your mouth for a bite. No need, I can manage myself. Despite his words, Lin Yu opened his mouth nonetheless. In the distance, Bai Feng observed the scene before him, feeling a wave of nausea. What exquisite tea. Truly, it is the finest green tea. If memory serves, it was Luo Chen's junior sister who was feeding Lin Yu, wasn't he it? Glancing back at Luo Chen, oh, he was still grilling meat. No wonder I deemed him the safest child of destiny. Bai Feng averted his gaze and hastily quickened his pace to leave this repugnant place. Subsequently, as Bai Feng and Bai Yumo continued their grilling, they were not disturbed again. At most, a few passers-by exchanged greetings with them. It seemed that under the influence of Chu Ning Yen, the leader of Qingzhou Peak, the disciples of Qingzhou Peak possessed a rather easygoing demeanor. And there were no clusters of senior brothers and sisters bombarding him with questions. After all, his reputation in the Tianjin sect, whether good or bad, was indeed quite substantial. At that moment, Bai Yumo quietly picked up a piece of grilled meat and sent it over to Bai Feng's bowl. I still have some here, no need to keep sending it my way. Bai Feng glanced at the unexpectedly abundant grilled meat in his bowl, then at Bai Yumo, who quickly retracted her chopsticks and feigned interest in rearranging the grilled meat. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. You truly came for the grilled meat, didn't you? It's no wonder my bowl keeps filling up. I thought the Tianjin sect's grilled meat was self-replicating. Brother, you are merely at the Foundation Establishment stage. You ought to eat a bit more. Bai Yumo, undeterred by being discovered, retorted with conviction. This spirit beast meat is rich in nutrients and beneficial for cultivation. Don't change the subject. Bai Feng flicked her forehead with his fingers. I intend to grill it myself. If you are full, then sit and rest, or simply return to your cultivation. Understood. Bai Yumo covered her forehead, displaying some dissatisfaction. Yet she obediently sat beside him, watching him consume the grilled meat. Bai Feng remarked, if you have nothing else to do, then return to your cultivation instead of staring at me while I eat. He felt an inkling that Bai Yumo was increasingly disregarding him as her brother. Could it be that his recent amiability had eroded his authority as an elder brother? Oh, perhaps he never had much authority to begin with. Thus, it mattered not. As Bai Feng indulged in his meal, he glanced around and noticed that the senior brothers and sisters were engrossed in discussions about cultivation matters or upcoming missions. It seemed he was the only one truly enjoying his food. He felt somewhat out of place. Nevertheless, his hands did not cease their movements. Just as Bai Yumo had stated, the spirit beast meat was indeed nutrient-dense, especially the high-quality meat that had been transported. After consuming a few pieces, he could feel his body warming up and the flow of spiritual energy accelerating. With this realization, he was even more compelled to feast heartily. I'm exhausted, finally done. Yu Yao plopped down in a chair, unabashedly picked up her chopsticks, and snagged a freshly grilled piece of meat from the iron plate. Her eyes sparkling. You grill it quite well. Bai Feng glanced down at Yu Yao, who acted as if she were one of them. Why are you here pilfering my grilled meat? Of course, I noticed little Yumo sitting all alone, not eating any meat. Yu Yao unapologetically snatched another piece of grilled meat, and you didn't even think to take care of her. How shameful for an elder brother. I tried to, but she wouldn't listen. Before Yu Yao could snatch another piece, Bai Feng swiftly secured a third piece of grilled meat and extended it towards Bai Yumo. Look, Yumo, do you want to eat this grilled meat? Bai Yumo first glanced at Yu Yao sitting opposite Bai Feng, then looked at the chopsticks Bai Feng was offering. She gently nodded and bowed her head to take a bite of the grilled meat. Yu Yao blinked in surprise. Is there a bit too much brotherly affection between you two? Chapter 30. Don't you think you resemble a dog? Bai Feng observed his own chopsticks, then looked at Bai Yumo, who was blushing slightly while chewing on the grilled meat, and for a moment, even his mind seemed to stall. Had his gesture of offering the chopsticks been misconstrued? Sister, if you wish to eat grilled meat, just tell me. There is no need to rush. Bai Feng discreetly retracted the chopsticks, glancing at the tips, uncertain whether to continue using them. If he didn't tea, it would imply he was disdainful of Bai Yuemo. What if she felt hurt inside, and the system inundated him with fortune points? Yet, if he continued using them, he felt it was rather odd. Yes, brother is right. Bai Yuemo adjusted her posture, adopting a demeanor of one being instructed. Forget it, let us continue grilling. Bai Feng did not put down his chopsticks. Instead, he continued to pick up grilled meat and send it toward Bai Yuemo's bowl. If changing chopsticks was not feasible, then he would cleanse them with the grease of the grilled meat. With Yu Yao's presence, Bai Feng found this gathering quite enjoyable. After all, sharing a meal with someone was far more delightful than dining alone. Even Bai Yuemo was influenced and consumed a few more pieces of grilled meat. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that her gaze was slightly off, but when he looked closely, Bai Yuemo seemed just as usual. He hoped it was merely his illusion. He certainly could not endure being caught by the system and inundated with fortune points. This meal was delightful. Thank you. Little junior brother. Yu Yao patted her small belly. I must get back to work. Perhaps next time I can treat you both to grilled meat. With that, she hurriedly departed, the gathering nearing its conclusion, and she needed to tidy up promptly. Otherwise, she would face the elders' wrath should they discover the mountains in disarray the following day. Bai Feng felt somewhat stuffed as well. He rose and stretched. Let us head back to rest. I smell of grilled meat. I will have to bathe and do laundry when I return. Upon hearing Bai Feng's murmurs, Bai Yuemo's eyes seemed to sparkle with a glimmer of excitement. Then how about I help you wash your clothes, brother? Bai Feng waved his hand dismissively. There's no need. I'm not truly a pampered young master. I can handle such matters myself. It's fine, brother. Instead of wasting time on laundry, you should focus on cultivating and strive to reach the golden core stage sooner. Doing laundry doesn't take that long, does it? But Bai Yuemo remained persistent. It's fine. Just leave it to me. I promise to wash them until they are as good as new. Let us discuss this later. You should hurry back and rest. Bai Feng felt that Bai Yuemo was perhaps a tad too eager, now that she had taken over his meals. If she were to also take charge of laundry, she might truly become like a mother to him. A few minutes later, Bai Feng emerged from the steamy bathroom only to find his clothes missing, replaced by a note. His expression remained unchanged as he picked up the note and glanced at it. Brother, I took your clothes to wash. Remember to cultivate diligently. Bai Feng sighed. In the end, I still couldn't prevent my sister from progressing further down the path of becoming a mother figure. Xiao Peak. A somewhat sharp voice emanated from within a house. Senior brother, have you not thanked Sister Bai? The speaker was a girl who appeared to be only 16 or 17. Yet her beautiful face was clouded with frost. If it weren't for the little junior brother asking me to deliver the necklace as a token of gratitude, I wouldn't have known about this. Is this not a disgrace to Xiao Peak? Though Luo Chun was the eldest disciple of Xiao Peak, he lowered his head in silence before the girl, only speaking softly after she finished. I have expressed my gratitude, but Sister Bai declined. Upon hearing his explanation, the girl appeared even more incensed, her tone rising once again. Then cannot you send a few more times? Even if Sister Bai does not need these items, surely her talentless brother would benefit from them? Can you not consider such trivial matters? At that moment, Lin Yu stood aside, his face brimming with guilt as he defended Luo Chun, saying, Senior sister, do not blame senior brother. This incident is not his fault. It was entirely due to my carelessness in misplacing the elixir. Enough, junior brother, do not speak on his behalf. Senior sister is well aware of the situation. The junior sister's gaze softened as she turned to comfort Lin Yu with a few words, and then, without looking back, she continued, Senior brother, you should promptly go to Qingzhou Peak to deliver the token of gratitude. You are less considerate than junior brother. Yes, junior sister, do not be angry. I shall go at once. A few minutes later, Bai Feng observed the expressionless Luo Chen standing at his doorstep. What a stroke of misfortune. To encounter a favored child of destiny at his door so early in the day. What brings you to my humble abode today, brother Luo? From Bai Feng's understanding of the favored ones, it was evident that Luo Chen was not merely visiting for pleasantries. He likely bore some troubling matter. It is as such, Luo Chen said, wearing a smile tinged with apology. Last time, junior sister Bai extended me considerable assistance, and I only expressed my gratitude verbally, which is rather improper. It was indeed junior sister who reminded me. Otherwise, I would have neglected the proper etiquette. Bai Feng, puzzled, thought, shouldn't the thanks be directed towards Bai Yuma instead? Why was Luo Chen here delivering gifts? Sensing Bai Feng's confusion, Luo Chen hastily explained, junior sister Bai appears to be away from home, and it would be inappropriate to disturb her by knocking on her door. Thus, I kindly request you, junior brother, to accept this on my behalf. Upon hearing this explanation, Bai Feng instinctively glanced inside. Bai Yuma was indeed not home. She had gone to prepare breakfast while he was still asleep. No need, he replied. Did not senior brother give me the roasted meat recipe yesterday? That is already sufficient. He sensed something amiss. If gratitude were to be expressed, it would have been most appropriate during yesterday's gathering, especially since they had shared a brief interaction and he had received the recipe. The timing of this visit felt rather peculiar. He suspected there might be some external influence at play. Was the tea enthusiast from Zixiao Peak still attempting to plant tea at Qingzhou Peak? Thus, it was best to decline. That won't do. Such a trivial item hardly qualifies as a token of gratitude. Luo Chen shook his head, producing a necklace he had prepared and extending it towards Bai Feng. Please accept this. Bai Feng scrutinized the necklace for several seconds. It was predominantly silver-white and shaped like a flower he had never seen before, with a faint aura of spiritual energy emanating from it, indicating it was indeed a spiritual artifact. It was evident that considerable effort had gone into selecting this gift. Moreover, it likely wasn't Luo Chen's choice, for he clearly appeared to be an honest child raised within the sect, lacking the understanding to charm a woman. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. As Bai Feng pondered, Luo Chen's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. This necklace was prepared by my junior brother. I, as the senior brother, feel rather ashamed. Indeed, if not for his knowledge of the character of those from Zixiao Peak, one might easily be deceived into thinking they were all virtuous individuals based solely on Luo Chen's description. However, to offer such a valuable gift merely for the sake of delivering something seemed excessive. If there was a need for gratitude, it was undoubtedly Sister Yueying who had contributed the most effort. Yet Luo Chen shook his head once more, stating, I will express my gratitude to Sister Yueying in due time. Bai Feng fell silent for a few moments, not reaching for the necklace, but instead lifting his gaze to Luo Chen and asking, what if I refuse to accept it? Faced with Bai Feng's blunt inquiry, Luo Chen let out a wry smile. I implore you, junior brother, to accept this. It is but a small token of appreciation from me and my junior sister. If I do not present it to you, how shall I explain it when I return? Luo Chen offered no reply, merely exhibiting a resigned smile. Observing Luo Chen's embarrassment and humility, Bai Feng felt a twinge of pity but was primarily repulsed. He suppressed his disgust and rejected the necklace several more times, yet Luo Chen remained persistent. Eventually, Bai Feng capitulated. If he found Luo Chen distasteful, he would reciprocate the sentiment. Thus, with a serious expression, devoid of mockery or derision, he asked, I mean no offense, but brother Luo, do you not perceive that you resemble a dog? Chapter 31. Allow me to present you with a little disturbing illustration, brother Luo. Do you not perceive that you resemble a dog? Confronted with Bai Feng's earnest yet unflattering question, Luo Chen did not react with immediate anger. Instead, he frowned and, with a hint of indignation, asked, why do you insult me when I am merely trying to express my gratitude? I apologize, I do not intend to insult you. Bai Feng responded, shaking his head with sincerity. Brother Luo, I urge you to reflect upon your experiences over the past few years. Do you not sense anything amiss? He was unconcerned that his actions might provoke hostility from the favored one. As long as he did not lay hands upon the senior and junior sisters, he would merely endure some verbal abuse, which would not harm him in the least. Nor did he fear that Luo Chen would awaken from his delusions. For such individuals often possessed a self-justifying worldview and would not easily be shaken by a mere insult. If that were the case, how could there still be so many sycophants in the world? Luo Chen recognized that Bai Feng was not mocking or deriding him, but this only intensified his feelings of anger and fear, as though his innermost self had been pierced and exposed, revealing the emptiness that lay beneath the facade of his pitiable pride. He feebly attempted to defend himself, or perhaps to justify his actions. This is my responsibility as the senior brother of Zixiao Peak. Bai Feng did not relent. He continued, yet I have not seen the senior brothers from other peaks display such servility. Rather than acting like a senior brother, you appear more akin to a servant, a dog at the beck and call of others. Luo Chen fell silent, confronted with such an affront, having been raised in the sect. He wished to refute Bai Feng, but found himself at a loss for suitable arguments. Simultaneously, his upbringing instilled in him a reluctance to resort to violence, especially since he sensed that Bai Feng bore him no ill will. After venting his frustrations, Bai Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. Feeling a considerable weight lifted from his heart, he waved his hand, saying, forget it, consider that I never spoke. If the people of Zixiao Peak inquire about you, simply say that you delivered it. That shall suffice. Yet even after being insulted, Luo Chen remained obstinate, shaking his head. No, that is not appropriate. I must fulfill the promise I made to junior sister. Bai Feng was at a loss. How could one stoop so low? I have outright called you a dog. Can you not muster a shred of indignation? A grown man, reduced to such a state by his own junior brothers and sisters, was truly pitiful. Had he not encountered enough women? Thus, Bai Feng resolved not to hold back any longer. He retrieved the book that Yueying had given him from his storage bag. Here, let this necklace be my acceptance of your gift. However, I do not wish to keep it, so I entrust you with its disposal. This book shall serve as your reward. Remember to read it in private. It is quite an intriguing volume. Hey, I doubt a disciple raised in the sect has ever encountered something like this. Here's a little disturbing illustration to shock you. Then, may you fall into depravity before it. Even if Luo Chen were to discard the book upon seeing its contents, it would matter little. Given the conservative values of this world, he would undoubtedly perceive Bai Feng's actions as an insult. It was likely that in the future, he would regard Bai Feng with disdain, keeping his distance. Even if their animosity increased, it would not matter. He would not mind being marked as an adversary of the favored one. As long as he could disgust Luo Chun, that was sufficient. After all, the mere sight of this favored one repulsed him, especially one who was so obstinate. It was utterly revolting. If he did not find a way to return the sentiment, he would be unable to eat properly for a month. Luo Chun remained unaware that a significant pit awaited him ahead. He accepted the book, which bore only the words spring and autumn on its cover, his expression still hesitant. Is this acceptable? What could possibly be wrong? It is your duty to present the gift. How I choose to handle it is mine alone. Now farewell. Saying this, Bai Feng did not wait for Luo Chen's response and promptly closed the door. Luo Chen opened his mouth, but, seeing that Bai Feng had already dismissed him, he could only lower his head and return to Zixiao Peak, looking rather dejected. Brother? Who was that just now? Bai Yuma emerged from the kitchen, holding a tray of food. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, is it that sycophant Luo Chun, or perhaps senior brother Luo Chun? Bai Feng cleared his throat lightly and replied, he has come to express his gratitude for your assistance in delivering the elixir previously. Has it already been a month? Bai Yuma remarked, a hint of bewilderment on her face. Did I not explicitly refuse at that time? Who knows? Perhaps he was just being toyed with by his junior disciples. Bai Yuma nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, I noticed something odd about the disciples from Zixiao Peak during our meal yesterday. They seemed to regard senior brother Luo Chun as if he were invisible. Forget about them. Perhaps senior brother Luo Chun is enjoying it all the same. Bai Feng, who had been grossed out since the early morning, bluntly stated, enough of this chatter, let us eat. After their meal, he had to rush to complete his manuscript. The array formations were exceedingly costly, and he needed to exert himself diligently. Coincidentally, the improved recording stone he had developed was now ready for mass production. Given the sophistication of such an item, it would not be unreasonable to sell a few at a premium, would it? Luo Chun was unsure of how he had returned to Zixiao Peak. It was only upon his return that he recalled he had yet to deal with the necklace, which remained in his storage pouch. How would he explain this to his junior sister? After returning to his chamber, having endured Bai Feng's reprimand, his mind was now in disarray, leaving him feeling somewhat at a loss. If a mere ordinary disciple had spoken to him in such a manner, he might not have taken it to heart. Yet, this was Bai Feng, a genius in array formations and the esteemed brother recognized by Bai Yuma. In Luo Chen's mind, he regarded Bai Feng as an equal, making it difficult for him to dismiss the matter lightly. Have I erred? He pondered, yet found himself unable to grasp the rationale. I was merely caring for my junior sister. What fault could there possibly be? He could not comprehend. However, he was not one to dwell excessively on trivial matters. Since he could not make sense of it, he decided to let it go. Yet, his thoughts remained tumultuous. And thus he took out the book that Bai Feng had gifted him. He had anticipated it to be a novel, or perhaps a play. But upon opening the first page, his face instantly flushed crimson. How could the women in this book be so immodest? What a scandal. He quickly closed the book, his face now as red as a ripe fruit. As an honest disciple raised within the sect, he had never encountered anything so provocative. In fact, upon first seeing the book, he had contemplated burning it. However, remembering that it was a gift from Bai Shidi, he restrained himself from doing so. Although Bai Shidi was forthright and unyielding in his speech, he would hardly present him with such frivolous literature. Could it have been a mistake? Or did Bai Shidi harbor some deeper intention? Despite the unfavorable opinions circulating about Bai Shidi, as the senior brother of Zixiao Peak, he would not solely rely on hearsay. During his interactions with disciples from Qingzhou Peak, he had been explicitly informed that Bai Feng was not only exceptionally talented, but also extraordinarily diligent. Having mastered a multitude of array formations within a month, such a diligent and earnest seeker of the Tao could not possibly possess such books. Bai Shidi must be trying to convey something significant through this gift. In Luo Chen's impoverished worldview, entertainment activities seemed non-existent. He lacked a clear understanding of them. In his view, entertainment was the realm of the unambitious disciples, while he and Bai Feng, as diligent seekers, would obviously have no intersection with such frivolities. With this thought, Luo Chun steeled himself and resumed his earnest reading of the book, Spring and Autumn. Without realizing it, he had reached the final few pages, transitioning from initial embarrassment and forcing himself to continue reading, to now adeptly flipping through the pages. In such a brief span, he had experienced personal growth. He even began to feel a sense of indifference. Although the content was visually appealing, it ultimately amounted to mere illustrations. These images could influence his body, but could not sway his spirit. Yet, what was Bai Shidi truly implying? The meaning behind Bai Shidi's gift remained elusive to him. Could it genuinely have been an error? With lingering doubt, he turned to the last page of Spring and Autumn. Unlike the previous pages showcasing ample skin, the final illustration shifted dramatically. No longer were women posing in various stances. Instead, small figures were depicted engaging in dialogue, partitioned by grids. Initially, he paid little mind to it, but upon a closer glance, he abruptly halted, as if caught in a moment of suspended time. The narrative was simple, yet it provoked deep contemplation within him. The point he had been struggling to comprehend suddenly crystallized. If Bai Feng were present, he would recognize that the final page was a whimsical comic he had sketched during a moment of boredom, based on memories from his past life, and had subsequently localized. He had later deemed it a waste to discard it, placing it at the end as an added gift, not expecting it to be well received. In fact, within his fanbase, there had been a small contingent urging him to pursue drawing comics. Luo Chun gently rotated his neck and read with utmost care, word for word. The scene depicted a man and a woman. The man, weary, placed a pill on the table, while the girl stood before him, mocking, "Senior brother, your skills are lacking. It's been so long, and you can only concoct low-level pills. Don't you feel ashamed staying in the sect?" The man said nothing, merely bowing his head in acceptance of the girl's ridicule. After a thorough mockery, the girl suddenly had an idea. She decided to visit Brother Zayu's pill-refining location the next day to find an opportunity to mock him even more. The scene shifted to the next day, where the girl hid behind a wall, witnessing a fierce-looking elder chastising her brother. "Why have you not refined the chi-gathering pill today?" The brother weakly defended himself. "Elder, you said yesterday that I no longer needed to refine that pill." But upon finishing his explanation, the elder grew even angrier. "Have you lost your mind? Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. If you delay the order, will you pay for my losses?" He continued, "Listen well. If you come here to refine pills, be more thoughtful. Don't think everyone will coddle you like your parents." The brother trembled slightly, hastily nodding an apology. "My deepest apologies. I will refine the pills immediately. You worthless fool. If your pills are not ready today, just get lost." "Yes, yes." The brother busied himself once more, while the girl, hidden behind the wall, trembled, her expression suggesting she was on the verge of tears. How terrifying. The final illustration was no longer of the girl mocking her brother, but rather her embracing him as he apologized. "I'm sorry, senior brother. You are already doing wonderfully." Luo Chen's gaze lingered on that last scene, feeling as though something within him had shattered. Despite being a mere, simplistic comic with only a few lines, it detonated the emotions he had been harboring. He lifted his head, striving to widen his eyes. Although the man in the comic was portrayed as a disciple lacking in talent, his experiences mirrored Luo Chen's own, yet diverged entirely in essence. After enduring Bai Feng's chastisement and grappling with self-doubt, he had finally been awakened by a simple comic, realizing where he had gone awry. Just then, without a knock, the door to his room was pushed open by an uninvited guest, his junior sister. Had this been before, he might have felt a twinge of panic, but now he found it to be of little concern. "Brother, have you sent out the gift?" His junior sister's inquiry was entirely within his expectations. It seemed that in her eyes, he was merely a tool. Even regarding the accusations against him, she would rather believe a newly initiated disciple than trust him, someone she had known for years. Seeing that Luo Chun remained silent, his junior sister furrowed her brow and exclaimed loudly, "Are you deaf? I am speaking to you." Observing her impatience, he felt a sudden urge to laugh. Bai Feng's words struck a chord. It was true that he had previously been akin to a silent, unremarkable dog, one that could be kicked by anyone without consequence. Luo Chun rose from the ground, lowered his gaze upon his junior sister, and replied in a calm tone, "I have already sent it out. Junior brother Bai Feng has accepted it. If there is nothing else, please take your leave. I wish to rest." His junior sister's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly astonished that he spoke to her in such a manner. "Please take your leave, junior sister. Remember to knock next time." Luo Chun waved his hand, and an unseen force propelled her out of the room, followed by a firm closing of the door, leaving a bewildered junior sister standing outside. "What has gotten into you, brother?" Her voice echoed from beyond the door, but Luo Chun chose not to respond. Ultimately, she stamped her foot, declaring, "Even if you kneel before me in the future, I shall not forgive you." Listening to her retreating footsteps, Luo Chun could no longer contain his laughter, though tears streamed down his face, dripping onto the floor. Was his dedication merely exchanged for such disdain? It was indeed a source of bitter amusement. Luo Chun gazed at the book on the ground, carefully picking it up and gently wiping the dust from its cover. He was truly grateful to junior brother Bai, otherwise, he might have remained oblivious to the absurdity of his actions. He recalled the rumors circulating within the sect regarding Bai Feng. If he had held any doubts before, they had now solidified into unwavering belief that junior brother Bai was not the person the rumors depicted. Furthermore, the rumors seemed suspicious. He remembered that Bai Feng had been diligently studying formations on Qingzhou Peak, rarely stepping outside, yet the fervor of gossip had only intensified, which was clearly abnormal. It seemed that there were those who sought to target junior brother Bai. Since Bai Feng had granted him a renewed sense of self today, he resolved to eradicate those who harbored ill intentions towards him. Achoo! Bai Feng suddenly sneezed, feeling a chill in the air. Had the temperature dropped again? He tightened his clothing and glanced at the system. All is well. There are no abnormalities. Even after cursing the fortune-seeking sycophant, I did not receive any fortune points. Indeed, those who seek to flatter are not so easily rattled. With that, Bai Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him as he continued to admire his creation, feeling thoroughly satisfied. This was intended to promote the modified stone for recordings. No, it should now be referred to as the animation stone. To champion the animation stone, Bai Feng had deliberately chosen a widely circulated short animation from his past life, a charming rabbit hole. Although nothing explicit was revealed, it was indeed tantalizing. perfectly suited for him as an artist of suggestive imagery. He eagerly anticipated the day when the animation stone would sell like hotcakes. All right, back to work. Chapter 33. The Orphanage of Endings at long last. It was completed. Bai Feng stretched lazily, toying with the animation stone in his hand, though it regrettably only played pure music. Yet, he lacked the ability to translate the lyrics with finesse. Merely obtaining this segment of music had required considerable effort on his part. Although his memory had been enhanced since his ascension, allowing him to recall the melody, he was no musician and could not transcribe it. Thus, he enlisted the help of his sister, Bai Umo, to find a senior sister proficient in music. He hummed the melody while she played it on the guqin. Consequently, he acquired a version of the rabbit hole that bore an 80 to 90% resemblance to the original, albeit a bit monotonous. Nevertheless, it was more than sufficient given the entertainment standards of this world. The next step was to arrange for someone to return the animation stone and the next issue of Spring and Autumn to the Bai family. Time was of the essence. Just then, there was a gentle knock at the door. Bai Feng swiftly rose and opened it, revealing a girl with flowing white hair, her expression devoid of emotion, quietly standing at his threshold. Upon seeing Bai Feng, a flicker of emotion crossed her otherwise placid face. Her lips moved as if she had much to say, but ultimately, she timidly addressed him, "Young master." "Oh, don't call me that, Xiaoqi." Bai Feng couldn't help but retort, glancing around to find no one else present. "What brings you here? Are you training at the Tianjin sect? Where's the messenger?" What was the person in charge thinking, selecting a little girl to deliver suggestive images? Sensing the confusion on Bai Feng's face, Xiaoqi responded in a monotone voice, "I volunteered for this." "All right, come in and we can discuss it further." Bai Feng waved his hand, choosing not to dwell on the matter. He knew that outside, a temptress was watching closely, and he certainly did not wish to risk himself by personally delivering the Spring and Autumn. Thus, he had sought assistance from Bai family disciples training at the Tianjin sect, only to be surprised that it was Xiaoqi who had come. "Young master, are you doing well at the Tianjin sect?" Xiaoqi inquired softly as she followed him inside. "Not too bad. It feels much like home. The only difference is that the cook has been replaced by my sister," he added, "and please, drop the young master. You can call me brother or sir as you did before." "Brother?" Xiaoqi cautiously lifted her gaze to meet Bai Feng's. "Yes." Bai Feng smiled, ruffling her hair, then curiously asked, "When did you pass the Tianjin sect's assessment and begin your training there?" Xiaoqi tilted her head in thought. "I've been training for quite some time now, didn't you know, brother?" Although her tone was flat and her expression unreadable, Bai Feng could detect a hint of reproach for his ignorance. Feeling a bit awkward, he couldn't very well admit that he had been preoccupied with creating suggestive images and had put the orphanage on the back burner due to the Bai family's involvement. "That was indeed my oversight," Bai Feng conceded, casually taking a seat and pouring a cup of tea for her. After all, they had grown up and developed their own thoughts. It would be inappropriate for him to meddle too much. This was a matter from many years ago. Shortly after acquiring the villain system, he had contemplated how to avoid the child of destiny. Recognizing that orphans were often children of destiny, he established an orphanage named the Orphanage of Endings. If he ever encountered a child of destiny, he could easily concoct an excuse to relocate them to another city. The process of building the orphanage had gone remarkably smoothly. Although the Bai family paid little heed to his endeavor, he was still the young master of the Bai family, and even minimal support from them was sufficient. With that backing, he successfully opened the orphanage and gathered all the orphans from Qinghong City. Xiaoqi was one of them. Initially, due to the Bai family's indifference, he was the one who busied himself caring for the orphans' needs, which fostered a strong bond among them. Eventually, with talents like Xiaoqi emerging, the Bai family began to take notice, allowing Bai Feng to step back from the daily responsibilities and only visit occasionally. After Xiaoqi and the others grew up and left, his visits to the orphanage dwindled even further, especially as he played the role of a young master enjoying music. He felt a slight pressure to maintain a certain image in front of the orphans, making him reluctant to see them. Yet, Xiaoqi shook her head. "Xiaoqi is more than willing to heed brother's words. Then you must train diligently to protect me in the future," Bai Feng said with a smile, pulling out the sealed Spring and Autumn and the animation stone from his storage pouch. "Since you have taken on this task, see it through well. Just deliver it directly to the Bai family's academy." After all, the printing of Spring and Autumn was conducted at the Bai family's academy. Otherwise, his alternate identity could not be concealed so effectively. "Understood." Xiaoqi nodded, accepting the items that were to be delivered. However, she did not depart immediately. Instead, she leaned closer, her large eyes blinking at him. "Thank you for your hard work," she said softly. Bai Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, reached out and gently stroked her head. Although Xiaoqi's face remained largely expressionless, the slight upturn of her lips and the narrowing of her eyes indicated that she relished the affection from Bai Feng. Much like a small kitten, Bai Feng's hand glided slowly through her silvery locks, which felt as smooth and lustrous as silk. It was evident that Xiaoqi took excellent care of her hair. It seemed she had finally come to accept her own tresses. Bai Feng felt a pang of nostalgia, recalling that Xiaoqi had become an orphan because of her white hair, a trait that had subjected her to considerable bullying. He remembered when Xiaoqi first arrived at the orphanage. She often pulled out her own hair, even resorting to scissors to create a chaotic mess. He had devised various methods to stop her self-destructive behavior, ultimately resulting in the habit of petting her head. At that time, neither encouragement nor scary stories seemed to work, leaving Bai Feng with no choice but to resort to this strategy. He had gently stroked her disheveled white hair, expressing a hint of regret. I truly admire your hair. Xiaoqi, could you please take better care of it, even if just for my sake? From that day forth, he would caress her hair, wash it, comb it, and even trim it. Eventually, Xiaoqi ceased her hair-related self-harm. Although she still did not fully embrace it, she began to treat it with more seriousness. Moreover, since Bai Feng was the head of the orphanage and held considerable influence among the children, his words also impacted others, resulting in a significant decrease in those who mocked Xiaoqi for her white hair. Your hair is well maintained. I truly like it. Upon receiving Bai Feng's praise, a faint smile graced the corners of Xiaoqi's mouth once more. She had diligently cared for her hair for this very moment, and her heart brimmed with satisfaction. Just then, the door swung open abruptly. Brother, I bought some fresh beef. Shall we cook? Bai Yumo's gaze froze upon seeing Xiaoqi nearly nestled in Bai Feng's embrace. Who is she? Bai Yumo inquired, her face adorned with a forced smile as she pointed at Xiaoqi in Bai Feng's arms. Oh, allow me to introduce you. Bai Feng gently patted Xiaoqi's head, smiling as he introduced her. This is Xiaoqi, an exceptional student from the orphanage I established. Orphanage? Bai Yumo's eyes widened in confusion. How had she never heard of it? Previously, she had no desire to meet Bai Feng or hear anything about him. Suddenly, her demeanor softened considerably, and she averted her gaze in a somewhat guilty manner. Bai Feng, oblivious to her change in expression, continued speaking. Yes, the largest orphanage in Qinghong City is run by me. Although I don't manage it much now, at that time, I single-handedly raised all the orphans in the city. Reflecting on it now, he thought he was quite remarkable, even if his ultimate goal had been to identify the child of fate and send them away. Bai Yumo nodded, though her confidence had diminished significantly. Yet, she could not help but ask, so what are you two? Oh, that matter is rather complex. Bai Feng interjected, subtly gesturing for her to hold her questions for a moment. He then patted Xiaoqi's head once more before setting her down from his lap. Xiaoqi, let me introduce you to my sister, Bai Yumo. Standing beside Bai Feng, Xiaoqi, appearing somewhat shy and constrained, nodded slightly. Hello, miss. Hello, Bai Yumo responded instinctively. All right, Xiaoqi. Thank you for helping me deliver the items. You can come find me after you return. I have a small gift for you. Yes, goodbye, brother. Xiaoqi waved to Bai Feng and quickly exited, pushing the door open. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's address to Bai Feng, Bai Yumo could no longer maintain even a forced smile. Was her identity as the only sister, which was rightfully hers, being usurped? Furthermore, their relationship appeared quite intimate. She inexplicably recalled the novel plot that her senior sister Yu Yao had mentioned, something about a substitute literary trope, leading her to wonder if she had been replaced. However, she had done everything within her power. What more could she possibly do? What was she supposed to do now? Beep, detected that the host has dealt a critical blow. The child of fate's heart is on the verge of collapse, rewarding the host with 300 points of luck value and a fragment of the yin-yang pattern. Bai Feng's expression suddenly froze, his gaze fixed on the system notification as he slightly parted his lips. System, what on earth are you talking about? Whose heart is collapsing? Clarify. Initially, he thought of Luo Chun, that sycophant of fate, but upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. After all, a day had passed since he had confronted him, and it was unreasonable for defenses to falter after such a delay. Moreover, the only child of fate he was currently in contact with was his sister. Bai Yumo. Bai Feng raised his head to observe Bai Yumo closely, noticing that her mood appeared rather disheartened. Why is that? I didn't say anything particularly strange. He pondered. Could it be related to the orphanage? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Bai Yumo had always seemed to care about their somewhat distant relationship from a few years back, and perhaps his mention of the orphanage had triggered those memories, causing her distress. Yumo. Ah yes. Bai Yumo quickly lifted her head, though her expression still showed signs of evasion. Sit. Bai Feng's tone was devoid of comfort, even carrying a hint of command. Yet, Bai Yumo felt no resentment. Rather, she felt a sense of relief as she sat in the chair beside him, stealing glances at him. You are curious about Xiaoqi's background, aren't you? Bai Feng shifted the topic away from the orphanage and focused on Xiaoqi. Bai Yumo's head snapped up, but she quickly lowered it again, cautiously shaking her head. And no. However, Bai Feng paid no heed to her denial and continued. Do you know what she was doing when I first saw her? She was pulling out her own hair, one strand at a time. The ground was littered with her hair, and her head was left patchy and bald. It was truly a disheartening sight. As Bai Feng described the scene, Bai Yumo shuddered, a chill running down her spine, even causing her scalp to tingle. The reason behind it was that her white hair had led to her being abandoned by her parents at a tender age. She had been treated as a monster and subjected to violence. When Bai Feng found her, her body bore numerous scars, and her face was swollen and bruised. Bai Yumo bit her lip, unable to fathom the depth of Xiaoqi's suffering. So, I decided to open an orphanage. Bai Feng's tone suddenly brightened. Given my capabilities, I should at least help them within Qinghong City. Of course, this was a ruse to placate Bai Yumo. Although he possessed a modicum of kindness, it was not substantial. His primary motive for establishing the orphanage was to ensure he could swiftly identify the child of fate and send them to other cities. Nonetheless, his concern for Shao Qi was genuine. Bai Yumo stared blankly at Bai Feng, her tangled thoughts dissipating. A smile graced her lips once more, her tone tinged with nostalgia. You really haven't changed much. When I first came to the Bai family, I was just like that, lonely and desolate. And you took me around to play. It was because of you that I emerged from my shell. Bai Feng raised an eyebrow, pondering her words. Although he could not comprehend why Bai Yumo would express such sentiments, he continued speaking after witnessing the efficacy of his words. Shao Qi's situation is quite dire. It's not a matter of physical health, but rather significant psychological issues. Even after entering the orphanage, she sometimes resorts to pulling her own hair, or even cutting it with scissors. Therefore, I mention my fondness for her white hair. To substantiate this, every time I see her, I touch her hair, perhaps a bit peculiar. Wouldn't you agree? No, you are quite wonderful. Bai Yumo shook her head, responding with unwavering certainty. If it were me, I would be immensely happy. Not only she, but others too bore their own psychological burdens, albeit to varying degrees. Fortunately, given that I am only slightly older than them, I encourage them to refer to me as Big Brother. I urge them to consider the orphanage their home, and I would be the dependable brother they could lean on. Upon concluding his thoughts, Bai Feng lifted his teacup to soothe his throat, stealing a glance at the system to confirm there were no new notifications before he let out a sigh of relief. After listening to Bai Feng's narrative, Bai Yumo no longer minded Shao Qi's way of addressing him. Truly, he was deserving of the title brother. A twinge of shame washed over her as she contemplated her earlier thoughts. In comparison to Bai Feng, she perceived herself as rather despicable. However, Bai Yumo straightened her posture, resolutely deciding that in this world, noble individuals do not endure for long. Thus, it would be her role as this despicable person to protect her brother and pave the way for him. Chapter 35. I knock, Sharingan. Brother, I shall always protect you. Bai Yumo declared with unwavering conviction. Huh. Oh, Bai Feng was slightly bewildered. What had come over Bai Yumo? Never mind, it was not necessarily a bad thing. After stabilizing her emotions, Bai Yumo entered the kitchen to prepare a meal, while Bai Feng turned his attention to the system's reward. Fragment of yin-yang pattern. A corner of the yin-yang pattern that has fallen, yet it retains intricate utility. Prolonged contemplation will yield unforeseen benefits. Bai Feng stroked his chin, feeling an inexplicable sense of profundity. However, it appeared that this was not an item that could directly enhance combat prowess. He closed his eyes, and a remarkably enigmatic design, or rather a symbolic script, emerged in his mind. He could not articulate the appearance of the yin-yang pattern. At first glance, it resembled a fish-like figure. Yet upon closer inspection, it bore no relation to any fish, instead manifesting as meaningless symbols crafted from interwoven lines. This represented a departure from mere appearances, delving into a deeper realm of abstraction. Bai Feng felt an increasing calmness within. The myriad unresolved questions that had accumulated during his training suddenly unraveled in that moment. If one were to observe from the outside, they would notice a surge of spiritual energy converging towards him, and his cultivation began to ascend rapidly. Brother, what is happening? In the kitchen, Bai Yumo sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy outside, and, in the blink of an eye, appeared beside Bai Feng. Yet the next moment, she hastily covered her mouth, fearing even the slightest sound. She gazed at Bai Feng, who remained immersed in his epiphany, her heart racing with trepidation. She then tiptoed back to the kitchen, albeit this time her mind was not on cooking. She frequently glanced back at Bai Feng. After some time, the rate at which Bai Feng absorbed spiritual energy diminished, and his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, a mere step away from golden core. He opened his eyes, and a flicker of black and white light danced within, along with faint symbols of black and white fish appearing within his gaze. In the next moment, the radiance receded, and the symbols vanished. With a deep exhale, Bai Feng released a breath of stale air. He had never felt such ease in his body before. Brother, you are awake? At that moment, Bai Yumo crept over, her voice barely above a whisper. Has much time passed? Bai Feng turned to glance out the window, noting the darkness that had descended, realizing that merely a glance at the yin-yang pattern had consumed an entire day. Simultaneously, he sensed an enhancement in his physicality, and upon closer inspection, he discovered that his cultivation had unexpectedly reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Remarkably, even the progress of his divine refinement technique, which had been sluggish, had achieved minor success. Moreover, it seemed the divine refinement technique now bore a connection to the yin-yang pattern. I apologize for worrying you. Bai Feng refrained from immediately investigating the mysterious changes in the divine refinement technique, and instead turned his attention to Bai Yumo, whose face was etched with concern. It seems I may have intruded upon your training today. No. Compared to the rare opportunity of enlightenment, my matters are trivial. Bai Yumo hastily shook her head. She then turned to re-enter the kitchen. Brother, you must be hungry. I will go warm up the dishes. I shall assist as well. Bai Feng intended to rise, feeling a twinge of guilt for having made Bai Yumal wait all day. No need. Bai Yumal was at his side in an instant, gently pressing him back down. Right now, you should focus on consolidating your gains. Although the enlightenment has concluded, this subsequent period is of utmost importance. Leave the cooking to me. Seeing the gentle yet firm pressure of her hand on his shoulder and the resolute tone in her voice, Bai Feng could only nod in agreement. Relinquishing his intention to help. Watching Bai Yuma's busy figure in the kitchen, Bai Feng turned his attention to the changes in the divine refinement technique. First and foremost, his spiritual awareness had doubled in range, surpassing even that of practitioners who primarily focused on it, such as alchemists and talismans, allowing him to rival even ordinary golden core cultivators. Furthermore, it was not merely the range. His spiritual awareness had become more solidified. Previously, he could only use it to probe enemies or observe formations, but now, he could even unleash his spiritual awareness to impact foes, causing them a momentary lapse in concentration. If spiritual awareness could influence adversaries, it also implied that he could directly employ illusions without relying on formations. Of course, such illusions would be far inferior to those created by formations, and in battle, they would not be as efficient as a direct spiritual impact. However, when paired with formations, the combined effect would surpass mere arithmetic addition. Additionally, the most significant aspect was the fusion of the divine refinement technique with the yin-yang pattern, more accurately, the amalgamation of his cultivation of the divine refinement technique with the yin-yang pattern. Bai Feng took a deep breath as spiritual energy surged into his eyes. In the next moment, his gaze manifested in black and white, with faint symbols of the black and white fish appearing. In this state, he could almost perceive the flow of spiritual energy. He examined the formation he had set up. Its structure laid bare before him, as if he had gained the ability to see through it. He even felt that if someone were to cast a spell before him, he could not only instantly decipher it, but also perfectly replicate it alongside the caster. Wait, Sharingan. Bai Feng's eyes returned to normal, and a hint of astonishment graced his features. This ability, if wielded wisely, could be a formidable weapon. It wasn't just spells. He could directly replicate various techniques such as swordplay, martial arts, and alchemical methods, provided his spiritual energy could sustain their execution. However, techniques that required prolonged comprehension, like sword chi or fist techniques, could not be replicated. Yet, even so, this was exceedingly formidable. No, I must not become complacent. Those favored by fate cannot be assessed by the standards of ordinary individuals. Their penchant for shattering limits to eliminate opponents and subsequently appropriating their treasures exceeds even that of villains. Bai Feng endeavored to suppress his burgeoning pride, resolutely refusing to abandon his plans over a mere enhancement. In the future, he must continue to avoid those favored by destiny, determined to survive a lifetime without faltering. However, merely a fragment that had fallen from the yin-yang pattern was so potent, one could only imagine how powerful the complete yin-yang pattern would be. Bai Feng found it difficult to fathom. Speaking of which, the rewards provided by the system were exceedingly generous. Could it be attempting to entice him into confronting those favored by destiny? Such thoughts were futile. He would never gamble with his own life. Beep. Detected that the host has borrowed a knife to kill. A son of fortune has clashed with another son of fortune, successfully resolving the other as subordinate. Reward, 50 fortune points, all attributes 5. Bai Feng, who on earth is framing me? Chapter 36. I want you to participate in the sect competition. Upon seeing the system notification, Bai Feng was momentarily bewildered. Why is this happening? He glanced at Bai Yumo, who was emerging from the kitchen with a plate of food. Bai Yumo had been by his side almost constantly. It was evident she could not be the culprit. That leaves Lin Yan. He had explicitly warned not to act rashly, yet you disregard my words? Tear it up. Your future is in jeopardy. At that moment, Lin Yan, still investigating the mastermind behind the scenes, sneezed. I apologize for the trouble, brothers. Luo Chun clasped his hands in greeting to several disciples from the law enforcement hall. Beside him lay an unconscious disciple. No trouble at all. We owe thanks to junior brother Luo for helping us root out these pests. Frankly, we have been quite troubled by these rumor mongers, yet we have made little progress. One of them replied with a smile, though internally he felt a hint of surprise. Although Luo Chen maintained a courteous demeanor, he appeared somewhat different than before. Previously, he lacked any pretense, and to put it bluntly, he was somewhat weak and humble, but now he exuded a sharper aura, akin to a sword unsheathed. It was uncertain what had transpired with Luo Chun during this period, and the fact that he had even taken action against those spreading rumors about Bai Feng was intriguing. Despite his curiosity, he knew such matters were beyond his reach. After expressing his gratitude, he shouldered the unconscious disciple and departed. Luo Chen watched them leave, acutely aware of the peculiar behavior of these law enforcement disciples. In fact, it was not just them. Everyone who had encountered him in recent times had reacted similarly, making him reflect on how foolish he had been in the past. He no longer devoted his energy to his senior and junior sisters, and he rarely inquired about matters regarding Zixiao Peak. Now, all he desired was to eliminate those who conspired against junior brother Bai. He also realized something. The law enforcement hall had mentioned their lack of progress, Yet these rumor spreaders were merely ordinary disciples. How could they not be discovered? It was likely that there was a traitor within the law enforcement hall, and the identities of those spreading rumors were quite significant. But regardless of their status, Luo Chun vowed to bring those who framed junior brother Bai to justice. Even the eldest senior brother of the Tianjin sect would not deter him. He adjusted his attire and stepped away. Who will be next? Damn Luo Chun. Rather than fawning over his senior and junior sisters, he dares to oppose me. Yi Tang raised his fist and smashed the table into splinters. He had just sent his subordinates to thwart that meddlesome Lin Yanwen unexpectedly. He found himself targeted by Luo Chun. Why is everyone helping that useless Bai Feng? And Bai Feng, the mere thought of him ignited further rage. He had prepared numerous schemes against him, yet since Bai Feng ascended to Qingzhou Peak, he had not emerged again. No matter how brilliant his plans were, they remained unexecuted. Even if he instructed his subordinates to spread unfavorable rumors about Bai Feng, it was as though he were deaf, indifferent to it all. How can someone be so cowardly? Even when being insulted to their face, he refuses to respond, especially when he thought of Bai Feng and Bai Yumo laughing and chatting daily at Qingzhou Peak. He was consumed by fury. He longed to ascend Qingzhou Peak and strike down this useless fool. Eldest brother, that disciple who was captured by the law enforcement hall. At that moment, a voice sounded in his ear. Yi Tang glanced at the disciple who spoke, causing the latter to immediately lower his head and fall silent. You were careless with your movements and got caught. Do you expect me to rescue you? He snorted coldly. I am the eldest brother of the Tianjin sect. Let him reflect in the law enforcement hall. Yes. The disciple quickly nodded. Go now, and remember to find someone to impede that Luo Chen fellow. Yes. Yi Tang narrowed his eyes. Those who dared oppose him would eventually pay the price. The sect competition of the Tianjin sect was also fast approaching. He did not believe that Bai Feng, this useless fool, would continue to hide on the mountain. Brother, in a few days, it will be the Tianjin sect's competition. Will you participate? Bai Yumo sat beside Bai Feng, swiftly placing a piece of meat into his bowl while he was distracted. Can I set up formations in advance? Bai Feng looked at the extra meat in his bowl and flicked Bai Yumo's forehead. Eat properly. Do not put things in my bowl. I suppose not. Bai Yumo covered her forehead, yet as if she hadn't heard, she continued to sneak food into his bowl. Then I won't participate. Bai Feng shook his head. I study formations. All my skills are in formations. Competing against those disciples skilled in combat would be akin to seeking misery. But, brother, I see that your swordsmanship is quite proficient, almost catching up to me. Earlier that morning, she had happened upon Bai Feng practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Although he had only used a single technique, he executed it with remarkable proficiency, almost matching her casual strikes, which was evidently not an easy feat. Bai Feng awkwardly diverted his gaze. Of course I am catching up. I've been peeking at you practice swordsmanship using the yin-yang pattern. It just consumes a lot of energy. Learning one technique nearly exhausts my spiritual power. He speculated that perhaps Bai Yumo, being a golden core cultivator and a prodigy in swordsmanship, had a deeper understanding of sword techniques than ordinary golden core disciples, which made learning significantly more challenging. If it were a foundation establishment disciple, the energy consumption would likely not be as severe. I only know this one technique. Bai Feng waved his hand. And how can one compare their weaknesses against another's strengths? That's true. Bai Yumo nodded, recognizing the validity of his point. Simultaneously, she sighed internally. The rumors about Bai Feng within the sect had been proliferating. Some claimed Bai Feng had cheated his way through formations. Others asserted that his talent in formations was a facade, alleging that the Bai family had engaged in unspeakable, corrupt dealings with the elders of the Tianjin sect. In short, they branded Bai Feng a fraud, devoid of true talent in formations. She had even consulted her master, Chu Ningyan. But her master merely smiled and advised her not to worry. Yet how could she not be anxious? If not for the concern over its impact on Bai Feng, she would have already sent all those slandering her brother to the Pill Peak for confinement. How infuriating. Bai Feng picked up the sect disciple's token, which emitted a sound. Come to my cave dwelling. Is master looking for you? Bai Yumo leaned in curiously. I wonder what master wants. Bai Feng nodded, finishing the last bite of rice before preparing to meet his master, Chu Ningyan. Since entering Qingzhou Peak, his master had rarely sought him out. He had heard that she had been away for some time and had only recently returned to the sect. He had almost begun to think he had been forgotten by her. Bai Yumo recalled her master's earlier reassurances and felt a surge of curiosity, suggesting, You haven't visited Master's cave dwelling yet, right? I'll accompany you. All right, let us go. Bai Feng did not refuse. And soon the two made their way toward the cave dwelling at Qingzhou Peak. Upon entering the cave, it was clean and sparsely furnished, with only the most basic tables and chairs. Chu Ningyan awaited them at the front. Looking at Bai Feng, she was surprised to find he had reached complete foundation establishment. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Recently, she had been preoccupied with efforts to bring her friend back to teach her disciple Bai Feng, so she was unaware of what had transpired with him. However, seeing his solid foundation, it was evident that he had not been adversely affected by the rumors to the extent of forcibly increasing his cultivation. Master, did you summon me for something? Bai Feng felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze and quickly inquired. Chu Xingyan finally withdrew her gaze, a smile gracing her lips. I wish for you to participate in the sect's grand competition. Chapter 37. Because I am an adult. Before Bai Feng could voice his refusal, Chu Xingyan swiftly interrupted him. Do not be hasty in your denial. This does not entail battling against the other disciples. Then who shall I compete against? Bai Feng was momentarily puzzled. If he was not to engage with the other disciples, then whom would he face? Could it possibly be against formations? Rest assured, if you desire to take the stage for a brawl, I would not acquiesce. Chu Xingyan smiled, teasing him slightly. By the way, how has your study of formations been progressing? Quite well, actually. I have perused nearly 1/10 of the formation texts in the library. At my current level, I should be able to set up a 5th grade formation, albeit with the aid of medicinal pills during the process. Bai Feng discreetly concealed his true capabilities. If he had assistance or a continuous source of spiritual energy, he could even arrange a 7th grade formation. Do you comprehend the significance of mastering formations? Upon hearing Bai Feng's response, Chu Xingyan fell into contemplation. The notion that a foundation establishment disciple could arrange a 5th grade formation was indeed formidable. While the classification of formations does not strictly correlate with a cultivator's realm, there is a general correlation between grade and power. For instance, the previous 100 Swords formation was a 3rd grade formation capable of ensnaring even a perfect foundation establishment cultivator, installing a golden core cultivator for a time. Conversely, a 5th grade formation could contend with nascent soul cultivators, and even the simplest of 5th grade formations, whether a confinement or a killing array, would suffice against golden core cultivators. It was evident that her disciple's talent for formations was exceptionally alarming, particularly given his diligent efforts. She recalled that the library housed numerous formation texts, many of which were challenging to decipher. For an ordinary disciple, reading 2 or 3 books in a month would be considered industrious. Yet Bai Feng managed to absorb 1/10 of the material. Even if a significant portion of that was comprised of lower-grade formations, such a rate of learning was astonishing. You should take care to rest adequately and not overexert yourself. Chu Xingyan found herself advising her disciple to rest for the first time. She was genuinely taken aback. By the way, can you comprehend all these texts? She knew Bai Feng was not one to boast idly. But the nature of this matter was so extraordinary that she could not help but inquire further. Bai Feng nodded. Yes, I have grasped nearly all of it. If you doubt me, I can demonstrate a formation for you right here. That won't be necessary. I have faith in you. Chu Xingyan waved her hand, now brimming with confidence regarding the agreement made a few days prior. It was time to astonish her friend with a glimpse of genius. She then recounted her plans. I have arranged for you to compete against another prodigy of formations, who is the disciple of a friend of mine. If you manage to triumph over her, my friend will instruct you in formations for a time. Bai Feng pondered this revelation, realizing that his master had been busy with this endeavor recently. Although he had already achieved mastery in formations, he was not so conceited as to believe that no one could teach him further. Moreover, he indeed required a reason to gradually reveal his prowess in formations. Thus, he nodded in agreement. Yes, I am eager to contend with another prodigy of formations. Excellent. Chu Xingyan nodded in satisfaction. In the coming days, rest well and conserve your energy for the forthcoming competition. Do not neglect your health with excessive study. Bai Feng recalled how he had been preoccupied with drawing risque illustrations lately, and he sheepishly replied, I haven't been neglecting my health that much. However, Chu Xingyan seemed unconvinced. She turned to the contemplative Bai Yumiao and instructed her. Yumiao, make sure to keep an eye on him and ensure he rests properly. Yes, master, Bai Yumiao nodded eagerly. At the same time, she understood why she had previously sought out Chu Xingyan, only to be advised to be patient. If Bai Feng could indeed surpass another prodigy in formations, it would dispel the rumors circulating outside. Master, are we there yet? A young girl sat aboard a flying vessel, her expression one of boredom as she gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery. Almost there. If you are feeling bored, perhaps you should read more. A tall woman replied with a hint of exasperation. Should any practitioners of the demonic path be present, they would recognize this woman as the Ghost Prince, notorious for wreaking havoc in the demonic realm decades prior. Born of the demonic path, she single-handedly obliterated her own sect and severely injured multiple demonic sects, with countless prodigies falling at her hands. However, she was now merely a rogue cultivator named Lu Meng, maintaining a cordial relationship with Chu Xingyan, the peak master of the Heavenly Sword sect, in private. I've already read them several times. They are dull. The girl suddenly had a thought, leaping onto Lu Meng's lap with sparkling eyes. Master, I want to see the book you bought before. Lu Meng, perplexed, responded. Did I buy a book? Yes. I saw you holding a book at night. It was something like spring and autumn. Upon hearing this, Lu Meng's expression darkened. Why have I never seen you so enthusiastic while I was reading formation texts? She playfully rapped the girl on the head. Children should not be reading such materials. Why can you read it then? Although the girl had been gently chastised, her expression remained defiant. Because I am an adult. Lu Meng, while slightly exasperated, acknowledged her own predicament. Before purchasing, she had only glanced at the title, presuming it to be a respectable red mint for her disciple. To her dismay, The content was quite the opposite. Fortunately, she had skimmed through it beforehand and refrained from handing it to her disciple. Otherwise, her reputation as a mentor would have been utterly tarnished. Nonetheless, she admitted to herself that the illustrations were indeed quite exquisite, and she resolved to procure a few more on her next outing. After her pleas fell on deaf ears, the girl temporarily surrendered. She reclined on Lu Ming's lap in retaliation for the earlier head pat. Master, do we really have to go to the Heavenly Sword sect? I dislike that place. There are too many rules. I have already promised Chu Xingyan. How could I go back on my word? Lu Ming lifted the girl from her lap and added, I am also rather intrigued by the prodigy of formations you mentioned. I think Aunt Chuxing is just boasting. How could anyone reconstruct a third-grade formation at the mid-foundation establishment stage? I suspect that individual must have cheated. You know, even those with spiritual eyes cannot achieve that. Whether it is true or not, we shall find out upon arrival. Lu Ming harbored her own doubts, but after all, it was her friend Chu Xingyan who had made the claim, and she had even made a pact regarding it. In any case, she had nothing to lose. It was worth the trip. Besides, she had heard that the Heavenly Sword sect had quite delectable ingredients. Just wait. I will expose their true colors and make this fraud feel utterly ashamed. The girl had already labeled her future opponent a fraud, brimming with a desire to reach the Heavenly Sword sect and thoroughly confront this deceiver. Lu Ming observed the girl's fervor and couldn't help but shake her head. If this continued, she would likely face consequences in the future. Although she too held some skepticism, as a renowned master of formations, she was acutely aware of the difficulty involved in reconstructing formations, especially when it came to surpassing one's grade. Chapter 38. Even the 5-star critic Yin Lin commented similarly. Lin brother? Bai Feng opened the door to find Lin Yin standing before him. Upon recalling the previous notification from the system, he felt inclined to shut the door again. So it was you who acted against the younger brother of the Child of Fortune, was it? Though Bai Feng felt a twinge of discontent, he maintained an outward facade of ignorance as he inquired, have you uncovered anything, brother Lin? Upon mentioning the matter, Lin Yin shook his head with a look of contrition. I genuinely apologize. It seems the other party has caught wind of my investigation into the rumors, and I have not been able to uncover anything substantial. Bai Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Was it not Lin Yin? He trusted that Lin Yin, as a righteous child of fortune, would not deceive him regarding such trivial matters, implying that there was indeed another party targeting the younger brother of the Child of Fortune. Damn it, this is troublesome. Who is conspiring against me? Upon learning that it was not Lin Yin, Bai Feng became more courteous. He waved his hand and said, I am truly grateful for brother Lin's willingness to assist me. However, this indicates that the person behind this must hold a high status. I shared his sentiments. Yet the current situation was too chaotic for me to deduce the identity of the perpetrator. No need to rush. He will eventually reveal his true colors. Bai Feng was unperturbed, dismissing the matter as mere trivial rumors. Lin Yin nodded but still felt a sense of defeat. Despite having previously made assurances, he had produced no results and was unable to aid brother Bai in any way. Ding, detecting that the host is being aggressive, causing the Child of Fortune to feel defeated. Host's fortune value, 10, fire resistance, 1. Bai Feng queried, what's wrong with you, system? Can you concoct something more ludicrous? And as for you, Child of Fortune, I hardly paid you any mind. What is there for you to feel defeated about? Are the rumors targeting you or me? Lin Yin, oblivious to Bai Feng's emotional fluctuations, continued, by the way, the sect's grand competition is in a few days. Will brother Bai participate? My master has other arrangements. You will find out in due time. Bai Feng shook his head, maintaining his politeness and smile. He couldn't shake the feeling that the criteria for the system to grant him fortune value were becoming increasingly lenient. Well, I shall cheer for you, brother Bai. Lin Yin said, giving Bai Feng a thumbs up. Clearly, the sect leader Chu was preparing to intervene, alleviating Lin Yin's worries about the rumors affecting Bai Feng. At that moment, Lin Yin recalled something and hastily addressed the matter at hand. By the way, I received word that the new edition of Spring and Autumn is about to be released. Would you like me to bring a copy back for you? No need. Have you forgotten the relationship between Master Chuanxiu and the Bai family? Bai Feng waved his hand, adding, besides, the grand competition is approaching, and you still plan to venture out? There are still several days left. A round trip will suffice. Lin Yin chuckled nonchalantly. Missing the competition was inconsequential to him, given his identity as an alchemist, which provided ample resources for cultivation. However, failing to acquire Master Chuanxiu's new book would leave him regretting for years. Suit yourself, Bai Feng said with a hint of resignation. By the way, I recall that Master Chuanxiu has released a new product called Animation Stone. Since it's the first sale, the quantity is limited, and the price is quite high. If you want it, remember to get it early. Lin Yan's eyes lit up at once. He solemnly clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for the heads up, brother Bai. I shall go at once. With that, he vanished from Bai Feng's sight in the blink of an eye. Bai Feng thought to himself, there is no need to rush. However, judging by Lin Yan's reaction, the animation stone should sell quite well. On the day of the sale, it exceeded Bai Feng's expectations. Within less than half an hour, the expensive animation stones were sold out. Many praised this novel creation, and it was even being resold at inflated prices on the black market. Even the 5-star reviewer Yin Lin remarked, if one has not witnessed Master Chuanxio's animation stone, their life is incomplete. Yet, far away at Tianjin sect, Bai Feng remained unaware of these developments. He stared blankly at his ever-increasing fortune value and could not fathom what had gone awry. On the day of the grand competition, after several days of rest and idleness, Bai Feng slightly adjusted his lazy demeanor, though he remained troubled by the incessant accumulation of his fortune value. Brother, have you gathered all the materials needed for the formation? Bai Yuma persistently inquired from the side. Noticing Bai Feng's hair was somewhat disheveled, she promptly took out her comb and stood on tiptoe to help him tidy up. Everything is ready, Bai Feng replied, observing his sister's ministrations with a sense of oddity. All right, that's enough. It's fine as it is. No way. You are going to compete against a master formation master's disciple, representing Tianjin sect. Bai Yuma continued her efforts, even adjusting Bai Feng's clothing after finishing with his hair. She nodded in satisfaction. Much better. Sister, don't you think your actions exceed the bounds of a typical sister? Bai Feng finally noticed something amiss, as it felt akin to a wife preparing her husband for departure. What nonsense. I'm merely concerned about you embarrassing yourself, Bai Yuma retorted, her cheeks puffing up, and between siblings, there are no rigid roles. Do you think this is a play? Indeed, Bai Feng nodded, deciding not to dwell on the matter further. Shall we go? He pushed open the door and stepped toward Chu Ningshan's cave residence. Bai Yuma followed a pace behind, unlike her usual habit of walking alongside him, trailing behind instead. If Bai Feng were to turn and glance at her, he would notice that although her face bore no expression, her ears had turned completely red. It seemed she had inadvertently crossed a line. Bai Yuma lowered her head slightly, unable to suppress a faint blush on her cheeks. I must control myself next time. Bai Feng, Bai Yuma, you've arrived just in time. Chu Ningshan paused her conversation with the woman beside her and greeted Bai Feng and Bai Yuma with a smile. She first turned to the woman beside her and introduced, this is the genius of formations I mentioned, Bai Feng, and beside him is his sister, Bai Yuma. The woman nodded lightly, though she sensed nothing extraordinary about the genius of formations Chu Ningshan spoke of. Instead, she felt a formidable sword intent emanating from his sister, as if a vast power was concealed within her. This is the master of formations I mentioned, Lu Meng, and beside her is her disciple, Su Lanqian. Bai Feng quickly greeted, hello Master Lu. He also checked the system to confirm that Lu Meng's disciple was not the child of fortune, which relieved him. Before arriving, he had been somewhat anxious about encountering a child of fortune. It was evident that no matter how many children of fortune existed, not every gifted disciple could be one. All right, let us proceed to the competition venue. Chu Ningshan waved her hand, and a flying boat appeared before them. As everyone boarded the boat, a clear voice reached Bai Feng's ears. Are you the one who reconstructed the 100 Swords formation during battle? Bai Feng turned toward the voice and saw Su Lanqian, standing provocatively beside Lu Meng, gazing at him. That would be me, he nodded, his expression tightening slightly, sensing hostility. Pleasure to meet you, Su Lanqian said with a smile. Stepping closer to Bai Feng, upon learning that you could reconstruct the 100 Swords formation, I have eagerly anticipated our meeting. I am rather flattered, he replied. But then Su Lanqian's smile faded, replaced by a look of disdain. She grasped his shoulder and leaned in closer, whispering in his ear. Don't think I'm unaware of your cheating. Reconstructing a formation in such an outrageous manner is something I cannot achieve. What makes you, with your average talent, capable of such a feat? Just wait until the competition when I expose you. With that, her face brightened again with a charming smile as she waved at Bai Feng. Well then, see you in the competition. I look forward to your performance. Bai Feng thought, a mere non-child of fortune dares to be arrogant before me? I had intended to hold back, but now it seems I must teach this insolent girl a stern lesson. Chapter 39. I am the Immortal Emperor, Vimy 50. Appoint you as the General of the Immortal Gate. The competition is divided into two parts. Chu Ningshan stood before Bai Feng and Su Lanqian, elucidating the competition rules. The first part is a formation challenge. You simply need to pass through. As for the formation itself, I shall keep it a mystery for now. You will discover it upon arrival. The second part is a confrontation where you will each set up formations for the other to challenge, which is also one of the most common methods of competition among formation masters. Bai Feng nodded, considering that he had yet to apply the yin-yang pattern since acquiring it, making the formation challenge an ideal opportunity to test its effectiveness. Moreover, in comparison to the first segment, he placed greater emphasis on the second part, pondering what formation he could arrange to make that arrogant little brat weep pitifully. Su Lanqian had no objections. She gazed at Bai Feng, a smile gracing her lips. How delightful. I can hardly wait for the genius Bai Shidi to offer me guidance. Just wait until you find yourself in tears. Bai Feng chose to ignore her. Engaging with such a person only fueled their enthusiasm, so it was best to remain indifferent. Before long, their flying vessel arrived at the contest venue. It appeared that Chu Ningyin and other elders of the sect had deliberately arranged for Bai Feng and Su Lanqian's south match to take place not far from the sect's grand competition, but rather right within its arena. They did not feel the need to forcibly quell the rumors and discussions among the disciples, recognizing that such methods were inefficient. The most effective approach was to allow them to witness Bai Feng's prowess, thereby dispelling any unfounded gossip. As Bai Feng stepped off the vessel, he noticed a throng of disciples who had arrived early, whispering amongst themselves, "Look, it's that guy Bai Feng. He has finally come down from Qingzhou Peak. I've never seen someone so cowardly, like a turtle retracting into its shell. But I heard that senior brother Bai has been engrossed in studying formations, to the extent that senior sister Bai has been bringing him meals. If you believe such rumors, you might as well claim I'm an immortal emperor. Vimi 50. And once I regain my memories, I shall appoint you as the Grand General of the Immortal Sect. I've heard that senior brother Bai is set to compete against another genius in formations. The truth will be revealed soon enough. I just hope this fraud Bai Feng doesn't disgrace our Tianjin sect." Indeed, his reputation had further deteriorated. The decision not to leave Qingzhou Peak proved to be wise. Hopefully, after the match, these individuals would still retain their bravado. "Yumao, aren't you participating in the sect's grand competition?" He redirected his gaze to Bai Yumao, who had been quietly trailing beside him. Bai Yumao shook her head. "I don't need to participate in the preliminary rounds. No wonder you seem so unperturbed." Bai Feng was not surprised. Given Bai Yumao's strength, she could indeed secure a seed candidate position. As a seed candidate, she would not need to compete against ordinary disciples in the early rounds, but could join once the top 100 disciples were selected. This arrangement prevented geniuses from wasting time on meaningless battles and alleviated some of the frustrations of the ordinary disciples, enhancing their sense of participation. "All right, enough of this. Come over quickly. Your match is about to commence." After exchanging pleasantries with other peak masters and elders, Chu Ningyan addressed Bai Feng and the others. "So soon?" Bai Feng was somewhat taken aback, as he had expected to wait until the disciples below began their contests. An elder who had been inspecting the formation offered an explanation. "The second part of the contest requires you to set up formations, which is quite time-consuming. Thus, after our discussions, we decided to initiate the array challenge at the start of the sect's grand competition." Bai Feng nodded, understanding. The elders of Tianjin sect indeed had a thoughtful approach. "Then let us begin." Chu Ningyan turned to her friend Lu Meng, a smile dancing on her lips. "I would trouble you to help initiate it, dear Meng. Couldn't you handle this yourselves?" Lu Meng replied with a hint of exasperation, yet she understood her friend's intentions. It was evident that Chu Ningyan was not entirely confident in Bai Feng's abilities and sought Lu Meng's assistance to verify that no foul play would occur within the formation. "I am not one to shy away from challenges," Lu Meng muttered to herself, recalling the camaraderie forged with Chu Ningyan in their battles. It should not be. Moreover, she had never received such concern from Chu Ningyan. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths for a mere disciple? Nevertheless, she accepted control of the formation, channeling her spiritual energy to activate it. Instantly, a pillar of fire erupted into the sky from the vacant ground, and a rain of fire began to fall. Soon, amidst the blazing inferno, a fire dragon composed of flames surged forth, its massive form ablaze with fierce flames. It opened its maw, revealing terrifyingly sharp teeth, and unleashed a thunderous roar towards the gathered crowd. In that moment, several disciples of lower cultivation instinctively covered their ears and crouched on the ground, their bodies quaking under the dragon's imposing presence. Did they even use materials from the dragon clan? Lu Meng was astonished. Given the potency of this display, it seemed they had not merely utilized a few drops of dragon's blood, but had likely incorporated at least a dragon bone. If a standard fire dragon formation was already an exceptional 4th grade formation, then this fire dragon formation, which employed dragon bones, was among the strongest 4th grade formations, capable of ensnaring a nascent soul for a time. This was hardly suitable for mere foundation establishment disciples. Lu Meng cast a glance at the smiling Chu Ningyan nearby. She had not anticipated the Tianjin sect would orchestrate such a grand spectacle. "Rest assured, it's merely an intimidating display," Chu Ningyan reassured her. "And we can halt it at any moment, so there's no need to worry about injuries." In truth, she had not intended to use such a powerful formation. But upon hearing Bai Feng claim he could barely arrange a 5th grade formation, she had revised her plans. After a brief inquiry and discussion with the formation elder, they concluded that a formation falling just short of the 5th grade, yet closely resembling it, would best showcase Bai Feng's talent. She believed that even her proud friend would be compelled to acknowledge Bai Feng's brilliance upon witnessing him unravel the formation. "I'm merely concerned that your new apprentice may not be able to withstand this," Lu Meng remarked, her gaze fixed on the fire dragon soaring through the clouds. Even her disciple with spiritual eyes might find this formation challenging. Moreover, her apprentice had already entered the golden core stage, while Bai Feng, despite having reached the peak of foundation establishment, was still merely a foundation establishment disciple. Although the difference between peak foundation establishment and early golden core might seem slight, it was a pivotal divide, and the disparity was far from negligible. Should Bai Feng manage to overcome the fire dragon formation, what would it matter if she imparted all her knowledge to him? "Rest assured, I would not have chosen this formation without confidence." Chu Ningyan refrained from engaging Lu Meng in further conversation. "Who shall begin first?" "Let my disciple start," Lu Meng suggested, gently patting Su Lanqian's head. This would also allow Chu Ningyan and Bai Feng to witness the might of the enhanced fire dragon formation. It would be best if it dissuaded them from continuing. Yes, Master, Su Lanqian nodded, her expression serious as she gazed at the fire dragon. Even from a distance, she could sense the terrifying heat emanating from the flames. Others might have already begun to feel fear, but not her. She was the universally acknowledged first talent in formations from the northern region, and few could contend with her even from other realms. Taking a deep breath, she strode purposefully towards the formation. As she passed by Bai Feng, she glanced up at him. If you feel frightened, retreat quickly. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing to have your hair and clothes singed. Chapter 40. If he can break the formation, I'll eat my own words. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. I have a few spare outfits in my storage bag. Should you find your clothes burned, feel free to claim one from me, free of charge. Bai Feng replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at the arrogant Su Lanqian. Make the most of your words while you can. Su Lanqian snorted, hastening towards the formation. Brother, what did she say to you? Bai Yuma inquired curiously. She advised me to be cautious, and I returned the favor. After pondering, Bai Yuma determined that Su Lanqian's demeanor had not conveyed a genuine warning, but rather a condescending challenge. Brother, do you need me to step in and teach her a lesson? Bai Feng silently turned to regard his eager sister, marveling at how his once obedient sibling had transformed into someone so confrontational. No, your demeanor makes me appear as an unreasonable villain, although he indeed possesses the attributes of a nefarious character. Oh, Bai Yuma nodded weakly, yet within her heart, she had already marked Su Lanqian. Bai Feng may not be concerned, but that does not imply she shares the same indifference. She harbors a strong sense of grudges. Should the adversary dare to insult Bai Feng again, she would not hesitate to retaliate. Meanwhile, Su Lanqian had already stepped into the fire dragon array. A torrent of flames surged from all directions toward her, yet Su Lanqian remained unperturbed, as a barrier of spiritual energy emerged to thwart the flames. While her eyes emanated a soft azure glow, the inferno no longer engulfed her vision. She sensed the spiritual energy converging towards several areas. This is it. Su Lanqian swiftly pinpointed a node, grasping a brush, as a torrent of spiritual energy coalesced in her hand. In the next moment, the brush enlarged until it was nearly her height, coming to a halt. With a gentle sweep of her brush, the encroaching flames were shattered, and she seized the opportunity to rush towards one of the nodes. The brush acted like an eraser, swiftly dismantling the node with her movements, causing a portion of the flames besieging her to dissipate. Regret can still be entertained at this juncture. Lu Meng, with a smile, explained to Chu Ningyan. Or perhaps she was boasting that Su Lanqian was a disciple she had sought for a long time. Not only did she possess exceptional talent in formations, but she also possessed spiritual eyes capable of perceiving fluctuations in spiritual energy. Few formations in this world could ensnare her. No, I have faith in my disciple as well. Chu Ningyan shook her head. Although she was greatly impressed by Su Lanqian's performance, her confidence in Bai Feng remained unwavering. After all, Bai Feng had only recently begun his studies in formations, yet was able to reconstruct the 100-sword array, a talent that was arguably on par with the spiritually endowed Su Lanqian. Meanwhile, Bai Feng gazed intently at Su Lanqian. Spiritual eyes, from the description, seemed somewhat akin to the yin-yang patterns, albeit solely possessing the ability to observe spiritual energy. Truly, the world is filled with peculiar abilities. One must not underestimate them. It seems we are nearing the conclusion. Bai Feng halted his musings, focusing entirely on Su Lanqian. At this moment, several nodes of the fire dragon array had been dismantled, and the formidable assault of the fire dragon had significantly weakened. Although Su Lanqian had expended considerable spiritual energy, her achievements were more than sufficient. Gripping the brush tightly, she tensed her calves and leaped forward directly towards the fire dragon. Roar! The fire dragon let out a furious roar, its entire form ablaze as it charged toward her. However, the brush in her hand expanded once more, appearing like a series of metallic whips, shattering a significant portion of the fire dragon's body. Taking advantage of the fire dragon's moment of recovery, Su Lanqian dismantled another node, creating a breach in the once impenetrable formation. She turned to face the now reformed fire dragon, which was emitting a series of enraged roars, and with a playful gesture, she stuck out her tongue and made a face at it. Just as the fire dragon charged, she took a step forward and vanished within the formation. What speed! Is this truly achievable by someone in the early Golden Core stage? In comparison, I feel utterly inadequate. Next up is Bai Feng. Will he be able to manage? If you ask me, Bai Feng should concede early to avoid embarrassing us. Why do you always speak in favor of outsiders, senior brother? Am I mistaken? A mere foundation cultivator, despite a modicum of talent and formations, what can he possibly achieve? Moreover, who knows what means Bai Feng employed to enter? With just a few baseless rumors, you dare to conclude that Bai Shixiang is a fraud? I hope you remain so obstinate once Bai Shixiang breaks the formation. Bah! If he manages to break it, I will eat my words while standing on my head. While the crowd debated, Su Lanqian had already exited the formation, leaving the fire dragon raging impotently within. It served as a splendid warm-up exercise. She stretched her body and, as she passed by Bai Feng, flashed him a playful smile, saying, "Junior brother, do your best, just don't lose too quickly." What an arrogant little imp. Though she certainly has the merit to be so. While it appeared that Su Longjian merely dismantled a few nodes and inflicted a severe blow to the fire dragon, the formation itself remained largely unscathed. However, the fire dragon array is a 4th grade formation, and dismantling it from within is quite a challenge, especially for a formation master, as combat prowess is not their forte. In essence, the competition among formation masters resembles the hacking of Bai Feng's previous life. The attacker must strive to identify or even create vulnerabilities, and the breach of the formation naturally signifies the attacker's victory. Furthermore, she swiftly dismantled the critical nodes of the fire dragon array, using her early golden core cultivation, and successfully extricated herself. A feat that would likely challenge even a nascent soul stage formation master. With Lu Ming's assistance, the fire dragon array was quickly restored, and she infused it with spiritual energy once more, inquiring of Bai Feng, "Are you sure you wish to challenge the formation?" "Yes, let us begin," Bai Feng nodded, striding purposefully towards the array. "Brother, good luck," Bai Yuma cheered, raising her fist beside him. Seeing Bai Feng's determination not to retreat, Lu Ming extinguished her intention to persuade further. "Then, please enter. Should you feel unwell, do not hesitate to voice it, and I shall halt immediately." Upon entering the fire dragon array, Bai Feng was immediately met with an unbearable wave of heat, as if the very space around him had warped under the intense temperature. Truly, a formation capable of ensnaring golden core cultivators and momentarily stalling nascent soul practitioners is rather daunting for someone at the peak of foundation establishment. In light of this, he could not afford to proceed with the same leisurely demeanor he had adopted during his previous attempt at the 100-sword array. Yin-yang patterns, activate. A flicker of black and white flashed in Bai Feng's eyes, and the image of a black and white fish materialized within his gaze. Even though he was already aware of the yin-yang pattern's function, he couldn't help but marvel internally. Such clarity. Every channel of spiritual energy flow within the formation unfolded before his eyes, and in an instant, he identified several of the most crucial nodes. Chapter 41. She resembled a jester. In the next moment, Bai Feng sprang into action. He raised his right hand, adorned with several talismans. As if he had activated a form of X-ray vision, the talismans he cast accurately struck every vital node of the fire dragon array, causing the once ferocious fire dragon to lose much of its flames, as if doused with water. With this, the formation was left wide open, and Bai Feng could depart at any moment. However, he did not intend to conclude matters so simply. "Where's the last one?" Bai Feng held the final talisman, faintly radiating black and white, as his eyes scanned the surroundings. Finally, his gaze settled upon the fire dragon. "Aha, there it is." A smile graced Bai Feng's lips. What exquisite design. The most crucial node was cunningly situated on the fire dragon itself. The designer of this formation must have possessed profound knowledge of the fire dragon array. Drawing forth his bamboo sword, he pointed it toward the now weakened fire dragon. Yet, even with the critical node compromised and the flames significantly diminished, the dragon's might could not be trifled with. With a furious roar, the fire dragon forcefully summoned flames, charging directly at Bai Feng. "Come at me." Bai Feng exhaled deeply, the image of Bai Yuma practicing her swordsmanship surfacing in his mind. In the next moment, his movements seemed to synchronize with the vision of Bai Yuma in his mind. He stepped forward and, in the blink of an eye, found himself before the fire dragon, thrusting his bamboo sword fiercely at it. Bang! The ferocious flames engulfed both Bai Feng and the fire dragon, while on the outside, Bai Yuma placed her hand on the sword at her waist, her fingers turning pale from the grip of tension. However, Lu Ming, who was responsible for initiating the formation, displayed no concern. She even sighed, saying, "It's lost." "Master, has that fellow already lost?" Su Longjian inquired curiously from the side. "No, it is you who has lost." Lu Ming shook her head. "Disciple, we shall reside at the Heavenly Sword sect for a while longer." Su Longjian's mouth fell agape as she hastily turned her gaze back to the formation enveloped in flames. Had she truly lost? She had been bested by someone at the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Anticipating her prideful disciple's inquiries, Lu Ming preemptively responded, "He did not cheat. Just now, Chuning Yin requested that I modify a portion of the fire dragon formation while I was repairing it." She had initially thought her friend doubted her abilities, but it now appeared she had underestimated Bai Feng. Had she not altered the formation herself? Witnessing Bai Feng's dismantling of it might have led her to believe he was resorting to underhanded tactics. What extraordinary talent was this? To perceive all the nodes within the formation at a glance. Even the crucial node concealed within the fire dragon had been discerned, a detail that had eluded her disciple. Su Longqian, did he possess eyes akin to the spirit eyes? At that moment, the flames within the formation began to dissipate. The fire dragon had long since vanished, leaving Bai Feng unscathed at the center, with the flames retreating from him as if in fear. He turned to face Lu Ming and the others. This should count as a pass, right? Such terrifying talent. Even I would struggle to uncover all the nodes within the formation so swiftly, thought one of the formation elders of the Heavenly Sword sect, who clicked his tongue in astonishment. Previously, as one of the most skilled in formations, he had felt a sense of pride, but now, in comparison to true genius, he felt utterly insignificant. Even without mentioning the prodigy Bai Feng, the first girl to compete could easily have outperformed him in his youth. Another elder of formations could not resist questioning the elder responsible, Old Li. You didn't disclose the nodes to that disciple, did you? Of course not. I have my pride, you know. Moreover, Master Lu modified the positions of the nodes during the repairs. I don't even know where several key nodes of the Fire Dragon formation are. Listening to the elder's astonishment below, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect chuckled, stroking his beard, pondering that it would not be long before a new peak emerged within the sect. Yes, generous rewards are in order. I had been seeking an excuse to bestow some premium elixirs upon Bai Feng. Well, now I have one. Elixirs and herbs must be generously supplied. In the arena, as the formation was dismantled, Bai Yumon nearly instantaneously appeared by Bai Feng's side. She anxiously circled around him a few times, and only upon confirming he was unharmed did she let out a sigh of relief. Although Bai Feng had successfully dismantled the final crucial node, the flames unleashed by the fire dragon in its last moments had raised her heart into her throat. The force had far exceeded what one at the peak of Foundation establishment could endure. Don't fret, I'm fine, Bai Feng waved his hand. A wave of weakness washing over him. While uninjured, his spiritual energy had been thoroughly expended. He glanced down at his bamboo sword. At the moment the fire dragon erupted, the talisman he had prepared was incinerated to ashes. Although he wore a spirit armor that spared him from life-threatening danger, he was still left somewhat singed and disheveled. Just as the flames were about to engulf him, the bamboo sword gifted to him by Chu Ningyan suddenly emanated a gentle, soft white light. Resembling a piece of polished jade, that white light repelled the flames, preventing them from encroaching upon him. Noticing this, Bai Feng promptly increased his output of spiritual energy, channeling every last bit he had into the sword. With the influx of spiritual energy, the white light became even more brilliant, standing firm against the flames, not allowing even a hint of heat to reach him. Brother, let me help you back. Bai Yumon naturally sensed Bai Feng's weakened state and could not help but place her hand on him. No need. I'm merely fatigued from expending my spiritual energy. Bai Feng shook his head, but Bai Yumon seemed not to hear, placing his arm around her shoulder and guiding him back to Chu Ningyan's side. Bai Feng found himself powerless to resist. He had never been a match for Bai Yumon, and now, devoid of spiritual energy and strength, he could only allow her to support him. Well done. Here, take this elixir. Yumon, hurry and help him back to rest. Chu Ningyan encouraged the weakened Bai Feng before turning to Lu Meng. So, what do you think? Was I not telling the truth? It seems my perspective was indeed limited. Lu Meng shook her head. There is no need for further competitions, I concede. However, before Chu Ningyan could respond, Su Lanqian, standing beside her, could not help but exclaim, No, we must compete. I have not lost. Her emotions surged, causing her small face to flush, especially as she recalled how she had previously mocked Bai Feng, making her appear like a fool. Shame, regret, anger, and a myriad of emotions coalesced within her heart, and as her master prepared to forego the last competition, her feelings reached a boiling point. The thread of reason snapped. A girl who had grown up amidst the praises of others, a prodigy with formidable talent and formations, even possessing spirit eyes, had never imagined she would be defeated in this realm by someone of lesser cultivation. Her pride felt like a crumpled piece of paper, torn apart and discarded. Like a gambler blinded by desperation, she placed her last hope and confidence in her talent for formations upon the final contest. Su Lanqian turned to face Bai Feng, who had yet to depart, her previously composed demeanor replaced by intensity as she fixed her gaze upon him. You wouldn't back down like a coward, would you? Chapter 42. I want to see that fiery spirit. Bai Feng regarded the increasingly frenzied Su Lanqian with a furrowed brow. He had not anticipated such a reaction from her after her defeat. At that moment, Lu Meng stepped in to mediate. Placing her hand on Su Lanqian's shoulder and pulling her behind her, I apologize on her behalf. From this day forward, I will impart all my knowledge to you. Master, I have not lost. Su Lanqian bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. I will definitely win back in the next contest. Bai Feng, witnessing her distress, felt no remorse. He even contemplated capturing the moment with a recording stone. I want to see that fiery spirit. Lu Meng sighed at her disciple's state. Her intention was to protect Su Lanqian. She recognized Bai Feng's extraordinary, almost unfathomable talent. Continuing the competition, given Bai Feng's foundation establishment stage cultivation, would be undignified even if he won, and should he lose, it could lead to her disciple developing inner demons, perhaps even damaging her path. Yet now, it seemed her stubborn disciple had already begun to cultivate those very demons. Had she perhaps sheltered Su Lanqian too well? After a moment of reflection, Lu Meng turned to Bai Feng. Would you be willing to continue competing with my disciple? Regardless of the outcome, I will share my lifelong knowledge with you. Your disciple may also participate. Bai Feng clasped his hands together. Although he had achieved his objectives, particularly having witnessed the scene he longed for, The thought of attending classes with the proud Su Lanqian in the future led him to believe it would be better to continue competing. Otherwise, that arrogant little rascal might be inclined to incessantly challenge him. A moment of trouble could lead to a lifetime of ease. What need was there for deliberation? Lu Meng nodded, then turned to Chuning Yin. In that case, please prepare the competition venue once more. Leave it to me. She turned to relay the matter, simultaneously announcing the outcome of the contest to the eager disciples. In this match, Bai Feng of Qingzhou Peak emerged victorious. Instantly, a portion of the disciples raised their hands in jubilant cheers. Although most had already reached a conclusion after witnessing the duel, some remained obstinately silent, refusing to accept reality until confronted with undeniable proof. Where are those who had boasted about eating dung while standing on their heads? Come forth. This is cheating. How could they discern the array's nodes so swiftly? Why not? The senior sister who just competed was able to do so as well. That was due to her spiritual eyes. Perhaps our brother Bai possesses spiritual eyes too, and maybe even an advanced version. No, in my view. It must be because Brother Bai's spiritual eyes are public, while the opponents are private, hence they falter upon seeing Brother Bai. I refuse to believe this. Surely it is a staged performance. They must be under pressure from the Bai family. TSK, how little faith do you have in our Tianjin sect? Even if the Bai family were to exert their influence, they could not coerce the peak master, elders, and an array master of our sect to partake in such theatrics. They might even be spies from the demonic path, unable to bear the emergence of an arrayed genius from our sect. A thorough investigation is warranted. Under the relentless taunts and prodding of the crowd, those few disciples who had sworn oaths turned crimson, abandoning the subsequent matches and hastily squeezing through the crowd, fleeing as if escaping a storm. Ugh, cowards! Brother Dung Eater, do not leave. I have yet to witness someone eating dung while standing on their heads. In an instant, a jubilant atmosphere enveloped the disciples. Cursed be it. Yi Tang clenched his fists and struck the table, which finally succumbed to the repeated assaults, collapsing under the strain, sending teacups shattering to the ground, tea spilling everywhere. The carefully cultivated atmosphere of public opinion he had orchestrated had been so easily dismantled. He had initially planned to leverage public sentiment to force Bai Feng out of the sect competition, but to his astonishment, the sect held Bai Feng in such high regard that even Master Lu Meng was invited to instruct him. Nevertheless, even if he were aware, he would not concede defeat. Master brother, something's amiss. Suddenly, a disciple burst in. Yi Tang furrowed his brow. Had it not been for this individual being his trusted aide, he would have kicked this unruly fellow out long ago. What is the matter? What chaos is this? Master brother, our people have been captured by that fellow Luo Chun. What? Yi Tang abruptly stood from his chair, seizing his subordinate by the collar. His eyes reddened as he demanded, what on earth happened? Wasn't I clear about keeping an eye on him? Though the disciple trembled with fear, he relayed the news, because Bai Feng won so easily. Luo Chun took notice of those spreading rumors and questioning Bai Feng. Useless, a bunch of worthless fools. Yi Tang nearly threw his subordinate out, but he ultimately restrained himself, smoothing the subordinate's collar instead. Fine, I understand. You may go. As the disciple departed, he couldn't help but inquire, Master brother, what about our people? Do you still want me to ensure their safety? Yi Tang shot a sidelong glance at his subordinate. Am I not the master brother of Tianjin sect? Should I confess to them that I instigated their targeting of sect disciples? Indeed. Ding. Detected that the fated child, under the host's influence, has disrupted another fated child's plan and eliminated most of the subordinates. Reward, 300 luck points, along with the illusion techniques from the divine forging method crafted by Master Qianwan. Bai Feng, the fated child, you shall pay. This cannot continue. While retreating to Qingzhou Peak for diligent cultivation indeed allows one to evade much of the turmoil, it also signifies an inability to promptly perceive external circumstances. It appears he must establish his own intelligence network. Where to commence? Brother, have you decided on the array to set? Bai Yuma poked her head from the kitchen, addressing Bai Feng who was seated at the dining table, awaiting the meal. Bai Feng paused in contemplation, shaking his head. There are too many options. I have yet to decide on the best one. As the second contest entails setting up arrays for the opponent to traverse, ample time is afforded. 5 whole days, coinciding with the final day of the sect competition. With time on hand, he could deliberate slowly, ideally selecting an array that would challenge the opponent. Bai Yuma approached with the dishes, recalling the opponent's arrogant demeanor igniting her ire, especially as they could not handle defeat, rendering even the cutest appearance unlikable. After a few moments of thought, Bai Feng decided against being overly harsh. After all, the opponent's master would still be instructing him. Additionally, Su Lanjian's emotions appeared somewhat unstable, and should he inadvertently push the opponent too hard into a corner, he would bear responsibility towards both the master and Master Lu. Thus, he must eliminate excessively dangerous arrays. How about setting up an illusion array? With the system's reward, he now possesses greater understanding of illusions. He could lower the intensity, ensuring the opponent could perceive flaws without being able to dispel it immediately. Sigh, he truly exerted himself to accommodate his master and Master Lu's esteem. Hopefully, this arrogant little brat Su Lanjian would come to her senses and cease bothering him thereafter. Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Bai Feng rose from his chair, pondering as he opened the door. Outside stood a figure clad in white, raising a small fist to wave at Bai Feng. Brother, go for it. Chapter 43. Please refrain from unrealistic fantasies, brother. Go for it. Xiaoqi waved her tiny fist, though her expression remained largely unchanged. Ah, it's Xiaoqi. Bai Feng smiled, extending his hand to tousle her hair. You finally came. I was wondering why you hadn't sought me out. I heard you were diligently preparing for battle, so I did not want to disturb you. Come in. Bai Feng stepped aside, ushering Xiaoqi into the room. At that moment, Bai Yuma, busy in the kitchen, naturally took notice of the new guest. Although her misunderstandings about Xiaoqi had diminished post-explanation, a tinge of hostility lingered, as if her unique identity was being usurped. Good day, Mississippi. Xiaoqi greeted Bai Yuma somewhat awkwardly. Bai Yuma tightened her grip on the spatula, an annoyance brewing within her. Why did Xiaoqi call Bai Feng brother, yet refer to her as Miss? Though they had hardly met, such a title made her feel excluded. Xiaoqi, do not be so formal, just call me sister. Bai Yuma corrected with a smile. Xiaoqi instinctively shrank back, a sense of danger surfacing in her heart, but she nodded quickly. All right, sister. Satisfied, Bai Yuma resumed her kitchen duties. By the way, brother, this is something the academy asked me to bring to you. Xiaoqi, feeling a bit relieved, suddenly recalled something and hurriedly retrieved a well-wrapped item, which felt like several books. Oh, you've worked hard. Bai Feng accepted the item, promptly stowing it in his storage bag. This package was, of course, the books he had promised to senior sister Yu Yao, and he certainly could not let Xiaoqi see them. Though Xiaoqi was curious, she refrained from asking. Sitting beside Bai Feng, she sipped her tea. Recently, those spreading rumors have all been captured. I helped too. Previously, she had heard numerous rumors regarding Bai Feng, but at that time, her efforts had been futile. Later, when Bai Feng joined Tianjin sect, the rumors not only persisted but escalated, even causing her, who had defended Bai Feng, to be ostracized. At last, she had seized an opportunity to strike back. Thank you very much, Bai Feng said with a hint of resignation, ruffling Xiaoqi's hair, knowing she was genuinely concerned for him, making it difficult for him to voice any complaints. He was indeed quite exasperated with that group of individuals who deliberately spread rumors. While his master remained silent, what was the point of all this chatter from you disciples? However, the emergence of such rumors was undoubtedly linked to his own absence and non-responsiveness, which inadvertently nurtured the fertile ground for conspiracy theories. After all, many who propagate rumors do so without a shred of thought. As someone who had often indulged in online escapades, he was well aware of this phenomenon. Yet, to respond would only ensnare him in the trap set by the child of destiny. It was preferable to endure a few scathing remarks, as they would not affect him in the least. He would continue to relish the meals prepared by his sister, peruse the tomes in the library, and sleep soundly in the bed at Qingzhou Peak. Suddenly, Bai Feng recalled something. He rummaged through his storage pouch and produced a talisman, adorned with several small, exquisite jade stones that shimmered beautifully. He handed the talisman to Xiaoqi, saying, "This is the promised gift. It is a protective talisman I crafted, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from someone at the late Golden Core stage." This talisman was one of his recent research achievements, a product of his endeavor to miniaturize formations. Constantly worried about being targeted by the child of destiny, he had contemplated the feasibility of inscribing formations onto himself, leading him to explore the intricacies of downsizing them. During his studies, he came to understand why formations in this world tend to grow larger rather than smaller. The challenge of miniaturization was indeed formidable. Although this talisman could only endure a strike from a late-stage Golden Core practitioner, it was the culmination of all his efforts. He even entertained the notion of learning artifact forging to create a laser engraver specifically for inscribing miniature formations. Thank you, brother, Xiaoqi said as she accepted the talisman, placing it against her chest, her usually expressionless face betraying a glimmer of satisfaction. At that moment, Bai Feng sensed a gaze upon him and instinctively turned towards the kitchen. Although Bai Yumo had her back turned as she cooked, he was confident that he was not mistaken. Having been ensnared by his sister's schemes on multiple occasions, he was certainly not prone to such elementary errors. Before the system could issue any notifications, he pulled out a second talisman, saying, "Ah, UMO. I made one for you as well, but since you are already at the Golden Core stage, I did not include any defensive features." Bai Umo's ears perked up, and upon realizing her thoughts had been seen through, she felt a tinge of shyness and embarrassment. While she understood that she should not expect too much, the sight of the previous talisman had ignited a strong desire for one of her own. Her expression had indeed been somewhat unguarded moments ago. Without even removing her apron, she dashed over to Bai Feng, a smile breaking across her face. "Thank you, brother." Upon seeing the crisis averted, Bai Feng let out a slight sigh of relief, though he couldn't help but muse on how Bai Yumo, now grown, still behaved like a child. He also found himself perplexed by Bai Yumo's sentiments. Although their relationship seemed to have improved, the echoes of the past few years lingered, leaving their bond somewhat distorted. He struggled to discern whether Bai Yumo's attitude and actions stemmed from guilt or genuine concern and dependence on him. If only the system provided a favorability feature, Then he would understand how he was perceived in Bai Yumo's eyes, making interactions considerably easier. Ding. This system is a villain system, not a romance system. Please refrain from unrealistic imaginings, host. The system's sudden interjection was genuinely startling. It seldom spoke. Yet here it was, chattering away. However, it fell silent once more, as if triggered by a specific keyword. After the system's teasing, Bai Feng ceased his unfounded speculations and continued explaining to Bai Yumo. Although there are no defensive features, I have added several minor functions. It can display the current time and date, and even set an alarm that will notify you when the time is up. The most significant gain from miniaturizing formations was that Bai Feng extracted a plethora of small functionalities from them, such as the time and alarm features on Bai Yumo's talisman. These concepts could be found in the Tianjin sect, like the semi-punitive sword trial tower, which housed a time recording feature that only activated when the time was right, or the communal alchemy room on Dan Peak, where the formation would alert users when their time was up, necessitating additional payment to continue using it. I will cherish it well. Bai Yumo chose not to stow the talisman in her storage pouch, but instead kept it close to her person. Alright, let us eat. Shao Qi. Come join us for a meal. Chapter 44. Su Lan Xian Isnt planning to perish within my formation, is she? On the day of the competition, Bai Feng commenced the arrangement of formations early on. As the sect's grand tournament began, a distant cheer drew him from his labors. Oh, has it already started? Go for it. He raised his head to see Bai Yumo ascend the arena, and he paused his work to cheer her on from afar. It seemed Bai Yumo also spotted Bai Feng. Taking a deep breath to steady her excitement, she waved in his direction. Shortly thereafter, Bai Feng witnessed Bai Yumo turn and, with a single sword strike, sent her opponent tumbling from the stage. He felt his lips twitch slightly at the sight. The opponent appeared to be at the mid-golden core stage, and while not particularly powerful, being swiftly defeated by Bai Yumo was quite remarkable. If previously his impression of Bai Yumo was merely a strong concept, he now had a clearer understanding of her prowess. There truly was no comparison to a genius. Bai Feng shook his head and returned to his work on the formations. He was crafting a triple illusion formation, one favored by certain seasoned practitioners. The first illusion was relatively simple. Even an ordinary disciple could easily escape it if they possessed a discerning mind and steadfast conviction. However, upon escaping, they would enter the second illusion, which was far more realistic. Moreover, having just dispelled the first illusion, their mind would be somewhat relaxed, making it even more challenging to uncover the truth of the formation. Even if they did, it would not matter, for there was a third illusion. This was the core of the triple illusion formation, not only more realistic but also subject to re-evolution based on the second illusion. Unless one were among the exceptionally gifted, most individuals would find it exceedingly difficult to awaken from the illusion without external assistance. After delving into the chapter on illusions, Bai Feng conceived an even better idea. But time was pressing, leaving little opportunity for research. For instance, two interlocking illusions could ensnare a challenger. Even if they broke free from one, they would not halt but instead retreat into the backdrop, with the second illusion evolving based on the challenger's current circumstances. Should the challenger manage to dispel the second illusion, the first would reappear, creating a continuous loop. If they could not break free from both illusions simultaneously, they would remain trapped indefinitely. Bai Feng named this formation the Fire Flourishing Formation, and then proceeded to incorporate several minor bugs. Once he completed the illusion formation, Bai Feng began introducing these bugs. If Su Lan Xian were functioning normally, he would not need to complicate matters so, but as the days passed, she showed no signs of recovery. Rather, she appeared increasingly unhinged. Soon enough, he observed Su Lan Xian emerging from the formation area, her usual composure replaced by disarray, her hair unkempt, her face ashen, bloodshot eyes betraying her sleeplessness as she murmured incessantly. It was as if the competition consumed her entirely, rendering her oblivious to everything else. Bai Feng watched her depart, his heart swelling with concern. Surely Su Lan Xian doesn't intend to perish within my formation? Should he add a few more new bugs? He contemplated the already arranged illusion formation, lost in thought. Time swiftly progressed to the final day of the sect's grand tournament. Bai Yumo has, as anticipated, entered the top 10. As for Lin Yan, being merely at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, he succumbed after defeating an early Golden Core disciple, ultimately falling to a late Golden Core opponent. Nevertheless, Lin Yan garnered gasps of astonishment from the onlookers, who marveled at his formidable prowess. Today marks the final bout between Bai Feng and Su Lan Xian, which will commence only after the winner of the sect competition is determined, a mere closing ceremony, in essence. This sect competition has been thoroughly orchestrated by the elders. At this moment, the contest features the elder brother of Zixiao Peak, Luo Chun, facing off against Yi Tang. The elder brother of the Tianjin sect, Luo Chun stands upon the stage, fixated on Yi Tang. Through his recent investigations, he has discerned the undeniable connection between this matter and Yi Tang, yet the latter proves to be exceedingly cunning, leaving no trace of evidence. However, this does not imply that Luo Chun will relent. Fortune smiles upon him today as he is directly matched with Yi Tang, allowing him to extract some interest on behalf of his junior brother Bai. Yi Tang, with a smile gracing his lips and a benevolent demeanor, remarks, I have long heard that Brother Luo has undergone a transformation. Seeing you now, it is as though you have become an entirely different person. All thanks to Junior Brother Bai. Without him, I dare say I would still be lost in a haze. Luo Chun, expressionless, fixates his gaze on Yi Tang, embodying a sword drawn from its sheath. I have yet to engage in earnest combat with anyone since my epiphany. I humbly request your guidance, Brother Yi. Upon hearing Bai Feng's name, the smile on Yi Tang's lips falters, yet he maintains his radiant facade before others. Thus, he responds cheerfully. Then I must express my gratitude to Junior Brother Bai. Indeed, I must thank him profusely. A flicker of a smile finally graces Luo Chen's lips, though Yi Tang perceives it as chilling. Simultaneously, a flicker of irritation ignites within Yi Tang. Could it be that this fellow has uncovered something? He had intended to hold back, yet it appears that Luo Chun shall instead be confined to a bed for several months. Brother Yi, be cautious. Luo Chun unsheaths his long sword, unleashing a series of fierce strikes aimed directly at Yi Tang. Yi Tang also draws his long sword to defend. Yet in the next moment, he feels the force of Luo Chun's blade, disbelief etched across his features. Brother, do not dawdle in battle. Despite Yi Tang's swift evasion, his sleeve is nonetheless slashed by Luo Chun's razor-sharp sword. His face darkens as he realizes the extent of Luo Chun's newfound strength. Could it be that he had been concealing his capabilities? Moreover, he notes that Luo Chun's swordsmanship has evolved, and his expression grows grave. The Heartless Sword? I never imagined that you, Brother Luo, had mastered this set of techniques. It is not about emotional detachment. Rather, I have merely begun to comprehend the intricacies of human nature, Luo Chun retorts, his expression unyielding as he points his sword at Yi Tang. Brother Yi, be vigilant. Faced with Luo Chun's relentless onslaught, Yi Tang cannot help but curse inwardly, dismissing the dignity of his position as elder brother. He hastily reaches for the concealed weapons within his sleeve, unleashing all the tricks he has mastered. Meanwhile, not far off, Bai Feng, initially reveling in the spectacle of two fated individuals clashing, suddenly senses an ominous realization upon hearing their exchange. His countenance darkens. Could it be that this fellow is conspiring against me? The one who disrupted the plans of the fated individuals must surely be him. Damn it. Why is it that every time I berate you, you experience an epiphany? Is there a villainous enhancement at play here? System, why did you not inform me of his sudden enlightenment? Aren't you fond of notifying me about trivial matters? Why neglect such a significant occurrence? Ding. Because the hostess reprimand served as a catalyst for the fated individual, resulting in a beneficial outcome for him, it cannot be counted towards the accrual of fate value. Bai Feng, how infuriating. He redirects his attention to the arena, where the battle between Yi Tang and Luo Chun has reached a fever pitch, with both combatants teetering on the brink of defeat. I hope our elder brother from the Tianjin sect can muster strength. Do not let Luo Chun emerge victorious. He wagers that should Luo Chun win, the system will undoubtedly seize this opportunity to inundate him with fate value. Speaking of the one who has persistently targeted him, why has he not shown up for the sect competition? He fixes his gaze on Yi Tang. Could it be that you are the one? Infuriatingly, he suddenly finds himself wishing for Yi Tang's defeat as well. Let the two of you suffer mutual destruction. Chapter 45. Elder brother, can you still lift your sword? The unfolding events appear to be veering in the direction Bai Feng had hoped for. Yi Tang relentlessly launches a seemingly inexhaustible supply of concealed weapons at Luo Chun. Even though Luo Chun has mastered the Heartless Sword technique, he still sustains significant injuries from the onslaught of hidden projectiles. However, Yi Tang is not faring much better. His body is marred with numerous sword wounds, some even festering with lingering sword energy, akin to being gnawed upon by insects. Wiping the blood from his lips, Luo Chun stands firm, his sword intent surging. Elder brother, you have become so engrossed in schemes and concealed weaponry that you have likely forgotten the core tenets of the Tianjin sect. Can you still lift your sword? Shut your mouth. I have not lost yet. Yi Tang's eyes blaze with fury, his breath labored. He cannot accept that he is being cornered by a mere sycophant, nor can he acknowledge the flicker of fear that surfaces within him. No, he is not afraid. He is the elder brother of the Tianjin sect, and he must win this battle. With that, he raises his long sword, simultaneously dispatching the concealed weapons hidden beneath its blade toward Luo Chun. Such trifles cannot defeat me. Elder brother, you shall lose. The projectiles are shattered mid-flight by the scattered sword energy, and at this moment, Luo Chun's sword intent reaches its zenith. Flash. The long sword looms larger in Yi Tang's vision, resembling an insurmountable mountain, rendering all his strategies utterly futile. His body trembles as he expends his last reserves of strength to lift his sword in defense. Yet, at this moment, his blade feels as heavy as lead. No matter how he struggles, he cannot raise it. Could it be that I truly can no longer wield my sword? As the sword descends, this singular thought echoes through Yi Tang's mind. Ultimately, Luo Chun's sword is intercepted by an elder, as this is merely a competition, not a life or death duel. However, Yi Tang's legs give way, and he collapses to the ground, having unknowingly closed his eyes and succumbed to unconsciousness. Luo Chun had not anticipated resolving matters with Yi Tang during the sect competition. With his objective achieved, he uses his remaining strength to bow to the elder. "Thank you for intervening, I was overly earnest." The elder chuckles, stroking his beard. "Blades are blind. It is inevitable that one may lose control during a contest. Otherwise, what are we here for? To spectate? Very well, you should retire and rest." Although he has heard whispers of Luo Chun's transformation at Zixiao Peak, witnessing it firsthand reveals a significant change. This is indeed fortuitous. Our Tianjin sect is set to gain another prodigy of the sword. It is high time for a change in the elder brother of the Tianjin sect. Many elders had previously raised concerns about Yi Tang's fixation on concealed weapons rather than swordplay, which seemed incongruous with the sect's name. Yet, due to the lack of suitable candidates, this had been postponed. Now, however, it can be reconsidered. Luo Chun nods, and as his tense spirit relaxes, a wave of weakness crashes over him. His legs buckle, and just before he collapses, the elder supports him with spiritual energy. In those final moments before unconsciousness, he hears the elder urgently summon the Dan Peak disciples to provide treatment. On the other side, Bai Feng, his expression impassive, withdraws his gaze, silently contemplating the notification from the system. Ding. Detection indicates that the fated individual has been manipulated by the host to become a tool against other fated individuals, successfully toppling another fated individual and subjecting him to severe humiliation. Awarded 1000 fate value. Breakthrough to Golden Core Cultivation, available for self-collection, and 1 swordsmanship fragment. Beep. Host fortune value has exceeded 1000. Activating name display function. Damn, why is Yi Tang, this child of destiny, so utterly useless? Just try a little harder. At least aim for a tie. It's just a hair's breadth away. How infuriating. My resentment levels have risen yet again. As Bai Feng cursed Yi Tang to inevitably step in dog waste upon leaving, the second round of competition commenced. However, the latter matches held no suspense. Yi Tang lay severely injured and unconscious, while Luo Chun was utterly exhausted, leaving both incapable of further combat. Without the presence of other fortunate children, the remaining Golden Core disciples stood no chance against Bai Umo, as the might of the Celestial Bone finally began to manifest in the Golden Core stage. "Brother, I secured first place." After the competition concluded, Bai Umo eagerly sprinted to Bai Feng's side, her expression brimming with anticipation for praise. "Indeed, quite commendable. I knew you could do it." Bai Feng, still reeling from the impact of 1000 fortune points, found it difficult to muster any cheer. However, faced with Bai Umo's expectant gaze, he instinctively reached out to pat her head. Only after doing so did he realize the impropriety of the act. They were no longer children, and this was in full view of others, rendering it somewhat inappropriate. Upon glancing down, he noticed Bai Umo's face had flushed a bright crimson, yet she showed no signs of resistance. Pretending to be oblivious, Bai Feng withdrew his hand and cleared his throat. "All right, it's my turn to take the stage now. You should rest after your match." Bai Umo murmured, her head lowered, her voice barely audible like a mosquito's buzz. Brother is patting my head again." Although she felt immensely shy, she also noted that Bai Feng's mood seemed rather dismal. Could it be that witnessing her battle reminded him of his own mediocre cultivation talent? Clearly, Bai Feng still cared deeply about his abilities. What should I do about it? Bai Umo fell into contemplation. "Hey," a voice called out, prompting Bai Feng to turn. Su Lan Qian, having finished setting up the formation, appeared even more haggard than in previous days, her hair unkempt and lacking its usual luster. Clad in a plain azure robe, with deep dark circles under her eyes that suggested she might faint at any moment. "I will win." She grasped Bai Feng's shoulder, revealing sharp canine teeth, resembling a tiger or leopard eyeing its prey. Within her weary eyes, there flickered a hint of madness. Bai Feng, observing Su Lan Qian in such a state, suddenly felt that arguing with her was rather pointless. "If my defeat would ease your burden, then, don't joke around." Su Lan Qian interrupted, her grip tightening on his collar. "Compete with me fairly. I will triumph over you and prove that I will always be above you." "Then good luck," Bai Feng replied, gently grasping her delicate wrist and freeing her hand from his collar. This girl must be harboring inner demons. He couldn't help but ridicule internally how fragile she was. How could someone with such a mindset hope to ascend to the pinnacle of the immortal path? Yet, upon reflection, it was akin to a programming expert being trampled by someone perceived to be merely an amateur. Indeed, it was not an easy pill to swallow. Su Lan Qian, seemingly undeterred, took a few steps back before charging toward Bai Feng's formation, not waiting for Lu Meng to signal the start, but launching herself directly into it. Chapter 46. Unfortunately, he cheated Sai. Lu Meng had long realized that something was amiss with Su Lan Qian, but regrettably, her attempts at persuasion were futile. With an apologetic expression, she stated, "On behalf of my disciple, I apologize. I will record the time." She entered early. "It's all right, it was only a few seconds." Bai Feng waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to engage with someone ensnared by their inner demons. He quickly approached the formation set by Su Lanxian and stepped inside. As the formation activated, the final match of the sect competition commenced. Is it a 5 elements formation? Bai Feng pondered as he stood within the formation. Surrounded by impenetrable darkness, barely able to see his hands, as if trapped in a sunless cave. He recalled that the 5 elements formation was a rather unique confinement array, akin to a spirit gathering array, possessing varying grades. The current formation was likely a 5th grade 5 elements formation, and due to the high-quality materials used and Su Lanxian's modifications, it had approached the threshold of a 6th grade formation. For a practitioner at the nascent stage of the Golden Core, to set up such a formation was indeed a testament to her unparalleled talent and formation skills. Unfortunately, he had cheated. The array's pattern still appeared somewhat unfamiliar, indicating she had likely only recently learned it, inadvertently leaving several small flaws. Bai Feng activated his yin-yang patterns, the pathways of the 5 elements formation becoming vividly clear to him. He mentally assessed Su Lanxian's arrangement while contemplating how to dismantle it. As a confinement array, the 5 elements formation lacked offensive capabilities but boasted formidable defenses. Unlike other arrays, breaching a few critical nodes would not cause it to collapse. Even if nodes were compromised, they would gradually recover unless all 5 crucial nodes, wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, were simultaneously breached. However, executing such a feat was easier said than done. For an ordinary formation master, merely identifying a node posed a challenge, let alone uncovering 5 hidden critical nodes. Furthermore, as the 5 elements formation was renowned for its defensive prowess, even if the important nodes were located, simultaneously breaching all 5 would be an arduous task. It was evident that Su Lanxian had fully utilized her resources to secure victory, tailoring the formation to exploit his limitations as a complete Golden Core. However, this also indicated that she regarded him as a peer rather than underestimating him as before. This situation was indeed somewhat troublesome. Bai Feng picked up a bamboo sword and aimed at one of the nodes, but with his current strength, he couldn't even damage it. He could opt to exploit the minor flaws, but that would consume too much time and prove cumbersome. Forget the complexities. He shook his head, retrieved a pill from his storage bag, and swallowed it. Simultaneously, he silently commanded the system. System, claim reward. Beep. Host has claimed rewards. Please break through in a tranquil environment. Bai Feng seated himself on the ground, the pill meant for disguise swallowed into his abdomen, while a surge of spiritual energy began flooding into him. Outside the formation, Chu Ningyin and Lu Ming noticed the unusual activity within the array. Is he breaking through? Chu Ningyin chuckled helplessly. It was still during the competition, unsure whether to deem him reckless or simply carefree. However, she was not surprised. For Bai Feng's spiritual energy had already solidified considerably, just a step away from the Golden Core stage. She simply hadn't anticipated him choosing to break through within the array. He must have realized the difficulty in breaching the node defenses and decided to advance within the formation, Lu Ming remarked. Your disciple is indeed audacious and meticulous. The 5 elements formation is celebrated for its defense, possessing only basic counterattack capabilities. He probably felt that was why he dared to break through inside. Chu Ningyan nodded. Curiosity piqued. She inquired, will there be any repercussions from breaking through within the formation? Some formations can. For instance, I know of one that can isolate external spiritual energy. But those are typically above 7th grade. Lu Ming shook her head and explained, this 5 elements formation is merely of the 5th rank. And since it primarily serves as a contest focused on breaking the formation, it does not hinder contact with the outside world. At the same time, the image of Bai Feng's eyes surfaced in her mind. Previously, within the Fire Dragon array, the overwhelming power of his spiritual energy had rendered her unable to see clearly. However, now, without the flames obstructing her view, she caught a glimpse of the peculiar brilliance that flickered in Bai Feng's eyes. It appeared that he possessed eyes akin to those of her disciple, and Su Lanxian's loss was not without reason. As the two conversed, Bai Feng opened his tightly shut eyes. The Golden Core has been achieved. At this moment, the spiritual energy within his dantian had completely coalesced, transforming into a golden core that floated at the center of his dantian. This golden core was remarkably solid, appearing far from the typical appearance of one newly ascended to the Golden Core stage. Bai Feng stretched his arms, savoring the strength coursing through him. The Golden Core truly marked a watershed moment in cultivation. In terms of power, spiritual energy, and even divine perception, it far exceeded the completion of the Foundation establishment stage. He closed his eyes, reflecting on the technique he had pilfered from Bai Yumal. If he had merely imitated it before, now he had gained a profound understanding of the bamboo thrust technique, gradually assimilating it into himself. Simultaneously, the fragments of sword intent within him began to tremble slightly, and techniques that had previously eluded his comprehension now revealed their secrets. Bai Feng exhaled a breath of turbid air, still keeping his eyes closed, and placed his hand upon the bamboo sword. The next moment, a sharp sword aura erupted from him, and as that aura reached its zenith, he thrust the bamboo sword forward with force. The sword body, and even his arm transformed into mere phantoms. What was ostensibly a simple bamboo thrust bore a unique elegance in his hands. Taking another deep breath, Bai Feng opened his eyes. And the once formidable five elements formation began to crumble, sunlight streaming down from above. Those who observed closely would notice that all five critical nodes of the formation had been pierced by a single sword strike, rendering it to shards. This spectacle left even Bai Feng's master, Chu Ningyan, momentarily speechless. The sword he had just executed, even through her discerning eyes, was nothing short of magnificent. Deserving the title of a swordsmanship prodigy, Chu Ningyan turned to gaze at Bai Yuma, who was standing with her mouth agape, clearly unaware of Bai Feng's innate sword talent. Yuma, does Bai Feng often practice swordplay? Bai Yuma snapped back to reality, instinctively shaking her head before nodding. I've only seen him once. He only used the bamboo thrust technique, and he was almost on par with me. Oh, right, that instance was after he experienced a moment of enlightenment. Perhaps he comprehended it during that epiphany. Chu Ningyan nodded, redirecting her gaze to Bai Feng, who had now retracted his fierce sword aura and appeared somewhat languid as he strolled toward them. What an intriguing young man, she mused, unable to suppress a soft laugh. She felt that her most prudent decision had been to accept Bai Yuma and her brother Bai Feng as her disciples. Chapter 47. Is swordsmanship such an inconvenient pursuit? Brother, how did you just execute that technique? The moment Bai Feng returned, Bai Yuma rushed over, chattering incessantly around him. Meanwhile, Chu Ningyan also regarded him with curious eyes, seemingly awaiting his response. During my breakthrough to the golden core, I suddenly recalled your sword practice, which sparked a moment of insight, Bai Feng replied, half seriously, half jokingly. But I can only perform that one technique. I'm not very adept at the others. Chu Ningyan nodded. She had indeed heard that some individuals experienced sudden comprehension during their breakthroughs. It could be said that while Bai Feng's cultivation talent was average, his understanding was exceptional. Even a single technique can lead one to the path. Swordsmanship is not so easily dismissed, Chu Ningyan encouraged with a smile. You must come to me every week to learn sword techniques. Do not squander your swordsmanship talent. Yes, master, Bai Feng replied with a nod. In the past, he might have found this burdensome, but now, after acquiring the fragments of sword intent, his understanding of swordplay felt as though he had opened the meridians, making learning exceedingly effortless. Besides, having an additional means of self-defense was undoubtedly beneficial. He then seemed to recall something and turned to the illusion array he had set up. Has senior sister Su not emerged yet? Lu Ming shook her head with concern. No, she was initially active, but after a while, she fell silent. Should I perhaps dissolve the illusion array? Bai Feng thought to himself, feeling a sense of foreboding. Indeed, he had anticipated this outcome. Su Lanxian's mindset was ill-suited for navigating an illusion array. He could only wonder what had ensnared her so deeply within the array that she could not extricate herself. Although Bai Feng was the one who had set the illusion array, its operational logic was constructed based on the subconscious of the challenger, thereby reducing the likelihood of detection. After all, it was akin to dreaming versus gaming. The former, no matter how absurd, is hard to distinguish as false, while the latter, no matter how lifelike, is recognized as a game rather than reality. Thank you for your assistance. Lu Ming nodded in agreement, not declining. Even if Su Lanxian's heart was somewhat damaged, it mattered little. If this continued, she might truly become trapped within, never to awaken. Within the illusion array, Su Lanxian stood in a bustling square. The overcast clouds above her head mirrored her tumultuous psyche, oppressive, painful, on the brink of collapse. So I did lose after all. She had successfully shattered 2 illusion arrays. In the first, she found herself back at home, seeing her parents and childhood friends. Though it appeared vividly real, she vaguely recalled being in a contest, prompting her to open her spiritual eyes, thus breaking the first array. Then she found herself in the contest square, surrounded by disciples cheering for her, while her greatest rival, Bai Feng, remained trapped within the 5 elements formation. I won. I finally won. She had successfully preserved her pride. As Su Lanxian beheld the admiration of the crowd, the praise from her master, and even Bai Yuma approaching her with unreserved compliments, her heart swelled. Yet, Bai Feng, the loser, stood solitary aside, ignored by all, and she watched him turn away in desolation. However, her heart was devoid of elation. Instead, she was plagued by doubt. Did I truly win? Was it merely a simple illusion array he deployed? Was his capability genuinely so lacking? Did I really achieve victory so effortlessly? Could I have really won? As she gazed at the smiles of the crowd and the grin on her master's face, she felt an overwhelming sense of falseness. Crack. The scene before her shattered like broken glass, fissures spreading until it completely splintered. Drip. A few raindrops fell upon her face, and she numbly turned her gaze towards Bai Feng, who had broken the array before her. He was now reveling in the crowd's cheers, basking in her master's praises. Meanwhile, she resembled the Bai Feng of the illusion, overlooked and isolated, even her master failing to acknowledge her presence. Had her mindset been normal, she would have recognized the incongruity. Even if she lost, her master could not possibly ignore her, let alone abandon her. Yet her mind was already filled with the words I lost. She gazed from afar at the person she had once mocked, who could no longer hold out, and sank to the ground, unsure whether it was rain or tears streaming down her face. The rain fell heavier, soaking her hair and clothes. She watched her master hold an umbrella for Bai Feng, laughing and chatting, while no one cared for her. Even passers-by circumvented her. She had never felt rain so frigid, chilling her to the bone, causing her to tremble with pain. Her confidence and pride gradually dissipated under the downpour, and she could no longer maintain her composure, collapsing to the ground in tears. At that moment, she suddenly felt the rain cease. She lifted her head, only to find a face she despised. Bai Feng crouched before her, holding an umbrella, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He extended his other hand, lifting her chin, his long fingers gliding upward to gently wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. The genius who incessantly accuses others of deceit finds herself in such a wretched state? Or do you intend to use this method to expose me? Su Lanqian averted her gaze in silence, yet Bai Feng forcibly turned her face back to him with his fingers, under her gaze filled with humiliation. She observed Bai Feng's expression morph into one reminiscent of a scene from a play she had once watched. 3 parts pride, 3 parts arrogance, 3 parts mockery, and 1 part exhilaration. You do possess some talent. Care to become my personal maid? Perhaps, in light of your diligent efforts, I might grant you a morsel of knowledge regarding formations. Su Lanqian pressed her lips together, remaining silent. I strongly advise you to acquiesce. Your master has already forsaken you. What do you have left? A dark aura gradually emanated from Bai Feng, yet Su Lanqian remained oblivious. With a sorrowful expression, she slowly closed her eyes. What on earth is this? A jarring voice shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Bai Feng, gazing at his shadowy self, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Is this how he appears in Su Lanqian's eyes? A manifestation of an otherworldly demon? He then witnessed the ebony version of himself lifting its head, crimson eyes fixed upon him. Why are you able to enter? This illusion I crafted. Why can I not enter? Bai Feng stroked his chin, puzzled. How could this version of himself in the illusion communicate with him? Could it be a manifestation of his inner demons? He glanced at the curled-up Su Lanqian, whose expression mirrored his confusion, as if she could not comprehend the presence of 2 Bai Fengs. What kind of hell is this Bai Feng? Die! At that moment, the shadowy manifestation lunged at him, only for its form to disintegrate into black mist the next instant. Bai Feng's eyes flickered with shades of black and white, a surge of consciousness obliterating the inner demon. Yet, in the next moment, the demon reformed. This time taking on the appearance of Su Lanqian, also in a darkened version. Useless, she is me, and I am her. As long as she harbors fear, I shall never vanish. Chapter 48. The dissemination of rumors. Can it be called spreading lies? I care not whether you disappear. Bai Feng once again transformed the inner demon into vapor, then turned to the still bewildered Su Lanqian, crouching down to flick her forehead with his finger. Stop staring. This is an illusion. Return to reality. Su Lanqian felt a sharp pain in her forehead, instinctively covering it with her hand. Suddenly, her vision sharpened, her mind clearing, as the surroundings began to shatter. In the blink of an eye, she regained her senses, her first sight being Bai Feng sitting cross-legged opposite her. Her gaze remained somewhat dazed, as though she had not fully awakened from the illusion. She instinctively looked around, spotting the elders of the Tianjin sect engaged in conversation and her master Lu Ming, who bore a worried expression beside her. It was then that she comprehended what had transpired. I'm sorry, she murmured, lowering her head as tears fell onto the dry ground beneath her. Master, I lost. It's all right. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Simply strive harder next time. Lu Ming quickly embraced Su Lanqian, offering gentle comfort. She then turned to Bai Feng, gratitude evident in her expression. Bai Feng waved his hand, having satisfied his curiosity, and chose not to intrude further on the master-disciple duo. Turning to leave, his presence in Su Lanqian's illusion was quite simple. After acquiring the illusion techniques of the divine forging method, he was able to enter others' illusions and exert influence. Additionally, he felt a tinge of curiosity. Upon dispelling the illusion array, he found Su Lanqian still unresponsive, which alerted him to potential trouble. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to test the techniques of the illusion section while delving into her illusion to uncover what had kept her from awakening. Little did he anticipate encountering her inner demons. The divine forging method exceeded my expectations. Bai Feng mused internally. There are indeed methods to influence inner demons. Yet they are invariably intricate and arduous, none as straightforward as the divine forging method. It suffices to say it is truly a celestial technique. Although the illusion techniques are a derivative skill created by later generations based on the divine forging method, they further expand its applications, suggesting that Master Qian Huan was indeed a remarkable immortal. In this contest, Bai Feng of Qingzhou Peak emerged victorious. As soon as the results were announced, the onlooking disciples erupted in excitement. Oh. I knew from the start that senior brother Bai would prevail. By the way, why is there no dissent this time? It seems someone maliciously spread rumors about senior brother Bai, only to be caught by senior brother Luo. Good riddance. Those rumor mongers should have been apprehended long ago. Ahem. This brother, weren't you also spreading rumors a few days ago? What nonsense. I am merely an innocent bystander. Can discussing the spectacle be called spreading rumors? This junior brother, Our investigation reveals you had dealings with those who fabricated rumors. Come with us. Now, Bai Feng's reputation within the Tianjin sect had entirely reversed. In the future, anyone wishing to spread rumors about him might think twice. However, none of this concerned Bai Feng, in light of his own reputation. He was far more preoccupied with what to have for dinner. Hee, congratulations, junior brother, on your victory. At that moment, the petite Yu Yao emerged from seemingly nowhere. Standing before Bai Feng and Bai Umo, hands on her hips. Shall we celebrate? Forget it, I dislike crowds. Bai Feng waved his hand. Although his image in the Tianjin sect had improved, it did not mean trouble had diminished. The thought of chatting and boasting with senior brothers and sisters gave him a headache. Moreover, the son of destiny who was merely injured could still speak, inciting his underlings against him, so it was wise not to become too complacent. Rest assured, I have no desire to organize any large gatherings either. Yu Yao shook her head, then pointed at Bai Feng, Bai Umo, and herself. Just the three of us. I've been craving your roasted meat for days. Also, I need to ask what type of clothing you both desire. With that, Yu Yao winked at Bai Feng. Instantly, he grasped her intentions. Oh, so she is here to request something from the little royal uncle. I thought she genuinely came to congratulate me. Nonetheless, Bai Feng nodded. Very well. Let us find a place to dine tonight. Great. I'll contact the Spirit Beast Peak to reserve some fine meat. With that, Yu Yao scampered off with her short legs, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Well, let us head back, Bai Feng sighed. Since the competition had concluded, he had no further business here and preferred to return home to continue his studies. Bai Umo hurriedly followed, yet throughout the journey, she kept her head down in silence, as if lost in thought. She couldn't shake the feeling that her senior sister Yu Yao and Bai Feng were concealing something from her. It's actually the senior brother? Lin Yin sat before the sickbed, astonished. Indeed, I found it hard to believe during my investigation. Luo Chun nodded from the bed. This time, I can only allow him to suffer a loss, but to completely overthrow him will be quite challenging. No matter how difficult, we cannot give up. Even if it's not for Brother Bai, with the senior brother's duplicitous nature and malice towards other disciples, he should not be allowed to remain in his position. Thus I applied pressure on him during the contest. I estimate he will step down in a few days. Brother Luo truly is thoughtful. Lin Yin nodded thoughtfully. Having not considered this aspect before, he had assumed that Luo Chun disapproved of the other party's use of hidden weapons. So, when Yi Tang comes down, will the sect appoint you as the senior brother, Luo? No, I have no interest in the position of senior brother of the Heavenly Sword sect. But I have a more suitable candidate in mind. Luo Chun shook his head, his mind already made up. Lin Yin immediately understood Luo Chen's intention. You mean senior sister Bai? That seems plausible. All right, let's not dwell on such uncertain matters, Luo Chun said, waving his hand dismissively. He then asked with a serious expression, how many subordinates does Yi Tang have left? In response to this, Lin Yin chuckled lightly. There are hardly any left. Most have entered the law enforcement hall. You can rest assured about my work. Their acquaintance was both a coincidence and a necessity. At that time, Lin Yin was investigating the source of the rumors when he encountered Luo Chun, who was also looking into the same matter. After a brief conversation, they quickly felt a rapport and prepared to collaborate. Although Luo Chun was the senior brother of Zixiao Peak, his years had not mirrored the typical life of a senior brother. He had few friends and merely held the title and reputation without the accompanying connections. In contrast, Lin Yin, though merely an ordinary inner disciple, had climbed up from the grassroots level and had friends aplenty. However, his current position constrained his actions. Thus, they decided that Lin Yin would take on the primary investigation while Luo Chun would handle the negotiations. Through this collaboration, they managed to apprehend the majority of Yi Tang's subordinates and bring them into the law enforcement hall. Suddenly, Luo Chun recalled something and hastily told Lin Yin. By the way, do not mention this matter to senior brother Bai just yet. Wait until we have completely taken down Yi Tang before sharing this good news with him. Otherwise, I would be the one at fault for disturbing his cultivation. I understand, you can rest easy, Brother Luo, Lin Yin nodded. Then, recalling something, he quickly retrieved several books from his storage bag, their covers inscribed with the characters for spring and autumn. By the way, Brother Luo, I have brought the books you requested. Upon seeing this, Luo Chen's face lit up with excitement. Excellent. I express my gratitude to Brother Lin here. If you encounter any issues in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Chapter 49. You call me senior sister, and I call you adoptive father. We shall each have our own titles from now on. Strange, I have a nagging feeling that someone is plotting against me. Bai Feng pondered, stroking his chin. But upon checking the system, there were no notifications. Furthermore, Luo Chun, that fellow, was also severely injured and hospitalized, thus temporarily unable to take action. Who else could possibly harm him? No, it does not necessarily have to be a child of destiny. Speaking of which, he indeed had quite a few enemies. Not to mention another child of destiny who lay injured on the ground, along with Su Lanxian, who had given birth to a heart demon. There was also a demoness outside the Heavenly Sword sect who was eyeing him covetously. It was prudent to establish an intelligence network without delay, otherwise, even if something were to happen, he would remain oblivious. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the door. Based on the location of the knocking, it was highly probable that senior sister Yu Yao had arrived. Senior sister, you are quite prompt. Bai Feng exclaimed as he opened the door, only to find Yu Yao pulling along a silver-haired girl, her face alight with excitement. Little junior brother, quick. Come see what I found on the way. She wants to come home with me. Bai Feng instinctively turned to the silver-haired girl, who gazed up at him with tearful eyes. Brother. With a swift motion, he pulled the girl closer, extending a protective hand over her. His expression wary as he stared at Yu Yao. Senior sister, let me clarify. Human trafficking is a crime. Just kidding. Yu Yao laughed cheerfully, clearly having been aware of their relationship for some time. But she is truly adorable. Can I take her home for a bit? I want to dress her up. With her beautiful white hair, she will look so cute. That depends on whether little Seven is willing, Bai Feng replied, maintaining his vigilance, as though he were guarding against a dubious stranger. It's all right. If she doesn't want to, I can make her some clothes. And you can help her try them on later. Yu Yao waved her hand, her face brimming with anticipation. Just a glimpse will suffice to satisfy me. Bai Feng mused. This girl truly seems out of place at Qingzhou Peak. How on earth did their master accept someone like her as a disciple? At that moment, little Seven, who was hiding in Bai Feng's embrace, reached out to tug at a strand of her white hair. Her hair was well maintained and carried a faint floral fragrance. Is it pretty? She scrutinized her hair closely, yet her heart remained troubled. Though Bai Feng had filled many of the voids left by her childhood pain, not all had healed completely, and she remained quite sensitive about her white hair. Speaking of which, I have some ideas regarding clothes for little Seven. Bai Feng walked into the room and poured 2 cups of tea for Yu Yao and little Seven. We can discuss it later. Yu Yao, however, did not seem pleased and skeptically inquired, You? Can you manage that? Designing clothes is quite challenging. Bai Feng, unperturbed, leisurely took a sip from his teacup. To be candid, Master Chuanxiu is actually one of our Bai family members. I happened to have a conversation with Master Chuanxiu, who mentioned wanting to create a book themed around the color white. With a swift motion, Yu Yao leaned forward, grabbing Bai Feng's right hand with both of hers, her eyes sparkling like stars. Please, little brother Bai, you must share your insights with me. This is my one and only request in this lifetime. That request seems a bit cheap. Bai Feng couldn't help but retort. By the way, regarding that book, when it is published, I will be sure to bring you a copy. Thank you, little brother. From this day forth, you shall be my adoptive father. You call me senior sister, and I shall call you adoptive father. We will each have our own titles from now on. Bai Feng suddenly gained a fresh perspective on Yu Yao's mischievous character. How on earth did she manage to join Qingzhou Peak? Oh, and here is what you requested. Bai Feng produced a tightly sealed book from his storage bag, which contained an animation stone as well. Don't lose it, it's quite valuable. Mua, adoptive father, is wonderful, Yu Yao exclaimed, planting a kiss on the book's packaging before eagerly stowing it away in her storage bag. Tonight's material was secured. As for the materials for designing clothes, little Seven tilted her head, pondering. Do we have someone named Chuanxiu in our family? And what about this book? She decided to halt her thoughts, realizing that since Bai Feng had not elaborated, she ought not to concern herself with unrelated matters. By the way, where's junior sister Bai? Yu Yao suddenly recalled that someone seemed to be missing. She went to change clothes. It should be about time. As soon as Bai Feng finished speaking, the door swung open from the outside. Oh, how beautiful, Yu Yao exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration as she gazed at the figure in the doorway. My judgment was indeed correct. Purple truly suits junior sister Bai. Bai Yuma smiled shyly, wearing a light purple robe designed by Yu Yao. The upper half was predominantly white, adorned with purple patterns at the collar and sleeves, while the lower half showcased a purple base embellished with exquisite floral designs. Particularly since Bai Yuma usually wore rather plain attire, this new ensemble was indeed a breath of fresh air, enhancing her beauty. Very nice, quite striking. Bai Feng added his praise. However, after witnessing Bai Yuma in her previous frilly skirt, this ordinary long robe did not leave a lasting impression on him. Little Seven observed Bai Yuma thoughtfully, her mind occupied with unknown musings. Feeling flattered by Bai Feng's compliment, Bai Yuma secretly felt a surge of joy. In fact, had she not been mindful of senior sister Yu Yao's presence, she would have preferred to try on bolder outfits. However, considering the company, she held back. Bai Feng cast a few glances before averting his gaze, turning to Yu Yao and clapping his hands. All right, let us prepare to eat. Let us welcome the spirit beast meat brought by senior sister Yu Yao. Clothes cannot possibly be more important than food. From this day forth, I shall teach you formations until you master all the knowledge I possess. In the future, feel free to seek me out whenever you wish. As long as I have time, I will patiently guide you. Lu Meng stood before Bai Feng, while Chu Ningyan observed with keen interest from the side. Yes, Master Lu. Bai Feng addressed. Please, do not call me that. Like Lan Xian, you may refer to me as Master instead. Lu Meng shook her head, adding, this was also your master's suggestion. However, should you feel uncomfortable, you need not address me as such. I will still impart my knowledge with dedication. Bai Feng instinctively glanced at Chu Ningyan, who encouraged him with her gaze, and upon reflection, he comprehended her intent. After all, Lu Meng intended to bestow upon him her lifelong expertise, and it was only fitting, both emotionally and rationally, for him to acknowledge her as his master. Furthermore, his master, Chu Ningyan, would surely find joy in this development. Whether for the purpose of fostering a connection with Lu Ming or deepening his relationship with the formation master, it would ultimately benefit both him and the Tianjin sect. With that in mind, he felt no hesitation. Bai Feng nodded. Very well, master. Since I am unaware of your current level of understanding, we shall commence with the killing formations, which are my specialty. If you encounter any uncertainties, be sure to ask me promptly. Lu Ming stood before Bai Feng, elucidating some of the complexities of formations. Meanwhile, Bai Feng sat below, deep in thought. Lu Ming, a renowned master, exhibited a level of proficiency in killing formations that was indeed difficult for others to match, even when discussing relatively fundamental theories. Her unique thought processes and techniques provided him with invaluable insights. That will suffice for today. Should you have any questions, feel free to visit my cave abode. Lu Ming concluded. Thank you, master, Bai Feng replied, watching Lu Ming depart. As he prepared to return home and organize his insights from the day, he noticed Su Lanxian approaching with her head bowed. Chapter 50. Can such matters be shared with me? Wait, Su Lanxian called out to Bai Feng, her eyes instinctively darting aside, her expression slightly awkward. Is there something you wish to discuss? Bai Feng inquired, halting his steps with a hint of exasperation. Was she still unwilling to accept their previous encounter and seeking a rematch in formations? I'm so sorry, Su Lanxian murmured, biting her lip, her voice barely audible. I should not have spoken to you that way. Before Bai Feng could respond, she raised her head, striving to maintain eye contact, if possible. Please allow me to accompany you. Before she could finish her sentence, her face flushed visibly, and Bai Feng worried she might faint at any moment. Although he was uncertain of Su Lanxian's motives, he found himself resolutely refusing her request. Their relationship had already been tenuous, and such matters sounded rather troublesome. He could not fathom a reason to agree. Thus, Bai Feng shook his head. Has your demeanor changed so drastically? I preferred your former vivacious self. I truly apologize. Su Lanxian, now devoid of her previous arrogance, appeared on the verge of tears. I will do anything within my power, I beg you. Your words are easily misinterpreted. Bai Feng's lips twitched slightly. May I inquire about the reason? I have succumbed to a heart demon, Su Lanxian confessed, shrinking her head and clutching her arms. Now, whenever I encounter formations, I can only think of you, rendering me incapable of being a proper formation master. Is it truly that severe? Bai Feng's eyes widened. It seemed she was nearing a critical state. How fragile must her psyche be? Yes, Su Lanxian nodded, reaching out to grasp Bai Feng's sleeve. Her head lowered as she spoke in a faint voice. I seek a way to dispel this heart demon, so even if it means I must be by your side. Stop. Bai Feng interrupted her firmly. I have no interest in such matters. Su Lanxian immediately grew anxious. Silence, and allow me to speak, Bai Feng asserted. Then flicked her forehead lightly as she leaned closer. Perhaps sensing the firmness in his tone, she fell silent. For the sake of our master, I will permit you to accompany me in seeking a solution to your heart demon. However, he continued, this is strictly limited to class time. Do not disturb me during my rest, understood? Su Lanxian eagerly nodded. Yes, thank you, junior brother. I will behave. Do not impose upon yourself as my maid. Bai Feng rubbed his forehead, feeling a wave of regret for having set the illusion array. Initially, he had intended to teach this arrogant girl a lesson, but he had not anticipated her fragility. A mere setback had left her incapacitated. Moreover, since they harbored no deep-seated animosity, having an additional classmate was not such a burden after all. Very well, I must rest now. Please refrain from interrupting me unless it is urgent. Understood, Su Lanxian replied, watching Bai Feng depart. In truth, she had just lied. It was not only during her encounters with formations that she recalled his visage. Ever since emerging from the illusion array, voices had echoed in her ears, as if another version of herself were speaking to her. Occasionally, when she closed her eyes, she would see Bai Feng, witnessing the moment he shattered the fire dragon formation, the very moment she had lost. At that moment, the cacophony of voices intensified, causing her head to throb painfully. Yet, when she felt herself being led by those voices, the spot on her forehead where he had flicked her suddenly throbbed. And a voice broke through, declaring, this is an illusion, return to reality. Su Lanxian touched the spot that had been flicked. Her emotions in turmoil as she pondered how to face Bai Feng. Having lost to him, she should feel resentment or anger. Yet, after being awakened by him, she found it impossible to harbor such thoughts against the one who had saved her. Gratitude? Perhaps to some extent, yet more so a sense of helplessness. Perhaps it was because he had rescued her from the clutches of the heart demon that she unconsciously gravitated towards Bai Feng, who had alleviated her torment. However, she did not understand why her heart demon seemed to be absent when she was near him. Was it possible that her heart demon had no connection to Bai Feng? Look at your current state of weakness. Do you possess even a trace of the brilliance you once held as a genius? Release your mind and body. Entrust everything to me, and I shall aid you in vanquishing him, reclaiming all that is rightfully yours. A voice resonated fittingly in her ear, yet she paid it no heed as she walked towards her dwelling. Indeed, you have lost all spirit. You are no longer the genius you once were. Merely a worthless being unable to withstand the slightest blow. Rather than wandering aimlessly, release yourself and entrust everything to me, and you shall know no more suffering. This is an illusion, Su Lanxian murmured, pressing her hand against her forehead, mimicking Bai Feng's tone from that day. Uncertain if it was merely her imagination, she felt the voices around her had indeed quieted somewhat. Junior brother. As Bai Feng was about to push open the door to his home, a diminutive figure rushed towards him. At that moment, it was too late to dodge. His legs instinctively tensed, activating the mini array on his person. Yet, the anticipated impact did not occur. Although Yu Yao collided with him, the encounter was soft and devoid of any force, as if some means had been employed to nullify the inertia. Sister, what brings you here? Bai Feng extended his arms to lift the clingy Yu Yao, supporting her under her armpits and instinctively raising her high. Junior brother, even if you are my adoptive father, I will still be upset if you hold me like this. Yu Yao replied, staring at Bai Feng with an impassive expression, her little feet beginning to fidget as if contemplating whether to kick him. Ahem, my apologies. Bai Feng quickly set Yu Yao down, then softly inquired, Sister, what do you need from me? Nothing much. I was simply too excited and wanted to share. Yu Yao replied, producing a set of clothing from her storage bag. Look, it's not yet restored. Bai Feng lowered his gaze to the garments in Yu Yao's hands. Instantly realizing their familiarity, wasn't this the attire of the bunny girl from the animated series? She managed to craft it in just one evening? While Bai Feng was still in shock, Yu Yao continued to chatter excitedly. Ah, truly deserving of the title of Master of Spring and Autumn. Just recalling it makes me blush a bit. Though it's merely a simple figure, it exudes such allure. And this outfit, I've never encountered anything like it. So audacious. Compared to this, the garments crafted by that group from the Hahuan sect are utterly pathetic. How did he conceive such an intriguing design? Bai Feng, observing the exhilaration radiating from Yu Yao, couldn't help but retort, is this something you can share with me? Chapter 51. Sister, I am genuinely getting annoyed. Junior brother, are you feeling shy? Yu Yao teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. She held the clothing in front of her, gesturing with it. Unfortunately, this wasn't tailored to my figure, so you won't be able to see it just yet. Bai Feng glanced at Yu Yao's physique and murmured under his breath. I'm not that desperate yet. I heard that. Yu Yao shot him a glare. Being petite has its advantages, you know? It saves fabric. Upon hearing Bai Feng's banter, Yu Yao clenched her fists. Sister is genuinely getting annoyed. After a brief moment of mock threat with her small fist, she unfastened her storage bag from her waist and tossed it to Bai Feng. Here, as promised, our share. Weren't you just giving me the spring and autumn yesterday? Have the clothes sold that quickly? Bai Feng hastily accepted the storage bag, peering inside to find it brimming with spirit stones. That's the profit from selling the garments I made, after all, since I utilized the content from the spring and autumn. These spirit stones are merely a way to make amends, Yu Yao explained, adding with a warning, by the way, don't you dare keep it all to yourself. This is my token of gratitude to the Master of Spring and Autumn. Rest assured, I will personally hand it over to the Master, Bai Feng assured, patting his chest with confidence. At that point, he can just pass it from one hand to the other, and it still counts as a personal delivery. Also, if the Master of Spring and Autumn releases a new book, remember to inform me. Yu Yao nodded. All right, I must return to crafting more garments. We shall converse again when time permits. Goodbye, sister. Bai Feng waved, watching as Yu Yao, as swiftly as she arrived, vanished in the blink of an eye. He shifted his gaze back to the storage bag, retrieving a spirit stone and examining it closely. Wealth has come my way again. I can finally purchase the array materials I had my eye on. Unbeknownst to him, the exchange between Bai Feng and Yu Yao was witnessed by Bai Yuemo, who had been hiding behind the house. She had initially planned to start cooking once Bai Feng returned, but this unexpected scene piqued her curiosity. Why does Sister Yu Yao possess such an outfit? Why is she giving Bai Feng spirit stones? Bai Yuemo nibbled on her nails, her rationality reminding her that, as a younger sister, she shouldn't pry into Bai Feng's private affairs, yet her mind was flooded with various thoughts. The following day, Bai Feng arrived early at the temporary cave dwelling of Lu Meng. Shortly after, he noticed Su Lanxian approaching. She kept her head down, cautiously stepping closer. And upon seeing no reaction from him, she breathed a sigh of relief and stood beside him. 10 minutes passed. Bai Feng glanced at the downcast Su Lanxian. Another 10 minutes later, he entered the cave to begin his studies, with Su Lanxian silently trailing behind him. Lu Meng seemed to have anticipated this arrangement, even setting up a new desk for Su Lanxian right next to Bai Feng's, with only a short distance separating the two. Bai Feng chose not to focus on Su Lanxian any longer and immersed himself in his studies. When lunch break arrived, Bai Feng stretched leisurely and turned to find Su Lanxian sitting like a statue, motionless on her chair, her desk devoid of any items. Are you all right? He couldn't help but inquire. Su Lanxian suddenly lifted her head, only to quickly lower it again. No, don't mind me. Just treat me like a weed. This behavior seemed quite off. Bai Feng stroked his chin, sensing that Su Lanxian's inner demons were not stemming from him, but rather from something else entirely. Otherwise, she wouldn't be acting this way. However, glancing at Su Lanxian, who was mumbling I am but a weed, he swallowed the questions he had in mind. Clearly, She was not in a state suitable for conversation. Perhaps he could inquire later. After a month of studying formations alongside Lu Ming, Bai Feng gradually became accustomed to having a colorful statue in class. However, today was different. The sect had important matters to announce, and Lu Ming had given him a day off. Thus, he indulged in a rare moment of laziness, only emerging from his bedroom when the sun was high in the sky, yawning as he did so. To his immediate view was Bai Yuemo, bustling about in the kitchen. "Brother, you're awake? Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly," she called out, continuing her work. Bai Feng settled on a chair to await his meal. Wait, when did I become accustomed to this lifestyle? He found himself pondering. Initially, he thought that with time, as the guilt faded, their relationship would gradually return to normal. Yet, why had it intensified instead? "By the way, brother, I've washed your clothes and placed them in your wardrobe." Bai Feng fell silent for a few seconds before he couldn't resist teasing. "I'm already at the golden core stage. You don't need to wash my clothes anymore." It makes me appear like a villain who bullies his sister out of jealousy for her talent. Not at all. Even as a golden core, clothes can still get dirty. Bai Yuemo retorted, her brows slightly furrowed. "Besides, I have to wash my own clothes too. Washing one extra piece doesn't take much time." Seeing Bai Yuemo's firmness, Bai Feng chose not to push the matter further. After all, he wasn't at a loss. "By the way, Yuemo, what do you use to wash the clothes? Every time you return them, they look brand new, unlike when I washed them before." A fleeting look of discomfort crossed Bai Yuemo's face, but it quickly returned to normal as she softly explained, "I used a rather expensive soap. I heard it's produced in the central continent. No wonder the clothes you bring back have a subtle floral fragrance. However, it feels a bit wasteful to use such soap on my garments, which aren't made of precious fabric. Next time, just use a regular wash." Bai Feng nodded, seemingly asking casually, without pursuing the matter further. "It's fine, I bought plenty. There's more than enough." Bai Yuemo shook her head, secretly relieved, as she hurriedly served the dishes from the pot to the dining table. "Speaking of which, isn't there an important announcement at the sect today?" Bai Feng tasted his breakfast. Though he no longer needed to eat as a golden core, he had no intention of stopping. Firstly, he had grown accustomed to it, and secondly, savoring delicious food lifted his spirits. "Yes, it seems to be related to senior brother." Bai Yuemo nodded, continuing to stealthily serve Bai Feng more dishes. A sudden feeling of foreboding washed over Bai Feng. Instinctively, he glanced at the system. After the sect competition concluded, the system had notified him several times, all regarding Lin Yin mercilessly defeating Yi Tang's subordinates, while simultaneously bestowing upon him a plethora of luck points. Though he had reached out to Lin Yin, the latter claimed it was due to the other party instigating trouble, forcing him to retaliate. Bai Feng found it hard to believe such an absurdity. Yet considering the other party was a child of fate with a tendency to provoke, it wasn't entirely implausible. Ultimately, Bai Feng could only inwardly curse Yi Tang for being incapable of managing his subordinates. Brother, just as Bai Feng was cursing Yi Tang for choking on a pill, Bai Yuemo suddenly drew her chair closer, her expression seemingly hesitant. "What is it? Recently, I have noticed that Sister Yu Yao frequently seeks you out. Is there a particular matter at hand?" Bai Yuemo inquired, her expression tinged with curiosity. Chapter 52. You seem to have a mild infatuation. Bai Yuemo's curiosity was piqued. For the past month, she had been discreetly investigating and could only ascertain that the two were engaged in transactions involving spirit stones. Occasionally, Bai Feng would bring Yu Yao some items, which appeared to be a few books based on their packaging. Although it seemed as though Sister Yu Yao was merely asking Bai Feng to procure some items, the garments she occasionally revealed were undeniably scandalous. "Oh, that," Bai Feng replied, somewhat taken aback. He recalled that Yu Yao always chose secluded corners to meet him, as most of the clothing she displayed was hardly suitable for public viewing. He hadn't anticipated that Bai Yuemo would discover this. Could it be that she misinterpreted the nature of the garments Yu Yao held? After pondering for a few moments, he offered a simple explanation. "It is merely a business arrangement between Sister Yu Yao and me. To put it succinctly, I have invested in her clothing line. When she sells them, I will receive a share of the profits, as studying formations can be quite costly." Well, investing in risque illustrations is still a form of investment. Bai Yuemo nodded in understanding. However, she remained puzzled as to why Sister Yu Yao would present such garments. "Could I accompany you to see them next time?" Bai Feng was momentarily taken aback by her inquiry. "What would you want to see? Are you keen to observe Yu Yao's provocative illustrations of my brother?" After contemplating for a few moments, he decided to pass the buck to Yu Yao, considering it was she who preferred to create such scandalous attire. He was reluctant to share this matter with Bai Yuemo. "You might want to ask Sister Yu Yao directly, as she is in charge of this affair. My role is simply to distribute the profits. However, I suspect it should not pose any issue. She would likely be delighted to show you her new designs." "Understood. I shall do so." Bai Yuemo noted Bai Feng's subtle changes, nodding her head in realization that their relationship was far from simple. Bai Feng, wishing to divert the conversation, hastily resumed eating. "Well, considering the time, it seems we ought to hurry and discover what the sect leader and the elders wish to announce." In a spacious plaza, the crowd was quite substantial. Bai Feng surveyed the area and noticed it was filled with people, many disciples gathered in pairs or small groups, exchanging snippets of gossip they had overheard. Upon his arrival, he observed that the other disciples no longer pointed fingers at him. Instead, they greeted him with friendly smiles. To be honest, he found this adjustment rather disconcerting. Junior brother, junior sister Yuma, over here. From a nearby vacant spot, Yu Yao stood on her toes, vigorously waving at Bai Feng and Bai Yuma, occasionally bouncing in excitement. The commotion was hard to ignore, and Bai Feng hurriedly made his way to where the Qingzhou Peak disciples were gathered, drawing close to Yu Yao to whisper, "Sister, do you know why the sect has summoned all disciples?" "I am not entirely sure," Yu Yao replied, shaking her head. "I have only heard that it might be related to the recently discovered secret realm. Oh, and I believe the sect leader intends to replace the current senior brother based on the results of the last sect competition. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of that individual. Although he appears amiable, his tone often conveys an air of arrogance." Bai Feng nodded, realizing that if this were true, it would indeed be a positive development. Without the senior brother's influence, it would become far more challenging for this favored son of fortune to target him. However, he was concerned that the system might take advantage of this situation to bestow upon him additional fortune points. At that moment, Bai Yuma tugged at his sleeve. "Brother, may I have a few words with Sister Yu Yao?" "Huh." Bai Feng's mind momentarily halted as he looked at Bai Yuma in confusion. "You can converse freely. Why inquire of me? Is this trivial matter really in need of a report? Are we children?" "Thank you, brother." Bai Yuma nodded rapidly, then led the somewhat awkward Yu Yao aside. Meanwhile, Yu Yao felt a tinge of panic. Could it be that junior sister Yuma had uncovered her dealings with Bai Feng regarding the provocative illustrations? "Please, not that. At least let me get through 30 years after my death before that comes to light. Bai Feng, save me." Not long after, Bai Yuma whisked Yu Yao away. A figure arrived at Bai Feng's side. He turned to see Su Lanchan standing beside him, her gaze cast downward in silence, resembling a colorful statue. He took a step aside, and she mimicked his movement, becoming a little shadow trailing behind him. Aside from her mobility, she was just as she had been during lessons. To be honest, it felt rather peculiar. He struggled to comprehend Su Lanchan's thought process. He even began to suspect that he had not truly rescued her, but rather that she had transformed into a restless spirit after her demise, now haunting him. Cough. Bai Feng cleared his throat, prompting Su Lanchan to slightly lift her head. "Do not mind me. Consider me as mere background noise or the air around you. How could I possibly ignore someone standing so close? If I were not already at the golden core stage, would you follow me to the restroom as well?" Bai Feng inhaled deeply, realizing this could not continue. He needed to instigate some change. "I say, you aren't a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, are you? What brings you here?" "I can only find tranquility in your presence," Su Lanchan murmured softly, averting her gaze. Then, as if concerned he might misinterpret her words, she hurriedly added, "It is due to my inner demons. For some reason, they do not manifest when I am near you." Bai Feng was taken aback. He had never encountered such a notion. Was it possible that he possessed a unique constitution that repelled inner demons? As he pondered this, he recalled the scene in The Illusion where he had crushed his inner demons. Could it be that they dared not approach him due to this? It seems Su Lanchan's inner demons are just as audacious in speech as she is. "But you cannot continue to follow me indefinitely," Bai Feng remarked, stroking his chin. "We shall part ways sooner or later." "Well, if you had a personal item," Su Lanchan lowered her head even further, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "I could acquire it. Any personal item would suffice. Even clothing would do." Bai Feng responded. "You seem to harbor a slight infatuation." While it did sound rather peculiar, he understood that her intentions were merely to mitigate the influence of her inner demons. "Clothing is out of the question," Bai Feng waved his hand dismissively. "However, other items may be negotiable. Rather than money, I am more interested in peculiar formation discs. The stranger, the better." Recently, he had been dismantling formations and discovered that many seemingly trivial or obscure formations could yield intriguing functionalities. These functions, while nearly useless in standard formations, could prove entertaining when employed in miniature formations. For instance, Bai Feng had uncovered a formation that could track the number of steps taken each day. But what use does a cultivator have for such a thing? Bai Feng mused, unable to think of any practical applications. Nonetheless, he found the process to be quite enjoyable. Chapter 53. I must find an opportunity to sever ties. Su Lanchan's interest in peculiar formation discs sparked her enthusiasm, and she quickly rummaged through her storage pouch. After a few moments, she produced a formation disc that showed signs of considerable wear. Would this suffice? I stumbled upon it while shopping. Although it is somewhat damaged, it remains functional. What capabilities does this formation possess? Bai Feng inquired, examining the disc with keen interest. The intricate patterns etched upon it suggested that it was at least a fourth-tier formation disc, and one of the most complex within that tier. However, as Su Lanchan had claimed to have found it, it likely held little value for cultivators aside from academic study. It can materialize images. Su Lanchan reached out to scratch her face, feeling a bit awkward as she spoke, explaining that the illusion stone could only manifest its contents, which simply meant it could play the images of the illusion stone for others to view together. Bai Feng remarked, "I am quite curious about the mental state of the person who created this formation." "Very well, I am quite satisfied with this array plate. I shall take it." With that, Bai Feng extended his hand to stow the peculiar array plate into his storage bag. After a moment's contemplation, he offered Su Lanxian the half-used charcoal pencil he had, saying, "This is the pencil I usually use for notes. Does it meet your requirements?" Su Lanxian quickly accepted the charcoal pencil, a curious implement with a black core encased in wood, noticeably shortened from frequent use, yet the wooden exterior felt smooth, as though it had been frequently handled by its owner. Holding the pencil, she took 2 careful steps away, ensuring that the voice of her inner demons did not follow her as she distanced herself from Bai Feng. Her expression suddenly animated. "Thank you. If you ever have anything you wish to discard, do let me know." Bai Feng cautioned, "Do keep your voice down." Even without looking, he sensed the gazes of those around them fixated on him and Su Lanxian. He hoped there would be no strange rumors circulating the following day. Su Lanxian became acutely aware of the stares from others, her face flushing crimson. She hastily lowered her head, becoming a statue of embarrassment. Bai Yumo, blending in with the crowd, gazed at them in disbelief. She had not anticipated that, during her brief chat with senior sister Yu Yao, Bai Feng would gain another companion, especially one as audacious as Su Lanxian. Bai Yumo approached swiftly, glancing between Bai Feng and the silent, downcast Su Lanxian. Before inserting herself into the gap between them, she raised her head, curiosity etched on her face, and inquired, "Brother, what happened to her?" "It's a bit complicated. Related to her inner demons. I will explain in detail later," Bai Feng replied softly. He preferred not to discuss others in plain view. After all, he harbored no deep-seated animosity towards her. Despite some earlier misunderstandings, she had paid her dues, and given their senior-junior relationship, it was best not to reopen old wounds. Bai Yumo nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and then brightened, saying, "By the way, senior sister Yao has agreed, and we can design clothes together. She even asked for my help with fittings. Brother, you should join us." Bai Feng immediately recalled the garments designed by Yu Yao based on his rather risque sketches. He looked at Bai Yumo and averted his gaze silently. "Sure, sounds good." He mused that Yu Yao likely lacked the audacity to have his sister model such attire, lest she desire a punishment from their master. The disciples in the square did not wait long before the sect leader arrived, accompanied by the peak masters. Strangely, Bai Feng noticed that the fated child Yi Tang was absent. He wondered if it was due to lingering injuries or some other reason. Disregarding the initial motivational speech meant to encourage the disciples, the sect leader's announcement closely mirrored the information Yu Yao had received. "We have discovered a secret realm near Chiuyue City, which will soon be opened. Therefore, we intend to gather several disciples for training. The selection will prioritize those based on their rankings in the sect competition. But exploring the secret realm involves more than just combat skills, so there will be a small test. Passing it will also grant access to the training." Bai Feng yawned. Feeling somewhat disinterested in the secret realm, he would prefer to stay at the sect and learn from Master Lu Meng. "According to our investigations, this secret realm appears to be connected to the Qinjin sect, which vanished hundreds of years ago, so we will prioritize disciples proficient in formations." The sect leader stroked his beard and cast a glance toward Bai Feng. Bai Feng thought, "It seems I cannot escape this." After all, he had utilized many of the sect's resources, including rare array materials that were difficult to obtain outside, and the sect had prioritized these for him. Now that they needed him, he could hardly refuse. However, he was no longer the same as before, under the efforts of fellow fated children. His combat abilities had significantly improved, gritting his teeth. For the next few days, he would lower his focus on formations and spend more time learning swordsmanship from his master. "By the way, Bai Feng will accompany us shortly," the sect leader announced, seemingly concerned that Bai Feng might not take it seriously. Understood. Though Bai Feng was somewhat reluctant, he nodded. However, he felt no real concern. If the sect was willing to send him to the secret realm for training, it indicated that the dangers were minimal. Besides, he had the assistance of a fated child. "Wait, why do I feel like this is becoming more perilous?" He wondered. What if the secret realm collapses midway? While Bai Feng was lost in thought, the sect leader began announcing the second matter. After discussions with other peak masters and elders following the sect competition, it is now time for Yi Tang, who has achieved golden core perfection, to prepare for the nascent soul stage. Bai Feng immediately understood. Yi Tang would soon be stepping down from his position as the senior brother, explaining his absence. As for the notion of pursuing the nascent soul stage, that was merely an excuse. The Tianjin sect had senior brothers who were not in the nascent soul stage before. But most chose to focus solely on their cultivation after reaching golden core perfection, resigning from the demanding role of senior brother. This meant that Yi Tang, the fated child, would likely have neither the energy nor the subordinates to target him anymore. What a splendid turn of events. However, before he could revel in his good fortune, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to open the system. As expected, a notification appeared. Ding. Detected that the host has subtly maneuvered to remove Yi Tang from the position of senior brother, rewarding the host with 666 fortune points and an unknown celestial manuscript. Terrain formation traps, fragment. Well, for the sake of a peaceful future, I will endure this. Bai Feng took a deep breath, striving to convince himself that this was not a loss. After all, he had accumulated so many fortune points previously. What was an additional 600? Furthermore, as long as the fated child no longer troubled him, he would consider it a gain. Ugh, such frustration. Based on his understanding of the fated child, he knew Yi Tang would never give up easily. After this incident, he would likely become even more hostile toward him. Perhaps it would be better to find an opportunity to eliminate him? Bai Feng began to ponder this question seriously. Chapter 54. If I cannot defeat Luo Chun, can I not defeat you? After much deliberation, we have decided to select Bai Yuma as the new senior sister of the Tianjin sect. Bai Feng instinctively looked at Bai Yuma, whose face mirrored his surprise, seemingly not expecting it to be her. However, upon reflection, he understood the sect's decision. Senior brother Luo Chun had achieved Golden Core perfection and was evidently unsuitable, while Bai Yuma had only recently attained Golden Core status, yet demonstrated considerable strength, having defeated a late Golden Core practitioner in the competition to secure first place. Moreover, there were additional factors to consider: her celestial bone, support from the Bai family, and being the sister of a formation prodigy. It was only logical and reasonable to select Bai Yuma as the senior sister of the Tianjin sect. Congratulations, senior sister. With this realization, Bai Feng smiled and teased Bai Yuma. Brother, please do not call me that. Bai Yuma puffed her cheeks. If you continue, I shall call you junior brother. Oh, let me hear you say it. Seeing the playful smile on Bai Feng's face, Bai Yuma's cheeks puffed even more. Brother you. Witnessing her angry yet reluctant expression, Bai Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. In the sect's hall, after the sect leader concluded the remaining announcements, Bai Feng and Bai Yuma followed their master, Chu Ningyan, into the room. At that moment, the hall was filled not only with the sect leader, but also with the peak masters in attendance. Little Feng and Yuma have arrived. The sect leader greeted them cheerfully. Do not be nervous. Feel free to take a seat. Thank you, sect leader. He had initially assumed that the leader of the Heavenly Sword sect would exude an air of great authority, yet he found the elder to be surprisingly affable. Once the two were seated, the sect leader reined in his mirth and spoke with a more serious demeanor. I trust you have surmised the reason for your summons. Although our extensive observations suggest that the secret realm poses minimal danger, one must acknowledge that nothing in this world is absolute. One can never predict whether tomorrow or misfortune will arrive first. He produced a jade token from his storage pouch, explaining, this artifact contains my spiritual energy and can shield you from 3 attacks, provided your opponent does not possess cultivation beyond the void refinement stage. Thank you, sect leader. Bai Feng said, accepting the life-preserving item without hesitation. And here are several elixirs I have concocted, the elder beside him added, unveiling a few vials. This one will aid in rapid recovery from injuries. This one enhances the flow of spiritual energy, and while this one may leave you temporarily weakened, it can boost your combat prowess by 30 to 40%. Thank you, Peak Master. I have little of value to offer, but I can give you 3 teleportation talismans, 3 premium speed talismans, and 3 premium shield talismans. Thank you. I happen to have crafted a set of inner armor that no one has claimed, so I shall gift it to you. I have no other items, but I do possess an abundance of spiritual beast meat. While traveling, Bai Feng, make sure you do not go hungry. As Bai Feng watched the various peak masters continually bestow gifts upon him, he was suddenly reminded of his childhood visits home during the new year, when relatives would shower him with sweets. Ahem, enough? The sect leader interjected with a light cough, interrupting the enthusiastic peak masters. Bai Feng is merely embarking on an exploration of the secret realm. He will return. However, he understood their sentiments. After all, a proficient formation master is invaluable to the sect. For instance, the most common formation used to accelerate cultivation, the Spirit Gathering Array, proves beneficial, while advanced formations can significantly amplify one's capabilities. Bai Yumo, I entrust you to lead this expedition. The sect leader turned to Bai Yumo, who was seated beside Bai Feng. With a solemn expression, she withdrew a long sword from her storage pouch. This is a replica of the Heavenly Sword, but do not underestimate its power due to its imitation status. With your strength, this sword can slay a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, albeit at a substantial cost. Use it judiciously. Thank you, sect leader. Bai Yumo grasped the sword, sensing its sharp intent even through the scabbard. What an excellent sword. Now, you all should return to rest and ensure you are well prepared. The sect leader waved his hand. Once Bai Feng and Bai Yumo departed, he turned to the other peak masters. Do you believe this expedition into the secret realm will proceed smoothly? Given the multitude of life-preserving and enemy-dispelling items we have provided, it should be without incident. Let us hope so, the sect leader replied, shaking his head. If it were not for the immense benefit that the Thousand Arrays sect's inheritance would bestow upon Bai Feng and the Heavenly Sword sect, he would be reluctant to send such a budding formation genius into the fray. After all, the Thousand Arrays sect is no ordinary minor sect. It is rumored that they have inherited the legacy of an immortal sect, allowing them to rise rapidly within a mere few centuries, nearly shaking the foundations of the strongest formation sect in the northern region, the Spirit Sealing sect. However, he believed the claim of immortal inheritance was merely a means for the Thousand Arrays sect to embellish their reputation, though their formation techniques were indeed noteworthy. Regrettably, they had drawn the ire of forces best left undisturbed. leading to the collapse of the secret realm, now only capable of accommodating Golden Core disciples. The day of entry into the secret realm arrived swiftly. Bai Feng sat aboard the vessel heading towards the realm, contemplating whether he had adequately prepared. In the days leading up to this moment, he had studied several sword techniques under his master, Chu Ningyan, and crafted a few simple formation discs. Though they could not compare to meticulously arranged formations, they were convenient and swift to deploy, ideal for obstructing foes and facilitating a hasty escape. Quite a few familiar faces. Bai Feng noted as he surveyed his surroundings. Besides Bai Yumo at his side, Lin Yin and Luo Chun were also aboard, and even Yi Tang, who had lost his position as senior brother, was present. All four of the Heavenly Sword Sect's prodigies had gathered. This secret realm may very well be in jeopardy. Additionally, Xiao Qi and Yu Yao had arrived, and Bai Feng silently turned to the seemingly statue-like Su Lan Qian beside him. What brings you here? I have a bit of interest in the Thousand Arrays sect, Su Lan Qian replied softly. Moreover, if several days passed without seeing Bai Feng, she would genuinely feel as if she were losing her mind, literally. Yet, having learned from her previous experiences, she refrained from expressing such easily misinterpreted sentiments. Are you sure you can manage in this state? Bai Feng questioned, a hint of doubt creeping in. Fine, just stay close to me, or Bai Yumo. If anything happens to you in the secret realm, I cannot face my master. Her ability to board the vessel indicated that Lu Ming and the Heavenly Sword Sect had struck some form of agreement, matters beyond the purview of a mere junior disciple such as himself. Understood, Su Lan Qian nodded, and then cautiously inquired, could you sell me another personal item? Sure, but omit the term personal next time. Bai Feng could already feel the gazes of others upon him. And Bai Yumo, what do you find so intriguing? Haven't I already explained the situation to you? He suppressed the urge to express his annoyance and retrieved a brush from his storage pouch. This was his talisman drawing tool, not a particularly valuable brush, but one he had used for quite some time, having absorbed his spiritual energy over the years. Would this suffice? Yes, thank you. Su Lan Qian accepted the brush and, in accordance with their agreement, produced a formation disc from her storage pouch. This was a magnifying array, classified as a 4th-grade formation due to its small size. Designed to be affixed to other items, reputedly created by formation masters for reading and creation purposes. Bai Feng's mouth twitched slightly at the sight of the 4th-grade formation disc. These formation masters truly have a flair for creativity. Could they not just polish a piece of glass to serve as a magnifying glass? In a secluded corner, Yi Tang feigned nonchalance as he glanced at Bai Feng, resentment flickering in his eyes. Recently, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Bai Feng had become increasingly irksome, second only to Luo Chun in his disdain. Who would have thought you would finally descend from Qingzhou Peak? Once we enter the secret realm, you will be at my mercy. I may not be able to defeat Luo Chun, but I surely can handle you. Chapter 55. Lin Yan's eloquence outside the secret realm. Several other sects from the northern region were also participating in this exploration, for while the Heavenly Sword Sect is indeed a formidable force, it cannot control everything. Besides the Heavenly Sword Sect, 3 other sects were only slightly inferior in strength. The previously mentioned Spirit Sealing Sect, the Fire Manipulating Chiefing Sect, and the Predatory Ancient Sect. As for the Demonic Path, having been severely weakened by Lu Ming's previous onslaught, they no longer possessed the capability to contend with these 4 sections. Furthermore, Bai Feng noticed several unfamiliar sects and learned through inquiry that these 3 smaller sects were situated near the secret realm. Thus, after discussions, the Heavenly Sword Sect and its allies had allotted them a few slots. This scenario feels tailor-made for the prodigies, Bai Feng mused inwardly, realizing he would need to keep these 3 smaller sects under observation. Bai Xiong, shall we join forces once we enter the secret realm? Lin Yan suddenly approached, stating, I have made arrangements with Luo Xiong. With our combined strength, exploring this secret realm should pose no issue. Bai Feng found himself somewhat tempted. For the protection of prodigies is indeed advantageous. However, one must also consider that with fortune comes peril. He could not ascertain whether venturing alone was more dangerous than aligning with the prodigies. Let us decide once we enter. Such secret realms typically involve random transportation. Bai Feng left the matter open-ended. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he certainly would not continue to act foolishly on his own. Indeed, Lin Yan nodded, reminding Bai Feng to exercise caution upon entering the secret realm. He had heard that the disciples of the Fengling sect seemed to harbor some grievances against him. And moreover, a certain man with the surname Yi appeared to be quite persistent. Yi Tang, just say my name directly. The Fengling sect? Understood. Bai Feng, lost in thought, mused on why he always felt the piercing gazes of a group of people upon him. Was it due to his burgeoning reputation? Or perhaps it was because of his master, Lu Ming? However, what he feared least at the moment were the array masters. Thank you for the warning, Brother Lin. Bai Feng expressed with a nod. But you should also exercise caution, for among us, it seems you are the only one who has attained the peak of foundation establishment. Lin Yan chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. No need to worry, I am well prepared. Bai Feng nodded in agreement. After all, he was the child of destiny. Even if he were to perish, the child of fortune might still remain unscathed. By the way, where's Brother Luo? He's probably conversing with those from Zixiao Peak. Recently, He has been lamenting to me about how inexplicably clingy the disciples from Zixiao Peak have become. Lin Yan gestured casually, and Bai Feng followed his direction, spotting Luo Chen's junior sister and senior sister seemingly engaged in conversation with him. However, unlike before, the roles appeared to have reversed. Luo Chen bore a look of impatience, while his senior sister spoke in a subdued and conciliatory manner. Brother Lin, shall we draw closer to eavesdrop? A mischievous grin crept onto Bai Feng's face, for he relished such spectacles. Lin Yan hesitated. Is that wise? What could be wrong? Perhaps Brother Luo is eagerly awaiting our assistance. With that, Bai Feng placed a hand on Lin Yan's shoulder and urged him closer to Luo Chen. After a few steps, he noticed Su Lanxian following behind and quickly raised a hand. You stay here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Oh, Su Lanxian nodded obediently, halting in her tracks. Lin Yan, observing this, found her demeanor rather peculiar. Wasn't this girl known for her pride and arrogance? What had Bai Feng done to earn such compliance from her? Senior sister, did you not wish for me to keep my distance? I have complied. Why do you still refuse to let me go? Luo Chen's face remained impassive, while his senior sister appeared flustered. Lowering her head, she stammered, I didn't mean it that way. I was just a bit hot-headed at the time. After all, you did take the junior disciple's elixir. A simple apology would suffice. Understood. Suddenly, the senior sister looked up, her face alight with surprise. So, junior brother, you agree? No. Upon my return, I shall apply to withdraw from Zixiao Peak. Luo Chen did not even spare her a glance before turning to leave. This is the last time I shall address you as senior sister. Please take your leave, lest your beloved junior disciple learns of your visit and becomes upset. Junior brother. You. The senior sister's expression shifted to disbelief, while her junior sister hastily grasped Luo Chen's arm. Senior brother, how can you say that? Let go. I want tea. Luo Chen muttered under his breath, a bunch of crazies. The words slipped from his lips just loud enough for the two girls to hear, their faces flushing with embarrassment and anger. Get lost. He unleashed his spiritual energy, forcefully pushing his junior sister aside, then cast a cold gaze upon the pair. Before questioning me, perhaps you should reflect on your own actions? Do you think I lack an elixir for foundation establishment? Senior brother, you are truly still envious. Luo Chen sighed at his murmuring junior sister. Alas, I was foolish to hope for any meaningful dialogue. That was my error. From today forth, we are no longer connected. As he severed the last remnants of his ties to Zixiao Peak, the sword at his waist emitted a resonant metallic hum, and his aura seemed to ascend further. At that moment, his junior sister recalled that Luo Chen had already severed ties with emotions and had transitioned to the emotionless sword. No, senior brother. I didn't tea. Panic crept into her tone, but by then, Luo Chen had already distanced himself. Junior sister, cease your words, we shall return. The senior sister sighed heavily, shaking her head as she pulled her eager junior sister away. She pondered inwardly when their attitudes toward junior brother Luo had begun to shift so dramatically. Is that it? Bai Feng clicked his tongue, observing the disciples raised within the sect maintain their composure in the face of such unreasonable behavior. He hadn't anticipated that Luo Chen had endured such experiences. You were unaware? Bai Feng turned to Lin Yan. You refer to each other as brothers, yet seem so out of touch with one another. Lin Yan, intrigued, asked, what do you mean? Thus, Bai Feng relayed the information he possessed to Lin Yan. What a farcical senior sister and junior sister. Why didn't brother Luo deliver a couple of slaps, just now? How could they still have the audacity to approach him? Lin Yan's mouth began to spew expletives. What are you two doing here? A voice abruptly interrupted from behind, halting Lin Yan's tirade, his expression shifting to one of awkwardness. Bai Feng turned to find Luo Chen approaching them. We were here to, relieve ourselves, Bai Feng stammered. Lin Yan. Luo Chen, clearly unimpressed by Bai Feng's clumsy excuse, sighed. Apologies for the disturbance. Nothing of the sort. Suddenly, Lin Yan stood, placing a hand on Luo Chen's shoulder. Brother, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. If you are reluctant, allow me to intervene. Rest assured, Luo Chen replied. I do not intend to ruin them. I merely want them to gain a clearer understanding of reality and accept a little harshness from society. It is for their own good. Watching Lin Yan and Luo Chen engage in conversation, Bai Feng couldn't help but offer a brief moment of silence for Zixiao Peak. To have caught the attention of two children of destiny, truly, they deserve their fate. Chapter 56. One remains silent after savoring the drama surrounding Luo Chen. The time for the Secret Realm's opening finally arrived. Bai Feng trailed behind the group, moving toward the entrance alongside the disciples of the Tianjin sect. As he stepped through the entrance, he felt a disorienting whirl, as if gravity had become unmoored. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself amidst a desolate expanse. Yet, this wasteland was not composed of opulent structures, but rather comprised of ordinary abodes constructed of wood, earth, and stone. It was evident he had become separated from the others. Bai Feng surveyed his surroundings, feeling unsurprised. Such abandoned secret realms often exhibited instability, making it easy to be transported to peculiar locations upon entry. Let us explore a bit. Bai Feng randomly chose a direction and stepped over the collapsed remains of a building. Meanwhile, a pure-looking young girl scanned the area. Adorned in the robes of the Feha sect, a minor sect adjacent to the secret realm. A sly smile crept onto her face, one that belied her innocent appearance. I can't believe I actually made it in. It seems the righteous sects are not as formidable as they claim. Bai Feng, I've come to find you again. I hope you still remember me. This place is rich in spiritual energy. There must be some treasures here. Bai Feng activated his yin-yang pattern, allowing him to search for treasures within the secret realm as though he possessed X-ray vision. In just a short hour, he had amassed a collection of spiritual herbs, spiritual stones, and several array plates. As he hurried into a cave, he encountered an enormous bear residing within. Upon his entrance, the bear abruptly opened its eyes and fixed its gaze upon him. Let me see what you are guarding. Bai Feng, unperturbed, stepped past the giant bear, navigating the cramped cave. Remarkably, the bear acted as though it were unaware of his presence, its eyes fixed on the cave entrance, occasionally emitting threatening growls. Oh, a white spirit ginseng. What luck! He noted its high quality, perfect for concocting restorative elixirs. Bai Feng carefully placed the white spirit ginseng into a wooden box before turning to the giant bear and waving. Thank you. Continue your slumber. I shan't disturb you further. With that, he exited the cave swiftly, while the bear remained fixated on the entrance. Until Bai Feng had completely walked away, it tilted its head slightly, its gaze tinged with suspicion. Then, it turned to look inside the cave. Although the precious spirit ginseng had been taken, leaving only a small pit, it did not erupt in fury. Instead, it turned back and resumed its slumber. The illusionary arts were indeed remarkably effective, especially against such dim-witted spirit beasts. They were utterly silent when ensnared. Bai Feng's eyes shimmered with black and white light. He had merely conceived this idea while battling a fierce beast at the Golden Core stage and had not anticipated its extraordinary efficacy. He even contemplated mastering the technique himself. Just as Bai Feng pondered where to venture next, a group of individuals suddenly surrounded him. Hello, young brother. All alone? The leader was a robust man, his demeanor friendly and his tone laced with concern. However, judging by his attire, he appeared to be associated with the Refining Spirit sect. Bai Feng scanned the approaching disciples of the Refining Spirit sect, and rather than displaying fear, a smile graced his face as he regarded them. Robbery? Do not speak so harshly. The leading man shook his head, but suddenly drew a large cleaver from his bosom, his amiable smile transforming into a menacing grin. Everyone gets a share. Truly, the Refining Spirit sect would resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Bai Feng was not surprised. Encountering such lunatics in a secret realm was indeed unfortunate. Faced with the encroaching blade, he did not flinch. The next moment, the man abruptly withdrew his hand, astonished as he glanced behind Bai Feng. Quite nimble, aren't you? It seems I must take this seriously. With that, the blade shimmered ominously as he swung it forcefully at the air behind him. The strike cleaved the ground, leaving a deep fissure. Enjoy your time here. Farewell. Bai Feng strolled past the man as if on a leisurely outing, while behind him, the disciples of the Refining Spirit sect were entangled in a fierce scuffle. The instant he laid eyes on the disciples, he activated his illusionary arts. Had anyone been able to perceive spiritual consciousness, they would have seen a vast aura emanating from Bai Feng, spiraling outward like twisted tendrils. These tendrils wrapped around the disciples, slowly twisting and moving as if they were marionettes under his control. The consumption of spiritual energy was indeed greater than that of spirit beasts. And the higher the cultivation level, the more energy was consumed, increasing the likelihood of awakening. It seemed that even with the acquisition of the illusionary arts, the use of illusion formations was still essential. Bai Feng reflected on the insights gained from this skirmish, and shortly after his departure, the disciples of the Refining Spirit sect finally came to a halt. They were not bewildered from awakening from the illusion, but rather, their faces contorted with anger as they clenched their fists. Damn it, he fled so swiftly. Next time, don't let me catch you. Senior brother, shall we pursue? Pursue what? Go find others. Do not waste time on such an elusive little eel. At a temporary base of the Sealing Spirit sect, a few disciples gathered to discuss intelligence regarding Bai Feng. Have you located that fellow Bai Feng? No, I suspect he might be hiding. Otherwise, there would be no trace of him. Frustration bubbled over as one disciple struck a nearby tree trunk. Expand the search radius. I refuse to believe he can remain hidden forever. Indeed, once we capture him, we must teach him a lesson. How dare he lay hands on Sister Sue, whom Senior Brother Song admires. He's truly courting death. As they raged against Bai Feng, their target was at that very moment seated among them, nonchalantly enjoying a freshly roasted drumstick. Bai Feng sat cross-legged by the fire, initially intent on treasure hunting, only to be interrupted by a raucous group of disciples from the Sealing Spirit sect. Fortunately, the illusionary arts proved effective against the lower cultivated disciples, allowing him to seamlessly infiltrate their ranks after evading capture. He listened quietly to their discussions, quickly discerning the reasons behind their pursuit of him. The explanation was simple. Lu Ming, as a master of formations, had a favorable relationship with the Sealing Spirit sect, which had been eager to recruit her. Who would have thought she would be whisked away by the Heavenly Sword sect? All because of a formation genius emerging from their ranks? Furthermore, Lu Ming's disciple, Su Lanqian, had previously exchanged insights on formations with a talented disciple from the Sealing Spirit sect who seemed to be quite smitten by Su Lanqian's playful nature. When this talented disciple learned that Su Lanqian was compelled to stay at the Heavenly Sword sect and had even been bullied there, he seized the opportunity to rally the disciples of the Sealing Spirit sect, intending to teach the so-called formation genius Bai Feng a lesson. I knew it. A prodigy like Su Lanqian, even if not the child of destiny, is bound to be trouble. Bai Feng bit into the drumstick, unable to suppress a murmur of discontent. I hope this so-called genius from the Sealing Spirit sect is not a child of destiny. Hey, why are you so silent? Have you found any new clues? One disciple suddenly turned to Bai Feng. Bai Feng took another bite of the drumstick, then shook his head, replying indistinctly, no, not at all. He is far too cunning. Damn it, where could he possibly be hiding? One disciple could not help but smack his thigh in frustration. Bai Feng wiped the grease from his mouth, casually tossing the leftover bone into the fire before rising to depart from the Sealing Spirit sect S group. Throughout this process, no one noticed anything amiss. Chapter 57. The melodrama comes home. Haha, with this divine weapon at my side, Bai Feng, your demise is sealed. Yi Tang, disheveled and battered, emerged from an underground ruin, propping himself against a stone slab. His eyes burned crimson, his upper body nearly bare and marred with ghastly wounds. Yet, he remained oblivious. Enraptured by the long spear in his grasp, the spear radiated a faint golden glow, concealing an immense power within. Yet, more than the acquisition of a divine weapon, he was elated that his luck seemed to have returned. Ever since encountering Bai Feng, he had been plagued with misfortune. Even the smallest of creatures dared to target him. He had even lost in a demonstration of his strength, a fact he found hard to accept until his injuries healed. If Bai Feng were to hear his inner lamentations, he would undoubtedly scoff. You, against 3 children of destiny. Who else could be more unfortunate? Hee, I can hardly wait to see Bai Feng kneeling at my feet, begging for mercy. Then, I'll grant him a glimmer of hope before crushing it. The mere thought of it filled him with delight. Yi Tang gripped the spear tightly. But just as he took a step, he suddenly turned back to the exit from which he had emerged. He raised the spear and with a mighty swing, collapsed the passage completely. Should anyone have been observing, they would have noticed a faint malevolence emanating from the spear, circling around him twice, seemingly satisfied, before swiftly vanishing into his body. Strange, why haven't I seen any disciples from the Heavenly Sword sect? Bai Feng plucked a spirit fruit from a nearby branch. He had been walking for quite some time, encountering disciples from various minor sects, yet the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were conspicuously absent. Could something have happened? He wiped the spirit fruit clean and took a cautious bite, untroubled. After all, for prodigies had come from the Heavenly Sword sect this time. If anything were to go awry, it would be peculiar. With the children of destiny present, any trouble could surely be resolved. It seems there is a commotion over there. Bai Feng suddenly detected a violent surge of spiritual energy emanating from the northwest. Checking his system and confirming the absence of any children of destiny, he quickly consumed the spirit fruit and hurried towards the source. Minutes later, he beheld the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect caught between the assault of a golden core beast and the disciples of the Sealing Spirit sect. And he fell into deep contemplation. Damn it, the drama has come right to my doorstep. Fortunately, they were merely a group of ordinary disciples. Their cultivation levels not particularly high, making them relatively easy to handle. As he observed, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect gradually began to falter under the dual onslaught, on the verge of defeat. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Feng cast several rudimentary array plates, and in an instant, an elliptical, translucent barrier enveloped the disciples of the Tianjian sect. The assault from the demonic beasts and the disciples of the Fengling sect merely stirred ripples upon the barrier. Who is it? The Fengling sect disciples, on the verge of success, were suddenly obstructed, their irritation palpable. How shameless it was for the esteemed Fengling sect to conspire with demonic beasts to bully others. A voice resonated from the depths of the forest. Yet no matter how the Fengling sect disciples strained to discern its origin, they could not pinpoint the speaker's location. Hiding in the shadows is hardly a display of prowess. Come out. If you possess such skill, surely you can locate me with ease. After taunting the Fengling sect disciples, Bai Feng communicated telepathically with the disciples of the Tianjian sect. Proceed towards the direction of the demonic beasts. They shall not harm you. The disciples of the Tianjian sect exchanged glances, but upon observing that the demonic beasts had indeed ceased their aggression, they cautiously navigated around them, weapons gripped tightly, ever ready to defend against any potential attack. Yet, even as they departed, the demonic beasts remained still. Were they saved? Which senior brother assisted us? One wondered. Isn't it obvious? Another replied with a chuckle. Although there are many adept in formations among our senior brothers, when it comes to instantaneously crafting a formation capable of withstanding the onslaught of a golden core stage demonic beast, it can only be Bai Feng. Indeed. And the reason Bai Feng remains concealed is straightforward. The disciples of the Fengling sect have been searching for him. He would not dare to reveal himself openly. However, it is surprising that, beyond formations, he also possesses the ability to intimidate demonic beasts. Have we not placed Bai Feng in jeopardy? This is our fault for being inept. We must not squander Bai Feng's goodwill. Let us seek out senior sister and endeavor to divert attention away from him elsewhere. Once Bai Feng observed the disciples of the Tianjin sect had retreated, he seized his influence over the demonic beasts. With a fierce roar, the demonic beast charged towards the remaining Fengling sect disciples. Instantly, curses erupted from the Fengling sect. Do not let me discover your identity. Unfazed by their fragrant invectives, Bai Feng merely smiled and waved farewell. Good luck to you. With that, he stepped forward to rejoin the disciples of the Tianjin sect. Boom. A tremendous roar echoed from outside the cave, as violent spiritual energy threatened to rend the very fabric of the surroundings. I can do this. I just need to establish this point. Su Lanxian extended a trembling hand, channeling spiritual energy into the formation. Yet, the closer she drew to the formation, the more difficult it became to control the energy. Ha ha ha. Look at your current state. You cannot even manage a single formation. Just give up. Only I can save you. You wouldn't want to be devoured by the demonic beasts alongside the disciples of the Tianjin sect, would you? Silence. Ha ha. What do you have left? You have not only lost the title of genius, bringing disgrace to your master, but you have also sullied your lineage. You are like a clown, arrogant and disdainful, believing only you can restore the glory of the Su family and the northern domain. And in the end, you fell into the hands of the very charlatan you scorned. How shameless you are to approach him now. Is it because you cannot match him in the way of formations, thus you plan to seek another method to regain glory, perhaps by allying with him? Be quiet. Su Lanxian grasped the brush once used by Bai Feng. Though the voice beside her had faded, her heart remained restless. Another explosion resounded, dust cascading from above, and she hurriedly protected the brush in her hands, continuing her diligent efforts to inscribe the formation. Outside the cave, Yi Tang stood atop a treetop, wielding a long halberd. Two golden core stage demonic beasts were engaged in combat with the disciples of the Tianjin sect not far away, while a well-behaved golden core stage demonic beast stood obediently by his side, seemingly under his command. He glanced at the nearby Fengling sect disciple. Has the news been disseminated? Of course, the disciple of the Fengling sect replied, his brow furrowing in disgust at the betrayal of their own. Yet, there was no alternative. The senior brother had specifically commanded to capture Bai Feng, and since the latter sought Bai Feng as well, and given his formidable strength in subduing the disciples of the Tianjin sect from Qingzhou Peak, cooperation ensued. Rest assured, he will certainly emerge. Most of the disciples of the Tianjin sect are already restrained by us. Even if someone manages to break free, they will be at their wits' end, merely advantageous for us, not detrimental. When speaking of the disciples of the Tianjin sect, his tone bore no trace of emotion, as if discussing inconsequential figures. Let us hope so. The disciple of the Fengling sect scoffed. By the way, have there been any updates on Senior Sister Su? I have been here. How could I know the whereabouts of Senior Sister Su? Yi Tang replied with a smile, fully aware of the scrutinizing gaze directed at him. A flicker of malice gleaming in his eyes. You look down on me, do you? Just wait until I use you to eliminate Bai Feng, then extort a hefty sum from Su Lanxian. With ample resources, he would surely break through to the Golden Core stage, after which he would deal with Luo Chun and reclaim his position beside the senior brother. A shadow of darkness passed through his eyes, quickly replaced by a genial smile as he urged the Fengling sect members. All right, hurry and spread the word. We shall soon see him. Chapter 58. When did you develop the illusion of not being ensnared by my illusion? Has the Tianjin sect become a target? Bai Feng furrowed his brow. Having already rescued several waves of disciples from the Tianjin sect, their numbers steadily increasing. Initially, he needed to act covertly to assist, but eventually, he found himself no longer required to intervene, as a throng of disciples charged forth, driving off the Fengling sect members. Let us infiltrate the Fengling sect and assess the situation. With the disciples of the Tianjin sect no longer needing his aid, Bai Feng decided to operate independently. In such circumstances, his continued presence would serve little purpose. As numbers increased, the target grew larger, making it all the more susceptible to exposure and constraint. Do you think that once we broadcast the news of the Tianjin sect disciples being besieged by demonic beasts, that Bai Feng will truly come? Isn't this clearly a trap? A Fengling sect disciple stretched his weary body and couldn't help but voice his skepticism to a nearby teammate. You are mistaken. This is a clever ploy. Another replied, waving his hand dismissively. We have captured the majority of the disciples from Qingzhou Peak. If he does not respond, how will his senior brothers view him? How will he maintain his standing in the Tianjin sect? You make a valid point. The Fengling sect disciple nodded, surely unaware of the layers of traps they had laid. Even with Yi Tang from the Tianjin sect collaborating with them, if he dares to come, he will certainly meet his end. Bai Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed. Even if he grew wings, he would never escape our grasp. Let us go, junior brother. We shall return to rest, and, after recuperation, continue our pursuit of Bai Feng. All right, senior brother, let us depart. Thus, Bai Feng seamlessly blended into the ranks of the Fengling sect, making his way towards the location of the trap. Meanwhile, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Yi Tang would resort to such unscrupulous means, willing to betray his own sect without a shred of conscience. This indicated that this child of fate likely possessed no moral compass. If he were not dealt with here, Bai Feng feared there would be no peace for him in the future. Even if the system flooded him with vast amounts of fortune, he had to eliminate Yitang. After all, he did not wish to be targeted by a child of fate devoid of boundaries. Along the way, Bai Feng encountered numerous disciples of the Fengling sect, suggesting that all who had entered the secret realm had converged here. It was evident how highly the Fengling sect regarded him. This was not something a mere genius disciple could achieve. Bai Feng greeted the approaching disciples of the Fengling sect with a smile, yet his mind was racing with thoughts. He could hardly believe that a singular genius disciple could wield such influence, compelling all to fervently and willingly seek him out. Even a child of fate would find it challenging to accomplish such a feat unless the higher-ups of the Fengling sect harbor intentions towards him. It remains uncertain whether they plan to host a banquet, execute him, take him in as a subordinate, or eliminate him outright. Bai Feng glanced at the system and soon discerned the symbols of two fated children not far off, one likely belonging to Yitang, while the other was presumably the fated child of the Fengling sect. This situation proved somewhat troublesome. However, Bai Feng was not taken aback. It would indeed be peculiar for such a substantial sect as the Fengling sect to lack a fated child. Yet, it remained to be seen whether this fated child was the same acquaintance of Su Lanxian. The elite members of the Fengling sect should all be present, and in addition, numerous formations were arranged in the vicinity. As Bai Feng surveyed his surroundings, a plan began to form in his mind that he could exploit. With the activation of his yin-yang patterns, the intricate structure of the formations vividly materialized before him. Junior brother, allow me to inform you. I just received word from a friend that there exists an uncharted structure not far from here, protected by a layer of formations. It surely conceals valuable treasures. Let us venture there together shortly. Thank you, senior brother, Bai Feng replied with a smile, slightly bowing his head as a talisman slipped from his sleeve. He had nearly explored the entirety of the Fengling sect's encampment, leaving behind numerous traces, and had even discreetly embedded a simple illusion formation within the sect's arrays to amplify the reach of his enchantments. Otherwise, even expending all his spiritual energy would scarcely affect many. Hey, junior brother Chun, who is that beside you? A voice suddenly rang out near Bai Feng and the others. Looking up, Bai Feng saw a young man with a cold demeanor perched atop a tree, gazing down at him. The moment he laid eyes on this individual, his radar for fated children began to alert him. Clearly, this person was the other fated child, aside from Yitang. Indeed, he belonged to the Fengling sect, though it remained uncertain whether he was the renowned prodigy. Bai Feng pondered this as he considered the ease with which the other had detected him. After all, while illusions may appear formidable, their efficacy diminishes with the opponent's cultivation level, and given that his enchantments targeted groups rather than individuals, the impact could not be as precise. Additionally, the opponent's status as a fated child would complicate matters further. Nevertheless, he had no intention of evading notice. He had come prepared to confront another fated child. Thus, he activated the divine refinement technique once more, extending more tendrils of consciousness towards the fated child. Who? He is my junior brother. The disciple dubbed Junior Brother Chen replied. Somewhat bewildered, the fated child in the tree furrowed his brow and pressed on with an authoritative tone. I ask you again, who is he? Who else could he be but a junior brother of the Fengling sect? I have seen him within the sect. Junior Brother Chen's confusion persisted as he turned to Bai Feng. Junior brother, you need to explain yourself to senior brother. There's no need, Bai Feng waved dismissively, lifting his gaze to the fated child in the tree, his expression cheerful. Shall I reintroduce myself? No need. Even if you concealed your face, I would recognize you. Bai Feng. The fated child squinted his eyes. I truly did not expect you to dare venture in here alone. I must admit, I admire your audacity. However, I wonder if your strength can match your courage. What? You are Bai Feng. Junior Brother Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed. Why does your shout resemble a scene from a contemporary drama? Bai Feng's lips twitched, struggling to suppress his desire to scoff, then turned his attention back to the fated child. Are you so certain you can subdue me? Your little tricks won't work on me. Relying on such means and brazenly intruding into our formations, I suspect you may have deceived your way into becoming a formation genius and misled Sister Su. The fated child emphasized Sister Su's name with noticeable weight. He raised his hand, and the surrounding formations began to activate. You shall soon regret your actions within these formations. Faced with the oppressive formations, Bai Feng remained composed. When did you come to the mistaken conclusion that you were immune to my illusions? What? As disbelief washed over the fated child's face, Bai Feng transformed into a flurry of bamboo leaves, vanishing from sight. He quickly scanned his surroundings. But no matter how intently he observed or how he utilized his spiritual sense, he could not detect Bai Feng's presence. He hastily activated the formations, attempting to cover the entire area. Yet, he soon realized he could no longer manipulate the formations. His expression faltered, unable to maintain his calm demeanor as he clenched his fists and struck a nearby tree stump. How is this possible? His face darkened. Has someone secretly sabotaged the formations, or am I still ensnared within an illusion? Meanwhile, Bai Feng had seized partial control of the formations, effortlessly navigating through the Fengling sect's encampment. However, due to the brevity of time, he could not commandeer the entire grand array. He only managed to alter a portion. Yet that sufficed. Oh, Yi Tang is here. Bai Feng halted, his brow furrowing slightly as he sensed something amiss about this individual. Moreover, Yi Tang was accompanied by a yuanying stage demonic beast. No, it was merely a shell. Chapter 59. The fated child unable to distinguish illusion from reality. It was a demonic beast towering 2 persons high, its grayish-white fur concealing robust muscles. Long ears resembling those of a rabbit adorned its head, yet it possessed sharp fangs, drool dripping from its mouth. However, the creature's eyes were vacant, and Bai Feng detected no spiritual sense emanating from it, as if it were a puppet under someone else's control, rendering it impervious to his influence. He averted his gaze towards the area where the disciples of the Tianjin sect were ensnared, where 2 yuanying stage beasts were engaged in a fierce battle with them. One was a black, giant python, the other a silverback gorilla, both devoid of spiritual sense, just like the rabbit-eared beast. Yet, precisely because of this, these 2 beasts could only rely on their physical strength, unable to subdue the Tianjin sect disciples hiding in the cave. No, perhaps Yi Tang did not intend to seize this location directly. Otherwise, he would have dispatched the rabbit-eared beast, shattering the fragile balance. There was no other option. He would continue to reform the grand array of the Fengling sect. Bai Feng would not foolishly charge into battle against the fated child. Not only was his cultivation level inferior to that of his opponent, but his forte lay in formations, making it prudent to utilize the grand array laid out by the Fengling sect disciples against him. He felt a sense of gratitude towards the Fengling sect. Had it not been for their meticulously arranged grand array, he would not have dared to act alone. With this array capable of restraining yuanying stage opponents, he felt confident that even if Yi Tang were to unleash his full potential, he could still meet his demise on the spot. If Yi Tang had approached him using conventional methods, he might have refrained from going to extremes. Yet, regrettably, this individual was clearly a self-serving fated child with no sense of morality. Thus, even for the sake of a tranquil future, he must eliminate Yi Tang. He had refrained from allowing the system to fill him with fated energy for the sake of survival, and now, with his existence under threat and possessing the means to resolve it, it was only natural to eradicate the source of the threat. Bai Feng consumed a pill and continued to consume the grand array laid by the Fengling sect disciples, modifying it as he went. If an ordinary formation master had been present, they would have been left agape at Bai Feng's actions. After all, once a formation was established, even minor modifications required caution. How could one proceed with such bold alterations as he did? Yet, what seemed impossible became feasible under the influence of the divine refinement technique and the yin-yang patterns. Meanwhile, the fated child of the Fengling sect continued his search for Bai Feng's whereabouts. However, this time, when he cast his gaze upon others, his eyes were tinged with a hint of suspicion. Has it been discovered? Why has the formation malfunctioned? Has it been sabotaged? No, it hasn't. A disciple bore an expression of disbelief, realizing that a portion of the control had been seized by someone else. But that was inconceivable. Was it an illusion? Or was it indeed reality? The child of destiny fell silent, finding it difficult to believe that someone could snatch away a part of his control right beneath his nose. How could this have happened? Big brother, it's bad. At that moment, a disciple rushed over, terror evident in his voice. Our formation is being altered by someone, and those of us trying to intervene have lost all contact after entering. The child of destiny turned to glare at the disciple, then suddenly burst into laughter. Huh? Is this your ploy? Such an outrageous illusion is what you conjured? I am starting to suspect that you are merely a genius of formations because of some illusion. Stop hiding. Come out. The 2 disciples exchanged bewildered and fearful glances. What is wrong with Big Brother? I don't know. He was fine just a moment ago. Could it be that the shock was too great and he has gone mad? Ding. Detecting that Yu Pingyan has been thoroughly played by the host, unable to distinguish between illusion and reality for a short time, rewarding the host with 100 luck points and 10 spiritual energy. Bai Feng cast a glance at the system notification, his expression unchanged, as he continued to modify the formation. Almost there, the formation is activating. With a clap of his hands, the formation behind him began to operate rapidly, erecting stone walls one after another, as trees grew and extended, advancing menacingly toward Yi Tang. Who? Yi Tang's eyes flew open, gripping his halberd tightly. He swept it across to fend off the encroaching trees, splintering wood in all directions. In the next moment, he witnessed a dramatic transformation in his surroundings. Stone walls began to segment the once flat terrain like a labyrinth, while the trees seemed to possess life, relentlessly advancing upon him. Fengling sect? No, there shouldn't be any formations laid out here. Yi Tang's eyes darted around, his halberd swinging continuously to shatter the approaching trees. Simultaneously, he noticed that the beasts by his side had been ensnared by the trees, dragged underground, clearly unable to assist him. Whoever you are, prepare to pay the price for daring to provoke me. Yi Tang retrieved several hidden weapons from his storage bag and hurled them at the trees. The moment the hidden weapons made contact, They erupted violently, flames accompanying the explosion, igniting the trees almost instantaneously. Yet, the ablaze trees did not relent. They advanced toward Yi Tang, flames licking at their branches. Damn it! Yi Tang swiftly dodged, realizing he had inadvertently dug his own grave. The burning trees posed a far greater threat than ordinary ones. He landed on the ground and charged in a direction, even as stone walls obstructed his path. He smashed a large hole through them with his halberd. However, the stone walls seemed inexhaustible. He had lost track of time, still ensnared within their confines. As time dragged on, his expression grew numb. Subconsciously swinging his halberd at the approaching trees, he noticed something different this time. Most of the stout branches shattered upon impact. Yet a slender twig assaulted him at a swifter pace, while spikes suddenly emerged around him, immobilizing his feet in the ground. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Yi Tang found himself at a loss. Just as the twig and spikes were about to pierce him, his halberd erupted with violent spiritual energy, repelling both the twig and the spikes, simultaneously awakening him from the illusion. Yi Tang felt a clarity wash over him, and before him stood Bai Feng. Wielding a bamboo sword, his expression grave. In an instant, Yi Tang's eyes turned crimson. Bai Feng, it's you. How dare you come to my doorstep? Today, I shall slay you. TSK, it seems the child of destiny is not so easily vanquished. Bai Feng had not anticipated that Yi Tang would awaken midway, having hoped to land a strike. Yet, he was prepared. The primary objective of this assault was to eliminate the Yuanying stage beasts alongside Yi Tang while he was entrapped in the illusion. And he had successfully dragged the beasts underground using the formation. Just as Yi Tang's weapon was about to make contact with him, Bai Feng vanished, and golden chains erupted from the ground, lunging toward Yi Tang. Yi Tang hastily raised his halberd to counter, but the chains ensnared his weapon instead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying. Oh! Yi Tang let out a tremendous roar, channeling a surge of spiritual energy into his halberd. The overwhelming force shattered the chains binding it. He swiftly turned to strike at Bai Feng, who bore an ominous glint in his eyes. Suddenly, Yi Tang felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, and his vision darkened. When he regained consciousness, he found a bamboo sword piercing his chest, rampant spiritual energy wreaking havoc within him. Simultaneously, a descending talisman ignited, transforming into a torrent of sword energy. The ground beneath him radiated light, and more chains ensnared him, while spikes emerged to pierce him. You bastard! I will kill you 1,000 times. Yi Tang's eyes blazed with fury, a torrent of violent energy erupting from him, swirling dark mists enhancing his sinister presence. Damn! How many times does this child of destiny need to explode before he can be killed? Bai Feng couldn't help but curse. Yet, he discerned that Yi Tang was far from normal. He had not survived multiple near-death experiences solely on his own merit. What was he relying on? The weapon? The weapon in Yi Tang's hand was indeed unfamiliar, and it was the weapon's unleashed spiritual energy that had initially repelled Bai Feng's assault. As Bai Feng scrutinized Yi Tang, the latter's gaze remained fixated on him. Yi Tang's bloodied body exuded dense black mist, gradually enveloping him, while the spiritual energy within him ignited, his aura intensifying. Just when Bai Feng thought Yi Tang was about to charge at him, he witnessed Yi Tang pivot and soar in another direction, utilizing the immense power he had gathered to flee. The child of destiny is attempting to escape. You think you can run? If you get away? I would have wasted all those luck points. Bai Feng did not hesitate. He had anticipated the possibility of this selfish child of destiny fleeing. As a master of illusions, how could he settle for merely creating one illusionary formation? Simultaneously, other formations began to overload: chains, terrain alterations, 5-element prisons, ground spikes, and lethal sword energy surged toward Yi Tang. Damn it, if that's the case. Yi Tang's gaze fell upon the two beasts still attacking the cavern. Initially, the rapid combat had not allowed him to call for their assistance, but now they served a new purpose. A sinister smile crept across his face. Bai Feng, if you don't wish to return with the corpses of your senior sister and brother, then come at me. Explode. Just as he finished speaking, a tear of blood trickled from Bai Feng's eye, and he swallowed a handful of pills from an empty vial in his grasp. At that moment, the scene around them transformed from a dense forest to a desolate wasteland, beneath a blood-red moon. What? Where's this? Yi Tang suddenly realized he had been nailed to a wooden cross. His halberd cast aside, fear etched across his face as he struggled against the cross. You are even more repulsive than I imagined. Bai Feng picked up a sharpened bamboo stick and plunged it mercilessly into Yi Tang's heart. Welcome to hell. Enjoy your stay. Ah, you can't. I am Yi family's genius. The senior brother of the Heavenly SWO, a dark radiance once again emanated from Yi Tang, and the long spear that lay on the ground suddenly materialized in his grasp. Ah, so it is this object that assists you. At that moment, he heard a dispassionate voice whispering in his ear, and suddenly, he felt a lightness in his right hand. His right arm had been severed cleanly, dropping to the ground. Farewell. Yi Tang lifted his gaze, and the scenery before him began to blur, as reality and illusion danced before his eyes, intertwining until they overlapped. There appeared a beautiful bamboo sword. Emitting a faint white light, resembling a falling meteor. As the bamboo sword enlarged in his sight, he finally regained his senses. Yet, when he attempted to struggle and escape, his body felt as though it remained nailed to a wooden cross, devoid of even a modicum of strength. I cannot perish here. I still have. This time, his fervent desire to survive did not birth a miracle. His eyes widened in horror, and a blood hole appeared on his forehead. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully slaying the Child of Fortune, Yi Tang. Based on a comprehensive assessment of the Child of Fortune's cultivation and strength, the host is awarded 888 fortune points and the celestial fire to burn spirits. Ding. Congratulations to the host for surpassing 10,000 fortune points, rewarding the host with a fragment of yin-yang patterns. The system is about to commence an upgrade. Please do not worry. The system upgrade will not affect the host's usage. I hope you can influence it. Bai Feng exhaled deeply, disregarding the details of the system notification. He retrieved an ordinary longsword from his storage bag and swiftly beheaded Yi Tang, ensuring the Child of Fortune was unequivocally dead. He then turned his attention to the long spear on the ground, which, despite the severed right arm, still had fingers tightly gripping it. Clearly, this was the reason Yi Tang had proven so difficult to kill, a spear that appeared exceedingly sinister. It would be better to destroy it. Such a weapon, which exuded an ominous aura and whose purpose remained unclear, ought not to linger nearby, especially as he was not in need of more weapons. It was also a perfect opportunity to test the celestial fire awarded by the system. Bai Feng summoned flames, and the flickering red fire enveloped the spear, which emitted a piercing shriek. Indeed, there was something amiss. He intensified the flames, causing the spear to belch forth a thick cloud of black mist, which soon mingled with the fire, igniting. Observing this, Bai Feng recalled the black mist that had emanated from Yi Tang, and he resolved to burn both the spear and Yi Tang's corpse together, not relenting until only a pile of ashes remained, at which point he finally sighed in relief. After completing this task, fatigue washed over him, and darkness suddenly enveloped his vision as he sank to the ground. He rubbed his eyes, feeling as though his sight had become blurred, akin to severe myopia. Damn, could it be that the yin-yang patterns have side effects like the Sharingan? If I overuse them, will I go blind? Ding, the host is merely experiencing exhaustion. Rest for a few days, and normal vision will be restored. Please do not conflate this system's rewards with those from animated works. Bai Feng, system, are you truly upgrading? How is it that even the sarcasm function remains unaffected? Never mind, as long as all is well. At that moment, Bai Feng suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. He turned to see several indistinct figures approaching him. Are you all right? Junior brother, what happened here? Two voices echoed simultaneously. Bai Feng strained to discern them, recognizing the timid voice as Su Lanqian. While the incessant chatter belonged to Yu Yao. Why is there still blood flowing from your eyes? Yu Yao hastily pulled out a handkerchief to wipe Bai Feng's face, only to notice that his eyes appeared peculiar, with a grayish hue, seemingly unable to see her. Junior brother, your eyes. It's nothing, just exhaustion. And I can't see clearly for the moment. I'll be fine after resting for a few days. Bai Feng waved his hand, urging them to allow him some respite. Oh, all right, let us head back to the cave. Yu Yao raised her hand, attempting to support Bai Feng, only to realize her own height was inadequate. She then turned to Su Lanqian beside her. Junior sister Su, would you mind lending a hand? Of course, of course. Su Lanqian nodded vigorously, extending her hand to grasp Bai Feng's arm, albeit with a slight tremor. Meanwhile, Yu Yao, concerned about potential dangers, held her longsword aloft, vigilant of their surroundings. Fortunately, until they entered the cave, no new foes appeared. Outside the cave, Yu Yao observed the now still demonic beasts. With Yi Tang's demise and the destruction of the spear by Bai Feng, the two once menacing creatures, now devoid of control, ceased their assault. Could it be that someone was directing these demonic beasts? Yu Yao pondered, initially believing their previous escape from the cave had been mere luck. It now seemed there was a deeper reason, likely that Junior brother Bai had either driven away or even eliminated that individual. Alas, how useless she felt as a senior sister, requiring her junior brother's protection. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, raising her longsword to swiftly behead the two demonic beasts before returning to the cave. At this moment, Bai Feng had already been settled by Su Lanqian, while curious disciples gathered at the entrance. Beneath him lay bedding and clothes, the origin of which was unknown, alongside a pile of elixirs gifted by senior brothers and sisters. Junior brother, I'm coming in. Yu Yao stepped lightly into the cave, noticing that besides Bai Feng, only Su Lanqian was present. She tilted her head, wondering if her timing was inappropriate. Incidentally, it was Su Lanqian who had first discovered Bai Feng and rushed out without hesitation. Senior sister. Bai Feng greeted the indistinct figure, recognizing Yu Yao immediately, though he was uncertain about the others. By the way, how did you find me? Yu Yao, unaware of Bai Feng's thoughts, was instead delighted that he recognized her so swiftly. Hee, we merely sensed a battle occurring outside. It was junior sister Su who mentioned you were fighting, prompting us to rush out. I followed closely behind. Tell me, did you give her something to track you? I had no idea you were out there. Otherwise, I would never have allowed you to face such danger alone. Beside them, Su Lanqian wore an awkward expression, knowing the reason for Bai Feng's presence was simple. As the battle escalated, the previously clamorous heart demon had abruptly fallen silent. Chapter 61, Child of Fortune, Do Not Disturb My Mind, Awaken. Oh right. I noticed the two demonic beasts outside have ceased their actions. Were they being controlled? Yu Yao suddenly recalled something and inquired of Bai Feng. Were you battling against the one controlling the beasts? Something like that. Bai Feng nodded, admitting the situation was rather complex. Yu Yao contemplated for a few seconds, her expression shifting to one of danger for the first time. Who is controlling these beasts? You would rather not know. Let us discuss it after we leave. Or when we meet Bai Yuma. Bai Feng shook his head, choosing not to respond. After all, Yi Tang still retained a reliable image in the eyes of the ordinary disciples. Revealing this truth would be hard to believe. It would be more prudent to allow the sect to announce it after their departure, thus sparing them from extensive explanations. He had no intention of concealing the matter, as Yi Tang's collaboration with the Fengling sect was inescapable. However, he was curious as to why Yi Tang dared to ally with the Fengling sect, taking such drastic actions against his own disciples for personal gain, treating them as mere pawns. Such conduct would warrant expulsion from any righteous sect, aside from the demonic path. Or did he possess other means to ensure the disciples of the Fengling sect would remain silent about this? Moreover, the demonic beasts he controlled were evidently abnormal. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that Yi Tang chose to conspire with the Fengling sect at the expense of his own disciples, disregarding their lives, thus allowing Bai Feng to act against him without hesitation. Such inhumane behavior would elicit no defense from the sect, even if they were to learn of it. Yu Yao pondered for a few moments before refraining from further questioning. She smiled and reached out to gently pat Bai Feng on the head. All right, junior brother. You rest easy. I shall not disturb you further. Just don't take advantage of me while I can't see clearly. After gently stroking her head, Yu Yao gleefully dashed out of the room, casually closing the door behind her. Thus, in the makeshift chamber, only Bai Feng lay reclined, while Su Lanqian sat beside him like a sculpture. Oh well, perhaps a moment of rest is in order. The grand formation of the Fengling sect had been altered beyond recognition by him, having completely lost control over the array. The disciples of the sect were now ensnared within the very formation they had constructed, and extricating themselves would require considerable effort. For the time being, this place remained relatively safe. As he closed his eyes, the fatigue of both body and mind enveloped him into slumber. Bai Feng breathed evenly, and at that moment, Su Lanqian, seated nearby, subtly turned her head to gaze at him. She extended her hand, gently grasping the fabric at her shoulder, inhaling the scent that seemed to linger from their journey together. It was as if she had absorbed his essence. In fact, she felt that her inner demons were least active at this moment, far more so than when merely standing beside Bai Feng. This aroma evoked a sense of tranquility. Su Lanqian watched Bai Feng in his dreamlike state, swallowing hard, but then hastily shook her head, turning her gaze aside, forcing herself to close her eyes and quell the tumult of her thoughts. How infuriating! Why has our formation been reduced to this? Who could be responsible? Enough of this. We must find a way to break the array first. Where is the senior brother? Quickly summon him for assistance. But the senior brother is still rambling about illusions. What has he encountered before? Within the confines of the Fengling sect's array, chaos reigned in the camp. Even before Bai Feng and Yi Tang engaged in battle, they had discovered that someone had tampered with the formation, leaving them nearly devoid of control, even erasing the escape routes they had left. Currently, the only means of escape lay in dismantling the array. It was a disgrace, an utter humiliation for the Fengling sect. Do not let me discover who is responsible. Meanwhile, as the disciples of the Fengling sect fumed in impotent rage, their senior brother, Yu Pingyan, remained perched in a tree, muttering to himself. Senior brother, please come help us. Despite the calls from his disciples, he pretended not to hear. Illusion? It must be an illusion. How could anyone possibly alter the formation midway? Even if it were feasible, it certainly wouldn't be within the capability of a mere golden core disciple. Do not disturb my peace of mind. Awaken. On the other side, the protagonist, Bai Feng, sat up in bed and yawned. He found his rest to be quite rejuvenating. The exhaustion in both body and spirit had diminished significantly, and even his vision had improved slightly, though clarity still eluded him. Would you like some porridge? I've added a considerable amount of spirit beast meat and herbs to aid in your recovery. A timid voice resonated in his ear. Instinctively, he turned his head, but could only discern a figure shrouded in mist. Nonetheless, even through the haze, Bai Feng recognized the voice belonged to Su Lanqian. You can cook porridge? He nodded. Just place it here. I'll drink it myself shortly. However, this time, Su Lanqian did not comply as before. Instead, she mustered her courage and softly replied. Your eyes are still not clear, so let me feed you. As she spoke, her face flushed crimson, and her hands trembled slightly as she held the bowl. Even though Bai Feng's vision was obscured, he could perceive the figure before him blushing. You need not force yourself if you are unwilling. He shook his head, his gaze lingering on the reddened silhouette, finding the scene rather amusing. No. Su Lanqian quickly shook her head and scooped a spoonful of porridge mixed with spirit beast meat, bringing it to her lips to cool it. Please, open your mouth. Bai Feng, without further thought, opened his mouth and consumed the porridge. After finishing, a thought crossed his mind. Was the Fengling sect's chosen one pursuing Su Lanqian? Would being fed by her cause him to lose fortune points? Yet, upon checking the system, it appeared as clear as ever, devoid of any obscuring mist. And there were no new notifications. How peculiar. Has the system changed its disposition? Or is it that the fortune points must be revealed to the chosen one for them to be acknowledged by the system? Please open your mouth. Oh, never mind. I've already eaten, so it matters not. As long as the Fengling sect's chosen one remains unaware, it should be fine. Wait, is this line of thinking rather inappropriate? Am I becoming a bit too complacent? Bai Feng fell into contemplation. No, this is not good. This time, I've only attracted the attention of one chosen one. What if I provoke two next time? After all, this world is rife with chosen ones. I must remain steadfast and prudent. You continue to rest. I shall wash the bowl. Su Lanqian lowered her head, hastily exiting the room with the empty bowl in hand. She discreetly glanced around and chose a direction devoid of onlookers. At last, she reached a secluded corner. There. Su Lanqian picked up the spoon that Bai Feng had used, instinctively swallowing hard. She extended a finger, gently touching the spoon, then brought her finger, now coated with liquid, to her face. Just as she suspected, even after distancing herself from Bai Feng, her inner demons had yet to manifest. If it were not for her finger's contact, but rather Su Lanqian instinctively thought, but quickly shook her head, her ears turning bright red. No. This cannot be done. For now, I must stow it away. She hurriedly retrieved a wooden box from her storage pouch, carefully placing the spoon inside. After completing this task, she exited the secluded corner, though the blush upon her cheeks had yet to fade. Chapter 62. Bai Feng, have I forgotten to check the corpse? Upon awakening. Though Bai Feng's vision remained blurred, his injuries had nearly healed, prompting the disciples who had been trapped in the cave to prepare to leave in search of their senior sister. So, you were blocked inside the cave by two suddenly appearing nascent soul beasts while searching for treasure? Bai Feng inquired alongside Yu Yao about the circumstances of their entrapment. Yu Yao nodded with some indignation. Yes, but I suspect this cave is a decoy. There are only a few broken stones within, hidden quite deeply. The good stuff was taken long ago. It was only upon hearing Yu Yao's remarks that Bai Feng suddenly recalled something. He had neglected to check the corpse. And ultimately, he had burned everything to ashes. Damn, what a loss. Engaging in such activities for the first time, he was clearly inexperienced. Bai Feng reflected for several moments. While he felt regretful, it was too late to restore what had been reduced to ash, and he could only be more cautious next time. Oh, is that the formation set up by the Fengling sect you mentioned? Yu Yao suddenly spotted a distant glow and faintly heard shouts. Yes, although I made some alterations. Now they are ironically trapped by their own formation. Bai Feng nodded. Though his vision was unclear, his perception of the array remained intact. Oh, they're almost out? Impressive. Indeed, the Fengling sect is quite formidable. Allowing them to escape now is out of the question. Let me add a little more time. A smirk crossed Bai Feng's lips as he seized control, directly manipulating the formation to alter some of the traps, which immediately triggered a fragrant sound from within the array. All right, senior sister, let us hurry. If they manage to escape, it'll be troublesome. Damn it. If only we had more numbers, I would teach them a lesson. Yu Yao ground her teeth. Having learned from Bai Feng that the Fengling sect was indeed targeting them, and even collaborating with the one controlling the beasts to force out their junior brother. What a despicable bunch. She would remember this grudge. Su Lanqian, beside her, also glanced up at the location of the formation before averting her gaze. In the past, she had accompanied her master, Lu Meng, to the Fengling sect as a guest a few times. She only recalled the delicious pastries, with no other impressions lingering. However, this time she harbored a fresh impression of the Fengling sect, perceiving it as a despicable sect that delights in employing underhanded tactics. Upon her return, she resolved to advise her master to limit interactions with them. Suddenly, a colossal giant eagle descended, its once formidable feathers now largely stripped away, and one wing severed. The senior sister is truly formidable. Indeed. To have dispatched a nascent soul-stage demonic beast, while merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, is an astonishing display of power. Bai Yuma landed gracefully, her expression betraying no emotion as she listened to the awestruck murmurs of her fellow disciples, her brows slightly furrowed. Still no news of Bai Feng. Moreover, it seemed she had become the target of a concerted assault since entering the secret realm, first beset by several Golden Core stage beasts, and now confronted by a nascent soul stage beast attacking their group. Even with the assistance of the imitation Heavenly Sword, vanquishing such a flying beast would require considerable time and effort. Let us rest for an hour, Bai Yuma declared, settling onto the ground to meditate and recuperate. Every second counted. A delay in locating Bai Feng could result in increased peril for him. Yes, senior sister. At that moment, several disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect approached from a distance, their faces lighting up with delight upon seeing their senior sister and the other disciples behind her. Bai Yuma paused her meditation, opening her eyes to regard the approaching Heavenly Sword disciples. What's amiss? Have you encountered enemies? She inquired. The disciples hurriedly responded. It's the Fengling sect. Those individuals appear to be targeting us persistently. They seem to be searching for Senior Brother Bai. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuma slowly rose to her feet. Although she did not exude any overt aura, a chill swept over those nearby. I understand. They shall pay for their actions. She nodded, then turned to the disciples, asking softly, by the way, do you have any news of Bai Feng? The disciples quickly replied, we did encounter Senior Brother Bai, but he did not come out to meet us and left almost immediately. However, I heard that some brothers and sisters are trapped in a cave by a nascent soul stage beast, most of whom are disciples from Qingzhou Peak. Initially, we intended to assist, but many of the Fengling sect's people had gathered there. It must be a trap. Bai Yuma fell silent for a few seconds. Though the disciples did not articulate it, she surmised that Bai Feng might have gone to rescue the disciples from Qingzhou Peak. Why did he not come to find me first? We had made arrangements. Her fists clenched tightly, an immense force accumulating within her, causing the disciples beside her to swallow hard. Despite being at the same golden core stage, the disparity in power was stark. However, the power within Bai Yuma soon dissipated as she glanced at the other disciples. Now, I must go rescue them. Those who are injured should rest here. The rest. Come with me. Yes. Huh. I'm finally out. One disciple exclaimed, reveling in the first-hand experience of the formation he had set up, albeit now altered beyond recognition. Wait. Is someone outside? The few disciples who had just emerged looked up to see a group of Heavenly Sword sect disciples glaring at them menacingly. Their jubilant cheers abruptly ceased. Perhaps we should return. It feels quite comfortable inside the formation. Agreed. Just as they contemplated retreating, a sword suddenly barred their path. Are you the one searching for Junior Brother Bai Feng? A disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect narrowed his eyes, the sharp blade hovering ominously at the throats of the Fengling sect members. It's me, Wu. One disciple, lacking awareness, attempted to utter a bravado-laden remark, but was swiftly silenced by a compatriot's hand over his mouth. He then sheepishly added, we are searching, but we haven't seen him at all. Not seen him. Another stepped forward, showcasing robust muscles and a sinister grin, clearly a disciple from the body refinement peak. The Fengling sect members nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. Sensing the growing hostility in their gazes, one disciple hastily raised a trembling hand. Wait, I have the latest intel. Speak. Senior Brother Bai Feng did come this way, but he has already left, and he toyed with us in the process. To substantiate his claim, the disciple pointed at the formation behind them. See? He even altered our formation, and we nearly couldn't escape. The nearby Heavenly Sword disciples nodded. Doesn't he seem like a lie? Now for the final question. Bai Yuma stepped forward, her tone cold and unyielding. Where are the Heavenly Sword sect disciples you've trapped? Chapter 63. Yu Pingyan. All the Heavenly Sword sect members are absolute lunatics. Over there. After indicating the direction, the Fengling sect disciple felt compelled to defend themselves further. It wasn't us who trapped them. It was Yi Tang from your sect. He sought to collaborate with us to flush out Senior Brother Bai Feng. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuma's brows knitted together. She recalled Yi Tang as a rather boastful individual, quite irksome. Yet Yi Tang had a decent reputation among the ordinary disciples. Why would he target Bai Feng? How audacious to even attack disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Simultaneously, the Heavenly Sword sect disciples furrowed their brows, their faces tinged with anger, clearly skeptical of the Fengling sect disciple's words. Do not lie. Why would I deceive you? The Fengling sect disciple shook his head vigorously. If you don't believe me, I can swear to the heavens. This was also part of a scheme devised by Yu Pingyan, the Fengling sect's senior brother. Although he chose to ally with Yi Tang in order to flush out Bai Feng, he had no intention of sparing Yi Tang. While both the Fengling sect and the Heavenly Sword sect were righteous sects, competition between them was fierce. Especially since the Heavenly Sword sect had dominated the northern region for far too long. They would not miss an opportunity to undermine the Heavenly Sword sect. By publicizing Yi Tang's deeds among ordinary disciples, it was entirely possible that Yi Tang, once the senior brother of the Heavenly Sword sect, could lose his standing and even be expelled. After the Fengling sect disciples swore to the heavens, the Heavenly Sword sect members, filled with rage, found themselves at a loss. They had never anticipated their former senior brother to be such a person. Let us go find the others. Bai Yuma firmly suppressed her rising anger. Her primary concern was Bai Feng's safety, not the Fengling sect. At that moment, Yu Pingyan emerged from the formation, his frustration from being toyed with by Bai Feng boiling over. Upon seeing the audacity of the Heavenly Sword sect members, he could no longer contain himself, roaring. After bullying our disciples, do you think you can just walk away? Clang. Yu Pingyan's feet abruptly halted, his pupils dilating in shock. He twisted his rigid neck to see a dagger embedded in the tree behind him, the blade having barely missed his face. A few strands of his dark hair drifting down slowly. Utter another word, and the next time, this blade will find its mark in your skull. Bai Yuma slightly turned her head, her expression impassive, her eyes devoid of emotion. Yu Pingyan swallowed hard, for the first time experiencing the chilling proximity of death. These lunatics. All the Heavenly Sword sect members are absolute lunatics. The individuals had already departed. Traces of battle lingered, suggesting a fierce confrontation had transpired. Two demonic beasts remained, their heads cleanly severed by a single sword strike. It appeared they had been slain during their retreat. Analyzing the remnants they left behind, it seemed they had headed in this direction. Several disciples examined the ground, identifying the distinct traces left by Yu Yao and the others before their departure. Specifically meant for the other Heavenly Sword sect disciples. Bai Yuma stood at the cave's entrance, her fingers whitening from the tension of her grip. Had she truly arrived too late? Despite having made a solemn promise to protect him, was it perhaps the comfort of an easy life that led to her complacency? How utterly useless I am. Bai Yumo averted her gaze, bowing her head as she hastened forward, following the traces left by Yu Yao and the others. A flicker of hope remained in her heart. She fervently wished that ahead on the path, Bai Feng awaited her. Not long after Bai Yumo's departure, a figure emerged from the woods behind the disciples of the Tianjian sect. Humph, you were quite difficult to find. At last, I shall see you again, Bai Feng. Simultaneously, a notification rang out. Ding, detecting the host's exceptional scheming. Yu Ping'an was terrified by Bai Yumo's sword, rewarding the host with 100 luck points and 10 spiritual power. Bai Feng, what in the world? Bai Yumo has found me? And it seems she has confronted the Fengling sect? Why does this concern me? What schemes could I possibly have? However, after enduring numerous instances of the system attempting to bestow luck points upon him, he had begun to grow accustomed to it, even harboring a curiosity about what excuse the system would conjure next. Given that Bai Yumo had encountered the disciples of the Fengling sect, it indicated they must have heard the news and come searching. Should he find a reason to rest and await her arrival? While Bai Feng pondered this, a small dot appeared in the distance. The dot rapidly enlarged, transforming into a figure that sped towards him. Sensing a violent surge of spiritual energy behind him, Bai Feng instinctively tightened his grip on the bamboo sword and turned to look, only to see a familiar yet blurred face hurtling towards him. Brother. The voice arrived before the figure did. Fortunately, Bai Yumo managed to retain her composure amidst her excitement, dissipating her momentum in time to prevent both of them from crashing to the ground. Yet, she did not halt her advance. Instead, she leaped into Bai Feng's embrace. Brother, you aren't hurt, are you? Why didn't you come find me after all that happened? She clutched at his clothing, her head slowly rising as she spoke with a hint of reproach and concern. It's you, Yumo. Bai Feng gently patted her head, signaling her to step off him as others were watching. Bai Yumo, however, remained steadfast, her gaze fixed on his slightly grayish-white eyes. Subconsciously, she reached out to touch his eyes. Brother, what is wrong with your eyes? Just a bit of overexertion. They'll return to normal in a few days. Right now, I can merely see things a little hazily. Bai Feng waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned by the issue. Is it Yitang? Bai Yumo's voice turned icy as she brandished her imitation Tianjian, demanding, where is he? Bai Feng cautiously surveyed his surroundings, and indeed, upon hearing Yitang's name, the previously averted gazes of the other disciples converged upon them. Enough, since you've brought it up. It's evident you're aware of Yitang's collaboration with the Fengling sect. He is dead, he replied, shaking his head softly. Yet, Bai Yumo did not express joy. Though Bai Feng's words were succinct, she had witnessed the aftermath of their battle. It was undoubtedly a fierce struggle, and he had even sacrificed his side in the process. She bit her lip, lowering her head as she murmured, I'm sorry, we had promised each other. It's all because of me. Having been subjected to Bai Yumo's repeated bestowal of luck points, Bai Feng immediately turned vigilant, his expression becoming serious as he addressed her. Bai Yumo. Upon hearing her name fully spoken, she jolted upright, only to find his hands on her face. Brother? Bai Yumo's cheeks flushed slightly. Was this gesture too intimate? But Bai Feng did not allow her time for such thoughts. His face tinged with barely concealed anger as he pinched her cheeks, playfully yet firmly. Could you possibly spare me the distress? Must you weep here? Is this truly your fault? Or do you wish to be scolded by me? I'm sorry. Chapter 64. You are not Bai Yumo. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry. Faced with Bai Yumo's apologies, Bai Feng continued to playfully torment her cheeks. Simultaneously, he felt her emotions were rather unstable. Should she encounter any distress, she might develop inner demons similar to Su Lanxian. He suspected that Bai Yumo was still influenced by the events of previous years, feeling not only indebted but also exhibiting behavior that suggested she feared he would distance himself from her due to those past experiences. He needed to find a way to remedy this flaw of hers. Meanwhile, Su Lanxian observed this scene, instinctively reaching up to touch her own face. If only she were the one being pinched. No, what was she thinking? Yes, she merely felt that such a gesture might keep inner demons at bay for several days. Unaware of Su Lanxian's sudden shyness, Bai Feng released Bai Yumo's now reddened cheeks after a while, exhaling a breath that alleviated his spirits. He then glanced at the system, only to find it had not granted him any luck points. This meant he had successfully thwarted the system's attempts. At last, he had triumphed over it. I apologize for interrupting your sibling moment, but could you explain to me what happened with Yitang? At this moment, Yu Yao could no longer contain her curiosity and approached Bai Feng, and Bai Feng cast a glance at Bai Yumo, pondering who should speak first. When the disciples of the Tianjian sect who had lagged behind finally caught up. Wonderful. Bai Shixiang is safe. But where is Yi Tang? Isn't he part of the team? How dare he act against his fellow disciples and collaborate with the Feng Ling sect to force Bai Shixiang into the open? He must be brought to the law hall for punishment. He should be expelled from the sect. Such a person does not deserve to remain in the Tianjin sect. Upon hearing the indignant voices of the disciples, Yu Yao began to comprehend the situation, and a flicker of anger ignited within her. They had been ensnared by Yi Tang's scheme. It must be noted that these trapped disciples had nearly perished at the hands of 2 Yuanying stage beasts. Had she not withstood the impact of those beasts despite her injuries, several weaker disciples might never have returned. Don't let me find out you're still. Yu Yao suddenly recalled what Bai Feng had said to Umo earlier, indicating that Yi Tang was dead. Wow, is the junior brother that powerful? She instinctively looked to Bai Feng, whose expression remained neutral, as if the matter had no bearing on him. She poked his waist gently, whispering, "Junior brother, how did you accomplish that? Aren't you a formation master?" "Indeed, I am a formation master," Bai Feng replied. Yu Yao, growing anxious, urged, "Stop keeping me in suspense. How did you do it? Have you forgotten what the Feng Ling sect did? It was thanks to the large formation they set up nearby that I dared to engage Yi Tang." Upon hearing Bai Feng's explanation, Yu Yao recalled the large formation laid by the Feng Ling sect in the vicinity. She scratched her head. So, this was the Feng Ling sect's own misstep, inadvertently leading to Yi Tang's demise? Well, there truly is no better explanation. She then extended her thumb towards Bai Feng, exclaiming, "Well done, junior brother. What a fitting end for him." As a victim, she felt no sympathy for Yi Tang. But junior brother, why didn't you enlist more help? That way, you wouldn't have had to temporarily suffer from your eyesight. First of all, I can't see clearly, not that I'm blind, Bai Feng clarified succinctly. Secondly, by the time I realized, it was already too late. This is indeed one of the reasons. After all, he has yet to locate Lin Yin and Luo Chun. Moreover, he harbors concerns regarding Yi Tang's fate, fearing it may shift from immediate demise to being escorted to the law enforcement hall. For a child of destiny, this is akin to releasing a tiger back into the wild. Yu Yao nodded in agreement, yet she murmured softly, It feels rather unjust that someone like him has caused our junior brother to suffer temporary blindness, especially within the secret realm. Isn't this hindering his growth? Alright, now that we've found the eldest sister, let us find a place to rest. Bai Feng gestured dismissively. His desire for rest overshadowed all other concerns. At the makeshift camp, Bai Feng lay on a rudimentary wooden bed, somewhat exasperated as he addressed Bai Umo, who was tending to him. You, as the eldest sister of the Heavenly Sword sect, must have numerous responsibilities. You need not linger by my side. I have no pressing matters to attend to. Bai Umo replied, shaking her head. She then patted her thigh, saying, "Brother, please lie here. This is the Ming Miao Do I obtained earlier. It can heal your eye injuries. Must I really rest on your lap for the application? That is rather costly. I only possess 6 drops in total." Bai Umo retorted earnestly, her brow furrowing in concern over the potential waste. "At the very least, you should be a bit closer. Will a golden core cultivator still tremble?" Bai Feng quipped, yet he complied and shifted closer, resting on Bai Umo's lap. Though his eyes would eventually recover with time, he would not refuse any means to hasten the process, for the inability to see clearly was undeniably discomforting. Bai Umo did not engage in any peculiar antics. She gently placed one hand near Bai Feng's eyes and carefully dripped the Ming Miao dew onto them. A refreshing sensation enveloped his eyes, and Bai Feng could feel the yin-yang patterns beginning to stir and absorb the dew. "It truly works," Bai Feng exclaimed, sensing a slight clarity returning. With a few more applications, he should be able to discern features distinctly. "By the way, Umo, could you remove your hand from my face?" As he opened his eyes, though his vision remained unclear, he could perceive that she was likely gazing down at him and that her small hand was restlessly exploring his face. All right." Bai Umo quickly withdrew her hand, her gaze flitting nervously, and even her ears reddened slightly. She first shifted Bai Feng's head off her lap, and then hastily rose from the bedside, speaking rapidly. "The rice porridge I made should be nearly ready. I'll be gone for just a moment, brother. Do rest well." With that, she exited the room swiftly, leaving only the faint sound of the door closing behind her. Feeling shy, Bai Feng turned to glance at the now closed door, initially suspecting it was a prank by Umo. After pondering for a moment, he heard the door creak open once more. The figure that entered was not Yu Yao, nor was it Su Lanqian, but rather a familiar voice called from the threshold. "Brother, are you feeling better now? I just checked, and the porridge isn't ready yet. But I managed to get some spirit fruits. Would you like to eat some to tide you over?" Bai Umo? Did she not just leave? Bai Feng thought, surprised at her swift return. Moreover, her tone was subtly different from her usual demeanor. As he contemplated this change, Bai Umo at the door inquired again, "Brother, have you fallen asleep? May I come in?" At that moment, he finally grasped the nature of the difference. Her voice now carried a hint of deference towards him as an elder brother, a tone he had not heard in years. Nowadays, aside from calling him brother, Bai Umo showed little respect towards him. "You are not Bai Umo. Who exactly are you?" Chapter 65. You are truly a born saint. Bai Feng's heart brimmed with suspicion. It felt akin to a mother, who has always called you by your childhood nickname. suddenly addressing you by your full name with a tone of politeness. Such a transformation could not help but raise doubts. Was someone playing a prank on him? Who would dare? Yu Yao? She might have the audacity, but the circumstances do not allow. The others from different sects? Setting aside how few would dare impersonate Bai Yuemo, even if someone did, what would be their motive for approaching him with such great risk? Upon reflection, numerous reasons sprang to mind. Could it be that the Fengling sect, unwilling to concede defeat, sought another method to capture him? Did they possess the capability to execute such a plan? Wait, why was he indulging in these wild thoughts? Opening the system to check would suffice. Bai Feng mentally chastised himself for forgetting such an important task. Yuemo, I would like a drink of water. Could you fetch me a bowl? He sat up from the bed. Addressing the approaching Bai Yuemo simultaneously, he activated the system and accessed the Child of Destiny search function. Noticing the icon representing Bai Yuemo was indeed outside and seemingly approaching him. Wait, this Bai Yuemo is truly an imposter. Bai Feng felt a wave of confusion wash over him, though his expression remained unchanged. Now, the priority was to stall her. Of course, Bai Yuemo nodded. Retrieving a vial of spirit spring from her storage bag, pouring it into a bowl on the table. Afterward, she turned to Bai Feng, asking, Brother, do you need help sitting up? No need. I am not so severely injured that I cannot rise. Just place it on the table. He waved her off. While he forcibly extended his consciousness toward Bai Yuemo suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his eyes, causing him to furrow his brow. Was it the yin-yang patterns? Although the fusion of the yin-yang patterns had indeed enhanced his divine forging technique, it was not without its drawbacks. The connection between the yin-yang patterns and the technique was deeper than he had anticipated. Excessive consumption of spiritual energy could affect the patterns and subsequently impact the recovery of his eyes. Brother? What's wrong? Bai Yuemo, noticing his distress, approached with concern. One hand holding the bowl while the other reached out to him. It's nothing, merely that the injury to my eyes has not fully healed, Bai Feng reassured her. Gesturing for the water. Please, just give me the water. Brother, given your condition, allow me to feed you. Bai Yuemo smiled gently, her hand inching closer to him. Just as her hand was about to touch him, the door swung open from the outside. Brother, the porridge is ready. Bai Yuemo froze. Seeing an individual identical to her sitting at the bedside, one hand reaching towards Bai Feng. The Bai Yuemo by the bed turned to the doorway, her expression devoid of panic but tinged with anger. Who are you? Why are you impersonating me? Yet the Bai Yuemo at the door offered no response. Merely setting the porridge she held upon the ground. She then slowly lifted her gaze, her face expressionless, though her eyes seemed to lose their luster. Unforgivable. Boom. A powerful surge of sword energy erupted from her form as she grasped the hilt of a replica of the heavenly sword, gradually drawing it from its sheath. Witnessing this, the Bai Yuemo by the bed felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She could no longer maintain her disguise and swiftly reached for Bai Feng. If you do not wish for him to be harmed, Bai Yuemo suddenly realized the sensation in her hand was incorrect. Turning to discover she had grasped a pillow instead. When did this happen? Her expression shifted to surprise, followed by a frown as she looked back toward the doorway, where Bai Feng was covering his eyes and moving beside Bai Yuemo. An illusion? How curious you have become to me, she chuckled, a hint of intrigue lacing her voice. Bai Yuemo licked her lips. Though the face was identical, she exuded a distinct allure. Bai Feng, come to me. With your exceptional talent, being at Tianjin sect is truly a waste. You are the very embodiment of a divine progeny. Bai Feng remained silent. His response delivered through the sword held by Bai Yuemo. A fierce gust of sword energy shattered the bed, yet Bai Yuemo deftly evaded the attack. Gracefully landing in a chair, a smile gracing her lips. Do not be so violent. Such temperament is hardly endearing. She then turned to Bai Feng, her fingers delicately adjusting her collar. But I am different. I can transform into whatever form you desire, even that of your sister, if you wish. Bai Feng countered. Are you the 100-faced saintess? Oh my, I never expected you to remember me, Bai Gongzi. How delightful. The 100-faced saintess smiled, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Do not mind this brutish individual. Come, join me, and I shall introduce you to more pleasurable pursuits. Suddenly, a long sword materialized above her head, descending swiftly. The 100-faced saintess narrowly dodged, her gaze fixed on the impassive Bai Yuemo, her expression shifting to one of gravity. Truly, you possess the bone of the celestial, demonstrating considerable prowess. Alas, while you may have suppressed your cultivation to the golden core stage, your battle strength surely rivals that of the late nascent soul. Boom. The 100-faced saintess pupils constricted as she touched her injured face, disbelief etched across her features. At that moment, a peculiar aura emanated from Bai Yuemo, a power unlike spiritual energy slowly rising. She raised her heavenly sword, her tone calm, yet tinged with menace. You missed, but next time, I shall not falter. With that, she charged at the 100-faced saintess once more. Is this the power of celestial bone? How utterly irrational. The 100-faced saintess, stripped of her previous ease, steeled herself for the onslaught. Her attacks were effortlessly shattered, and any attempts to counter were met with a relentless barrage, forcing her to dodge desperately. Despite her capabilities to unleash late nascent soul strength, why was she the one being overwhelmed? This cannot continue. I cannot be bested by a mere golden core novice. Bai Feng, next time. The hundred-faced saintess cast a flirtatious smile at Bai Feng, but the next instant, the heavenly sword was upon her. Cursing internally, she disregarded her dignity and burst through the wall. There was still time. She preferred a leisurely approach rather than fighting to the death. If this encounter failed, there would always be another chance. Bai Yuma observed her retreating figure, choosing not to pursue. Her body swayed slightly before she suddenly fell backward. Careful. Bai Feng swiftly caught her, her seemingly weightless form collapsing into his embrace, a stark contrast to her earlier assertiveness. Chapter 66. The height of Sister Yu Yao cannot be imitated, brother. I apologize. I should not have left the room. Bai Yuma bowed her head, her hands begrudgingly clutching her garment. Rest well. Thanks to you, I was able to escape the clutches of that enchantress. Bai Feng lifted her, surveying the room, which was now uninhabitable. The bed, chair, and table lay in ruins from the aftermath of the battle, the walls marred with sword marks and gaping holes. Fortunately, the porridge at the doorway remained untouched. Junior brother, what happened? Yu Yao cautiously peeked in. They had sensed the turmoil from the onset of the battle, but dared not approach due to its intensity. Was this truly a battle capable of being unleashed by one at the Golden Core stage? The hundred-faced saintess infiltrated, but she was driven off by Yuma. Bai Feng explained briefly. Could you prepare a new room, sister? Yu Yao's eyes widened in shock. What? The hundred-faced saintess? Do you need my assistance to investigate ordinary disciples? Thank you, sister. Bai Feng glanced at Yu Yao's height with reassurance as he entrusted the task to her. At that moment, Su Lanxian timidly emerged, suggesting, perhaps you could come to my room? I happen to be right next door, and I don't need rest. That will suffice. I apologize for the intrusion. Bai Feng nodded, hurrying towards Su Lanxian's room while gently placing Bai Yuma on the bed. He sat at the edge, while Su Lanxian stood in the corner, her posture resembling that of a statue, as if she had been bullied. Perhaps you should. Bai Feng found it hard to watch, but before he could finish, Su Lanxian interrupted. No need. I'm fine here. Please do not mind me, and do not ask me to leave. Are you not being a bit too humble? Bai Feng sighed, deciding her happiness was paramount. He shook his head, glancing at Bai Yuma resting on the bed. It appeared to be the first time he had seen her in such a vulnerable state. After administering a restorative pill, he pointed at the porridge on the table, inquiring, by the way, I brought the porridge you made. Would you like some? Bai Yuma shook her head. Not now. Your eyes are still not well. I can ask Sister Yu Yao for assistance. No need. Just stay with me for a while. Bai Yuma gently grasped his hand. Just a little while. Bai Feng looked down to see her hand emerging from the covers, gripping his tightly, as if afraid he might leave. It seemed that even a genius like Bai Yuma craved familial comfort in moments of injury. Yet, was her earlier reaction not a bit excessive? He felt a twinge of fear. At that moment, he noticed Bai Yuma was still watching him intently, a hint of nervousness on her face. He chuckled helplessly, squeezing her hand reassuringly. Rest assured, in my current state, it's not easy for me to go anywhere. Bai Yuma nodded gently, a subtle smile gracing her lips. She felt somewhat guilty for seeking attention from Bai Feng in her weakened state, yet a sense of tranquility enveloped her. With this comfort, she slowly closed her eyes, her breathing evening out, her grip on Bai Feng unwavering. Has she fallen asleep? Bai Feng observed Bai Yuma, now peacefully slumbering. He remained at her side, contemplating how to prevent further incursions by the enchantress. Fortunately, Bai Yuma had been spared, as he could verify the identity of the fated child through the system. But what of others? For instance, Yu Yao, there was no need for concern. Her height was unmistakable. As for Su Lanxian, she could even masquerade as an ordinary disciple. The hundred-faced saintess abilities were indeed formidable. It was no wonder she had evaded capture for so long. Perhaps I should enhance the camp's defenses with a few formations. That should suffice for the time being, as we will soon exit this secret realm and return to Tianjian's sect, where safety awaits. Regrettably, due to Yi Tang's interference, he had not fully savored the thrill of exploring the secret realm. Brother, don't. I will change. Don't leave me. Bai Yuma suddenly sat upright in bed, her gaze bewildered as she scanned her surroundings. It took her a few moments to remember she had expended all her spiritual energy in battle and was now resting. It felt like an eternity since she had last enjoyed such restful sleep, only to be plagued by nightmares. She attempted to raise her hand to massage her throbbing head, but in the next moment, she realized she was still holding Bai Feng's hand, who was now resting beside her. The fears instilled in by Yumo's heart by that nightmare dissipated in an instant. She lowered her head slightly, and suddenly a thought struck her. Hastily, she lifted her gaze towards the corner of the room, only to discover that Su Lanxian had already seated herself against the wall, fast asleep. Redirecting her attention to Bai Feng, her heart raced. She leaned down slightly, hesitating for a few seconds before ultimately placing a gentle kiss on the back of Bai Feng's hand, whispering, "Thank you." Her cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson as she straightened up, carefully laying Bai Feng down on the bed to rest, gazing at the figure lying beside her. A smile of contentment crept onto her face. Although she longed to savor this moment, the prospect of Bai Feng awakening prematurely was a cause for concern. Moreover, there was an outsider present, and discovery would be undesirable. I should reheat the porridge. Quietly, Bai Yumo slipped off the bed, having learned from her previous experience. This time, she left a trace of sword intent by the bedside. With that, she swiftly exited the room, carrying the now-cold porridge from the table. After her departure, Su Lanqian suddenly opened her eyes, lowering her head as a tremor coursed through her. Something felt peculiar about the relationship between the siblings. What if Bai Yumo discovered that she hadn't truly been asleep? Would she resort to silencing her? Sister Su, are you able to arrange the formation now? Bai Feng inquired, standing amidst the remnants of a building. Upon awakening, he had immediately set about preparing the formation. Though this was their temporary encampment, he noted the promising terrain and intended to establish several formations to transform the site into a stronghold, providing a place for injured disciples to recuperate during their explorations of the secret realm. Most importantly, the formations would serve as a deterrent against the demonists infiltrating once more. If it's near you, it should be feasible, Su Lanqian replied, her head bowed, appearing unchanged from her usual demeanor. Then I shall trouble you with the intricate details of the formation, Bai Feng nodded. I will handle the overall layout. You can assist with the finer aspects. As my vision remains compromised. Although he could utilize his divine sense to aid in inscribing the formation, he preferred to avoid prolonged use due to his still recovering eyesight. Consequently, the fragments of yin-yang patterns he had obtained could not be fused, a disappointment as he had hoped that merging them might restore his vision. Understood. With her acquiescence, Bai Feng began to outline the formation he intended to set. It was a composite overlapping formation, interspersed with several fourth-grade arrays and one fifth-grade array. Its primary function being to identify the identities of those who entered. Additionally, he planned to adapt some elements from terrain-based traps, fragments, to enhance the formation. Let us commence. Bai Feng stretched his limbs, seeking to invigorate Su Lanqian's enthusiasm. Once we succeed, I promise I will grant you a request that I am capable of fulfilling. Su Lanqian paused momentarily, then replied in a faint voice, As Bai Feng immersed himself in constructing the formation, an uproar erupted within the encampment. Several disciples hurriedly entered, carrying an individual whose body was marred with horrifying wounds, his robes of the Tianjian sect nearly drenched in blood. Perhaps jolted by the movement, he stirred from unconsciousness, struggling to open his eyes, and hoarsely called out to the others, Quickly, save junior brother Lin Yin and senior brother Luo Chun. Chapter 67. Which ancestor is showering coins? Suddenly, a roar resonated from outside the camp, belonging to a black and white tiger with two tails. Its sharp claws were stained with dark red blood, and remnants of torn fabric hung from them, indicating that the injured disciple had been harmed by this beast. Is that a Yuanying-level demon beast? One disciple exclaimed in disbelief. How dare it harm our Tianjian sect disciples? It's coming this way. Stop it, the others shouted, rushing to intercept the beast as it charged directly towards the injured disciple. In an instant, sword energies flared, mingling with the roars of the beast and the cries of the disciples. Yu Miao stood a short distance away, her expression grave. Why does this creature resemble the two demon beasts that blocked our path? It relies solely on its physical strength, without even utilizing spiritual energy. Logically, a Yuanying-level beast should be capable of speech, indistinguishable from humans, yet it behaves like a common wild animal. Could it be that Yi Tang has not perished? Meanwhile, Bai Feng ceased his arrangement of the formation, having noticed the demon beast's intrusion into the encampment. His brows knitted together in concern. Why does this Yuanying-level beast also lack divine sense? Could it be that Yi Tang has resurrected? That would truly infuriate me. No. It is also possible that peculiar weaponry is at play. If Yi Tang acquired it within the secret realm, there may be more than one such item hidden therein. Brother, there's a demon beast incursion. Please stay close to me, Bai Yumo urged, hastening to his side. This beast is akin to those commanded by Yi Tang. Bai Feng noted. What? Bai Yumo's expression turned slightly bewildered, her brow furrowing. Could it be that Yi Tang is alive? Bai Feng shook his head. The likelihood is minimal. I turned him to ash. My concerns lie elsewhere. Bai Yumo's expression grew somber as she comprehended Bai Feng's implication. There might be others adept at controlling demon beasts, and they had set their sights on the Tianjian sect. Umo, please assist in dealing with the demon beast, but try not to use the Tianjian. I fear there may be more than just this one. But the demonists may still be nearby. Bai Umo hesitated, anxious that if she engaged the beast, Bai Feng's safety would be compromised. Just instruct the other disciples to keep their distance from me, Bai Feng replied, no longer dawdling. He joined the team inscribing the formation. I can recognize you, but I may not identify the other disciples. As long as they maintain their distance, I will remain safe. The most pressing matter is to swiftly complete the formation. After a moment of silence, he instinctively glanced up, only to find Bai Umo staring at him, seemingly lost in thought. What is it? Ah, nothing. Bai Umo appeared startled, hastily shaking her head. She lowered her gaze, feeling her cheeks warm slightly. I shall do as you say. With that, she turned and departed briskly. Bai Feng. He hadn't uttered anything particularly strange. Meanwhile, Bai Umo relayed the information. Bai Feng was currently constructing the formation, and it was a critical juncture. Other disciples were forbidden from approaching. She glanced back at Bai Feng's direction, placing a hand lightly on her chest, feeling her heartbeat quicken. Although Bai Feng perceived this as a perfectly ordinary statement, for her, it carried a hint of deeper significance. Did this imply that she held a unique place in Bai Feng's heart, one that could not be supplanted by others? Outside the encampment, a figure clad in a black cloak, their face obscured by a mask, spoke to a similarly dressed companion. Ah, how unexpected to stumble upon such a find. Which senior from the demonic path left behind this contingency? The holy maiden of countless faces regarded the dazed demon beast with an amused expression. She turned her gaze towards Bai Feng's location. Although Bai Yumo was engaged in battle with the Yuanying level beast, Bai Feng remained unprotected, presenting an opportune moment to approach. Yet, she sensed that this was the most perilous time to act. As someone who frequently toyed with others, she understood that the most treacherous circumstances demanded heightened caution. Furthermore, Bai Feng was quite cunning. This could well be a trap designed to lure her into action. After much contemplation, the holy maiden decided to forego what seemed to be an enticing opportunity. After all, time was on her side. For now, she would investigate which ancestor was showering coins. It seems to have failed. The tone of another person was tinged with dissatisfaction. Could not even the Yuanying stage demon beasts be halted? You are well aware that among the 4 sects, the combat prowess of the Tianjin sect is the most formidable. Moreover, the demon beasts under our control have been reduced to mere fighting instincts, their abilities diminished by more than half. Were it not for that arrogant fellow Yi Tang borrowing 3 Yuanying stage demon beasts, we would not be in such a passive position. Now that lives have been lost, what use is there in lamenting this? Truly a waste. Unable to defeat even a mere golden core stage junior disciple. I cannot fathom how he was chosen by the divine monarch. Enough of this bickering. In any case, the storage bags left by Yi Tang will sufficiently compensate for our losses. The black-clad man who spoke first interjected, urging the others to hasten. Quickly secure the inheritance of the Qianjing sect. Fear not, for this is the most renowned formation of the Qianjing sect, the Qian formation. Although it can only currently exert the power of a 5th-grade formation and can activate but one form at a time, it will be more than adequate to deal with a few disciples of the Tianjin sect. Inside the formation, the flames seemed to grow more ferocious. Had the opponent begun to lose patience? Luo Chun furrowed his brow, wielding his sword to cleave the approaching fire dragon. They were surrounded by a translucent membrane, which kept the fierce flames at bay. However, as the flames intensified, the membrane began to falter, and the temperature within started to rise. Do not overexert yourselves. If you cannot hold on, switch out immediately and take the opportunity to recuperate. He shouted to the disciples of the Tianjin sect behind him, continuously slashing at the relentless fire dragons to prevent them from breaching the membrane. Junior brother. You as well. The senior sister from Zixiao Peak gathered her courage to speak to Luo Chun, but he interrupted her directly. Rest well, and then switch out. Understood. The senior sister's expression was bitter. When she first saw Luo Chun come to rescue them, she had harbored some hopes. But it seemed now that she was merely an afterthought. At this moment, she finally realized that their relationship could not return to what it once was. Luo Chun chose to ignore her, and instead looked at Lin Yin, who was outside the membrane. Unlike them, Lin Yin appeared completely unfazed by the heat, even absorbing the flames for his cultivation. Brother Lin, keep it up. Chapter 68. How did we encounter another child of destiny? Under the onslaught of the Tianjin sect disciples, the demon beast was already covered in wounds, and its movements were not as swift as at the beginning. Bai Yumo nimbly dodged the demon beast's sweeping tail, raising her sword to behead the Yuanying stage demon beast, whose massive body then collapsed with a thunderous crash. With her sword sheathed, she turned and departed. Paying no heed to the slain creature, she hurried to Bai Feng's side, and only after confirming he was unharmed did she feel a slight sense of relief. Brother, it's taken care of. Yes, I am almost done. Bai Feng nodded, and as he inscribed the final erase symbol, a translucent membrane rose above the temporary camp. Due to the suddenness of the situation, he had simplified many steps. Now, while this formation barely reached the 5th grade, its functionality had become considerably singular. He retained only the identification feature, channeling all remaining energy into defense. Let it be for now. Bai Feng nodded at the formation, knowing that should demon beasts invade again, it would hold up for a while. He turned to Su Lan Xian, who had exerted considerable effort within the formation. Thank you, Senior Sister Su. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to seek my assistance, provided it is within my capabilities. Su Lan Xian quickly nodded. In truth, she had something she wanted Bai Feng's help with right now, and he would certainly be able to assist. However, she felt too shy to voice it. Brother, several disciples of the Tianjin sect have been trapped by a group of mysterious individuals. As the senior sister of the Tianjin sect, I must go to their aid. You. Bai Yumo's tone was conflicted. With Bai Feng still injured, it was not suitable for him to accompany her. Yet, leaving him in the camp left her uneasy. Suddenly, she felt that the position of senior sister was not as enviable as she had thought. If she were not the senior sister, she could simply choose to remain in the camp with Bai Feng without hesitation. I shall also go. Bai Feng had no intention of staying in the camp. Although it was more secure due to the formation he had set up, according to the law of children of destiny, It was generally safer in their proximity. If all 3 children of destiny were absent, remaining in the camp could potentially lead to trouble. Moreover, this action would benefit him, alleviating any concerns about receiving fortune points from the system. On the contrary, if he remained idle in the camp, he might be unfairly branded as someone who stood by while others suffered. Very well, I will ensure your safety. Bai Umo, seeing his determination, ceased her internal conflict. Since Bai Feng wished to go, her responsibility would be to protect him. Following Bai Yumo's announcement to rescue Lin Yin and the others, the camp quickly became bustling with activity. Sulan Qian hurried into her resting quarters to pack her belongings. She first gathered the bowl Bai Feng used for porridge the previous day, then turned her attention to the most important item, the bedding. She stared at the bedding on the bed, swallowing hard. That night, she had bravely invited Bai Umo to rest in her room, a decision she now deemed to be the most correct one. Slowly, she reached out, gently folding the bedding, and lay atop it. Inhaling the lingering scent left by Bai Feng, she could hardly imagine what it would feel like if that quilt were draped over her. It would likely feel as though she were being embraced by Bai Feng. Ugh, what are you thinking? Sulan Qian tapped her head, forcing herself to halt her whimsical thoughts. I must hurry. She endeavored to keep her mind blank, stuffing the bedding along with the sheets into her storage bag, casting a reluctant glance at the bare wooden bed before hastily exiting the room. A few minutes later, a disciple who remained in the camp due to injury sought a place to rest, and, through the half-open door, glimpsed a room with only a barren bed. Huh. Was no one staying here before? The Tianjin sect members are nearly here. Why isn't it ready? The black-clad individuals were beginning to show signs of impatience. After all, they were merely dealing with a few golden core stage disciples, yet they were proving as resilient as cockroaches that refused to die. Oddly, it seemed that the flames within the formation were being absorbed by something, even diminishing in intensity. One person responded, their masked face filled with confusion. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted within the formation, causing even more damage to the already dilapidated array. Haha, I have succeeded. Inside the formation, Lin Yin expelled a breath of flames. Although seated within the fire, the flames dared not approach him in the slightest. He slowly raised his right hand, and a flame landed upon it, dancing gently like a docile puppy. Brother Luo, you have worked hard. I shall take it from here. Lin Yin turned with a smile toward Luo Chun, then waved his hand, causing the flames that had previously troubled Luo Chun and the others to dissipate entirely. Seeing this, Luo Chun's face lit up with joy. Congratulations. Brother Lin, I'm making further progress in your cultivation. Yet I have only just reached the golden core stage. I still lag far behind you all. Lin Yin touched his nose, acknowledging that even Bai Feng, whose cultivation had initially been beneath his own, had surpassed him by a day in achieving the golden core. However, he did not feel disheartened. Others had their fortunes, and he had his own path to tread, requiring only steady advancement. Moreover, he felt nothing but joy that Bai Feng had reached the golden core sooner, for despite Bai Feng's average talent, he had worked diligently even with opportunities presented to him. Lin Yin held a deep respect for that. You truly have surprised me. At that moment, a voice emerged from outside the formation, causing Lin Yin and Luo Chun to tense up, gripping their weapons tightly. I intended to give the Tianjin sect some face and allow you to gradually surrender the inheritance of the Qianjing sect. But it seems that some harsh measures are now unavoidable. As soon as the words left his lips, the surrounding flames abruptly dissipated, revealing a multitude of blades and swords within the formation. Enjoy yourselves, but if you can surrender the inheritance of the Thousand Arrays sect, I might spare your lives. Bah, don't think a few broken blades can threaten me. Lin Yin spat disdainfully. You dream of obtaining the inheritance. Very well, let us see if your bravado holds up. With that, the blades within the formation lunged swiftly towards the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect. Come at me. Flames ignited on Lin Yin, transforming into a colossal hand of fire that crushed the incoming weapons. Simultaneously, Luo Chun gripped his sword tightly, his sharp sword aura clashing violently with the array's blades. Be careful, there are others. Bai Umo suddenly halted, her gaze fixed upon 2 figures in black cloaks standing before them. Shall we sit down for a cup of tea? One of the cloaked figures perched casually on a stump, a teapot floating before him. Step aside. Bai Umo grasped her sword hilt, her eyes betraying a hint of gravity. She sensed something unusual about her adversaries. They emanated an odd power. That won't do. The cloaked figure shook his head. We have already claimed this ground. You may proceed once we have gathered our treasures. Just the 2 of you? Of course not. I wouldn't dare to confront the Grand Senior Sister of the Heavenly Sword sect. The figure shrugged, then snapped his fingers, and a horde of demonic beasts emerged from the forest behind him. Their levels varied, ranging from Foundation Establishment to Golden Core, with even one nascent soul among them, more than 300 in total, conservatively estimated. However, these beasts appeared dazed, identical to those previously vanquished at the nascent soul stage. Bai Feng's eyes narrowed as he observed the silent cloaked figure, muttering to himself, another child of destiny? Could this be a villainous child of destiny? Chapter 69. So, you're not pretending anymore, huh? Beep, system upgrade completed. New function for querying information on Children of Destiny added, along with a marking function. Query function allows the host to view the basic information of a Child of Destiny, enabling strategic planning against their identity. As the host's luck value increases, the information will become more detailed. Marking enables the host to mark a Child of Destiny. Even if the marked individual strays far, the host can still discern their direction. This can also be used on non-Children of Destiny, but the marker's position cannot be ascertained. Currently, the number of individuals that can be marked is 01. Bai Feng was momentarily taken aback. The system upgrade had not obstructed its functionality, and he nearly forgot it was upgrading. System, can I query favorability? No, I repeat, this system is a villain system. Please do not harbor unrealistic fantasies. Bai Feng clicked his tongue in disappointment. If it cannot, then so be it. Let us first ascertain the identity of the Child of Destiny across from us. He cast out the array disk and established a series of rudimentary formations, simultaneously utilizing the query function on the cloaked Child of Destiny. Soon, the individual's information appeared before him. Wuxianovel, female, mid-golden core stage, experienced a family tragedy in her youth, with her parents tragically slain. Subsequently, by a twist of fate, she joined the Refining God sect and is now an ordinary disciple, yearning for power. Ah, so it's a woman? Bai Feng was slightly taken aback. Stealing a glance at Wuxianovel, he wouldn't have noticed had the system not alerted him. The remaining information aligned perfectly with his preconceived notions of a Child of Destiny. Meanwhile, Wuxianovel had also noticed Bai Feng, but not due to his identity. Rather, she felt an inexplicable irritation upon seeing him, especially with his scrutinizing gaze, which only fueled her annoyance. Do you look down on me? Enough watching, let us engage. Wuxianovel turned to her teammate, who was leisurely sipping tea upon the stump. Her voice raspy, betraying her gender. Isn't it better to let them battle the demonic beasts? How long do you think this horde of beasts can hold them back? Wuxianovel surveyed the battlefield. The Heavenly Sword sect indeed lived up to its reputation. Despite the overwhelming number of beasts, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were gaining ground. Had I known, I wouldn't have taken on this arduous task. Her teammate sighed, shaking his head, then produced a fan from his robe, tendrils of dark energy wafting from it. Wuxianovel drew forth a long sword adorned with black patterns. I'll handle the one setting up the formations, you keep the others occupied. No problem. Her teammate unfurled the fan, unleashing a gust of dark wind towards the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, particularly targeting Bai Feng. Watch out. Bai Umo swiftly kicked at the head of a nascent soul beast, intending to return to Bai Feng's side, only to be obstructed by the fan-wielding, cloaked figure. Apologies. This path is blocked. Without a word, Bai Umo drew her heavenly sword. A torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, charging towards the figure with the fan. Damn. The cloaked figure could no longer maintain his composure, hastily raising his fan to defend himself, cursing under his breath. Why must I start with such a powerful attack? That damned right elder must know the Grand Senior Sister of the Heavenly Sword sect has a special connection with the Formation Master, which is why he dumped this task on me. At the same moment, Bai Feng, who had been closely monitoring the dynamics of the Child of Destiny, instantly sensed the figure advancing towards him. He cast several array discs, forming a barrier, but she seemed unwilling to linger. In an instant, her long sword erupted with potent spiritual energy, effortlessly shattering his rudimentary formations. As expected, the same type of weapon as the spear in Yi Tang's hands. Bai Feng had never anticipated that a few simple formations could detain the Child of Destiny. He only hoped to delay her momentarily. Suddenly, a shadow hurtled towards Wuxianovel. Upon seeing this, she swiftly retracted her long sword and turned to strike the incoming shadow. The shadow spat blood twice before colliding with a sturdy tree, rendering it unconscious. This shadow was none other than her teammate. However, Wuxianovel had no time for surprise. The violent sword aura was already sweeping toward her. She raised her long sword in defense, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy, but the once invincible force faltered, easily torn to shreds by the sword aura. Had she not sensed the danger in advance, constantly evading, the damage would have extended beyond mere spiritual energy. Nevertheless, her garments bore multiple tears, exposing her fair skin and ghastly wounds. Truly formidable, the Grand Senior Sister of the Heavenly Sword sect, I concede. Wuxianovel hastily retrieved a new cloak from her storage pouch to conceal her torn clothing. Faced with such a vast disparity in strength, she had little hope left for the inheritance of the Thousand Arrays sect. She cast a lingering glance at Bai Feng, not bothering with empty threats, and turned away to leave. As for her unconscious teammate, they were merely members of a makeshift team formed by shared inheritance within the secret realm. Their fates held no significance for her. Yet Bai Umo was not about to let her depart so easily. She raised her heavenly sword, striking at Wuxianovel with fervor. Two seemingly ordinary sword auras appeared beside her in an instant, and a profound sense of crisis surged within Wuxianovel. Without hesitation, she hurled her long sword toward the incoming sword auras. However, in the next moment, her long sword was sent flying, bearing two deep gashes, while the sword auras relentlessly pursued her. Determined, She directed her long sword back toward the sword auras, and just before they collided, she whispered, "Explode." A deafening explosion erupted behind her, and she harnessed the residual force of the blast to accelerate, swiftly vanishing into thin air. Amidst the explosion, the two sword energies were utterly consumed. They had managed to escape. Bai clenched her fists, barely missing the chance to apprehend the one who sought to harm Bai Feng. Just as her heart brimmed with resentment and fury, a gentle hand rested on her shoulder. "Yuma, thank you. I knew you would arrive just in time." Bai Feng praised her with a thumbs up. "Brother." The flames of anger within Bai dissipated instantly. If they weren't still on the battlefield, surrounded by others, she would have leapt into Bai Feng's embrace, seeking solace. She raised her gaze to meet his, a smile blooming on her lips. After all, it was our pact. After exchanging a few more compliments, Bai Feng chose not to prolong the conversation. He cast several array plates onto the battlefield to form a rudimentary formation, aiding the other disciples in combat. Meanwhile, he glanced at Bai who was seated cross-legged on the ground, diligently recovering her spiritual energy, and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Beep detected that the host is rather despicable. Utilizing Bai to injure Wuxiao, rewarding 200 fortune points, all attributes 20. Bai Feng, enough of your antics, system. Chapter 70. He cannot awaken one who believes himself deep within a mirage. Damn, this truly seems unending. Lin Yin once more shattered the incoming blades with his fiery hand. Yet no matter how many he destroyed, the formation relentlessly generated more. The others were nearing their limits. Was there truly no way to break the array? A few beads of sweat trickled down Luo Chen's face. As the highest-ranked disciple present, he had to contend with the blades rushing toward him while also shielding his fellow disciples, bearing an immense burden. Lin Yin shook his head and chuckled bitterly. "I'm not Bai Feng. I can handle alchemy, but formations are beyond my comprehension." At that moment, a common disciple made a critical error, sending a long sword hurtling toward his face. Luo Chun reacted swiftly, shattering the flying sword, but the disciple's mistake triggered a chain reaction, leading to a series of blunders among the disciples. Yet, one could not fault them, after enduring for so long. Both their bodies and spirits were on the brink of exhaustion, relying solely on sheer willpower to sustain themselves. Lin Yin bit his lip in frustration. His gaze shifted, as if communicating with someone unseen, and finally, he closed his eyes. A second later, he opened them, determination and sorrow glimmering within. As if he had made a crucial decision, he turned to Luo Chun. "Brother Luo, have the senior brothers and sisters fall back behind me. I have a plan." But before he could finish, a cacophony of shouts erupted from outside the formation. Instantly, joy illuminated Luo Chun's face. "Help has arrived. Everyone hold on. If we can just endure a little longer, we will escape this damned formation." Had they failed? A figure cloaked in black turned to confront the approaching disciples of the Tianjin sect. While he was not so arrogant as to believe he could halt them, was this not a tad premature? Moreover, the two who had gone out to confront them had not returned. Had they fled, or had they been captured by the Tianjin disciples? Meanwhile, Bai Feng surveyed the remaining three black-clad figures from a distance. He glanced down at the system, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally, there were no more children of fortune. If another one appeared, he truly would not be able to withstand it. "I advise you to refrain from making any rash moves," one of the black-clad figures declared, standing defiantly before the disciples of the Tianjin sect. Despite being surrounded, his voice bore no trace of fear. He slightly turned his body, raising his right hand and slowly pointing toward the formation behind him. "If you wish to avoid returning with a heap of mangled flesh, I suggest you retreat at once." Bai Feng narrowed his eyes, discreetly reaching out to touch Bai Yuma. "Yuma, help me block them shortly." "Understood." Bai Yuma did not inquire further, nodding swiftly, her right hand resting on the hilt of her Tianjian. "What? Do you wish to see your beloved senior brothers and sisters turn to pulp? Retreat at once." The black-clad man laughed derisively, fully aware of the righteous sect disciples' nature. They would never abandon their fellow disciples unless absolutely necessary, thus granting him an opportunity. "Attack!" Bai Feng charged toward the formation, while Bai Yuma unsheathed the Tianjian, striking at the black-clad figure obstructing their path. The man hastily raised his large blade to defend, but was sent flying by her strike, tumbling through the air before landing heavily on the ground. "Excellent, splendid." The black-clad figure gritted his teeth, rage nearly spilling from his mouth. "Since you are so ungrateful, prepare to collect the remains of your senior brothers and sisters." He raised his right hand, channeling his spiritual energy to accelerate the formation's operations. "Bai Feng, I have heard of you, the one who defeated the array genius of the Lu Ming disciples." He turned to face Bai Feng, who was charging toward the formation. "But what can you do now? This is the renowned formation of the Thousand Arrays sect. Known as the Thousand Arrays, it is impossible for ordinary people to breach it from the outside. You shall merely watch as your senior brothers and sisters are torn to shreds by the formation. Or perhaps, if you agree to a request of mine, I may consider sparing them." Bai Feng turned, regarding the black-clad figure with a perplexed expression. "What did you just say?" At that moment, the formation, which should have been operating at full capacity, abruptly ceased. The next second, it began to collapse around him, like a line of fallen dominoes. The destruction rapidly spreading throughout the entire array. How can this be? The black-clad figure's eyes widened in disbelief, concealed beneath his mask. He could not fathom how the so-called most impenetrable formation could be so easily unraveled. This formation had been neglected for far too long, long past its prime. Bai Feng kindly explained that by destroying a few minor nodes, the entire formation would cease to function. Its collapse was merely a matter of time. And no, this cannot be. As the controller, I cannot even discern the internal structure. How could you see it from the outside? The black-clad man suddenly had a revelation, gripping his long knife. He slashed at his own arm. I remember now, you are proficient in illusions, right? You intend to delay with illusions? Dream on. How could anyone mistakenly believe they are trapped in a mirage? In stark contrast to the disbelieving black-clad figure, Su Lanxian, possessing spiritual eyes, clearly perceived what Bai Feng had done. Just as Bai Feng had stated, he had merely severed the operations of several nodes with his spiritual energy, leading to the sequential collapse of the 1,000 arrays. It appeared simple, but she understood the intricacies involved. It was not merely a matter of destroying a few nodes. Even the array master who had initially set up the 1,000 arrays might not be able to accomplish such a feat, especially since this formation had fallen into disrepair over the years, with many nodes rendered ineffective and even the operational logic altered. Unless Bai Feng could see the array structure and possessed a solid and profound foundation, he would not be able to pinpoint the critical nodes amidst the myriad complexities. But was that truly possible? If the former depended on talent, the latter could only be achieved through relentless effort. Su Lanxian's fingers tightened momentarily, but soon she relaxed them. She truly had no grounds for complaint in her defeat. Whether by talent or effort, she had been thoroughly bested. The arrogance she once harbored now seemed utterly laughable. Bowing her head, she reflected that perhaps she was not as talented as she had once believed. In that moment, her heart felt notably lighter, as if even her inner demons had diminished somewhat. She suddenly paused. Could this truly be my inner demon? Why have I yet to escape this mirage? Surely, I have not struck hard enough. The arm of the man in black was already marred with numerous knife wounds, blood incessantly dripping down. Yet he continued to wield his large blade with fervor, as if entrapped in a delusion. Bai Feng, witnessing this, felt a sense of helplessness. How could one rouse a person who believed themselves deeply ensnared in an illusion? He then turned to Bai Yuma, inquiring about his two companions. They had fled long ago, leaving behind only two puppets. Bai Yuma shook her head, lamenting how swiftly they had scurried away, akin to mice. Bai Feng waved his hand in a gesture of consolation. Never mind, including the one with the fan, capturing two individuals is sufficient. Bai Yuma nodded in agreement, though her expression betrayed a lingering dissatisfaction. Concurrently, as the formation collapsed, Lin Yan, Luo Chun, and others, who had been trapped within the array, emerged into the open. Their eyes immediately fell upon the self-harming figure of the man in black. Lin Yan was left utterly bewildered. What has happened to him? What means did Bai Xiong employ to reduce him to this state? He was not alone in his confusion. The other disciples who had witnessed the entire ordeal shared his astonishment. Following this incident, a rumor began circulating among the disciples of Tianjin sect, suggesting that a mere utterance from Bai Feng could drive their enemies to madness. Chapter 71. Can I obtain the legacy without doing anything? Within an underground cavern, hidden from the eyes of most, a young girl with white hair traversed a narrow passage, a sword held firmly in one hand, the blade dripping with black blood. Clap. Clap. Congratulations on passing the assessment. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated in her ears. The next instant, the constricted passage before her widened, transforming into an expansive underground cavern. Xiaoqi's face bore no trace of joy. Instead, she stared intently at the indistinct figure of a woman ahead, appearing as a blurred silhouette, reminiscent of a scene captured through a frosted lens, revealing only the faintest outline of her graceful form. Where's the exit? She demanded, raising her sword to point at the nebulous figure, her previously calm tone now tinged with impatience. The woman, seemingly oblivious to her irritation, continued. Since you have passed the assessment, you must be rewarded. However, before the reward, I have a question for you. Suddenly, the woman materialized before Xiaoqi. In a swift motion, Xiaoqi swung her sword, but it struck nothing but air. The ethereal figure appeared to be cleaved in two, only to reassemble moments later. You harbor a deep resentment for this world, do you not? The woman's voice was like a devil's whisper, effortlessly penetrating Xiaoqi's eardrums and piercing her heart. Memories of her childhood surged forth, reminiscent of errant thoughts before sleep. She recalled the disdain and hatred she faced from her parents, the violence inflicted upon her by those who deemed her a monster after being cast out from her home, and how she had hidden in desolate corners during the day. Even now, she loathed her own hair. Had it not been for her white locks, she would not have been abandoned by her own flesh and blood. She despised this world, which had offered her nothing but endless suffering since the day of her birth. Yet, the image of Bai Feng surfaced in her mind. The first instance where she felt warmth. She remembered a particular morning, curled up in an empty corner, her body weakened from days without sustenance, teetering on the brink of death. Despite her utter exhaustion, She clung to her hair, still loathing her white strands even as death approached. At that moment, a steaming bun appeared before her. Instinctively, she looked up to see a slightly older, strikingly handsome boy. Would you like to eat? Perhaps it was due to her hunger or a sense of despair that she did not ponder the consequences. She snatched the bun and devoured it. The boy watched her intently until she finished the entire bun, then asked, I run an orphanage. Would you like to come with me? I promise you'll have buns to eat every day until you're full. Stunned, she gazed at the boy, his gentle smile not at all blinding. Her only desire was to fill her stomach. She thought little of the potential horrors that lay ahead. All she wanted was to be fed and not venture into the underworld on an empty stomach. Eventually, she joined the orphanage, where the boy arranged for her to be cleaned, provided her with precious herbs unknown to her at the time to restore her frail body, and ensured she received buns daily until she was satiated. Remarkably, he never expressed disdain for her white hair. Instead, he frequently praised it, often affectionately stroking her hair, inciting envy among the other children at the orphanage. The warmth she had never received from her biological parents was finally bestowed upon her by this stranger. Though the wounds in her heart would not vanish, they could be filled with other experiences. She still loathed her white hair and harbored resentment for the world that had scarred her, yet because of Bai Feng, she began to accept her despised locks and dared to harbor a flicker of hope for the future. I see it. I see the hatred in your heart. The woman's figure suddenly erupted in melodious laughter. It has been ages since I encountered someone so fitting. Begone. Xiaoqi jolted back to the present, her expressionless face now marred by a frown as she thrust her sword once more at the woman's indistinct form. In an instant, the woman's silhouette reformed, devoid of anger. I admire your spirit. Here is the key. I look forward to our next encounter. As Xiaoqi's assault dissipated the woman's hazy figure, her voice lingered. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy rushed toward her. Despite her swift reflexes, the energy coiled around her sword, leaving behind a mark akin to a black lotus. Xiaoqi furrowed her brow, sensing an inexplicable connection between her and the sword. She contemplated discarding it, yet that would leave her defenseless against the unknown dangers that lay ahead. A premonition gripped her heart, suggesting that this sword would not be easily relinquished, but would follow her indefinitely. After much hesitation, she resolved to keep the sword as she departed. As if the legacy had concluded, a slanted upward passageway unexpectedly appeared in the cavern ahead. Without hesitation, she stepped into the passage and ascended. So, you accidentally fell into a cavern while battling the Fengling sect, only to discover it was the legacy site of the Qianzhenzong? Bai Feng rubbed his forehead in exasperation. While I am devising ways to eliminate Yi Tang, you all trigger the main quest. One could only commend the Child of Fortune. Even the manner of acquiring the legacy conformed to his stereotypical image of such a figure. Lin Yan nodded. Indeed. I barely passed the trial and obtained the legacy of the Qianzhenzong. The disciples of the Fengling sect outside were dealt with by senior brother Luo. But I never anticipated encountering those black-clad individuals. They somehow gained control over the Qianzhenzong's formations and ensnared us. Indeed, had it not been for the timely arrival of junior brother Bai and the senior sister, we would have been in grave danger, Luo Chen added, expressing his gratitude as well. I never expected such an incident to unfold during a simple expedition into a secret realm. Bai Feng instinctively glanced at the three so-called children of fortune before him. There were 3 from Tianjian sect alone, and if one included the deceased, that made 4. Not to mention the several others from different sections. It would be peculiar if this secret realm did not encounter any mishaps. Contemplating this, Bai Feng could not help but mourn for the fate of secret realms in this world. Given the multitude of fortunate souls, it seemed unlikely that many would endure. By the way, Bai Xiong, this is the legacy of the Qianzhenzong. At that moment, Lin Yan produced an array disc resembling white jade from his storage bag. None of us comprehend formations. This legacy is better suited for you. What? So I can obtain the legacy without lifting a finger? As for how Lin Yan, a person devoid of knowledge regarding formations, acquired the inheritance of the Thousand Formations sect, one might muse that the fortuitous encounters of the Child of Destiny should remain somewhat enigmatic. Perhaps Lin Yan has an elder guiding him from the shadows. Bai Feng, without pretense, directly reached out to accept the inheritance formation disc of the Thousand Formations sect, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. I shall refrain from further embellishments. Should you require assistance with formations in the future, feel free to seek me out. Upon seeing Bai Feng accept it, Lin Yan could not help but smile, saying, Rest assured, when I need your help, I shall not hold back. Chapter 72. The continuously humiliated Demoness after acquiring the inheritance disc from the Thousand Formations sect. Bai Feng did not rush to comprehend it, given that they would not linger in the secret realm for many days following this acquisition. It would be prudent to return to the sect and seek a tranquil and safe environment for his understanding. Furthermore, he harbored concerns for Xiaoqi's safety, pondering where the child might have ventured off to explore. Meanwhile, Xiaoqi had just emerged from the cavernous passage when she spotted a woman standing near the entrance, gazing at her with a playful interest. It was indeed the inheritor of the Black Lotus. It appeared that she too had a role in the obliteration of the Thousand Formations sect. The woman immediately recognized the Black Lotus emblem on Xiaoqi's sword, and upon noticing her garb from the Heavenly Sword sect, her expression turned incredulous. Oh? I didn't expect the Heavenly Sword sect to harbor such hidden talents. Little sister, would you care to accompany your elder sister? The Heavenly Sword sect is not suited for you. Begone. Xiaoqi discerned the ill intentions behind the woman's words. Judging by the information and attitude she exuded, it was likely that she did not hail from the sects exploring the secret realm, but rather was a disciple of the demonic path, infiltrating due to the so-called secrets of the Black Lotus inheritance. Dear sister, I find your demeanor quite unappealing. The woman's smile turned frigid. Bai Feng had the protection of Bai Yumo, which rendered her unable to act against him. But could a mere disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect hope to contend with her? In the next moment, the woman lunged towards Xiaoqi. Just as she was about to close the distance, Xiaoqi instinctively raised her sword to parry. At that moment, an immense surge of spiritual power erupted from the sword, forcing the woman back. Hiss, she truly spares no expense. The woman's expression grew serious. The strength unleashed from just a single mark of inheritance was formidable indeed, suggesting that the one behind it was quite fond of this Heavenly Sword sect disciple. Yet, the more intriguing it became. A smile reappeared on her face as energy far exceeding that of the Golden Core stage erupted around her. Be cautious, little sister. I shall now employ my true strength. Seeing this, Xiaoqi, momentarily taken aback, raised her sword once more to defend and counterattack. It was then she realized that her movements no longer felt clumsy. It was as if the sword had come alive, guiding her on how to wield it. In the face of the woman's fierce assault, she was able to retaliate effectively. Boom. The woman collided with a tree, unable to suppress a spurt of blood. She stared at Xiaoqi in shock, wondering how this girl could possess such strength. No, it wasn't her own prowess. It was the sword that was formidable. At that moment, Xiaoqi's light-colored eyes seemed to take on a crimson hue, and her techniques grew increasingly fierce. After enduring several blows, the woman felt a sudden urge to retreat. Glancing at Xiaoqi, who appeared to be losing her grip on sanity, she leaped onto a tree, distancing herself. Sister, I shall not entertain you any longer. Before I leave, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. The people from the Heavenly Sword sect will not permit those who acquire the Black Lotus inheritance to remain within their ranks. However, should you find yourself pursued by the Heavenly Sword sect, unable to survive, you may seek me out. With that, she swiftly evaded the incoming sword energy and vanished in the blink of an eye. After the woman's disappearance, the crimson hue in Xiaoqi's eyes did not fade. She yearned to vent her pent-up anger, but no, that wouldn't do. She pressed her hand against her forehead, reminding herself that Bai Feng would come to despise her. Gradually, the red in her eyes dissipated, along with the violent aura that had enveloped her. Exhaling deeply, she looked down at the sword in her hand. Through the recent battle, she grasped a profound truth. Her connection with this sword ran far deeper than she had ever imagined. Even should she attempt to destroy it, she would likely still be unable to sever the ties of the so-called Black Lotus inheritance. She longed to return to Bai Feng. Yet the woman's words echoed in her mind, warning her that her return might only bring trouble to him. Now that Bai Feng had showcased his talent for formations and garnered the attention of his family and sect, her return could jeopardize his newfound status. What should I do? Xiaoqi. At that moment, a voice she knew all too well, yet missed dearly, rang out from afar. She instinctively turned to look, spotting Bai Feng hurrying towards her. Accompanied by the not-so-favored Bai Yumo brother, Xiaoqi impulsively concealed her sword behind her back, lowering her head like a child caught in wrongdoing. What brings you here? No, wait. How did you find me? Naturally, the commotion from the battle was far too great. Bai Feng reached out to tousle her hair. It was quite a coincidence. Concerned for Xiaoqi's safety, he had not only enlisted the help of other disciples in the search, but had also brought Bai Yumo along. They fortuitously encountered the extraordinary waves of battle energy from afar. Despite the low probability of Xiaoqi being there, he ventured forth with Bai Yumo, hoping against hope to investigate. It seemed that Xiaoqi had appeared in the least expected place. It appears you have encountered a remarkable opportunity. Able to unleash such formidable power. Bai Feng observed her with a smile, then noticed her subtle movements and the sword concealed behind her back. Oh, this aura? It feels somewhat familiar. Upon being discovered by Bai Feng, Xiaoqi no longer concealed her sword, instead revealing it with a somber expression. I'm sorry, brother. I may not be able to return with you. Bai Feng scrutinized the sword closely. The aura emanating from it was far more potent than that of Yi Tang and his companions' weapons. Was it a Pro-Max version? He glanced at Bai Yumo, who merely shook her head, equally perplexed by the artifact. Xiaoqi, do not worry. Can you share what you encountered? Bai Feng gently stroked her soft white hair, offering her comfort. Feeling the warmth of his hand atop her head, Xiaoqi's unease began to dissipate. She nodded and softly recounted, while exploring. I accidentally fell into a cave, where I encountered a ghostly woman. She claimed I was well suited for her inheritance and barred my exit. The path back was obstructed, so I had no choice but to press forward. After I managed to defeat the beast blocking my way, the ghost reappeared, declaring that I had passed her trial. At which point she imbued this onto my sword. Bai Feng nodded thoughtfully, continuing to inquire, "Do you know what inheritance it was?" Xiaoqi initially shook her head, but then nodded. The ghost did not specify, but upon my exit, I encountered a powerful woman who claimed I had acquired the Black Lotus inheritance and attempted to take me away, but no, it was the sword that drove her off. A powerful woman? Could it possibly be the Saintess of Many Faces? Bai Feng pondered, contemplating that only she would possess knowledge of such matters. This individual truly was relentless. However, it seemed rather unfortunate for a demonic prodigy who had suppressed her cultivation only to face repeated setbacks. Hopefully, her mindset would falter, perhaps even driving her to madness, thus alleviating his concerns about the demoness seeking further trouble. Chapter 73. Or is it that you have grown weary of me, dear Xiaoqi? This incident may bring considerable trouble, yes? If it becomes unmanageable, then please allow me to depart. I cannot be the source of your troubles. Xiaoqi kept her gaze lowered, fixated on the Black Lotus upon the sword's blade, though her tone remained calm. The grip on the sword's hilt revealed an inner turbulence far from her outward demeanor. Bai Feng gently tapped her forehead, exclaiming, "What are you saying? Where could you possibly go after leaving? Leave this matter to me." However, Xiaoqi gazed at the sword in her hands, a wave of frustration washing over her. It seemed that this world had never revealed an ounce of kindness towards her. Whenever she endeavored to live a stable life, the world would invariably shatter her dreams into fragments. Bai Feng refrained from further persuading her, instead retrieving a handkerchief from his storage pouch to dab at the corners of his eyes, feigning profound sorrow as he remarked, "Or perhaps, Xiaoqi, you have grown weary of your brother and wish to venture out on your own? And no, I could never harbor such feelings towards you, brother." Xiaoqi stammered, panic rising within her. Yet before she could articulate her thoughts, a warm, large hand rested upon her head. "Then, will you comply with my arrangements? Allow me to tackle the difficulties," Bai Feng insisted, his tone brooking no dissent. Xiaoqi slightly raised her head, meeting Bai Feng's serious expression, reminiscent of the day he discovered and took her in. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded softly. Excellent. It seems I've managed to soothe you." Bai Feng sighed in relief. His reluctance to let Xiaoqi leave stemmed not only from genuine affection, but also from the undeniable realization that she had unwittingly acquired the role of a villain in this narrative. If she were to step out into the world, it was inevitable that she would encounter the Child of Destiny, and given their relationship, the system would surely inundate him with fortune points. It was not merely fortune points that concerned him. What if Xiaoqi were to be utilized as a boss by the Child of Destiny? In any case, he had to ensure that she remained by his side. At that moment, Bai Feng remained oblivious to the fact that Bai Yumo, who had been silent, observed the exchange between him and Xiaoqi with a hint of discontent. She clenched her fists. The title of brother was one that should rightfully belong to her alone. Yet, she ultimately released her grip. Perhaps this was the punishment for her years of avoidance of Bai Feng. At least he still acknowledged her as his sister. And that was sufficient for her. By the way, Xiaoqi, let me see your sword. Bai Feng suddenly recalled that after defeating Yi Tang, the system had rewarded him with an immortal flame, which he had used to incinerate the peculiar weapon and the dark energy within it. Perhaps he could utilize that immortal flame to obliterate the inheritance as well. But please, be cautious. Xiaoqi nodded, carefully handing over the long sword adorned with a Black Lotus pattern to Bai Feng. Should this sword pose any threat to him, she would swiftly reclaim it. Bai Feng, not one to take unnecessary risks, summoned the immortal flame and enveloped his hand with it as he accepted the sword. The once docile sword trembled restlessly in his grip, as if yearning to break free. "Settle down." Bai Feng frowned and intensified the flames. Under the searing heat, the sword emitted a piercing metallic shriek, as though it were crying out in agony. Yet, after a moment, he abruptly halted, lost in contemplation. Firstly, the immortal flame could indeed incinerate the sword along with the inheritance. But the issue lay in the fact that this inheritance differed from the dark energy within Yi Tang's weapon. It would flee upon sensing danger. Lacking knowledge of fire control, he had no means to accurately contain it. If the inheritance were to escape, he could not guarantee what consequences might ensue. Should he take a gamble, expanding the area of the immortal flame to incinerate both the weapon and the inheritance in one go? However, there was also the risk that it might escape too swiftly, leaving remnants behind. He turned to Xiaoqi. "I cannot assure you of complete destruction, but I can help seal it. Once we return, I will learn a few fire control techniques to assist you in obliterating the Black Lotus inheritance." Let us proceed as brother suggests," Xiaoqi responded, her heart settling with reassurance. If her brother believed it possible, then it surely would be. For now, it must remain with us a few more days. Bai Feng resolved to consult Lin Yin upon their return regarding the secrets of fire control, with the mimicry ability of the yin-yang patterns. Mastering a few techniques should not be overly difficult. As for the present, while he could not incinerate the inheritance, he could at least seal it with the immortal flame. After all, it possessed only instinct and would evade the immortal flame unless its own safety were at stake, rather than daring to confront it. Nevertheless, to prevent any unforeseen occurrences, he layered several seals. "All right, the sealing is complete. Once we return, I will learn a few fire control techniques to thoroughly resolve this matter. For now, I will keep the sword safe. Bai Feng stored the long sword in his pouch. At this moment, the black lotus pattern had been overlaid by a vibrant red flame design. Upon closer inspection, one could only perceive a rich essence of fire attribute spiritual energy, with no indication of anything amiss. Moreover, Xiao Qi felt the connection with the sword had become notably tenuous. Without careful attention, she would hardly discern any link to it. Thank you, brother. A faint smile attempted to lift the corners of her nearly expressionless face, adding a touch of warmth to her countenance. In contrast to Xiao Qi, who exhibited no curiosity towards the immortal flame, Bai Yuemo stared in a daze at the flame in Bai Feng's hand. She sensed a tremor within her immortal bone, as if that flame were extraordinary, likely connected to the realm of the immortal. Yet, she refrained from inquiring further, feeling glad that Bai Feng had encountered such celestial fortune. While Bai Feng had demonstrated remarkable talent in formations and similar areas, his cultivation aptitude was rather mediocre. Now that he had acquired an immortal artifact, it might just compensate for that deficiency. Brother, please refrain from displaying that flame before others in the future, she finally cautioned, aware of the immense allure such celestial artifacts held for cultivators. Unlike the limitations of the immortal bone, the flame Bai Feng possessed could be directly utilized if seized. Should others discover it, even some seasoned elders might find it hard to resist the temptation to act. Rest assured, I am well aware. Bai Feng extinguished the flame in his hand, fully cognizant of the allure celestial artifacts held for other cultivators. Had there been anyone else present besides Bai Yuemo, he would not have openly revealed the immortal flame to seal Xiao Qi's inheritance. Very well, let us return. Bai Feng ruffled Xiao Qi's hair. Upon their return, he anticipated needing to acquire a more specialized spiritual fire, providing an excuse to learn fire control techniques. Upon arriving at the temporary camp, the first thing Bai Feng noticed was Su Lanqian, standing at the entrance and scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting him, Su Lanqian immediately quieted down. Bai Feng remained silent for a few seconds, pondering whether this individual would continue to shadow him until her inner demons were resolved. He suppressed his urge to critique and greeted Su Lanqian as he walked into the camp. His gaze fell upon a disciple from Zixiao Peak, who appeared to be engrossed in conversation with Luo Chun. This senior sister seemed to be the one previously ensnared in the formation. Bai Feng's imagination conjured an elaborate drama. Wasn't Luo Chun, as the child of destiny, linked to his senior sisters? He often saw him entangled with individuals from Zixiao Peak. Would Luo Chun inevitably encounter them during every endeavor, leading to repeated instances of regret? One could only hope that Lin Yin would soon assist Luo Chun in dealing with the disciples of Zixiao Peak. Upon noticing Bai Feng and the others' return, Luo Chun promptly shook off the grasp of the Zixiao Peak senior sister clinging to his sleeve and walked towards Bai Feng, leaving the senior sister standing there, bewildered and at a loss. Junior brother Bai, senior sister, the interrogation results for those two have come in. Chapter 74. Su Lanqian perked up immediately, nodding at Luo Chun. Thank you for your hard work. Have their identities been uncovered? Indeed, one is from the Refining God sect, and the other from the Sealing Spirit sect. They gathered together due to the inheritance of the Divine Monarch, conspiring to jointly seize the inheritance of the Thousand Arrays sect. Luo Chen's tone suddenly intensified, his expression tinged with a hint of anger. Moreover, junior brother Bai, you have surmised correctly. Yi Tang is indeed one of them. This treacherous individual, with a heart of a beast, is utterly unworthy of the Tian Sword sect's nurturing. It can be said that the information provided by the two cloaked figures has solidified Yi Tang's guilt. If previously Bai Feng might have faced punishment from the sect, now he may even receive commendation. Let us not dwell on that unfortunate fellow. Bai Feng waved his hand dismissively, more curious about the deity than the deceased Yi Tang. Let us discuss the legacy of this deity. I sense its aura may be related to the demonic path. Luo Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed. Although referred to as a deity, they are actually part of a demonic organization in Zhongzhou, albeit a rather enigmatic one. I am not privy to much information about them. Bai Feng interjected, unable to suppress his sarcasm. How did a demonic organization from Zhongzhou end up discarding their legacy in the northern region? At that moment, Bai Yuemo inquired, have we gathered any news about the other individuals? Unlike Bai Feng, she was concerned about the escaped cloaked figure. For anyone bold enough to attack Bai Feng was no ordinary foe. They required a decisive response. We have only learned that among the escapees, one hails from the Lianshan sect, another is a disciple of the lesser sect Feihe, and the last has meticulously concealed their identity, only known as Old Yu, Luo Chen replied, shaking his head. However, aside from Old Yu, the other two can be somewhat inferred, as those who entered the secret realm for exploration are certainly not nameless disciples. They just lack evidence to substantiate it. Bai Feng's expression grew peculiar. So, only Yi Tang revealed his identity? Yes, this is also a point of my confusion. Yi Tang did not bother to disguise himself. However, according to one of them, Yi Tang acquired a legacy of the highest grade, while they were merely of the soldier grade. Perhaps he had some special means to cope with it. Additionally, unlike others, Yi Tang is exceedingly famous. Even if he attempted to conceal his identity, it would be easily discerned. This legacy is rather intricate, Bai Feng muttered under his breath, yet during battle, Yi Tang's weapon indeed proved superior to that of the others. I have a hypothesis, Luochen said, his demeanor serious as he addressed the group. At the location where they received their legacy, I discovered several desiccated corpses, which are highly likely the work of Yi Tang. Why does that sound somewhat familiar? Were the weapons that turned them into dry corpses spider legs? Are you suggesting Yi Tang might intend to eliminate all disciples within the secret realm? No. He likely aims to target only the Fengling sect, Luochen clarified, shaking his head. I specifically inquired, and Su Lanxian and Yu Yao are hiding together in a cave. While coincidentally, the senior brother of Fengling sect is searching for her. Yi Tang might very well use her as leverage against the Fengling sect. And once he deals with them, he could pose as the savior of Yu Yao and the others. In this manner, even if news spreads regarding Yi Tang's collusion with the Fengling sect to harm the disciples of Tiansort sect, it would collapse under its own weight. He could even propagate that he thwarted the Fengling sect's conspiracy, rescuing the disciples of Tiansort sect. After all, one is the Fengling sect, which has constantly opposed them, while the other is a former senior brother. One need not elaborate on whom people would believe. As for why he chooses to reveal his true identity, I suspect it's because he is too renowned to conceal it. Furthermore, if he did try to hide his identity, the Fengling sect might disregard him, and he may even have calculated his own reputation, considering he enjoyed considerable esteem among ordinary disciples. Even if news of Yi Tang's collusion with the Fengling sect to harm Tiansor disciples were to spread, people would likely treat it as a mere jest. Once the Fengling sect's members are deceased, there would be no witnesses. In fact, should Yi Tang transform them all into desiccated corpses, it would merely spark suspicions of infiltration by the demonic path, and no one would doubt the purity of this former senior brother. After concluding, Luo Chun chuckled and shook his head. However, this is merely my conjecture. I may be overthinking it. Only Yi Tang knows the actual circumstances. Bai Feng, contemplatively stroking his chin, mused that Luo Chin's assertions might indeed hold some truth. Previously, he had been curious as to why Su Lanxian remained unnoticed under the Fengling sect's very nose. It now appeared that Yi Tang had deliberately chosen not to inform them. Well, given that the individuals are deceased, there's little use in discussing it further. This matter should be entrusted to the sect upon our return. We need not concern ourselves with it. Bai Feng stretched, weary from their lengthy endeavor, desiring nothing more than to return and rest. Such significant affairs entwined with the demonic path of Zhongzhou would undoubtedly be a headache for the elders of Tiansort sect. On the final day within the secret realm, the majority of Tiansort sect's disciples began to gather at the stronghold, anticipating their departure from the secret realm. Although the most valuable legacy of the Qinjin sect was already secured within Bai Feng's storage bag, numerous other valuable items remained, prompting the other disciples to continue their enthusiastic explorations. Lin Yin also ventured out to explore once, yielding substantial rewards, including alchemical formulas, furnaces, and materials related to alchemy from the Qinjin sect. While the Qinjin sect was not renowned for alchemy, it was still a significant sect's legacy, thus not lacking in quality. My brother, I have heard that your eyes were injured. Here is a Mingmu pill I concocted. It can treat eye injuries. Lin Yin produced a vial of pills from his storage bag and placed it on the table before sliding it towards Bai Feng. Thank you. Bai Feng accepted the pills. Although his eyes had nearly recovered, with only a slight blur when gazing into the distance, he could not refuse such a kind gesture. After accepting the pills, he suddenly recalled something and turned to Lin Yin. By the way, Lin brother, could you recommend a few fire control techniques? Of course, but Bai brother, what do you need fire control techniques for? Are you perhaps interested in alchemy? Bai Feng shook his head and sighed, alas. It's precisely because the formations are exorbitantly expensive, especially for processed materials, which cost several times more than their unrefined forms. Thus, I was considering learning some fire control techniques to process raw materials myself and save a bit. Bai brother, you truly are a frugal young master of the Bai family. Lin Yin teased with a smile. However, it's quite fortuitous that you asked. I just happened to acquire a complete set of fire control techniques. Consider it a gift. Thank you, Bai Feng replied. But before he could finish expressing his gratitude, Lin Yin produced a small jar from his storage bag and pushed it towards Bai Feng. You must be lacking usable spirit fire, right? This was obtained during my exploration of the secret realm. I have no use for it, so it's yours. Bai Feng exclaimed, Ah, are you not being a bit too generous, Lin brother? This is far too precious. He hastily waved his hands, reminiscent of a cat in a viral video, retreating as the cat's food increased. The gesture felt excessively extravagant, and he even worried whether Lin Yin had ulterior motives. Do not hesitate to accept it, Bai brother. I actually wish to entrust you with a favor. Lin Yan's expression shifted to one of seriousness. What is it? I obtained an alchemical furnace within the secret realm, but with my current abilities, I find it quite difficult to operate. Thus, I would like to request that you assist me in establishing a formation, Lin Yan stated, producing the alchemical furnace, which thudded heavily to the ground. It's this one. I need a formation that can control the firepower and gather spiritual energy, as well as. Bai Feng nodded, noting Lin Yan's requirements. Very well, no problem. Please wait a few days while I draft a design. Then I am grateful to you, my brother. The final day in the secret realm passed uneventfully. And soon Bai Feng, along with the other disciples, exited the secret realm. However, unlike the disciples of Tian Sword sect, the Fengling sect nearby appeared rather miserable, with most of their members bearing injuries. It was evident without question that it was the handiwork of the Tian Sword sect disciples, for they had initially targeted Tian Sword sect. As a group prepared to depart, Yu Pingyan, the eldest disciple of the Fengling sect, unexpectedly approached. Sister Su, it has been quite a while, he said, striding towards Su Lanqian, stopping 2 meters in front of her. I often worried in the secret realm, but now that I see you safe and sound, I feel relieved. Su Lanqian furrowed her brow slightly. And who might you be? The smile on Yu Pingyan's face faltered, yet he persisted. It is only natural that you do not remember me. After all, I was merely an ordinary disciple before. And it was thanks to your guidance that I became the eldest disciple of the Fengling sect. Oh, Su Lanqian expressed little interest. During her visit to the Fengling sect with her master, the elders had often brought their disciples to challenge her in formations, and she would take the opportunity to outsmart those who were referred to as geniuses. Reflecting on it now, she found her past behavior quite juvenile. Perhaps feeling it would be impolite to remain silent, she added, if you have nothing else, please take your leave. I must return to the Tianjin sect. Chapter 75. If you dislike it, I can amend it. Yu Pingyan's expression struggled to maintain its composure, and he could only muster a forced smile. Sister Su, wait. If you find it uncomfortable at the Tianjin sect, especially if someone is troubling you, you can come to the Fengling sect. I can step down from my position as eldest disciple. Seeing herself repeatedly hindered, Su Lanqian's expression turned increasingly irate. No need. I have no interest. Sister, if you are being threatened by someone, I can assist. This time, Yu Pingyan was cut off by Su Lanqian, who glared at him and spat out a single word, leave. Instantly, the last vestige of a smile vanished from Yu Pingyan's face. Observing that he still refused to depart, Su Lanqian simply sidestepped him and hurried to catch up with Bai Feng, who had been waiting nearby. She discreetly glanced up at Bai Feng, and upon noticing his peculiar expression, she quietly explained, you can't blame me. He was just too annoying. Then, fearing that this might leave Bai Feng with the impression of her petulance, she quickly added, if you dislike it, I can amend it. Bai Feng, puzzled, inquired, what will you amend? Do not utter such misunderstandings. Did you not see how Yu Pingyan's eyes were nearly ablaze? Beep. The system detects that the host has utilized Su Lanqian to deliver a devastating blow to Yu Pingyan's arrogance, rewarding 150 fortune points and a 15 increase in spiritual power absorption rate. Huh, I knew it. Bai Feng had anticipated that the system would seize this opportunity when he saw Yu Pingyan approaching. He had grown accustomed to the system imposing various justifications upon him. Just as he was lamenting the system, he suddenly sensed Yu Pingyan, the spurned child of fortune, glaring at him with palpable fury. This made him feel as though he had unwittingly vexed someone else's infatuation. But the issue was, Su Lanqian did not even recognize him. This was purely unrequited affection. What concern was that of his? It was one thing for the system to force him to bear the blame, but now he was being treated with hostility. Hey! At that moment, Yu Pingyan suddenly called out to him, if I find out that Sister Su has been wronged, I will not let you off the hook. Just wait. I will surely defeat you. With that, he turned and rejoined the Fengling sect's ranks, leaving Bai Feng standing in perplexity. Damn. Could it be that I have encountered a lovesick child of fortune? Did I get you into trouble? Su Lanqian asked, her head bowed, her body trembling slightly, seemingly fearful. No, it's him who has a problem, Bai Feng replied expressionlessly. Let us go, we are heading back. As for the challenge posed by the child of fortune, what could he do? He could not simply silence the other party. After all, fortunately, as a member of the Fengling sect, he need not worry about immediate repercussions. Upon returning, he would seek assistance in gathering detailed information on Yu Pingyan to strategize his response. Although the system had a query function, the information provided was too rudimentary. In cases where the identity of the child of fortune was unknown, it was better to gather information through more traditional means, especially for someone like Yu Pingyan. After leaving the secret realm, the group did not return to their sect immediately. Due to the involvement of the Central Plains demonic path, particularly a rather troublesome demonic organization, all sects treated the situation with utmost caution. Simultaneously, the appearance of the 100 Faces Saintess prompted each sect to scrutinize their disciples to prevent any demonic infiltrators. Bai Feng, could you tell me what transpired? In a sturdy, comfortable room, a middle-aged man with a short, coarse beard inquired kindly of Bai Feng. He was an elder of the Tianjin Peak and the most powerful among the elders leading this expedition, also a senior brother to the sect leader. The account has already been penned and submitted by the eldest sister, has it not? Bai Feng asked, a hint of confusion on his face. Then, as if recalling something, he inquired, are you referring to the matter concerning Yi Tang? The elder nodded. Yes, Yi Tang was once the eldest disciple of the Tianjin sect. We cannot feign ignorance given such circumstances. However, the report lacks detail, which is why I wanted to ask you what transpired before Yi Tang's demise. Bai Feng was not surprised. After all, Yi Tang had been the Tianjin sect's eldest disciple. and it would be odd for the sect not to inquire after his death in the secret realm. Actually, the Fengling sect knows more about this matter than I do. He contemplated for a moment. What I understand is limited. I only know that Yi Tang was collaborating with the Fengling sect against us. Upon learning this, I intended to rescue Sister Yu Yao and found that Yi Tang was indeed working with individuals from the Fengling sect, controlling a Yuaniing-level beast to attack Sister Yu Yao and others. You should be aware of what followed. Yes, I will inquire with them shortly. The elder nodded. With witnesses and evidence at hand, he would not recklessly suspect others without cause. However, the gravity of the situation warranted further questioning. Seemingly concerned that Bai Feng might overthink matters, he offered additional reassurance. You should return and rest. Do not worry. In battle, blades are often blind. And as you are merely at the initial stage of the Golden Core, it is entirely natural to struggle to control your strength. The sect would not punish a disciple for caring for their fellow members without discernment. He then retrieved a vial of medicinal pills from his storage bag and handed it to Bai Feng. I heard you were injured in the secret realm. Take this vial of pills to recuperate. The remaining matters are beyond your scope. Thank you, Elder. After Bai Feng accepted the pills and departed, the Elder remained still, contemplating. A few moments later, he rubbed his somewhat stiff face with his hand. What kind of monster has my senior brother taken in? A Golden Core novice actually managed to defeat someone at the peak of the Golden Core stage, and one who could contend with a Yuaniing-level genius like Yi Tang no less. Though Bai Feng had explained that he utilized the Fengling sect's formation to defeat Yi Tang, the implication was even more terrifying. His ability to exploit the Fengling sect's formation was far more formidable. Was this not indicative of Bai Feng having outpaced all the younger generation disciples of the Fengling sect? With this thought, the elder could not help but stroke his prickly beard, a smile spreading across his face. The Tianjin sect's formation techniques were finally on the verge of rising. In the future, should there be issues with the Tianjin sect's formations, they would no longer need to fear the disdain of those from the Fengling sect. While the higher-ups of various sects were in a frenzy, Bai Feng and the other disciples found themselves with little to occupy their time. After confirming there were no issues, they were promptly sent back to their sect. Ah, my big bed, how I have missed you. Bai Feng flung himself onto his soft bed, yearning not just for the comfort of the mattress, but for the stability of his previous life. Merely venturing out had led to encounters with numerous children of fortune, a series of troublesome events, and being compelled into countless battles. Indeed, my previous decision to remain at home has proven to be wise. I shall continue to adhere to this plan. However, despite my return, a multitude of tasks await me. Lying on my bed, Bai Feng could not suppress a sigh. First, let me explore the newly acquired fragments of the yin-yang patterns. Chapter 76. Brother, may I touch you? Bai Feng activated the system, and the fragments of the yin-yang patterns stored within it swiftly emerged. He could sense the two fragments attracting each other, merging together. Gradually, the scenery before him transformed from his room into a patch of moist earth, and he found himself transformed into a sapling. He absorbed nutrients, striving to grow, and as time passed, the surrounding environment began to change. Sunshine, fierce winds, hail, and blizzards. Amidst the relentless onslaught of inclement weather, the young tree stood resolute. The drought compelled him to root himself deeper, the gales bent him, the hail pelted his leaves and branches, and the snow buried him. Yet ultimately, the sapling persevered, its trunk thickening, new branches sprouting forth, and even the broken limbs took root in the soil, transforming into small saplings standing beside him. With a gentle sigh, Bai Feng slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surge of spiritual energy within him, which only ceased upon reaching the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. He turned to glance out the window. The outside world was already cloaked in darkness. His cultivation had increased once more. Bai Feng examined his body, noting that, akin to the last time he merged the yin-yang patterns, his cultivation had ascended once again. He had now surpassed Bai Yumal. Furthermore, his spiritual consciousness had expanded significantly, now rivaling even that of a Yuan-ing stage cultivator. It seems I have acquired a new ability. Bai Feng swiftly sat upright, beginning to condense his spiritual consciousness. Soon, he detached a small portion of it, which he could manipulate even from a distance until its energy was depleted. Bai Feng immediately recalled a game from his past life. He could utilize the detached consciousness as eyes for observation. This was merely the simplest application, if coupled with illusions. Even if an enemy escaped his consciousness range, they could still be ensnared in a phantasm. Furthermore, he could conceal the detached consciousness to minimize energy consumption, only triggering the illusion under special circumstances. It seems I must master this technique. Should I check on Yuma's activities? Most individuals, upon acquiring a new toy, are compelled to test it immediately. Bai Feng was no exception. He approached the window, entwining a strand of spiritual consciousness around a talisman, then sent the talisman flying towards Bai Yuma's residence. However, given Bai Yuma's character, she was likely still cultivating at this hour. Muttering to himself, he guided the talisman to her window. As he anticipated, Bai Yuma was seated cross-legged on her bed, her aura steadily rising until she broke through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Well, the child of destiny indeed. It It seems I was merely a few minutes ahead before Bai caught up, he mused. Who? Bai suddenly opened her eyes, glancing out the window, where she spotted a talisman hovering in midair. A look of confusion crossed her face as she approached the window and pushed it open, catching the talisman that had landed in her hand. The talisman bore Bai Feng's essence, and from its markings, it appeared to be drawn by him. Brother? Isn't he usually asleep at this hour? She thought instinctively, directing her gaze towards Bai Feng's house, which, as if responding to her, flickered with dim light. Bai Feng retracted his fingers, which had ignited the lamp, not surprised that Bai had detected his talisman. Firstly, Bai had always been acutely aware of her surroundings, much like one lacking a sense of security. Secondly, he had not made a concerted effort to conceal it. With his eyes gently closed, through the spiritual consciousness entwined with the talisman, he effortlessly observed Bai every movement and even the minutiae of her expressions. If only we could communicate. Bai Feng shook his head. It was somewhat disheartening to see, yet be unable to speak. Wait, suddenly a thought struck him. He recalled a technique from the illusion chapter that involved forcibly dragging the target into a self-created phantasm, albeit with higher difficulty due to its coercive nature. However, if the target did not resist, it might just work. As Bai Feng pondered whether to test this with Bai he was startled to see her suddenly appear at his window. Brother, what are you doing awake? Bai asked, leaning on the windowsill and effortlessly flipping inside. Bai Feng watched her acrobatics, sensing a hint of familiarity in her movements. Could you perhaps inquire with me, the owner of this abode, before performing such a stunt? He couldn't help but retort. Bai tilted her head in contemplation for a few seconds. Should I flip back out then? Never mind, just behave yourself. Bai Feng waved his hand in resignation. By the way, your timing is impeccable. I have a new idea that requires your assistance. Bai blinked, curiosity dancing across her face. What is it? You see, I previously learned a bit about illusions, and now I have acquired a new technique. So, before Bai Feng could finish his explanation, she interjected, you want to cast an illusion on me? Essentially, Bai Feng nodded, but if you are unwilling, we can forego it. No, I am quite willing. Bai shook her head vigorously, her words tinged with anticipation. Brother, what kind of illusion are you going to cast on me? Even if it's slightly excessive, it's perfectly fine. It's not anything excessive. Bai Feng waved his hand. Take this, just don't resist when the time comes. He produced a new talisman. The previous one had insufficient spiritual energy to draw another person into the phantasm. Bai reached out, accepting it with a curious glance. Though she could discern no significant difference, only sensing that Bai Feng's essence was more potent than the previous talisman. As she noticed the talisman pulsating with energy, she instinctively considered resisting but swiftly suppressed the thought, recalling Bai Feng's request. Gradually, she felt a haze envelop her vision, and the surroundings began to distort. By the time she realized what was happening, the scene had shifted from Bai Feng's bedroom to the study where they often played together in their childhood. In the center of the room, Bai Feng sat in a chair, gazing at her. Brother, is this an illusion? Bai inquired as she approached, reaching out to touch the table before her. The texture felt incredibly real, yet surreal, as if she could easily break free with a mere exertion of strength. Indeed. Bai Feng nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He mused internally. However, the spiritual energy entwined with the talisman is limited, making it unsustainable for long. And it seems the distance increases energy consumption. Unlike ordinary illusions that trigger the subconscious, this technique drags the target into an illusion he created, and he himself enters it, making it difficult to activate if the distance is too great. However, perhaps the use of illusion formations could extend the range. Akin to a signal amplifier. Could I establish multiple illusion formations as relay stations? Bai Feng's thoughts began to soar. Meanwhile, in the illusion, Bai like a curious child, continuously touched the surrounding objects, finding everything fascinating. She couldn't help but ask Bai Feng, are we meeting in an illusion now? Is there a distance limitation? Yes, but I have a few ideas for improvements. Perhaps in the future, even if we are separated by the north and south regions, we could still communicate. Bai Feng nodded, painting a grand vision. I will not leave. After all, we agreed that I would protect you. Bai murmured softly, then turned her gaze towards Bai Feng, her eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Brother, may I touch you? She had already explored every other object in the illusion, leaving only her most awaited interaction with Bai Feng. Chapter 77. This sensation must be indelibly etched in my memory. Brother, may I touch you? Before Bai Feng could respond, Bai hurriedly added, I am simply curious about what it feels like to touch others in the illusion. If I ever find myself trapped in a dream, this experience might help me discern it. Oh, you've reminded me. Tomorrow, I shall craft a protective talisman against illusions for you. Bai Feng thought of several plans in his mind, especially after being able to separate his consciousness, which opened up a plethora of options. Noticing Bai anxious demeanor, he smiled, rose from his chair, and spread his arms. Come, feel free to touch. Let us see what differences exist between the me in the illusion and the me in reality. In the past, he might have refused. But after experiencing certain events in the secret realm, he realized that Bai emotions were somewhat unstable. When she was unsteady, He risked being penalized with misfortune points by the system. He suspected this was linked to her feelings of insecurity, which seemed to have intensified as she grew older, likely connected to the bone-digging incident and their mutual estrangement over the past few years. To prevent any future opportunities for the system to penalize him, he resolved to address Bai Yuma's emotional instability. The first step would be to demonstrate the magnanimity and tolerance of an elder brother, creating an image of a reliable sibling, reminiscent of their childhood. When Bai Yuma realizes she has a brother who can embrace her, her feelings of insecurity should significantly diminish, he hoped. Upon hearing Bai Feng's reply, she instinctively swallowed hard. She had braced herself for rejection, yet he had agreed. Do I really have to touch you? No, this is an illusion, not reality. So it should be fine. Hesitantly, she extended her hand, a blend of fear and shyness evident in her demeanor. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and placed her delicate fingers on Bai Feng's shoulder. It felt strikingly real. She exclaimed in awe, akin to discovering a new world, as her fingers gently squeezed his shoulder. Once she took the first step, the subsequent ones became much easier. She reached out with her other hand, cautiously exploring Bai Feng's arm, glancing up to ensure he was not rejecting her, and continued to touch other areas. How does it feel? It's a marvelous sensation. Bai Yuma retracted her hand, though she still sensed a hint of artificiality. Yet, if I were truly entrapped in an illusion, I might not notice such a minor difference. I understand, Bai Feng nodded. He then appeared to freeze for a moment, remaining motionless for several seconds before finally moving again. Now, Bai Yuma reached out once more, her face lighting up with surprise. Wow, it feels just like real. Brother, how did you manage this? As she spoke, she leaned in closer, almost pressing her head to his chest, inhaling deeply. Even the scent is so authentic. Your illusion is astonishingly powerful. Brother, may I come a bit closer? Bai Yuma's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was an illusion, not reality. Surely, it wouldn't matter if she went a little overboard. If she missed this chance, she would surely regret it. Perhaps not, Bai Feng suggested, but it seemed Bai Yuma did not hear him. She boldly wrapped her arms around him, resting her head against his chest. She even tugged slightly at his collar, her fingers brushing against the skin that was exposed. The scent, the warmth, the heartbeat, the texture, it all felt strikingly real, as if she were genuinely embracing her brother. She lifted her head, only to be taken aback as the surroundings shifted from the study to Bai Feng's bedroom, where he wore an awkward yet polite smile. Brother? Bai Yuma felt her face flush with warmth, her mind going blank. After several seconds, she regained her composure and slowly released her embrace, her gaze fixated on her toes, her voice stuttering slightly. Is the experiment over? Cough, it is over. Thank you for your assistance, Yuma. With the jest revealed, Bai Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. Seeing that Bai Yuma had merely squeezed his arm, he had whimsically decided to tease her, only to find her so captivated by the realistic sensation that she had leaned in. Well, I shall take my leave now. Bai Yuma lowered her head, hastily climbed through the window, and vanished in the blink of an eye. Bai Feng shook his head in resignation after her departure. Well, it is what it is. Time to sleep. Meanwhile, in Bai Yuma's room, she jumped onto her bed after leaping through the window, clutching a pillow to cover her face. What a mischievous heart. Although she complained, the corners of her mouth betrayed her delight. It felt as if she had returned to her childhood, when Bai Feng would occasionally tease her like this, pulling little pranks. Gradually, she removed the pillow, but the sensation of embracing Bai Feng lingered in her mind, prompting her to unconsciously rub the fingers that had touched his skin. I've decided. This feeling must be firmly etched in my memory. The following day, Bai Yuma arrived in the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Bai Feng, as if nothing had happened the night before. Here, just as we agreed last night. Bai Feng yawned as he handed her a circular, white jade pendant. With this, you need not fear ordinary illusion arrays. He had crafted this using his own consciousness. And unlike the casual fragments he had dispersed the previous night, this was a strand drawn from his very essence. However, it would not harm him. He would fully recover in less than half a day, albeit feeling slightly fatigued during the recovery period. This exemplified the power of yin-yang patterns. In addition, he planned to create a few more for others, such as Shao Qi and his partner Yu Yao, and perhaps one for the Child of Fortune as well. After the experiences in the secret realm, he recognized the benefits of fostering good relations with the Child of Fortune. Maintaining mutual ties posed no harm. Yet, he would not overtly seek to ingratiate himself with the Child of Fortune, as the increase in fortune points could lead to heightened animosity. Approaching him might not result in friendship after all. Thank you, I will cherish it. Bai Yuma eagerly accepted the jade, though her gaze towards Bai Feng remained somewhat awkward. She fidgeted with her fingers behind her back, her ears beginning to redden once more. Chapter 78. You need to eliminate Bai Feng. Me? Learning to control fire was quite straightforward. Bai Feng slowly opened his eyes. Beside him lay a jade slip inscribed with the Xuanhua Sutra, the fire control technique previously gifted to him by Lin Yan. He summoned the spiritual fire given by Lin Yan, which, according to the jade slip, was known as Xuanhua. As it burned, flickering images danced within the flames, exuding an aura of mystery. Such extraordinary spiritual fire had been so casually bestowed. It seemed Lin Yan must possess flames even greater than Xuanhua. He stared at the fire in his hand, pondering if he might indeed have an ancient master hidden within him. Never mind, it's of no concern to me. Bai Feng ceased his idle musings and summoned celestial fire, causing the room's temperature to rise several degrees. As the uncontained mystical fire trembled with apparent trepidation, it swiftly diminished in size, shrinking from the size of a fist to that of a mere peanut. Indeed, celestial flames were not so easily manipulated. Bai Feng furrowed his brow. Unlike the mystical fire, which resembled pliable clay easily molded into various shapes, the celestial fire of the spirit burned like a solid block of marble, requiring him to carve it meticulously. It was akin to riding a bicycle. Even if one did not know how to ride, one could still push or carry it along. However, celestial fire was more akin to a large truck, necessitating a mastery of driving skills to maneuver it according to one's desires, rather than merely flooring the accelerator and charging ahead. To operate the truck, one must either diligently familiarize oneself with its controls or transform into a superhero to carry it forward. Clearly, Bai Feng could not assume the latter form and thus opted for the former. Fortunately, the yin-yang patterns provided assistance. In addition to mimicking and learning the opponent's techniques, the yin-yang patterns accelerated the learning process during normal study. Bai Feng once more activated the mystical fire technique to harness the celestial fire, striving to master it proficiently in the shortest time possible and obliterate the Black Lotus inheritance. With the aid of the yin-yang patterns, the intricacies of the mystical fire technique seemed to lay before him like a well-prepared map. In less than a day, he had adeptly mastered the celestial fire, which had previously eluded his control, now beginning to morph into various forms under his command. Without hesitation, he retrieved Shao-Chi's sword from his storage pouch. Such an item became increasingly perilous the longer it remained untouched. It needed to be dealt with expeditiously. At this moment, the sword emanated a faint red glow, quivering incessantly, indicating that the sealed inheritance within was becoming restless. Was it due to the prolonged separation from Shao-Chi? Bai Feng muttered to himself. But it mattered not. Soon, it would be forever distanced from her. Spirit of flame, arise, he commanded, as the flames transformed into slender tendrils that entwined around the sword's body. Instantly, the sword vibrated more violently, and the clash of their powers caused the sword to fracture, cracking under the strain. With a decisive snap, the ordinary spiritual weapon succumbed to the conflict of forces, shattering into countless fragments. Now, Bai Feng opened his eyes wide, directing the spirit of flame to extend more tendrils, completely binding the internal Black Lotus inheritance. The fierce flames ignited, consuming the tightly bound Black Lotus inheritance, which could only watch helplessly as it was gradually incinerated. Just as the last remnants of the Black Lotus inheritance were reduced to ash, a wave of energy surged forth. A melodious voice resonated within the room. It seems you are the one she cares for most. Shall we converse? Bai Feng remained silent, or rather, his actions spoke louder than words. He intensified the flames, relentlessly incinerating the final traces of the inheritance. Futile. Even if you destroy the inheritance I left behind, you cannot protect her for eternity. It is not I who chose her. Rather, she is destined to join us. That is her fate. The mellifluous voice continued to echo in the room, but Bai Feng paid it no heed, until the celestial fire obliterated the last vestiges, silencing the voice abruptly. After completing this task, he exhaled slowly, wiping the sweat from his brow, and spat disdainfully at the shattered sword. What nonsense. Speaking with a villain like you can only bring misfortune. He then summoned another blaze, incinerating the remnants of the broken sword until nothing remained. With this action, he felt a slight relief. He had not anticipated that the Black Lotus would come seeking him, and judging by her words, she seemed far from giving up, perhaps even keeping a watchful eye on him. Henceforth, he must avoid leaving the sect. Taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart, Bai Feng stored the celestial fire and retrieved the inheritance disc from the Thousand Array sect, the very object he had risked so much to obtain within the secret realm. He hoped it would justify the peril he had faced. Let me see what this coveted inheritance by the four great sects of the northern region truly is. In the central continent. Oh, so, you can destroy the inheritance I left behind. A woman clad in black silk lounged upon her bed, her fair arm resting on her forehead as she sighed. If only they were in the central continent. She had never anticipated that the inheritor she had painstakingly sought would have protection, resulting in the destruction of her inheritance. Yet, was it not rather intriguing? If the one who obliterated her inheritance were to perish, what would become of the inheritor she had discovered? How thrilling. The woman licked her lips, eagerly anticipating that day's arrival. Among those who had recently received the lower tier inheritance, there was a promising little fellow. She would let her go. At the Refinement God sect, Wuxiao sat cross-legged on her bed, cultivating. In a twist of fate, she had benefited from the misfortune of having her sword destroyed by Bai Umo, allowing her to evade the search that had ensnared others. Yet, every time she recalled that moment, her fists clenched with frustration. She was still too weak, devoid of strength. Her opponent had repelled her with a mere sword strike. Was this truly the elder sister of the Heavenly Sword sect, the possessor of the celestial bone? Even with that inheritance, she was no match. Although she had encountered some fortuitous events within the secret realm, they were still insufficient. To defeat Bai Feng? No. It was wiser to avoid her. Her talent could never match that monstrous prodigy. Unless, do you desire power? A captivating voice whispered in her ear. Who? Wuxiao immediately became alert. I can grant you power, a strength far surpassing that sword. Upon hearing the mention of the sword, Wuxiao understood immediately. The voice belonged to the Divine Lord organization of the demonic path in the central continent, as described by the elders. How had they found her? Seemingly reading her thoughts. The voice chuckled in explanation. Have you forgotten that you infused spiritual energy in the land of inheritance? Wuxiao's anger flared. You tampered with my spiritual energy? How vile. I should never have let myself be blinded by power and touched that ominous inheritance. Do not speak so harshly. It was merely a trivial observation technique. Wuxiao fell silent, realizing she was likely ensnared by the Divine Lord's machinations. What is the cost? She inquired, lifting her head, not immediately acquiescing. After her experience with the inheritance, she understood that acquiring power came at a price. It is quite simple. I want you to eliminate Bai Feng of the Heavenly Sword sect. Wuxiao suddenly froze for a moment, pointing a finger at herself. Me? Chapter 79. Senior sister, what does your family do for a living? Bai Feng set down the inheritance disc, rubbing his somewhat swollen head. The Thousand Array sect's inheritance indeed possessed something extraordinary. Even with his profound mastery of formations, he found it rather taxing. No wonder some claimed that the Thousand Array sect had acquired celestial sect inheritance. The intricate designs were certainly not the product of ordinary minds. He gently tapped his forehead, summarizing that the Thousand Array sect's formations essentially revolved around stacking formations. Generally, stacking formations would lead to conflicts between them, and even increasing the size of the formation would seldom exceed 10 times. Yet, the Thousand Array sect could layer formations dozens of times, theoretically allowing for more than 1,000 layers, which was the origin of its name. Unfortunately, that was merely theoretical during the sect's peak. They had only managed to stack over 200 formations, most of which were simple and singular in function, making further breakthroughs challenging. However, while the concept of stacking formations appeared advantageous, it also proved to be a costly endeavor. Bai Feng sighed. Ever since he began studying formations, his once accumulated savings had nearly run dry. Coupled with this financial burden, he truly felt overwhelmed. Was he to take on outside contracts? Bai Feng could not help but delve deeply into contemplation regarding this matter. Previously, he had not sought to profit from aiding others in constructing formations. Firstly, due to his recent entrance into the Tianjian sect, where he lacked both reputation and clientele, and secondly, because he had been the target of hostility within the sect. However, with the demise of the so-called son of fortune who had been his adversary, his reputation had significantly improved during his explorations of the secret realm. Now, if he were to disclose his ability to assist in the construction of formations, he would likely attract a considerable number of individuals willing to pay for his services. In the coming days, he resolved to first assist Lin Yan in establishing the formation, and subsequently seek to leverage that to garner some publicity. After all, his proficiency in formations was directly tied to his survival, and he must seize every opportunity to strengthen himself. Furthermore, the presence of sons of fortune was far too prevalent. Merely evading them would only reduce the frequency of their encounters, not eliminate the possibility of interaction altogether. He harbored a premonition that even if he were to retreat into the most desolate mountain wilderness, a son of fortune could still descend from the heavens and land before him. Thus, enhancing his strength was imperative, at the very least to a level where he could ensure his own safety. Even during the most dismal times for the Bai family, he had never abandoned his training. And now, giving up was out of the question. As Bai Feng once again picked up the inheritance formation disc to study the intricate knowledge of formations, an epiphany struck him. This 1,000 formations concept seemed far more suited for mini formations than the mere stacking of conventional formations. By layering multiple formations together, he could effectively compensate for the limitations of the mini formation's lower power, even combining numerous simple yet singularly functional formations into a cohesive whole. This might even improve the animated stones, propelling them to a higher level. Perhaps it could even create a minor upheaval in the entertainment industry of this world. Sister, the new issue of Chuanxiu has arrived. Bai Feng knocked on Yu Yao's door. Typically, he would not approach so directly. The two would usually agree on a meeting place, exchange goods face to face, and quickly depart. However, today was different. It was the day of payment, and he had a money-making scheme to discuss with Yu Yao. Thus, he had come directly bearing the Chuanxiu. After a few moments, Bai Feng heard hurried footsteps from behind the door, followed by the door swinging open abruptly. Shu, be quiet, Yu Yao whispered, peeking around to ensure no one was watching before she let out a sigh of relief. What is the matter? There can't be many who know what Chuanxiu is, especially here on Qingzhou Peak, where it seems like the seniors are indifferent to it. Faced with Bai Feng's confusion, Yu Yao sighed, her expression tinged with frustration. Oh, I find it perplexing as well. I don't know who is spreading Chuanxiu among the ordinary disciples, but now many people are aware of this book. If her friends were to discover that the clothing she made was actually inspired by Chunxiu, she would certainly struggle to hold her head high in front of them. Dreadful. I wish I knew who was disseminating Chunxiu. And why are you disciples not focused on your cultivation? Can't you maintain some semblance of decorum befitting a righteous sect? All right, hurry inside. We mustn't be seen by others. After mentally lamenting for a moment, Yu Yao quickly pulled Bai Feng into her room. You make it sound as if we are engaged in some nefarious activity. Before he could retort, Bai Feng watched as Yu Yao locked the door. And he couldn't help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Sister, please don't do that. It's a bit frightening. Fear won't help. For the sake of my reputation, you'll have to endure a little, she replied. Isn't this just making it easier for misunderstandings? I can't shake the feeling that if someone were to see us, your reputation would suffer even more. Then we simply must not be discovered. Sister, anyone who makes such comments will inevitably be found out. Don't speak carelessly. I certainly don't want to be misconstrued as having a penchant for younger individuals. I feel as though you're using some rather unsavory terminology. Yu Yao shot a glance at Bai Feng, pulling him further inside. By the way, where's Bai Yumo? She mentioned wanting to help me try on clothes, but she isn't here? I wouldn't dare involve her in this. She is out on a mission. I only came to deliver the Chunxiu while she was away. I think your words are more prone to misinterpretation. As they made their way inside, they encountered piles of fabric nearly covering the floor, with completed garments hanging on the walls. Only when they reached the inner room did they find a modicum of space, though the floor was still cluttered with half-finished garments. Speak. Since you've come all the way here, it must mean you have matters to discuss beyond merely Chunxiu, Yu Yao said, taking a seat on a small chair while she tore away the wrapping paper from the Chunxiu. Bai Feng nodded. Yes, I'm here to collect my payment. Rest assured. You won't be shortchanged, Yu Yao sighed. This younger disciple was commendable in many respects, yet his obsession with money was rather peculiar. As the scion of the Bai family, one would expect him to be devoid of financial worries. She rose and retrieved a prepared storage bag from the table, tossing it to Bai Feng. Here. Bai Feng hastily caught the storage bag and opened it to find it brimming with high-quality spirit stones. So many? He looked up, bewildered. What kind of garments could possibly fetch such a price? Well, the clothing designed by teacher Chunxiu has been exceptionally appealing, and many are eager to purchase them, especially wealthy individuals from prominent families, who often buy several pieces at once in return for more every few days, Yu Yao explained, nodding. We've even had merchants from the southern region placing orders. I'm considering whether to expand our workforce. Bai Feng fell silent. He had initially assumed Yu Yao was working alone, but now it seemed she was akin to a capitalist factory owner. He hesitantly inquired, Sister, what business is your family involved in? You don't know? Yu Yao was taken aback, thinking Bai Feng sought collaboration due to her family background. My family pales in comparison to yours, but we do have some business success. Yuling Long is our establishment. The largest auction house in the northern region? The one reputed to have everything? Yu Yao nodded yes. Bai Feng was struck into silence. He hadn't anticipated that a wealthy heiress was right beside him. Little junior brother, what's wrong? Yu Yao waved her hand in front of him. It's nothing, just a bit startled, Bai Feng replied, glancing at Yu Yao, who seemed to radiate a brilliance akin to spirit stones, almost blinding. You genuinely didn't know? Yu Yao was at a loss for how to react. She hadn't expected the young master of the Bai family to choose to collaborate with her for reasons other than her family connections. Amidst her complexity of emotions, she felt a twinge of happiness. How did you come to be the young master of the Bai family without recognizing me? I tend to be somewhat reclusive. Bai Feng chuckled awkwardly. His previous focus had been on avoiding the Sons of Fortune, and since he hardly left the Bai family, rarely venturing beyond to simply enjoy music, he had not paid much attention to other factions in the northern region. Never mind. Given that you've brought me Chunxiu, I want to pursue the matter further, Yu Yao said, flipping open the Chunxiu to read before Bai Feng. Wow, as expected of teacher Chunxiu, the illustrations are truly exquisite. Just as she became engrossed in her admiration, an incongruous voice interrupted her appreciation of Chunxiu. Could you wait until I leave before you start reading? Yu Yao glanced up at Bai Feng. Oh, you're still here. Come now, we're all familiar with each other. It's not as if I haven't seen Chunxiu before. What is there to be shy about? Yu Yao waved her hand and continued to read. But you can't read it right in front of me. Bai Feng couldn't help but retort. Aren't you at all concerned that I might take liberties? Being touched by the young master of the Bai family would hardly be a loss for me. Yu Yao shot back playfully. Yu Yao lifted her head and smiled at Bai Feng, only to be met with his aggressive gaze. Instantly, she dropped the book in her hands and wrapped her arms around her frail body. Wait, I was just joking, she exclaimed. Bai Feng averted his gaze and retrieved a new book from his storage pouch. I initially wanted you to help design some clothes, but I have changed my mind. Did teacher Chunxiu release 2 books this time? Yu Yao's eyes widened in surprise, and she slid to the ground, grasping Bai Feng's hand. Forgive me, adoptive father. Senior sister apologizes. You must let me help design the clothes. Now you're calling me adoptive father? Bai Feng raised one hand high, holding the book, while the other hand restrained Yu Yao, who was bouncing around trying to snatch it away. After a brief tussle, he ceased teasing her and, with a serious expression, said, It's not that I don't want you to make the clothes. Rather, I have a lucrative plan. A lucrative plan? Yu Yao's initial skepticism faded, and she nodded earnestly. Do tell. I can utilize my extensive business experience to help you refine it. It is as follows. I spoke with teacher Chuanxiu, who expressed great interest in clothing production. He entrusted the entire matter to me and even provided me with a design collection. Bai Feng handed the book to Yu Yao. Originally, I only intended for you to create a few outfits for sale, but now I believe we can be more ambitious. Yu Yao blinked and eagerly asked, what do you wish to do? Authorization. Bai Feng articulated his plan. I suspect that aside from your family's Yulin, other merchants are gradually launching similar clothing lines, correct? Yu Yao nodded. Indeed, we lack effective strategies. Thus, I will propose to Teacher Chuanxiu that he grant you authorization. You need only print Teacher Chuanxiu's emblem to certify your products as genuine, distinguishing them from the imitations. Moreover, Teacher Chuanxiu will provide you with exclusive catalogs that are not available for public sale, even if some do not care for authenticity. To be the first to acquire the latest styles, they must come to Yulin. This insight stemmed from Bai Feng's observations of the shops in this world, where goods were devoid of brand identity. The closest reference was merely potions or artifacts produced by certain masters. Even the grandest trading houses relied solely on high-quality goods and comprehensive inventory. However, he was uncertain if his plan would succeed, given the differing environment and his limited understanding of commerce in this world. After articulating his thoughts, Bai Feng turned to Yu Yao. Senior sister, do you think this will work? Are there areas for improvement? Yu Yao's eyes widened as she fixated on him, almost immobile. Senior sister? Hey. After several calls, Yu Yao blinked and then cupped his face with her hands, scrutinizing him intently. Let me see how your head is shaped. Bai Feng was taken aback. Little junior brother. You are truly a genius. Yu Yao's heart raced with excitement. With authorization, they could position themselves atop the public opinion pyramid, pointing fingers at other shops. The affluent were particularly concerned with their image. Even if other stores offered lower prices, the wealthy would not choose to purchase imitations. This method, while reminiscent of master-crafted potions, was fundamentally different, as potions were concocted by the masters themselves, while trading houses merely sold them. However, authorization did not require the master's involvement in production and shared the same anti-counterfeiting effect. If they broadened their perspective, could this principle be applied to other goods? No. This approach might not be entirely unique. Others may have attempted it and failed, hence its obscurity. They should proceed with caution. Regarding Bai Feng's proposed plan, she felt optimistic, fully aware of how popular Teacher Chuanxiu's clothing designs were. With this in mind, Yu Yao turned to Bai Feng with renewed enthusiasm. I suddenly feel that being discovered together perusing Teacher Chuanxiu's works is a fortuitous event. Bai Feng raised an eyebrow. I kindly offer to help you achieve wealth. And you wish to repay me with enmity? Just kidding. Yu Yao laughed and waved her hand. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee you and Teacher Chuanxiu will reap great profits. By the way, let's renegotiate the profit split. Senior sister cannot let you suffer losses. How about a 50-50 split? All right, I trust you, senior sister. Bai Feng nodded without hesitation, for he had merely provided a design. Everything else, producing the clothing and managing sales, was entirely in Yu Yao's hands. This division was exceedingly generous. He believed that soon, he might truly attain financial freedom. Once he achieved financial independence, he would no longer have to toil endlessly constructing formations for others. Under the sun, Bai Feng sat beneath a tree on Danfeng, appearing fatigued. Initially, while constructing formations for Lin Yan, he casually mentioned his desire to earn some money through formation building, and the next day, his orders were overflowing, all from Danfeng. Thankfully, they were all low-level formations. After activating a formation to ensure its functionality, he prepared to return for a rest when he noticed Su Lanxian seemingly lurking nearby, watching him. It felt as if his encounters with her had increased lately. Could it be that Su Lanxian was following him? As Bai Feng pondered how to evade her, a sudden idea struck him. Given the sheer volume of recent orders, he could enlist a helper. And conveniently, one was available. With this thought, he approached Su Lanxian, who appeared to want to flee upon noticing him, but was promptly blocked by Bai Feng. I didn't intend to follow you. Su Lanxian averted her gaze, her voice trembling like a girl caught in a misdeed. Bai Feng smiled gently, feigning surprise. Oh, so you were following me? I wasn't. Su Lanxian stammered, feeling as though she might disappear into the ground. Bai Feng chose not to pursue the matter further, shifting to a more casual tone. By the way, are you feeling better? Can you construct formations now? Su Lanxian, relieved by his change of topic, quickly nodded. I feel a bit better. How about we try some rehabilitation training? Let us build a formation together. Bai Feng offered with a smile. Of course, I want to let you work for free. I will give you some of my personal items. Su Lanxian's eyes widened in disbelief. The chance to be close to Bai Feng and receive his personal belongings. Was there a better opportunity? Although she had begun to grasp the root of her heart's turmoil, she remained uncertain how to eliminate it. Thus, she still needed Bai Feng's assistance to suppress her inner demons. Eagerly, she nodded. Yes, please let me help. Bai Feng's smile grew even more radiant. He had secured a free helper. Under the sun, Bai Feng gave Su Lanxian a thumbs up. Of course, he was not so arrogant as to sit idly by while she toiled alone. They were genuinely collaborating on the task. By the way, do you need some water? Su Lanqian, holding a jade vial, appeared a bit flushed, possibly from exhaustion. Oh, thank you. Bai Feng took the vial and drank a few sips without a second thought. Afterward, Su Lanqian took the empty bottle, glanced at the opening with a furtive look, and hurriedly stowed it in her storage pouch. This job is wonderful. I hope I can do it forever, she thought, clasping her hands in front of her chest and silently praying. Unbeknownst to Bai Feng, who was focused on completing the formation and returning to study his mini-formations, Su Lanqian was lost in her own thoughts. With the mini-formation, his safety during outings would be significantly enhanced. After all, prior to this, although he possessed formidable skills in formations, he was hindered by their immobility, and the portable array discs he could carry failed to fully harness his capabilities. However, the advent of the 1,000 arrays offered him a glimmer of hope. It not only resolved the issue of portability, but also allowed him to unleash the full extent of his formation prowess. Even when confronted by the favored child of fortune seeking trouble, he felt confident in his ability to escape. Nevertheless, this newfound opportunity left him financially strained. Even the profits earned from Yu Yao were insufficient. Indeed, both formation masters and alchemists are known to be extravagant spenders. Bai Feng sighed, lamenting the paradox of apparent wealth overshadowed by substantial expenditures. Even Lin Yan, the favored child of fortune, had begun fervently concocting pills to amass wealth. After a day of hard work, Bai Feng exchanged his hard-earned money for a modest pile of materials. He sighed as he stored the materials in his storage bag. Although the Bai family supported him with a substantial sum at the start of each month, it was still inadequate. After all, he was not merely studying formations. He was innovating new ones, which necessitated experimentation. Perhaps, once the miniature formations were developed, he could create a few simplified versions and seek Yu Yao's assistance in selling them. Bai Feng pondered, convinced that these miniature formations would fetch a high price, as affluent families had numerous young disciples, and he believed they would eagerly purchase one for their children. Just as he was about to return home to continue his research on the miniature formations, he noticed Su Lanqian trailing behind him. Oh right, I almost forgot. Bai Feng halted and retrieved a square jade plate from his storage bag. This was the one I recently inscribed formations upon. Although it was unsuccessful, it still retained some residual spiritual energy. Thank you. Su Lanqian quickly extended her hand to accept it, sensing the lingering essence of Bai Feng's spiritual energy within. Once I return, I'll polish it and transform it into a talisman to wear around my neck. As the two conversed, a few disciples passed by and instinctively took a few steps back, skillfully avoiding them. Have you noticed that the relationship between senior brother Bai and senior sister Su seems to be improving? Indeed, I saw them constructing formations together today. And senior sister Su even offered senior brother Bai a drink. By the way, didn't senior sister Su previously ask senior brother Bai for personal items? Truly, a genius in formations. Even flirting is beyond our ordinary understanding. Thus, peculiar rumors regarding Bai Feng began to proliferate. Word of this rumor spread swiftly to the Fengling sect. Have you heard? Bai Feng from the Tianjin sect is with Su Lanqian, and she even fed him water in front of everyone. I also heard that someone spotted Su Lanqian's intimate garments in Bai Feng's pocket. It appears she has. Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let the senior brother hear. Right, let us move to another spot. However, this rumor eventually reached Yu Ping'an's ears. He clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. He could not believe that Su Lanqian would associate with someone like Bai Feng. It had to be that Bai Feng had threatened her. Bai Feng, I will not let this go unchallenged. Beep, detected that the host has slightly provoked Yu Ping'an. Reward, 360 fortune points, completion of 1,000 arrays. As Bai Feng was drawing the array patterns, he thought, what have I done? When did I execute such a plan? How am I unaware of this? System, clarify this for me. Why have my fortune points increased again? Frustrated, he longed to punch Yu Ping'an into oblivion. I'll ask Xiaoqi about it later. After his moment of anger, Bai Feng sighed, his expression somber. He opened the system to check the latest rewards. He was taken aback. The 1,000 arrays indeed had connections to the celestial sect's legacy. He murmured to himself. The system's completion was minimal, yet it encompassed a crucial aspect. While researching the 1,000 arrays, he had sensed something was amiss. Despite the theoretical potential for 1,000 formations to overlap, in reality, the best results only yielded just over 200. Moreover, he consistently felt significant conflicts between the formations, which intensified as more formations were added, making it hard to envision how to surpass 1,000 overlaps. The system's completion revealed a method to resolve these conflicts, a technique for inscribing celestial patterns. The complete form of the 1,000 arrays necessitated the assistance of celestial patterns. The reason for this knowledge being lost was straightforward. Inscribing celestial array patterns either required exceptional talent in formations to comprehend the celestial patterns or the aid of special celestial materials, such as Bai Yumo's celestial bones or his yin-yang patterns. Unable to resist, Bai Feng glanced at the celestial patterns, and 3 seconds later, he hurriedly closed his eyes. No wonder it was lost. This truly was not something ordinary individuals could observe. He rubbed his throbbing forehead. Those mere 3 seconds felt like an exhaustive 3-day study. After a brief rest, he activated the yin-yang patterns. This time, he persevered for 10 minutes, only stopping when his eyes grew weary. Phew, even with the aid of the yin-yang patterns, this is exceedingly difficult. Bai Feng kept his eyes shut. Although called celestial patterns, the lines and symbols pointed towards a more essential and abstract path. He even felt that the celestial patterns were the crux of the thousand arrays, while the other formations seemed almost ancillary. Rested, he pressed on. Bai Feng activated the yin-yang patterns once again, embarking on a grueling battle with the celestial patterns. If he could master the celestial patterns, his miniature formations would undoubtedly advance further, enhancing his safety. Meanwhile, Su Lanqian lay on her bed, feeling somewhat discontented. The effect seems just a bit lacking. Her body was almost entirely cocooned in blankets, leaving only her head exposed, yet her expression bore signs of distress. Being so tightly wrapped did not provide the same comfort as burying her face in the blankets. Could it be her clothing? She hesitated, lifting a corner of the blanket. The thought of her bare skin pressing against the blanket infused with Bai Feng's essence made her cheeks flush crimson. How is this any different from sleeping with Bai Feng? However, if she did not remove her clothing, her inner demons would incessantly chatter in her mind, making it impossible to rest. Just a little bit, then. She gently shed some of her garments, leaving only a belly band. As expected, the voice of her inner demons nearly faded away. Well, let us leave it at this. Su Lanqian, blushing, reached for the square white jade, which she typically pressed against her forehead to quell her inner turmoil. This time, she took the rare opportunity to scrutinize it closely. She could see that multiple formations were inscribed within the jade, but due to a minor error, the formations had clashed, rendering the entire jade useless. Gradually, she became lost in thought, staring at the failed formations within the jade. How was this achieved? Since the emergence of her inner demons, she had not engaged in studying or contemplating formations. This was her first moment of reflection. Chapter 82. She probably wasn't pure anymore. Bai Feng and Su Lanqian are together, drinking water mouth to mouth, and Su Lanqian secretly left wearing Bai Feng's intimate clothing in the middle of the night? Bai Yumo appeared bewildered. She had merely stepped out to complete a task, so why had such an outrageous rumor surfaced? What had transpired during her 2-day absence? Although she knew it was obviously false, her pace quickened as she hurried back. Soon, after submitting her sex task at the mission hall, she arrived at Bai Feng's door. Unlike before, she did not push the door open but stood hesitantly at the entrance. Even though she knew it was most likely a rumor, a lingering fear resided in her heart. Yumo, what are you doing standing at the door? A familiar voice resonated from behind her, startling her to the point of nearly jumping. She swiftly turned around, only to find Bai Feng gazing at her with a look of bewilderment. Instead of answering his question, she curiously inquired, "Brother, what brings you outside?" "I've been spending quite a bit lately, so for the past couple of days, I've been assisting others in constructing formations to earn some money," Bai Feng replied as he pushed open the door. Fortunately, the results had come through, and he would finally be able to rest tomorrow. "By the way, brother, are you aware of the recent rumors?" Bai Yumo followed closely behind him, her voice barely above a whisper. If it weren't for his golden core cultivation, he might not have caught her words at all. "Of course I know." Bai Feng's expression darkened slightly. This issue had even made him reluctant to ask Su Lanqian for assistance. Even Yu Ya had come to him, inquiring whether he had engaged in anything scandalous with Su Lanqian. He could certainly understand why Yu Ping had been so flustered. Even he, the subject of the rumors, was on the verge of losing his composure. "Shouldn't we respond to dismiss these rumors? Do you think I don't want to?" Bai Feng rubbed his forehead. "But it's futile. I already had Shao Qi help with the clarification, but the results were less than satisfactory, if not entirely ineffective. Let us not dwell on this. In time, they will be distracted by other matters." He waved his hand dismissively, knowing that such gossip could not be quashed and would only fester further. He then broached another topic. "Has the demonic faction been acting a bit unusually lately? It seems there are more disciples from the sect venturing out on missions." "Yes, something peculiar has occurred among those demonic sects. They have suddenly allied, causing disturbances in many areas." Bai Yumo nodded in agreement, noting this was one of her reasons for undertaking missions. "It feels connected to the demonic organization in Zhongzhou." Bai Feng murmured under his breath. Could that Black Lotus matriarch truly be planning an assault? Very likely. "I've recently heard news that the demonic faction in Zhongzhou intends to interfere in the northern region," Bai Yumo confirmed, though she reassured him. "However, the righteous sects in Zhongzhou will not stand idly by, so there is no need for excessive worry." With a smile, Bai Yumo added, "I will protect you." Her words brought him a sense of comfort. Observing her unwavering confidence, Bai Feng couldn't help but chuckle. At the same time, he resolved to expedite his research on the mini formations. Not only would they enhance his means of survival, but if the Heavenly Sword sect and other righteous factions truly went to war with the demonic sects, these mini formations could significantly reduce casualties among the righteous disciples, allowing him to profit in the process. However, he speculated that any conflicts would likely be minor skirmishes. A full-blown battle seemed improbable, especially since the northern region's demonic faction had suffered a severe blow from his formation master, Lu Ming, and had yet to recover. Even with assistance from Zhongzhou, They would be hesitant to confront the righteous factions directly. By the way, brother, have you eaten yet? Bai Umo quickly grabbed an apron hanging on the wall and hurried into the kitchen. I managed to acquire some excellent spirit beast meat. Would you prefer it stir-fried or boiled? Boiled, please. Bai Feng smacked his lips, feeling a strange yearning for Bai Umo's cooking after 2 days without it. Your learning speed surpasses my expectations. Now, what limits you is your cultivation level. Lu Ming shook her head, a hint of regret in her eyes. During her time teaching Bai Feng, she had genuinely recognized his extraordinary talent in formations. If his cultivation talent were not so average, he would likely surpass her in no time. That's due to your excellent teaching, master, Bai Feng replied with a smile. He was not merely being polite. Many talented formation masters lack the ability to effectively impart their knowledge, but Lu Ming excelled at conveying complex concepts in an easily comprehensible manner. Furthermore, she possessed a wealth of obscure knowledge and techniques, precisely what Bai Feng needed. By the way, I recently heard some gossip about you and Lan Xian. Before Lu Ming could finish her sentence, Bai Feng interjected, it's just a rumor. I have a pure relationship with Sister Su. Isn't that right, Sister Su? He glanced at Su Lan Xian as he spoke. However, contrary to his expectations, she did not nod in agreement, but instead lowered her head, her face flushed crimson. Bai Feng exclaimed, why are you blushing like a teapot? At that moment, Su Lan Xian's mind was filled with thoughts of the items she had secretly obtained from Bai Feng, such as the spoon and bowl used for porridge, the jade bottle that had held water, and the quilt she had slept under. The memory of hiding under the covers without clothes, enveloped by Bai Feng's aura, made her feel shy and flushed. She likely felt she was no longer pure. All right, I was just joking, Lu Ming chuckled at their reactions. However, the emergence of such ludicrous rumors indicates that your relationship is likely quite good, which puts my mind at ease. Is our relationship good? Bai Feng instinctively glanced at Su Lan Xian. Upon reflection, while she often accompanied him, their interactions had been minimal, characterized by an odd transactional dynamic. It hardly constituted a good relationship. Speaking of which, let me share some good news, Lu Ming said, pulling out a wooden token and tossing it to Bai Feng. I am now an honorary elder of the Heavenly Sword sect. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to visit my cave. Yes, master. Bai Feng eagerly caught the token, genuinely surprised. After all, Lu Ming was accustomed to her freedom as a loose cultivator. She had even declined the substantial invitation from the Fengling sect. It was unclear what price the Heavenly Sword sect had paid to secure the presence of such a formation master. Just as Lu Ming was about to depart, she suddenly recalled something important and turned back to Bai Feng. I almost forgot to mention, you've learned quite a bit. So I plan to take you to Xianguang City in 3 days to construct a grand formation. This formation will differ from ordinary formations, and you will encounter many unexpected events. Do not fret, your master, Chu Ningyan, will accompany you, as will the Peak Master of the Divine Sword Peak, along with several elders. Understood, master. With the matter laid out before him, Bai Feng felt he could not refuse, nor did he possess a valid reason to decline. Moreover, opportunities to construct grand formations were indeed rare. He recalled that Xianguang City was situated to the south of the Heavenly Sword sect, well away from the influence of the demonic factions. Given this perspective, the only concern would be the potential encounter with new prodigies of fate. Chapter 83. Quickly utilize your unrivaled talent in formations to think of a solution. It's done. Bai Feng leaned back in his chair, stretching his arms lazily. After expending countless resources and efforts in the day preceding his journey to Xianguang City, he had finally completed the construction of the mini-formation. No, it should now be referred to as a portable formation. 1,000 formations, activate. He grasped the circular formation disc on the table, which emitted a gentle white light. In the next moment, a formation extending approximately 100 meters rapidly unfurled around him. This mini-formation, crafted without sparing any expense, boasted a defensive power of the 6th rank, sufficient to withstand the attacks of a transformation realm expert, while simultaneously offering both offensive and defensive capabilities, complete with an illusion formation within. However, its drawback was its immobility. It relied solely on the formation disc as its critical component. If that were to be destroyed, the formation would dissipate. Once activated, he could not move the disc unless he turned it off. Though he could create movable formation discs, their power would be significantly diminished. Thus, Bai Feng resolved to prepare several discs, both movable and immovable, with a bit of material remaining. He decided to craft a few more stripped-down versions to sell for some profit. As Bai Feng stored the formation disc away, he had barely begun his tasks when he heard a knock at the door. Is the junior disciple in? He opened the door, and a moment later, looked down to find Sister Yu Yao standing outside. Sister, what brings you here? Fantastic news. What is it? Teacher Chunchio's illustrations are simply marvelous. Yu Yao's countenance was one of fervent excitement, yet she lowered her voice incessantly, almost pressing her head against Bai Feng's shoulder to avoid being overheard. Her petite lips exhaled warm breaths as she mused about the popularity her new attire would surely garner. Her curiosity piqued regarding what ideas resided within Teacher Chunchio's mind. Did you come to seek my attention merely to indulge in your antics? Bai Feng extended his hand to gently nudge Yu Yao's head away. And, too close for comfort. I certainly do not wish to awaken to rumors of a certain senior sister Yu Yao gasping at my doorstep the following day. Such trivial matters are of no concern. Yu Yao promptly seized Bai Feng's wrist, insisting, "Come, you must witness teacher Chuanxio's new designs. I have toiled through several sleepless nights to bring them to fruition." However, as Yu Yao turned to lead Bai Feng away, they fortuitously encountered Bai Yumo, who was making her way towards them. She glanced at Yu Yao, then at Bai Feng, her face adorned with a look of confusion. "Senior sister, what are you two up to?" "Yumo, your timing is impeccable. Join us." Yu Yao's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she grasped Bai Yumo's wrist, continuing towards her quarters. "Huh." Bai Yumo appeared momentarily bewildered. "Join you in what?" "Indeed. It looks splendid, truly fitting." Yu Yao observed Bai Yumo with satisfaction, noting that she was clad in a black and white maid outfit. The intricate lace of the skirt fell gracefully to her knees, while the pristine white stockings accentuated the delicate curves of her calves. "You managed to create this outfit." Bai Feng was somewhat taken aback, his gaze inadvertently drifting down to the stockings. "Oh, in that pose. It seems essential to embody the essence of a maid." Yu Yao began to reach for the hem of the dress when she suddenly sensed a dangerously piercing gaze directed at her, causing her excitement to dissipate instantly. Under Bai Feng's scrutiny, she hastily withdrew her hand, offering an awkward chuckle. "Haha, perhaps not." Yet, unwilling to abandon the idea of recreating the pose from the book, she steeled herself. "Such matters are better left to me, senior sister." With that, she dashed into her small room, clutching an even smaller maid dress. "What is wrong with her?" Bai Yumo inquired curiously, glancing towards the now closed door. "Pay her no mind. She's merely having another episode," Bai Feng waved dismissively. "Senior sister Yu Yao is perfectly fine, though she does tend to become overly enthusiastic about clothing-related matters." A few minutes later, Yu Yao emerged from the small room donned in the maid outfit, and whether due to her height or intentional design, the hem of her dress was noticeably longer than Bai Yumo's, nearly concealing her ankles. "How do I look? Am I not quite fetching in this?" Yu Yao twirled before Bai Feng, and it was undeniable that while both wore maid outfits, their appearances conveyed entirely different impressions. Bai Yumo appeared more innocent, akin to a novice maid, brimming with shyness and trepidation, while Yu Yao exuded a playful charm, reminiscent of a spirited daughter whimsically donning a maid outfit to rouse her parents from slumber. And this, Yu Yao climbed onto the table, her small hands gripping the sides of her skirt as she leaned forward, peering down at Bai Feng. Her smile faded, replaced by a hint of disdain and impatience. Gradually, she began to lift the hem of her skirt, revealing her slender calves encased in white stockings. As the fabric ascended, a glimpse of her thigh, also clad in stockings, came into view, adorned at the top with exquisite lace patterns, a delicate white band connecting the stockings to the higher realms of her attire. Bai Feng instinctively glanced upward. Due to the height at which he stood, the skirt's hem, originally meant to shield, failed its purpose, and an unexpected flash of lace entered his line of sight. Was senior sister so meticulous as to consider even such minute details? But before he could fully appreciate the view, a pair of cool little hands swiftly covered his eyes. Bai Yumo tightly shut his eyes, urgently imploring Yu Yao, "Senior sister, step down. You're too elevated. It's visible." Yu Yao, perched atop the table, froze momentarily. "Huh." In the next instant, her face flushed crimson, as if a plume of steam had erupted from her head. Minutes later, "Senior sister, are you all right?" Bai Yumo inquired, her gaze resting on Yu Yao, who had buried herself amidst a heap of fabric. "Not well," Yu Yao mumbled from within the pile. "I fear I shall never marry." Bai Feng retorted, "You wear such garments and flaunt them in my presence while gazing at Chuanxio. Where was your modesty then?" "Junior brother." Yu Yao suddenly emerged from her fabric cocoon, her face still tinged with red. "Since you have seen that, shouldn't you? Isn't this merely your own misstep?" Bai Feng smirked, especially since he had only glimpsed a hint of white before Bai Yumo shielded his eyes. "But you saw it too." Yu Yao stood upright from the fabric heap, a mischievous smile gracing her features. "Recently, my auction house has faced competition from other commercial guilds, and I require some intriguing items to auction. Fear not. The proceeds will not be scant for you." "Is that all?" Bai Feng regarded Yu Yao's triumphant expression, expecting a more outrageous demand, yet this was it. Meanwhile, Bai Yumo exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that Bai Feng and senior sister Yu Yao were indeed merely business partners, and this incident was likely a minor blunder. Thus, Yu Yao stepped forward, suddenly leaping onto Bai Feng, exclaiming, "Junior brother, save me. You are my only hope. Quickly, use your unparalleled talent in formations to devise a solution." Bai Feng then retrieved a miniature formation plate from his storage bag. This was a modified mini formation, more aptly termed a portable formation. It featured a single formation inscribed, unlike the complex composite formation he typically employed. "What is this?" Yu Yao accepted the formation plate. Her curiosity piqued as she examined it closely. The appearance resembled those portable, simplistic formation plates, yet the engravings were noticeably more intricate. "A genuine portable formation," Bai Feng explained. "This is a formation plate for a 5th grade Xian turtle formation. By infusing spiritual energy, it can be activated, providing a defense equivalent to a standard Xian turtle formation, albeit with a significantly reduced range, merely half that of a typical formation. Once activated, the plate cannot be relocated. Really? Yu Yao was taken aback, her expression revealing that she sensed Bai Feng was not jesting. She looked at the formation plate in her hands, quickly cradling it against her chest, fearing it might slip and sustain damage. Such a vital item should not be carelessly entrusted to me. She felt her palms growing clammy. Should the plate fall, it would not merely be the plate at stake, but a trove of spirit stones and her fragile heart. Instantly, she recognized the immense value of this portable formation. In practical terms, possessing such an item would allow one to deploy it in the face of insurmountable foes, buying precious time. This formation plate could potentially disrupt the existing hierarchy of formation masters, as those unversed in formations would no longer need to summon a formation master for assistance. They could simply purchase several formation plates instead. Junior brother, you truly have created something extraordinary. Yu Yao envisioned the upheaval this formation plate would provoke upon its unveiling, potentially transforming the very fabric of the formation master community. Bai Feng shook his head. It's not so exaggerated. Setting up a formation requires meticulous consideration of the terrain. This formation plate is only suitable for emergencies. For truly establishing a formation, it is advisable for the formation master to personally handle it. No, this is sufficient. Yu Yao countered. While those mid-sized and larger powers may not require it, they represent a mere fraction of the populace. The majority of smaller factions and ordinary cultivators, lacking any substantial backing, desperately need this. After all, it is quite rare for them to encounter a formation master. Sometimes, even if they have the funds, they cannot find one willing to construct formations for them. She lifted the formation plate, as if admiring an exquisite jewel. With this formation plate, they need not exhaust themselves searching for a formation master, nor must they humiliate themselves by begging for assistance. Little junior brother, do you grasp what this signifies? It means I am destined to be on the hit list of other formation masters. A hint of seriousness crossed Bai Feng's face. Then, should he still sell this portable formation plate? Not at all. Yu Yao suddenly laughed. Currently, there is only one. As long as it does not proliferate, this type of formation plate will primarily be concentrated in the hands of a few major powers. Actually, there is more than one. It's not particularly complicated to make. Bai Feng produced another portable formation plate. I also possess a 5th grade spirit gathering formation plate, akin to the Xian Gui formation, once activated. It cannot be moved until it is deactivated. Wait, did you just say this formation plate can be reused? Yu Yao was once again taken aback, gazing at Bai Feng as if he were an inexhaustible mountain of spirit stones. Indeed, I invested considerable effort to ensure it could be reclaimed, Bai Feng nodded. After all, the formations are inscribed upon the plate, and since this is his means of self-defense, if it cannot be reclaimed, he would have to carry a plethora of formation plates whenever he ventures out. Not to mention, he would find the production costs overwhelming. However, Yu Yao's words also reminded him that he could create a few non-reusable portable formation plates for sale, which would help reduce production expenses. He could even segment them further to compress costs. I suddenly regret this, Yu Yao exclaimed, reaching out to grasp Bai Feng's shoulder, her eyes ablaze with fervor. How about I propose an alternative? I no longer desire the formation plates. What if you take responsibility for me instead? Bai Feng remained silent, merely raising a middle finger. Don't be so heartless. Sister, my terms are quite generous. Think it over. Bai Feng raised another middle finger in response. Even Bai Yumo, who had been sitting nearby, could no longer remain passive, urgently squeezing between the two to forcefully separate them. Sister, stop it. Fine, fine, Yu Yao lamented, shaking her head in regret. Then I shall accept both formation plates, and after the auction concludes, I will send you the money. Bai Feng nodded, and then suddenly recalled something, hastily addressing Yu Yao. By the way, sister, remember not to mention my name during the auction. Why? Are you still worried about being targeted by other formation masters? Fear not. If you are the sole creator, they will not only refrain from putting a bounty on you, but will actively seek to ally with you. Moreover, do not forget the powerful backing you have in the Bai family and the Heavenly Sword sect. Yu Yao explained, as this was indeed an excellent opportunity to elevate one's reputation. Well, there is a slight element of that. Primarily, I feel my reputation is already sufficiently substantial, and I do not wish to amplify it further. Bai Feng coughed lightly, though it may sound somewhat boastful. He genuinely preferred to avoid drawing more attention to himself, as a prominent reputation could easily attract the gaze of those fated to be favored by fortune. All right then, considering your current strength, it would indeed be unwise to have too great a reputation, Yu Yao acknowledged with a nod, not insisting further. I will help keep your name concealed. Thank you, sister. I can also craft other types of formation plates. Should you require additional auction items, you may approach me, as I also need to earn some money. Yu Yao fixed her gaze on Bai Feng, her eyes brimming with tears. Little junior brother, if you continue to say such things, I will truly regret it. Am I not already seeking your assistance for the auction? Bai Feng found it difficult to endure Yu Yao's tear-filled gaze and quickly shifted the topic. By the way, sister, where is your auction house located? Yu Yao understood that such matters could not be forced and sighed, responding weakly, in Xianguang City. And I have heard that the city lord is currently inviting formation masters to establish a grand formation, which should significantly enhance safety. In the future, Xianguang City is bound to flourish even more. How fortuitous! Bai Feng exclaimed in surprise. I am set to travel to Xianguang City with Master Lu Meng tomorrow. Perhaps I might even participate in the construction of the grand formation. Indeed, the Heavenly Sword sect has been invited, Yu Yao remarked, seemingly unperturbed. She murmured a few words under her breath before smiling at Bai Feng. You are welcome to visit my family's auction house. I will ensure you are well taken care of. Bai Feng quickly waved his hand. Perhaps not. Constructing the grand formation may be quite demanding, and I likely won't have time to attend the auction. Such venues are undoubtedly among the areas with the highest frequency of fortune's favored ones. And he would not dare approach the auction even a single step. Chapter 85. How did you also contract spring and autumn? Bai Feng boarded the flying vessel bound for Xianguang City, only to find that the familiarity among the passengers was rather overwhelming. Apart from the ever-present Bai Yumo and Lu Meng's disciple, Su Lanqian, he noticed Yu Yao sitting not far away, who turned to him with a smile. Oh, it is because Sister Yu Yao's auction is imminent that she is traveling to Xianguang City with us. Bai Feng then turned his gaze to Lin Yin and Luo Chun, who were engaged in casual conversation. His expression seemed to convey, what brings you two here? Sensing Bai Feng's scrutiny, Lin Yin awkwardly rubbed his nose. Ahem, Brother Luo and I intended to take a break, so we accepted an escort mission. Did you blow up the dam peak? Bai Feng inquired, somewhat puzzled, as he had been preoccupied with portable formation matters and had not kept up with the recent exploits of these two favored by fortune. No, it was the people from Zixiao Peak, Lin Yin replied, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. He was beginning to regret involving himself in the matter, as the individuals from Zixiao Peak were utterly deranged. I will explain, Luo Chun sighed. I previously applied to join the Divine Sword Peak, but an unexpected incident occurred midway. Bai Feng recalled numerous storylines he had encountered in novels and instantly understood. The people from Zixiao Peak didn't allow you to leave? Yes and no. Lin Yin shook his head, wearing a look of existential doubt. Some individuals did not wish for Brother Luo to depart. Yet the leader of that small disciple from Zixiao Peak wanted him to leave quickly. We had not even done anything, and they were already in disarray. At that point, the situation seemed manageable. It was merely a minor nuisance. However, Lin Yin lamented, but I acted impulsively. He placed a hand on his forehead, regret etched on his features. That small disciple was rather short-sighted. I uncovered evidence implicating him in framing Brother Luo, and then Zixiao Peak erupted. Bai Feng fell silent for a few seconds before raising his head to inquire of Lin Yin and Luo Chun. And then Brother Luo was forcibly retained at Zixiao Peak? No, if it were that simple, it would be manageable. Lin Yin shook his head. Ultimately, the matter attracted the attention of the Peak Master, who had been in seclusion for quite some time. She seemed quite displeased with Brother Luo's actions and sought to punish him, but was halted by the Peak Master of Divine Sword Peak. Ah, that aligns perfectly with my stereotypical impression of Luo Chun, where those close to him are mostly ungrateful wretches. And then what happened? With the situation escalating to this extent, Bai Feng grew increasingly curious. Then it reached the sect master, who, upon learning the truth, was quite displeased with Zixiao Peak, punishing its Peak Master and allowing Brother Luo to join Divine Sword Peak. I suspect that this matter is far from over. Bai Feng found himself quite intrigued by how the Tianjin sect had given rise to the Zixiao Peak, pondering whether the apparent lack of intelligence among its members was a consequence of the fabled child of fortune. Lin Yin nodded in agreement. Indeed. Some even wish for Brother Luo to return to Zixiao Peak, standing at his doorstep day in and day out. There are those who have approached me to the point where I now hesitate to contact Brother Luo. Bai Feng, momentarily at a loss for an appropriate expression, could hardly blame the two for their anxious demeanor as they boarded the flying vessel. He offered a comforting thought, on the bright side. At least they have not abandoned Zixiao Peak for Xinjian Peak. Upon recalling the return of his fellow disciples to Zixiao Peak, Luo Chen shivered. Brother Bai, please stop. I am beginning to feel fearful. Lin Yin looked at him with compassion. Brother Luo, my condolences. Let us discuss something more cheerful. Rubbing his forehead, Luo Chun leaned closer to Bai Feng and Lin Yin, whispering, speaking of which, I have heard that teacher Chuanxio's writings have circulated among the ordinary disciples. This is both a blessing and a curse. Indeed, Bai Feng interjected, many harbor significant misunderstandings about teacher Chuanxio. If this spreads too widely, the elders may take notice. Lin Yin nodded in agreement. Let us refrain from promoting it for now until this storm passes. Luo Chen concurred, agreed, that was my intention as well. Listening to their exchange, Bai Feng felt a mix of confusion, surprise, and even anger. So, it was you two who were the culprits behind the spread of Chuanxio among the ordinary disciples. Could you, the children of fortune, not engage in something more constructive? Lin Yin was a lost cause, but Luo Chun, how did you also become entangled with Chuanxio? Oh, it was I who sent it, Bai Feng thought. Feeling a sense of relief, rubbing his forehead, he sensed that if this continued, his own identity would inevitably be exposed. By the way, Brother Bai, Lin Yan suddenly turned to him. Recently, while on a mission, I noticed several shops selling clothing depicted in Teacher Chuanxio's illustrations. Is Teacher Chuanxio aware of this? Bai Feng paused for a moment, fully aware that he had personally delivered the illustrations to Chuanxio. If you are referring to Yuling Long, Teacher Chuanxio has a collaboration with them. The other shops are merely riding the wave of popularity. He offered a brief explanation before recalling something. Wait. I remember that the garments in Teacher Chuanxio's illustrations are not conventional attire. Do you have a partner? Not at all. Lin Yan quickly dismissed. The shopkeepers are quite brazen, displaying them openly. Before Bai Feng could voice his doubts, Luo Chun interjected to clarify. That makes sense. After all, the clothing illustrated by Teacher Chuanxio is not as revealing as that worn by the Hahuan sect or certain demonic cultivators. In fact, most of it is suitable for everyday wear, and while Teacher Chuanxio's art may possess a hint of allure, it is more about subtle details that provoke imagination rather than outright exposure. Brother Luo speaks truly, Lin Yan remarked, his expression that of a kindred spirit. Compared to what others label as risque, I prefer to call it art. Bai Feng responded, no, I was merely drawing innocent illustrations. Ding. Detected the host's creation of suggestive art. The artistic renderings have captivated the two children of fortune, rewarding 233 fortune points and 100 fire control techniques. System. Do you have a knack for inserting yourself into conversations? And what do you mean by fortune points? Are you mocking me? Bai Feng felt a surge of anger. Clenching his fists, contemplating a thorough beating for the system if it had a physical form. Bai Feng seemed to have ventured into Shuangguang City. You should know what to do next, right? In a cave of the Lianshan sect, Zuiqiu slowly opened her eyes. After returning from the secret realm, her cultivation had rapidly advanced, and she was now at the peak of the Golden Core stage. With the weapon bestowed by the Black Lotus, she could even contend with early nascent soul practitioners. However, despite having acquired the power she had longed for, she found no joy in it. For this power, she had lost her freedom, becoming a pawn that Black Lotus could discard at will. I must absolutely break free from this wretched fate. I will destroy you. Zuiqiu seethed inwardly, yet on the surface, she merely nodded. Yes, I shall head to Shuangguang City at once. Chapter 86. I just wanted to create suggestive art. What have I done wrong? As Bai Feng and the others disembarked from the flying vessel, a group of individuals approached them from a distance. At the forefront was a woman who appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a loose robe that accentuated her curvaceous figure, exuding an aura of maturity. Following her were several heavily armored soldiers, presumably the guards of Shuangguang City. Thus, it was likely that she was the city lord's wife, Bai Feng surmised. Welcome, Master Lu. The city lord's wife greeted them with a smile, exchanging pleasantries with Lu Ming, Chu Ningyan, and other elders of the Tianjin sect. Before her gaze settled upon the disciples of the sect, eventually fixing on Bai Feng, she tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her expression warm. I presume this is the talented formation genius newly accepted into your sect? I have heard much of you. It is rare to encounter someone capable of besting the arrogant members of the Fengling sect. Too kind. Chu Ningyan replied with a smile, and then introduced Bai Feng. Feng. This is the city lord of Shuangguang. You may address her as City Lord Gu or Elder Gu. City Lord? Not the city lord's wife? Bai Feng felt a twinge of surprise, but maintained a calm demeanor. Greetings, City Lord Gu. City Lord Gu chuckled heartily. How fortuitous. My daughter has also returned recently. I shall have her entertain you all. It will be delightful for you young folks to converse together. Daughter? If not adopted, it implies she is married. A rather uncommon situation. Could it be that the husband is a son-in-law? Bai Feng's mind raced with speculation, realizing that the Gu family was not a minor clan. He then observed City Lord Gu approaching Yu Yao. Little Yu Yao is here too. City Lord Gu seemed quite familiar with Yu Yao, bending down to scoop her up. Come, let your aunt see if you have grown taller. Aunt, please stop. I am no longer a child. Let me go? My master, sister, and junior brother are all watching. Yu Yao squirmed, exerting considerable effort to free herself from the city lord's grasp before retreating to a safe distance. City Lord Gu, unperturbed, turned back to the group. By the way, I imagine your journey from the Tianjin sect has left you weary. I have prepared a feast at the city lord's residence. Once you are well fed and rested, we can discuss the construction of the grand formation. Lu Ming nodded in agreement, not declining. Then we shall impose upon you. As they made their way to the city lord's residence, Bai Feng glanced at the city lord and his master engaged in conversation ahead. Then quietly sidled up to Yu Yao, softly inquiring, is the city lord your aunt? Yu Yao, still slightly annoyed, nodded yes. I would quite like her if she did not constantly treat me like a child. Bai Feng looked around before quietly asking, I am a bit curious. How did your aunt become the city lord of Shuangguang? And what of your uncle? If there are special circumstances, you need not share. I am merely curious. My uncle passed away when I was little, Yu Yao replied, shaking her head without hesitation. It is not a secret. I heard that in his youth, he bullied a loose cultivator, leading to the latter's ruin. It was quite tragic. The cultivator later joined the demonic path and, after gaining some opportunities and strength, sought revenge. In order to protect his wife and daughter, he perished alongside the assailant. Bai Feng found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the multitude of points to consider. If he were to articulate his thoughts, he would deem this situation rather inspirational. A vengeful cultivator. Yu Yao, perceptive as ever, immediately discerned the thoughts swirling in Bai Feng's mind. Upon first hearing of this matter, her reaction was quite similar to his. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "If you wish to laugh, then laugh. I, too, am not fond of my troublemaking uncle. It's unfortunate for my aunt, who, due to a familial alliance, married such a scoundrel. Just when my uncle finally turned over a new leaf, fate intervened with old enmities resurfacing. Thankfully, my aunt possesses commendable cultivation talent. Through a fortunate happenstance, she became the city lord of Shuangguang City, and her life has improved considerably since." "That is indeed wonderful," Bai Feng nodded in agreement, feeling it inappropriate to comment on someone else's family matters. Fortunately, Yu Yao's aunt held a position of authority rather than being a downtrodden woman. Otherwise, her daughter might inadvertently attract the attention of a favored son of destiny, compelling him to distance himself. Suddenly, a thought struck Bai Feng. The scenario of a widow with her daughter, especially one as powerful as the city lord, seemed to invite scrutiny from such favored individuals. Should the city lord encounter formidable difficulties, it would surely herald the arrival of a new son of destiny. In fact, it was conceivable that a new favored son might already be concealed within the city lord's mansion. Hastily, Bai Feng accessed the system and glanced at the minimap provided. A sigh of relief escaped him. Apart from the favored sons of destiny beside him, such as Bai Yuma, there were no others in sight. It appeared that the narrative surrounding the city lord had yet to unfold, alleviating his concerns about encountering another favored son for the time being. At the banquet, Bai Feng also met the daughter of the city lord. She, unlike Yu Yao, did not inherit her family's features, but rather possessed a remarkable resemblance to her mother. Standing nearly at the same height of around 1.7 meters, their faces mirrored each other closely, albeit with slight differences in certain areas. Given that cultivators age slowly, they appeared less like mother and daughter and more like sisters. "Yes, the more I look, the more she seems like a type that would attract the attention of a favored son," Bai Feng mused. "I sincerely hope that nothing untoward occurs during the construction of the grand formation. At the very least, it should wait until I have departed. Little Junior, would you care to visit my auction house after dinner?" At that moment, Yu Yao tugged at his sleeve. "Come with Yuma. I shall treat you to some delightful fare." Bai Feng abruptly halted his wandering thoughts, nearly forgetting the perilous atmosphere of the place. Earlier, when Yu Yao mentioned that her auction lacked items for bidding, he and T considered the implications, but now it struck him that it seemed reminiscent of a plot involving favored sons of destiny. If he managed to evade such individuals, only for Yu Yao to encounter one, and should they become friends, his efforts to avoid trouble would be in vain upon returning to the sect and being introduced by Yu Yao. However, to avoid the possibility of Yu Yao meeting a favored son by accompanying her to the auction house felt like igniting a powder keg prematurely. Bai Feng realized he found himself in a predicament with no clear path forward. Why was this happening? Where had things gone awry? If he traced it back, it stemmed from his drawing of suggestive images, inadvertently attracting the attention of a temptress, which led to his reluctant induction into the Tianjin sect. Damn it! I merely wish to draw suggestive images. What wrong have I committed? Why must I endure this? Little Junior? Noticing Bai Feng's unsettling demeanor, Yu Yao inquired with concern. "What troubles you? Are you unwell?" "Not at all." Bai Feng waved his hand, his mind already made up. "I merely recalled that I am in need of several materials for formations. If it is not too much trouble, I shall procure a few." Yu Yao's face brightened with a smile. "Fear not. As the esteemed young lady of the Yu family, I can offer you a discount on those materials." Chapter 87. Yu Yao is truly lacking. She became intoxicated after just a sip. Bai Feng's change of heart regarding the auction house stemmed from a simple desire. He preferred to take a proactive approach rather than passively accept whatever fate dealt him. By doing so, he could acquire more information, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would be better prepared. As Bai Feng and Yu Yao indulged in light conversation, City Lord Gu approached with her daughter, her expression cheerful. "I hope I am not interrupting your heartfelt exchange. Aunt, please refrain from such peculiar remarks," Yu Yao exclaimed, suddenly alert. She intended to shift closer to Bai Feng, but realized that would only exacerbate the situation, so she instead squeezed in next to Bai Yuma, keeping a vigilant eye on City Lord Gu. "Do not be so shy." City Lord Gu, unperturbed by Yu Yao's behavior, smiled warmly. She turned to introduce her daughter to the group. "This is my daughter, Gu Yueqing. During this period, allow her to help familiarize you with Shuangguang City. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek her assistance." Understood, understood. Aunt, you should return quickly. If any trouble arises, I shall assist as well." Yu Yao hurriedly waved her hand, genuinely worried that her aunt might suddenly rush over and embrace her like a child. "What if I do not trouble you further?" City Lord Gu, not offended by the dismissal, smiled at everyone before returning to her seat, resuming her conversation with Lu Ming and others. "Hello there." Gu Yueqing seemed somewhat shy, especially in the presence of such formidable talents, each of whom she could only admire from afar. Even without mentioning Bai Feng, who had bested the Fengling sect, she also sat alongside Bai Yuma, who possessed celestial bones, and Su Lanqian, another genius in formations. Further afield, Luo Chun had reputedly mastered the Heartless Sword Path, defeating the previous master brother of the Tianjin sect with a single strike. Even the male disciple beside Luo Chun was known as Lin Yin, a genius in alchemy, whose combat prowess was equally impressive. Though Gu Yueqing was often praised as a genius herself, her standing among this assembly felt diminished. Gu, elder sister, do not just stand there, please take a seat. With City Lord Gu gone, Yu Yao regained her boldness, promptly bringing a chair beside Gu Yueqing. It has been quite some time since we last met, has it not? Thank you. Gu Yueqing expressed her gratitude, smoothing the fabric of her robe over her hips and thighs, revealing a subtle curve before she slowly seated herself. It has indeed been several years, ever since we embarked on our cultivation journey within the sect. As she spoke, a hint of melancholy crossed her face. It is a pity my talent is somewhat lacking, preventing me from entering the Tianjin sect. That is of little consequence. Cultivation is a personal journey. Besides, Gu, elder sister, did you not join the Chuanyin sect? The disparities between these major sects are not insurmountable, Yu Yao offered in consolation. Meanwhile, Bai Feng pondered for a moment, quickly recalling that the Chuanyin sect was a prominent sect, second only to the four major sects of the northern domain, renowned for its mastery of archery and herbal cultivation, with some involvement in alchemy. While it may not rival the Dan Peak of the Tianjin sect, it certainly surpassed many others. Under Yu Yao's guidance, the group gradually warmed to conversation, and the visible tension on Gu Yueqing's face began to dissipate. Gu, elder sister, is an archer? Bai Feng instinctively glanced at Gu Yueqing's ample bosom, considering the challenges of her physique in archery. I must admit, I am quite curious about how archers engage in combat. If Bai Shidi is interested, you may visit the training grounds in the morning. I would be delighted to demonstrate. Gu Yueqing replied with a smile. If time permits, I shall, Bai Feng offered politely, cautious not to get too close, lest he inadvertently attract the attention of another favored son of destiny. Little Junior, in fact, I am also proficient with the bow. Yu Yao chimed in. At that moment, Yu Yao suddenly shook her wine glass and remarked, her cheeks slightly flushed, I was quite adept at archery during my childhood. Alas, I have not found a bow suited to me in adulthood, so I relinquished it. In response to the familiar Yu Yao, Bai Feng's tone became less courteous, and he candidly teased, indeed, if senior sister wishes to draw a bow, she might as well use her feet as assistants. Hey, little junior brother, you are indeed clever. I could use my feet to draw the bow. However, the slightly inebriated Yu Yao seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning of Bai Feng's words and even praised him, saying, all right then, tomorrow morning we shall meet at the training grounds, and I will show you how I draw the bow with my feet. I really must rise early to witness that, Bai Feng thought, filled with anticipation at the image of Yu Yao attempting to draw a bow with her feet. This scene was bound to be amusing. I am looking forward to it as well. Gu Yueqing chuckled, her mischievous smile suggesting a less innocent demeanor than earlier. Though you may anticipate it, senior sister, I shall undoubtedly astonish you. Seeing Bai Feng and Gu Yueqing coaxing the intoxicated Yu Yao, Bai Yuma could no longer bear it and interjected, senior sister, you are drunk. Perhaps you should rest for a while. It seems I might be a bit tipsy. Yu Yao rubbed her head. You all carry on. I shall take a moment to lie down. With that, she slumped over the table and fell into a deep slumber. Sigh, senior sister Yu Yao is really pathetic. She became intoxicated after just a sip. Bai Feng observed the barely touched drink in front of Yu Yao and couldn't help but laugh. So, does that mean junior brother Bai is quite the drinker? Gu Yueqing inquired with a playful tone, following his jest. Just kidding, I am an exceptional drinker. Bai Feng abruptly stopped himself, realizing he was on the verge of entering a narrative reminiscent of Brother Jia's misadventures. He waved his hand dismissively. Ahem, actually, my tolerance is merely average. And as a formation master, I do not relish the sensation of inebriation. I understand. When one is drunk, the mind becomes fuzzy, making it difficult to draw a bow. Although Yu Yao had already passed out from her intoxication, the earlier conversation had loosened Gu Yueqing's demeanor, and the atmosphere remained lively. In fact, Bai Feng had subtly inquired about the genius disciples of the Chuanyin sect and gleaned quite a bit of information. For instance, there was a recently emerged prodigy from the sect, initially of mediocre talent, who seemingly unlocked some hidden potential and soared to greatness. Even encountering Gu Yueqing once and assisting her with a predicament. This revelation piqued Bai Feng's interest. Clearly, this individual was a child of fortune. Fortunately, this fortunate soul was currently absent from Xianguang City. Otherwise, he would have considered finding a different place to hide. Chapter 88. Today, I shall use my feet to draw you as a bow. Sleeping soundly, Yu Yao yawned and opened her eyes. Ever since entering the Golden Core stage, she had not enjoyed such a long slumber. By the way, did I say something odd yesterday? Sitting up in bed, she began to recall, and gradually, her brow furrowed as her small hands clenched into fists. Little junior brother, how could you betray me? What do you mean by drawing a bow with my feet? Why did I not realize Bai Feng was subtly mocking my height? Just then, a series of knocks resounded from outside her door. Senior sister, are you awake? Did you not promise to show us your archery prowess from your youth? Little junior brother. Yu Yao slowly turned her head towards the door. And in the next instant, she sprang from her bed like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, rushing out to confront Bai Feng without even changing out of her sleepwear. Immediately, shouts of mock pain and pleas for mercy echoed from outside. I was wrong, senior sister. Please, no more. This was Bai Feng, feigning agony. So, you wish to see me draw a bow with my feet. Today, I shall use my feet to draw you as a bow. The one threatening to kick was Yu Yao, her bare feet ready for action. Senior sister, please calm down. Bai Yumo interjected from the side. At the training ground, Bai Feng adjusted his slightly disheveled attire. He had not truly been beaten. Yu Yao had merely given him a few playful kicks and tugged at his clothing during their playful tussle. Meanwhile, Yu Yao, having vented her pent-up frustration, walked ahead, looking quite refreshed. Do not be deceived by my current demeanor. I was quite skilled with a bow in my youth. None of the young masters and misses from the prominent families I knew could surpass me. Are you still interested in trying your hand at archery? Bai Feng, seeking to provoke further, asked. He had prepared the recording stone and had endured a light beating. It would be a shame not to capture this moment. Yu Yao shot him a sidelong glance, yet this time she refrained from retaliating. I'm in a good mood today, so I shall allow you all to witness my archery prowess. With that, she approached the weapons rack and selected a rather diminutive bow. This feels like a loss. What? Yu Yao, bow in hand, swiftly made her way to the target, glancing back at the quietly mumbling Bai Feng. Nothing, senior sister, good luck. Bai Feng shook his head while secretly retrieving the recording stone hidden within his garments, although he would not witness her drawing the bow with her feet. Observing senior sister Yu Yao shoot arrows with a child-sized bow was still quite amusing and worth documenting. Bai Yumo wanted to say something, but at that moment, Bai Feng turned towards her, placing a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, while quietly whispering, Shoo, later when we go shopping, I will buy you something delicious. Shopping. Bai Yumo instantly recalled the times when Bai Feng had taken her on leisurely strolls through the streets during their childhood, filling her heart with anticipation. Moreover, during their last outing, their relationship had not yet returned to normal, leading to some awkwardness and an incident that resulted in her being scolded by Bai Feng in a secluded area. This would be their first shopping trip since mending their relationship, so she eagerly nodded in agreement. As for senior sister Yu Yao, she would simply have to excuse herself. Unbeknownst to Yu Yao, who was diligently preparing to shoot, she skillfully nocked an arrow, her expression gradually growing serious. Whoosh! The arrow struck the bullseye, followed by several more arrows that flew towards the target, all hitting the mark without exception. If one were to disregard Yu Yao's height and the child-sized bow in her grasp, or if one were to imagine her as a 10-year-old, the scene would indeed appear rather impressive. Little junior brother, what do you think? Yu Yao lowered her bow, a proud smile adorning her face as she turned to Bai Feng. He had swiftly hidden the recording stone back within his attire the moment she turned, wearing a naturally bright smile as he gave her a thumbs up. Impressive. Yu Yao regarded him with a hint of suspicion, feeling that his overt praise was somewhat peculiar. Bai Feng's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to smile. How could that be? Have I not consistently praised how well your attire is made? That is true. Yu Yao nodded in acknowledgement of Bai Feng's explanation. At that moment, Gu Yueqing approached, her expression one of surprise. You two arrived quite early. Who told someone to be so eager to witness my archery skills? Yu Yao huffed, casting a glare at Bai Feng as she spoke. Then she turned to Gu Yueqing, expressing her discontent. And you, why did you not dissuade me last night? Instead fanning the flames? After all, you were truly impressive when you shot arrows back then. Gu Yueqing replied with a smile, but I must admit, I was at fault. After training, I shall treat you all to a meal at Songha Tower. I am sorry, but today they are both mine. Yu Yao shook her head. I still plan to invite them to visit me at Yulinglong. We can dine together another day. Is it the auction 3 days from now? Gu Yueqing pondered. In that case, I wish you a successful event in advance. May your words be prophetic. The elderly man at the Yulinglong auction house widened his eyes in astonishment as he produced a magnifying glass-like spiritual artifact to examine a rare composite spirit tool. Although each individual component barely qualified as a 5th-tier artifact and bore significant flaws, which rendered them inferior even to a 4th-tier exceptional artifact, their amalgamation would transform those deficiencies into strengths. With utmost caution, the elder extended his hand to grasp one of the artifacts. Scrutinizing it closely, the combination of these 5 pieces could potentially unleash the power of a superior 5th-tier artifact. If put up for sale, it might fetch a price comparable to that of a 6th-tier artifact, undoubtedly crafted by a master artisan. He then set the artifact down, his expression ablaze with excitement as he inquired of the customer before him, whose face was obscured by a wide-brimmed hat. Do you truly wish to auction this set of artifacts with us? The hatted figure nodded, emitting a resonant voice in affirmation. Excellent. I can take the liberty of waiving half of the service fee for you. The elder, brimming with enthusiasm, stroked his beard thoughtfully, before producing a black card and presenting it to the customer. The auction will commence in 3 days. If you are indeed interested, you must come to witness it. Certainly. The customer replied with a nod, extending a gloved hand to accept the black card. The elder's keen eyes noted that the gloves worn by this individual were also artifacts. Upon further reflection, he surmised that the possession of such a precious item for auction suggested that the customer was likely supported by a formidable master of artifact forging. Once the customer departed, the elder gazed fervently at the artifacts on the table, realizing that the Yulinglong branch in Shuangguang City had recently been thwarted by local bullies, leaving them in dire need of auction items to bolster their offerings. It was rumored that the eldest daughter of Yulinglong, the true master of the Shuangguang City branch, was soon to arrive. This opportunity could serve as a splendid occasion for the elder to earn some accolades.